Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. A century ago, the heavens split open and dungeons appeared. The monsters that emerged from them were impossible to defeat with ordinary weapons. The only ones who could fight them were humans, whose supernatural abilities awakened simultaneously with the dungeon's emergence. Decades later, too many hunters appeared. Anyone with enough money could become an awakened hunter. Obvious problems arose, so the government instituted a professional exam. Only those who passed it were allowed to become active hunters. Institutions called hunter academies emerged, which the protagonist aspired to attend. Kim Seojun was an awakened hunter, gifted at birth with greater strength than others. However, to pay off the debts of his parents, who died in an accident, he has been transporting slain monsters for 9 years. The only thing that helps him endure such hard work is his dream of becoming a professional hunter. The protagonist's co-workers supported him in his goal. Having saved up $40,000, the protagonist thought he finally had enough for a year of study at the academy. Suddenly, an advertisement for the Transcendent Academy caught his eye. He decided to check out the classes, in one of which, the teacher demolished a mountain with a single blow. The protagonist couldn't fathom how such a thing was even possible, but he still took the risk by signing up for a lesson with the great sage. Creating an account cost $40,000, which greatly surprised Kim Seojun. Suddenly, the chain holding the monster snapped, and its body fell right on top of the protagonist. The poor guy was badly injured, and the surgery cost him all his savings. All he had left was the $3,000 Mr. Manchel had given him. Suddenly, the protagonist's phone received a notification from the Transcendent Academy. He was shocked, as the registration fee was only $3,000. The delighted protagonist rushed to register, and his money began to evaporate from the envelope right before his eyes. Kim Seojun was accepted into the academy, but something unusual began to happen in the room. A magical creature suddenly emerged from the phone, calling itself Mentor. The chibi proudly repeats that he is Seojun's mentor. Seojun asks if the mentor's name is literally Mentor. The little being clarifies awkwardly that he, Mentor, is Seojun's mentor. He doubles down, insisting his name is Mentor, as if that settles everything. Seojun wonders if this is the mentor from Greek myth tied to Odysseus, and the mentor happily says Seojun recognizes him. Mentor explains Odysseus was his first student and still contacts him, leaving Seojun stunned. Mentor brushes past the shock and moves on. He explains Transcendent Academy trains those who want to transcend the limits of their race. Seojun realizes this isn't a hunter academy at all but something aimed at becoming transcended. Mentor scoffs at comparing transcended to hunters, saying they're on entirely different levels. Seojun tries to argue that even S-class hunters are powerful, still struggling to accept the claim. Mentor insists their instructors could defeat hunters with just their fingers, then demands Seojun fill out a form. A transcended aptitude test appears, asking what field Seojun wants to transcend in. Mentor explains the survey determines what kind of transcended Seojun wants to become and assesses his current tendencies. He urges Seojun to answer honestly so the guidance will be accurate. Seojun taps through the first question, still overwhelmed by how real this feels. Mentor asks what's wrong as Seojun hesitates. Seojun admits he doesn't know how to answer the second question about his current skill level. Mentor asks if Seojun can do absurd feats like plowing plains or splitting mountains, and Seojun answers no. Mentor presses further about pulling out a mountain, and Seojun complains that even asking is ridiculous. Mentor mocks him as a scrub, wondering how someone so weak even registered. Then Mentor reassures him that membership is permanent, and he won't be kicked out. Cheerfully, Mentor tells him to keep answering. Mentor applauds as Seojun finishes the long survey. Exhausted, Seojun asks why there were 108 questions and feels relieved it's over. Mentor says Seojun has a free pass and will recommend necessary lectures after analyzing his profile. Mentor concludes Seojun prefers spearmanship and suggests an oriental key cultivation approach might suit him better than mana. He warns that Heaven's Great Sage is too advanced for Seojun's current level. Mentor offers 2 options for the free pass, including Siddhartha Gautama's mentality lecture and a compulsory combat intro course. Mentor notes Seojun is injured and emotionally unstable, implying the mentality lecture fits his condition. He recommends starting with Siddhartha Gautama's lecture, and Seojun reacts to the name in disbelief. Seojun asks if that means Buddha, and Mentor confirms students call him Buddha even if he denies it. Mentor explains Gautama is a famous instructor whose mentality lecture is required for the Transcension exam and normally expensive, but offered to save the poor. A registration prompt promises that completing the lecture grants unwavering heart at SSS rank, and Mentor says it's essential for breaking through most fields. Mentor warns Seojun to watch the entire lecture even if it feels like he'll lose his mind. Mentor vanishes, saying he'll contact Seojun again after analyzing his profile, while Seojun tries to stop him. Left alone, Seojun decides to watch the lecture anyway. He presses play to begin the lecture. The Buddha lecture opens by asking where Seojun believes the world exists. Seojun watches, awed by the Buddha's radiant presence that looks like a living golden statue. The lecture declares that since the word I does not exist, therefore I do not exist, and Seojun already feels it's too hard. It continues with paradoxes about existence without comparison, deepening the mental strain. Seojun feels himself drifting into a starry void as the lecture's concepts overwhelm him, realizing this is what Mentor warned about. A cosmic Buddha looms as the lecturer insists Seojun does not exist and is simply the world itself. Seojun feels like he's going insane, and the progress bar barely moves from the start. The strain knocks him out cold in his hospital bed. 1 week later, the doctor is astonished by Seojun's incredible recovery speed. Seojun, now visibly healthier and stronger, surprises the doctor, who says he has never seen anything like it in 30 years. Seojun realizes the change is real and not his imagination. He credits Siddhartha Gautama's lecture for calming his heart and accelerating recovery, even though listening still feels like losing his mind, and he's only 1.3% through it. A doctor suggests the young man stay hospitalized longer, but he's already fixated on what will happen when his growth reaches 100%. He eagerly accepts and feels he's finally found something real in Transcension Academy. Now able to move, he decides to register for Chiron's compulsory combat Transcension course to gain the Metamorphosis ability. He weighs the A-class Metamorphosis against his SSS class Unwavering Heart, and concludes Unwavering Heart is the truly absurd skill. The lecture begins with the instructor introducing himself as Chiron. Chiron is explained as a centaur, half human and half horse. The narration frames Chiron as the legendary teacher behind heroes like Hercules and Theseus. More famed pupils are listed, emphasizing Chiron's mythic status as a mentor to nearly every Greek hero. Chiron states the course's goal is to prepare students to ascend into the early stages of Transcension. He clarifies that this class will not teach combat techniques in depth, and the protagonist isn't surprised by the Academy's strangeness anymore. Chiron announces the first step to becoming transcended, prompting the protagonist's curiosity. Chiron's tone hardens as if about to issue a harsh command. Chiron suddenly yells at the student to get up and move immediately, shocking him. Startled, the protagonist flails off the bed as his phone flies, forced into action. He lies stunned, realizing he's being pushed whether he likes it or not. A notification sound snaps him back as a new system message arrives. The system announces a daily individual task tailored to his current level. The daily task list appears, demanding extreme exercise quotas including a 30 kilometers run and hundreds of reps. He stares at the task in disbelief, trying to process what it means. He panics that this is far beyond a normal daily routine and worries about overexerting himself. Remembering the doctor's warning not to push himself for a week, he hesitates. He tries to ignore it and just binge lectures until discharge, but the system blocks him with an incomplete task warning. Confused, he taps again, only to get the same demand to complete the task. Multiple warnings flood his screen, and he realizes the system somehow knows he hasn't done the daily task. He slumps, the pressure sinking in as he can't bypass the requirement. He admits he got complacent, telling himself a week off was fine, and now he's paying for it. He decides to focus on Siddhartha Gautama's lecture first, but notices something odd about the interface. He discovers his free pass has a countdown, with only 83 days remaining. Outside, he freaks out at the idea that the academy access expires, drawing attention from bystanders. He reasons that since it's an academy, it makes sense there's a limit on lecture attendance. He calculates the free pass was likely a 90-day trial, and he's already burned through time. He realizes progress requires genuine understanding, yet despite attending, his lecture progress barely moved. After a week of repeating the same lecture, he's only reached about 1.3% progress and feels stuck. He admits he has no confidence he can finish the lecture before the 83 days run out. Accepting the free pass is just a trial, he starts exercising again for the first time in ages because now he has a reason. He begins the daily regimen with push-ups, counting through the pain while recalling his past labor hauling monster corpses. He reflects that carrying heavy corpses for years made separate exercise feel unnecessary back then, and keeps counting. Even without mana control, he trusts his awakened body's sturdiness, and pushes himself to complete the set. He pauses to catch his breath, hands trembling from exertion. He steels himself, telling himself 9 years of hardship make this manageable, and prepares to continue. Checking the tracker, he's shocked to see only 81 push-ups counted instead of what he thought he did. He wonders why the system refuses to count many reps, suspecting something is wrong. He guesses the system might only count repetitions done with proper form. When he corrects his movement, the counter finally increases, confirming form matters. He realizes the system is judging quality, not just quantity, and braces for a long grind. Grinding through proper reps, he finally completes all 300 push-ups despite the strict counting. He suffers through 150 pull-ups as well, cursing the unfairness while the system still counts them. He finishes the remaining sit-ups and squats, exhausted but forced to comply with every requirement. He completes the full 30 kilometers run by sunset, screaming in disbelief at how insane this daily routine is. He confirms on his phone that every item on the daily task list is finally marked complete. Collapsed on the ground, he declares he can't keep doing this, embarrassed as passers-by stare. He realizes this is an everyday demand and despairs about when he'll even have time for lectures, while Chiron offers no sympathy. A few days pass, and his visible improvement draws surprised reactions from other patients. An elderly woman asks why his body looks so much better and whether he's going out to exercise again. She praises his hard work, but a grumpy middle-aged man interrupts with a pointed cough. News breaks that a 4-star monster behemoth appeared inside Seoul, catching the protagonist's attention. The report says the behemoth was asleep, but a corpse delivery service unknowingly moved it into the city where it woke up. The broadcast warns it could have caused mass casualties, but an awakener nearby prevented any loss of life. They reveal the hero was a Jain Academy cadet influenced by S-class hunter Jung Hun-young, and the protagonist notes, hunters saved lives again. The elderly woman admires hunters as noble people, and he quietly agrees. She remembers he said he's an awakener too, and he confirms it. She excitedly asks if he'll become a hunter and appear on TV like the heroes, leaving him awkwardly unsure. He gently reminds her that not just anyone can get on TV, hinting at how hard the path is. The grumpy man watches them with a judgmental glare, ready to lecture. The elderly woman says becoming a pro hunter is now incredibly rare, and the protagonist notes how much the world has changed. The man turns his attention to the protagonist, preparing to give unsolicited advice. He tells the protagonist to give up on becoming a hunter since he isn't even a cadet yet. The words sting, flashing him back to his years of menial corpse hauling and being told his dreams are pointless. Anger rises in the protagonist's eyes as he refuses to be dismissed. The elderly woman protests the man's harshness, insisting he's only trying to help, while the protagonist clenches his fist. The protagonist asserts he will decide his own life, infuriating the man. He bluntly tells the man to worry about his own life first, shutting him down. The man is left speechless, stunned by the pushback. Recovering, the man scolds him for disrespecting adults who offer advice out of concern. The protagonist walks away with grim resolve, refusing to be intimidated. He internally rejects the idea his goal won't happen, reaffirming he's a Transcension Academy cadet, and that becoming a pro hunter is possible there. His expression hardens into determination as he commits to proving it. He runs off, declaring he will definitely become a hunter. Elsewhere, a long-haired female hunter coldly complains she hates being a hunter. She questions what the point of establishing an academy even is as danger erupts around her. A monstrous beast lunges, but she stands her ground, remarking that everything still costs money. With lightning-charged power, she cleaves through the monster, implying the academy's failure to produce cadets is a serious problem. The aftermath shows the monster struck down, the violence punctuating her frustration. Standing atop the corpse, she says she'll be annoyed to death, disgusted by the situation. The monster's claw twitches weakly, then goes still. Night falls over the city, signaling a transition back to the protagonist's life. The protagonist finally returns home and collapses onto his bed in relief. He reflects he was hospitalized for 2 full weeks, yet feels happiest in his small home. He settles in, exhausted but calmer now that he's back in familiar surroundings. He remembers the hunter exam is about a year away, adding urgency to his training. He worries about his finances and asks himself how much money he has left. Silence answers him, underscoring how bleak his situation is. He admits he has almost nothing, feeling trapped by poverty. He suddenly realizes he finished today's daily tasks early enough to attempt another lecture. He reasons that if he can complete tasks within the same day, he might finally have time to progress lectures properly. A prompt appears asking if he will register for the next lecture, and he reacts with excitement. Chiron approves his decision, as if acknowledging he's finally ready. Chiron mocks him for only now having enough strength to start moving forward, like a toddler learning to walk. Chiron insists that since he can move now, he must move, and reiterates the first step of transcension. Chiron names that first step as developing sense. The system shows his lecture progress jumping to 5.7%, a huge improvement. The next morning, he's surprised the lesson wasn't as dramatic as expected, yet it clearly changed something. At work, a supervisor threatens him over past trouble and reminds him he's only there because he needs the job to survive. The protagonist notes the supervisor seems guilty enough to let him stay, but the situation still feels precarious. He looks over the worksite, resigned to grinding for money. He concludes money is the core issue since working to eat leaves little time for lectures. He realizes skipping Chiron's daily tasks blocks lectures entirely, forcing him to prioritize the regimen. He decides he should at least review what he learned, recalling Chiron's emphasis on sense. Chiron's lecture echoes in his mind, explaining that the 5 senses are crucial in combat. Chiron lists sight, hearing, touch, taste, and smell, describing how they process stimuli through perception, recognition, and judgment. Chiron calls that process too slow and promises to teach a way to drastically shorten it. He introduces something separate from the 5 senses, hinting at a deeper faculty. Chiron reveals it as the hidden 6th sense. He names the 6th sense intuition, as the protagonist's coworker greets him by name, Kim Seojun. The coworker notices Seojun's odd timing and looks confused by his sudden awareness. Seojun reacts sharply, as if he sensed something before it happened. The coworker asks if Seojun has eyes on the back of his head, amazed he dodged without seeing. Seojun silently credits the lesson, recognizing he's starting to grasp what Chiron meant. The coworker worries about Seojun carrying 3 massive loads, warning it's around 200 kilograms and he'll get hurt. Seojun insists he's fine and tells them to load it up anyway. He walks off with the enormous burden as if it's manageable, startling everyone watching. The workers stare after him, shocked by how casually he moves under that weight. The supervisor admits Seojun seems fine and orders everyone back to work after the break. Seojun feels strange power surging through him and wonders why he's getting stronger the more he works. He considers doing the daily tasks during work since he won't have time afterward, and starts squatting under the load. Sweating, he decides to check whether the system is counting his reps correctly. He's stunned by what he sees on the tracker. He discovers one squad is being counted as 3, implying the added weight multiplies progress. He deduces heavier loads increase effectiveness, while the supervisor yells at him to stop and take a break. Seo-jun realizes this is an incredible loophole and gets excited by the efficiency. A coworker offers to carry the heavy load for him, worried he'll get hurt. Seo-jun refuses, deciding he can combine work and training without separate time, even if his form is unconventional. He drops into push-ups under the burden, calculating that higher weight boosts the count even more. He celebrates that he can earn money and save time at once, planning to tackle the rest of the tasks next. Back home, he collapses again, feeling like he's dying from the strain. He admits doing tasks while working is efficient but brutally difficult, though he laughs at how shocked his coworker looked. He sits up, deciding at least he should check today's task status. The daily task screen shows he's completed everything, including a slightly longer run total. The system confirms daily tasks finished, and he's satisfied he managed to save time. Even after completing both Chiron's and Siddhartha Gautama's lectures, it's only 10 o'clock, but he worries rushing like this wastes potential learning. He pauses the lecture, debating whether reviewing would help at all. He decides it might be better to start another lecture rather than rewatch without progress gains. Since paid lessons cost money, he chooses to use the free pass to register for another free lecture. He finds a free lecture by instructor Xianyu promising mountain pulling strength. Recognizing the name, he wonders if it refers to the hegemon king Xianyu. The lecture description confirms Xianyu's legendary overwhelming power, and Seo-jun considers the potential value. Seeing it's free, he registers, learning it will grant the mountain pulling spearmanship ability. The instructor Xianyu appears, loudly mocking students who want to learn the spear. Xianyu insults the class as trash who don't even know basics, making Seo-jun flinch at the hostility. Xianyu declares he'll teach them anyway, boasting as the hegemon king of Western Chu and dismissing any need for polite formalities. After a curt spear lesson, a system notification assigns the student a personal daily task tailored to his level. He's stunned to see the task demands he swing a spear-type weapon 5,000 times from 0. Alone in his room, he doubts that a lecture that short could really be all he gets before being thrown into training. The task window blares again, and the tiny mentor spirit mocks him for wanting to learn properly instead of just grinding swings. That night he grumbles that everything keeps turning into daily tasks, as if he's trapped in a routine. At a worksite, a confident female hunter reassures the crew their safety record is spotless, and nothing will go wrong. She is introduced as B-Class Hunter Park Seo-yun, who asks them to recheck details of the recent behemoth incident. The site manager eagerly agrees to her request, practically tripping over himself to comply. Workers whisper about how submissive the manager is to her, and wonder who she really is. Someone identifies her as the Sword Star's granddaughter, and the student freezes at the legendary name. The story shifts to the famed Sword Star Park Minchul, an intimidating figure of mythic reputation. A narration explains that a century ago, when gates first emerged, Park Minchul was an early awakened active in that chaos. Back then, without systematic knowledge, monsters were far more brutal and civilians were helpless. Those monsters roamed city streets, making survival uncertain for ordinary people. In the flashback, Park Minchul cuts down a monster with overwhelming lightning-charged swordsmanship to protect a mother and child. The child clings to the mother, wide-eyed at the sudden salvation. The narration emphasizes that Park Minchul fought as an awakened in that era's harsh world. He is credited as one of the people who restored civilization by pushing back the monsters. To the public, he became the world's savior, a true hero. Even now as an old man, he remains a heavyweight capable of competing on the global stage. Back at the worksite, the student steels himself to avoid getting involved with such a famous lineage. He loudly declares it's none of his business while hauling a huge monster corpse, drawing Seon's attention. Seo-yun asks what he's doing, and the manager dismisses him as a harmless oddball who's been acting crazy for a week. She wonders if something is wrong with his head as he keeps counting swings and repetitions under his breath. The manager calls out to Minchul, announcing he'll leave the corpse here, implying the Sword Star is nearby. A stern, muscular older man prepares to deal with the delivered carcass. He asks how long the student will keep up this nonsense, but the student insists he must finish what he started. The monster's supposedly dead head twitches, hinting the situation is about to turn lethal. The student tries to justify his obsession as meaningful training, but the older man dismisses it as dangerous delusion. With a weary warning that chasing hidden meanings will get him killed, the older man tells him to leave if he's going to cause trouble. The older man sighs, standing beside the massive carcass as if bracing for a mess. The corpse shifts again, confirming it isn't safely dead. The student notices the movement and turns in alarm. The manticore suddenly erupts into motion, its body surging up with blood and debris. The older man is caught off guard as the monster's awakening triggers chaos around them. The manticore roars, fully revived and enraged. The student screams for the older man, realizing he's in immediate danger. Seo-yun exhales in irritation, already tired of the worksite's incompetence. She thinks she finally escaped the manager's groveling and wonders how long she must endure this farce. The manager glares, frustrated by the mess unfolding under Seon's scrutiny. Workers whisper again about the Sword Star's granddaughter being present, raising the stakes of embarrassment. Seo-yun reveals she can hear their whispers perfectly, making their gossip instantly risky. They're shocked she's only B rank, while Seo-yoon internally frames the Sword Star title as a burden rather than a blessing. She reflects that despite being trained by her grandfather since childhood, she could never surpass the wall of his greatness. Constant comparisons to her heroic grandfather weighed on her and shaped her choices. She remembers her original dream was simply to become an educator, not a hunter icon. But being the Sword Star's granddaughter denied her a normal life, and even her wishes were shut down. She compromised by founding a hunter academy, trying to carve out her own path. When people realized the Sword Star himself wouldn't teach there, they felt deceived and turned on her. Once the truth spread, outrage flared and her academy's reputation collapsed. Interest evaporated and everyone left, abandoning her effort. She clutched the remaining paperwork, left with only the hollow shell of her dream. She admits people enrolled for the Sword Star name, not for her, leaving her isolated when the illusion broke. Now the academy is so forgotten it barely exists, and she walks the site thinking bitterly about that failure. She longs for even one proper cadet who would stay and learn for real. A worker panics and tells her to run as the revived monster threatens everyone. Seo-yoon snaps in disbelief as the warning confirms a monster is loose right beside her. The student sees the manticore looming over the fallen older man and realizes no one else is stepping in. He panics that the manticore they carried was supposed to be dead, and the mistake could kill them all. The older man, injured and on the ground, orders Seo-yoon to run and save herself. He tells her not to worry about him and to escape, accepting he may die buying time. The student's fear spikes as he becomes certain the older man will be killed if nothing changes. He recognizes the brutal reality that a normal person, or even a man less awakened, cannot beat a 4-star manticore. He thinks hunters are the only answer, but realizes the only hunter present is Seo-yoon. He concludes that if Seo-yoon doesn't act immediately, the older man will die meaninglessly. He forces himself to accept someone must act right now, even if it's him. With the monster closing in, he decides someone has to move to save the older man. He hesitates for a split second, asking himself who could possibly do it. The manticore lunges with a murderous roar, leaving no time for deliberation. He grabs a steel pipe as an improvised spear and commits to fighting. He swings the pipe with practiced motion, stepping into the strike like a drilled routine. He shouts as he pours everything into the swing, refusing to freeze. The pipe slashes through the air toward the charging manticore, forcing it to check its approach. He orders Seo-yoon and the older man to run while he holds the monster back. The older man warns that if the student stays, the monster will overtake him quickly. The student decides he must be the one to stall until professional hunters arrive. Facing the manticore alone, he feels its overwhelming presence bearing down on him. He fights his trembling, telling himself not to hesitate and to move despite fear. A lecture's teaching echoes in his mind, urging him to observe the world and broaden his perspective. He enters a calm, reflective state, recalling Siddhartha Gautama's lesson as if it were guiding his body. The manticore snarls at close range, ready to tear him apart. He embraces the lecture's advice to set aside emotion and think beyond the immediate panic. The manticore's claws slam down, cracking the ground as it attacks. The monster charges straight at him, and he acknowledges his heart is still shaking. He deliberately steadies his breathing and begins to calm, forcing control back into his movements. The manticore's next step pounds the floor, closing distance fast. It swings a massive paw at him, threatening to crush him in one blow. He realizes thinking after reacting is too slow, so he must let his senses act first. The manticore's claws swipe toward his neck, a near-fatal strike. He twists away at the last instant, the attack grazing past as he narrowly avoids death. The manticore's tail whips through the air, following up with another lethal angle. Before he can fully process, he plants the pipe into the ground to pivot and redirect his body. Using the pipe as a lever, he flips and spins to evade while keeping his weapon aligned. The manticore snarls, frustrated that its attacks keep missing. Midair, he spots an opening and identifies a weak point to exploit. He debates whether to attack, knowing one mistake means death. Another lecture resurfaces, reminding him that uprooting mountains is not just strength but technique. He focuses on momentum and settles his mind, trusting the strike he has trained for. He tightens his grip on the pipe, committing to a decisive blow. He convinces himself he can split it, turning fear into certainty. He doubles down, insisting he must split it before the monster recovers. The manticore charges again, fully exposed in its forward rush. He channels the lecture's concept of pulling out mountains, preparing a single overwhelming swing. A surge of power and focus floods him as he brings the pipe down like a blade of lightning. The strike cleaves through the manticore's body in a clean vertical line. The impact detonates across the site, blasting debris outward with a thunderous shockwave. Workers and Seo-yoon reel in confusion, stunned by the sudden explosion and silence after. Seo-yoon stares ahead, trying to comprehend what could have caused that level of destruction. Through the settling dust, the student stands with the pipe, steady and intact. The manticore lies split apart, its massive corpse collapsing in two halves. The student pauses in silence, as if confirming the danger is truly over. He exhales, surprised at himself and the outcome. He awkwardly wonders if it really worked, still half disbelieving. A system window reports major increases in multiple lecture progress rates from the fight. Seo-yoon asks what on earth happened, staring at the aftermath. She is shocked that a non-hunter corpse mover with only a steel pipe could bring down a monster like that. The student realizes he's being watched and reacts with a small, startled sound. Seo-yoon approaches quickly, calling out to him as he starts to move away. The older man checks the student for injuries, while Seo-yoon watches closely, assessing him. Seo-yoon insists they go to the hospital in case he's hurt, while the manager apologizes for the inspection mistake. The crew swarms the student with praise and relief, treating him like a hero of the moment. Seo-yoon murmurs that she has finally found him, locking onto the student with intent. She labels him in her mind as the proper cadet she has been searching for. The manager orders everyone to keep quiet about today's incident, and they obediently agree. Work wraps up and people head home, with the older man still complaining about his ears from all the shouting. On the street at sunset, the student checks his phone, sensing something has changed. He's amazed the lecture progress rate jumped dramatically, far more than passive listening ever achieved. He guesses the increase came from actually applying the lectures in real combat, proving experience matters. He concludes the best way to raise progress is to use what he learned in real fights. But a practical obstacle remains. He worries that without joining a licensed hunter academy and getting a temporary license, he can't participate in dungeon raids. Seo-yoon calls out to stop him, and he turns back, puzzled. She asks him to spare time for a chat, and he recognizes her as the hunter who commissioned today's work. He wonders why someone like her would want to talk to him, as she says she'll be straightforward. Seo-yoon bluntly invites him to come meet her grandfather, the Sword Star. He immediately refuses, indifferent to the prestige and unwilling to get involved. Seo-yoon and her assistant are stunned as he starts to walk away, ending the conversation. She begs him to wait, but he only thinks about going home to listen to more lectures. Seo-yoon introduces herself as Park Seo-yoon, 31, admitting she's flustered by this unprecedented situation. She correctly deduces he's being asked to join her nearly empty academy, and is baffled by what he really is. She recalls his bizarre training behavior, and how it didn't match any normal hunter regimen. She remembers that even with the manticore weakened to a 2-star level, he still sliced the 4-star creature cleanly in half. Convinced he's trying to become a hunter, she offers him her academy's resources and even her own instruction, but he refuses again. Seo-yoon grits her teeth, frustrated that he won't accept help. She escalates by proposing that the Sword Star himself could teach him, trying to tempt him with the ultimate offer. He dismisses it as irrelevant and walks on, leaving Seo-yoon shocked that anyone would reject the Sword Star's tutelage. Seo-yoon refuses to let him go, arguing he still has the written test and licensing hurdles he can't solve alone. She presses that without academy affiliation he can't join raids, and that his talent will be wasted otherwise. He counters that her academy shouldn't help either without government authorization, and she reveals they do have that authorization and can get him raiding immediately. He slows and glances back, finally considering her offer. Sensing his hesitation, Seo-yoon pushes harder, promising a separate training location and accommodations even if he rejects formal academy teaching. Park Seo-yoon offers Kim Seo-jun a deal with huge perks, even waiving tuition and any payment. Seo-jun suspects strings attached and asks what duties he must perform for Seo-yoon in return. Seo-yoon explains he must compete under their academy's name before passing the Pro Hunter exams and publicly represent the academy. Seo-jun admits the offer would solve his worries but demands to know why she is pushing so hard. Seo-yoon bluntly says she is recruiting him because she recognized his potential. Her steady confidence makes it clear she is serious about investing in him. Seo-jun decides the proposal is acceptable and signals he is willing to proceed. He frames their arrangement as a mutually beneficial partnership rather than charity. They formally introduce themselves as Kim Seo-jun and Park Seo-yoon and seal the deal with a handshake. Seo-jun senses their partnership will eventually become something binding and consequential for both of them. The next day begins with Seo-jun receiving a call that something changed at his workplace. His co-worker Manchil angrily asks what Seo-jun did yesterday because the team leader was suddenly replaced. Seo-jun recalls asking Manchil to complain to the company about the leader, not expecting the man to be fired immediately. Manchil insists the leader would never resign voluntarily, but everyone is relieved he is gone. Manchil shifts to the real question, checking whether Seo-jun is on his way to the Hunter Academy. At the academy, Seo's staff hands Seo-jun his temporary hunter license. Seo-yoon confirms it was issued just yesterday, and Seo-jun realizes the academy truly pulled strings for him. Holding the license, Seo-jun feels he has finally taken a first step toward becoming a pro hunter. He declares this is only the beginning and asks Seo-yoon to teach him how to raid dungeons. Seo-yoon refuses to lecture and instead moves straight to practical training, leaving Seo-jun confused. She tells him to pick a comfortable training weapon from those prepared so they can start immediately. Seo-yoon smirks, clearly planning to test him hands-on. She reveals she already booked a raid appointment for him, anticipating he would need real experience. Inside the dungeon, a kobold lunges, forcing Seo-jun into his first real combat moment. After he downs one, Seo-jun complains Seo-yoon followed him despite their agreement not to meddle, and she says she cannot neglect their only cadet. Seo-yoon calls it a special one-on-one reserved for the academy's hopefuls, and Seo-jun accepts the honor. She warns him not to get careless even if the dungeon only has kobolds, while Seo-jun notes it is perfect for a beginner to experiment. Seo-jun reasons that, as with the manticore, monsters' mana defenses can be pierced, making this dungeon useful for him. He reflects that normal attacks without mana should bounce off barriers, yet his situation seems different. A sudden danger sense triggers as another kobold attacks, and Seo-jun reacts instantly. The kobold's charge continues, but Seo-jun stays composed and ready to counter. Seojun swings with precise timing, committing to a clean strike. His non-mana attack lands effectively, confirming his fighting style works despite his inability to use mana. He checks his phone and celebrates as multiple lecture progress rates increase from the fight. Though the gains are smaller than with the Manticore, Seojun decides even modest increases from easy kills are worth it. He proposes speeding up the grind, and Seoyun watches him with wary disbelief. Seojun realizes he is essentially grinding experience like in a game, and commits to farming the dungeon. He charges into more kobolds with growing confidence, leaving Seoyun trailing behind. Seoyun tries to process what she is seeing from Seojun's behavior. Back at the academy, Seoyun is stunned by how obsessively Seojun studies and mutters about advanced threats like Hydra poison. From Seon's perspective, he returns from the raid and then stares at a blank dark screen for hours, asking her not to look. She is baffled when he somehow makes the blank screen flash with strange effects she cannot understand. She concludes it is absurd that an untrained first-time cadet could slaughter kobolds like a veteran hunter. Seojun even turns corpse hauling into a cost-saving workout, further convincing Seoyun he is bizarrely intense. Seoyun worries she cannot hide having a new cadet from her grandfather forever and panics about keeping this situation under control. Late at night she doubts her decision as Seojun complains he still has lectures left past midnight. Meanwhile Seojun beams with satisfaction, energized by his progress. He checks his bank balance, and is amazed he earned $9,510 in a single day. He notes the payout is higher because he handled both corpse moving and dismantling himself, proving the effort had value. Still, he admits the time and effort are heavy, and he failed to finish all the lectures he planned. He considers hiring Manchel for logistics and even turning the corpse moving idea into a real service. He decides to contact Manchel later and wonders how to use the nearly $10,000 wisely. Walking home, Seojun thinks saving is fine but wants to invest the money strategically. He reviews that raids earn money and raise lecture progress, but the growth is slower than he expected and sometimes stops entirely. He asks himself if there is a faster way to get stronger, thinking of legendary figures like Sun Wukong. The thought hits him hard, and he stops as if a new path just opened. He blurts out Sun Wukong's name aloud, startling nearby pedestrians. A new lecture preview appears about staff and spear arts taught by the Heaven's Great Sage, and the system asks him to register to learn the Great Sage's OGP. Seojun eagerly hits register, convinced this is the breakthrough he needs. The registration fee appears as $27 million, instantly crushing his excitement. He freezes in disbelief, unable to process the number. The shock lands fully as he repeats the figure, stunned that it is $27 million. Overwhelmed, he collapses into despair, realizing he cannot afford it even as a future pro. He forces himself to postpone the lecture dream and asks whether the Transcension Academy sells any items instead. Deciding he cannot buy lectures, he resolves to at least obtain equipment, while passers-by avoid the strange man radiating intensity. The system reveals a transcendent shop that sells training equipment personally created by accepted students. Seojun reacts with alarm, sensing something huge in that offer. He sees legendary items listed like elixirs, the Aegis shield, and even the Lance of Longinus. Even if they are copies, he realizes they are still mythic-level gear and questions how this can be called training equipment. He reasons that if accepted students made them, they may have been crafted by transcended beings, making them extraordinary. The idea that he could obtain mythic items so easily feels unreal, and he starts thinking pragmatically about what he can use now. He chooses the copy Lance of Longinus as his immediate target. He commits to the purchase and triggers the system to calculate a price based on causality. The shop finalizes the item listing for the Lance of Longinus, preparing the cost. At the academy, Seoyun counts to her training routine, focused and methodical. She pauses mid-count, sensing something off as she continues her repetitions. Seojun trains frantically while thinking the lance should be worth millions, and Seoyun notices his desperation and asks what happened. The price appears as $100,000, and Seojun panics, realizing he cannot afford it and cannot even resell it. The system confirms resale is strictly prohibited, and Seojun abandons any shady plan to flip the item. He sinks into frustration that everything comes back to money, and even $100,000 feels impossible compared to the $27 million lecture. Seoyun approaches and brings up the academy contention, catching Seojun's attention. He admits he has heard of it but does not know details, so Seoyun explains it is a contest between academies to show supremacy. She hands him the relevant files, describing it as a place where an academy's level is evaluated. Seoyun explains the contention is a 4th-level league event, and strong performance can earn entry into higher leagues. She emphasizes the stakes are high because success increases applicants and government authorization, so academies send their best hopefuls. Seoyun makes clear that no academy holds back resources for this, and Seojun realizes why she is briefing him. Seoyun confirms his suspicion, pleased he understands the implication. She directly asks Seojun to participate as Dream Hunter Academy's representative. Seojun immediately sees the contention as a way to massively boost his lecture progress through intense experience. Treating it as valuable experience, he agrees to participate without hesitation. Seoyun is surprised he accepts so easily, and Seojun asks what participants usually do during the contention. She explains the evaluation combines dungeon raid scores with a cadet tournament score. Seojun realizes his monster fighting experience is limited to a manticore and kobolds, and he has none against other cadets. Determined to prepare properly, he looks for someone to spar with and glances towards Seojun. Seojun meets his look, sensing what he is about to ask. Seojun asks Seojun to spar with him, and she blurts out shocked disbelief that he means her. Seojun internally questions what she is doing as Seojun needles her pride, implying she might be afraid. Seojun thinks it is a great opportunity because Seojun is a B-rank hunter trained by the Sword Star. Seojun stands poised with her sword, her aura hinting at the gap between a pro and a novice. Seojun is excited to see her true strength, while Seojun asks if he is really serious about sparring. Seojun reminds him she is B-rank, testing whether he understands the danger. Seojun answers confidently that he knows, refusing to back down. He asks her to go easy on him and takes a ready stance with his staff. Seojun agrees to concede the first blow, inviting him to attack whenever he wants. Seojun lunges in, declaring he will not refuse the chance, and swings hard. Seojun calmly prepares to respond, still expecting a simple lesson. Their weapons collide with a sharp impact, signaling the spar has truly begun. Seojun finds the exchange awkward as Seojun's movement forces her to adjust unexpectedly. She notes his footwork is fast but sloppy, and his intent is easy to read. Seeing his predictable telegraphs, she intercepts his attack with effortless control. Seojun concludes she overestimated him based on the kobold dungeon and reclassifies him as just a cadet. Still, she cannot understand where his confidence comes from as she channels mana into a decisive strike. She commits to a single mana-infused blow meant to end the spar cleanly. Seojun declares it over as her attack surges forward. Her eyes widen as something about Seojun's response feels wrong. Seojun blocks the mana-laced strike with his staff, stopping it head-on and shocking Seojun. Straining under the pressure, Seojun admits the clash is brutally tough but holds the block. Seojun is stunned that he blocked an attack containing mana when his weapon should have been knocked away. She realizes the weapon should have been deflected from his hands, yet it stayed locked in place. Seojun counters with a kick and notes she should have been able to put her sword to his neck by now. Seojun is thrown back, and Seojun is unsettled because the fight is not unfolding as expected. They reset positions, Seojun watching him carefully as he steadies himself. Seojun's expression sharpens as he decides to change gears. He announces he will go at it for real, abandoning his earlier restraint. Seojun senses the momentum shift as his attacks suddenly become faster and sharper. She braces and blocks a flurry, forced onto the defensive by his new tempo. Seojun recognizes the stark difference from before as his pressure starts to matter. A lesson-like directive forms in his mind: make obvious attacks to control the opponent's responses. He recalls further guidance to mix in feints and adapt tactics against thinking opponents rather than monsters. Seojun launches a high-speed aerial strike, forcing Seojun to raise her guard. He keeps his attacks obvious to bait predictable defenses, watching Seojun's reactions closely. Following the instruction, he pulls his staff back as if spinning it toward himself to set up the next sequence. He slams in again with a sharp follow-up, continuing the pattern to corner her guard. The strategy works as Seojun is pushed into a position where she cannot block his real attack. The final instruction hits: when the time comes, put everything into the next strike. Seojun's eyes glow with focus as he commits fully, unleashing his strongest blow. Seojun's danger sense screams as she sees the real attack coming too late. A massive blue impact erupts, blasting through the space with destructive force. Seojun staggers in disbelief, unable to understand what just happened. She gasps as Seojun crashes into the wall amid rubble, blood spraying from the impact. Panicking that she used full power by mistake, Seojun rushes to check if he is okay, and he weakly insists he is fine. Seojun laughs it off and says he ended up losing, confusing Seojun with the word ended up. Seojun is incredulous that he thought he could win against a B-rank hunter, even in a spar. She reminds herself that fighting a hunter is completely different from fighting monsters, struggling to interpret his attitude. Seojun reflects that this gap is the difference between him and a pro hunter, and admits he has a long way to go. Checking his phone, Seojun confirms his lecture progress increased exactly as he predicted from the spar. He concludes the system rewards varied experiences and asks Seojun if she will be free until the tournament. He proposes sparring like this during downtime between dungeon raids, and Seojun is shocked he wants to do it again. Seojun says sparring with her helps a lot, and Seojun, despite guilt over hurting him, agrees because of his effort. By day's end, Seojun promises to help Seojun however she can, even offering him all the prize money if he wins. Seojun learns the academy tournament isn't just for prestige but also comes with prize money. Seojun tries to recall the exact amount as Seojun presses for details. Hearing the prize is about $100,000, Seojun's focus snaps into greedy determination. Seojun tells him the tournament date, baffled by his sudden intensity. When she says there are only 2 weeks left, Seojun panics at the short deadline. He immediately demands training gear and even asks to tear out building fixtures, leaving Seojun stunned. Seojun starts an absurd strength regimen by trying to lift a massive block, alarming Seojun. Seojun hurriedly redirects him to proper sandbags, admitting she can't keep up with his logic. Seojun vows he will absolutely claim the $100,000 no matter what. 2 weeks pass in a blur as the tournament day arrives. At the venue, crowds gather to watch hunters compete, and Seojun takes in the scale of the event. A nervous cadet with glasses arrives, relieved to finally be at the tournament site. He's surprised by how many spectators and participants have shown up. He overexplains to himself that scouts, guilds, mercenaries, and even government workers may be present, drawing odd looks. Remembering he's a participant, he asks a guide for the waiting room and is directed inside. He reaches the player waiting room and hesitates at the door. He freezes, unsure what to do next as anxiety spikes. Inside, surrounded by intimidating cadets, he feels too timid to even move. He gawks at the confident, heavily armed competitors and feels completely outclassed. Noticing one oddly calm cadet among the brutes, he's drawn to the contrast. The calm cadet stands out for carrying a shabby spear and improvised gear, confusing onlookers. People whisper that the shabby-looking participant must be from some obscure academy. They mock him as a forced entrant, while he silently decides to ignore them. The nervous cadet keeps watching, convinced the quiet spear user is just like him. He labels the spear user a fellow loner and feels sudden kinship. He rationalizes that the spear user is probably faking phone activity to hide being alone, just as he would. He stares with pity at Seojun, while Seojun senses he's being misunderstood. Seojun finally acknowledges the awkward approach with a flat greeting. The nervous cadet introduces himself as Lee Minji, and Seojun confirms his own name, Kim Seojun. As Minji tries to sit nearby, a hostile muscular cadet snaps at him, escalating tension. Minji identifies the aggressor as Jang Dukshul from Gochuri Academy, a power type who uses an axe. Dukshul and another cadet trade insults, making the waiting room even more volatile. Minji points out Dukshul's opponent is Lee Cholman from Mint Academy. Minji adds that Cholman is unusual for using twin daggers, while Seojun wonders why he's being briefed. Seojun remarks that Minji seems to know a lot, and Minji sheepishly admits he's just interested in gossip. Before the argument explodes, a stern red-haired cadet orders everyone to be quiet. His presence instantly suppresses the room's noise and aggression. The red-haired cadet introduces himself as Lee Junhwan of Revenant Academy and asserts dominance with few words. Minji explains Junhwan is the real favorite to win the entire tournament. Minji says Junhwan originally dismissed the competition as weak but joined after something happened at his academy, making his victory seem inevitable. Minji jokes it would be stranger not to know Junhwan, and Seojun awkwardly agrees. Minji mentions a rumor that the Sword Saint's granddaughter tried to scout Junhwan. He adds Junhwan rejected her offer, implying extreme confidence, while Seojun fixates on the name Seon. Junhwan privately fumes about being forced to compete with people he considers beneath him. He resents that even winning won't earn him recognition, only fulfilling his uncle's wish to raise their standing. Junhwan regrets not accepting the granddaughter's proposal once he realizes how annoying this tournament is. He recalls the cheerful recruiter and cynically thinks he should have exploited her connections and discarded her. Junhwan notices something that catches his attention. He spots Seojun and dismissively asks who the peasant is. Minji warns Seojun that Junhwan is staring, while Junhwan learns Seojun was someone Seon tried to scout. An announcement calls all cadets to finish preparations as the first match is about to begin. Minji notes the start is imminent, while Seojun stays silent and focused. Seojun reflects that he spent 2 weeks pushing Chiron and Xianyu lecture progress past 30% despite not feeling obvious power gains. He sensed a jump from 19 to 20% more than later increments, suggesting diminishing returns. He credits dungeon raids and sparring with Seon for filling his lack of real combat experience. Seojun steels himself, convinced he can handle either monster hunting or duels. The first match is announced, and Seojun psychs himself up with the prize money in mind. He is dropped into the first event, a dungeon maze race, and realizes it's not a simple fight. A status window shows his lecture progress rates, confirming his preparation targets were met. The stadium announces the first round has begun, and the crowd erupts. In the stands, a photographer excitedly calls out to his senior to watch. The senior complains about sitting in a corner, distracted by the commotion. A hooded girl in a cap bumps into him and apologizes, trying to stay unnoticed. Asked if she knows him, she dodges and asks instead about the first round details. The senior explains it's a dungeon maze race where attacking other cadets is forbidden and the goal is simply to escape. He speculates monsters inside the maze provide clues and that hunting them may help find the exit. He frames the event as a test of key dungeon raid skills like navigation and judgment. The photographer urges him to look at the big screen as action unfolds. On the Jumbotron, Junhwan annihilates a monster with overwhelming sword technique, shocking viewers. Junhwan's cold focus shows he's operating on a level beyond the other cadets. Spectators praise his movements as far above a mere cadet and demand to know who he is. The hooded girl confirms he is Lee Junhwan, widely believed to be the guaranteed winner. She's unsettled that Junhwan is here at all, as if his presence disrupts expectations. Recognizing someone nearby, she panics and resolves not to be exposed as the Sword Saint's granddaughter. Back in the maze, she worries about whether Seojun is doing well. Seojun tests the maze by striking a wall with his spear and feels the resistance. He concludes the walls are reinforced to prevent brute force shortcuts. Accepting that, he decides to solve the maze the normal way rather than breaking through. He places his hand on the wall to guide himself. He considers that with enough strength he could break a wall, but instead recalls Theseus and thinks a simple maze escape trick might work. A sudden sensation makes Seojun pause, as if something is calling his attention. He reaches a three-way fork and must choose a direction. He thinks of the wall-following rule that eventually leads to an exit, but worries about how long eventually might take. As he starts to follow the left wall, a strange intuition interrupts him. An indescribable feeling surges, making him question what's happening to his senses. He admits he doesn't understand it, or why it's happening. Despite planning left, he feels compelled to take the opposite path and wonders if this is Chiron's intuition training manifesting. He steals his expression, deciding to act on the sensation. He steps forward, still uncertain but moving anyway. He commits to trusting his intuition, and his status window remains visible as if validating the choice. Seo-jun finds it weird that his body seems to decide before his mind does. Announcements reveal other cadets are being eliminated by monsters, confirming danger elsewhere in the maze. Seo-jun wonders why nothing is happening around him as he keeps advancing. He suspects his intuition might be steering him away from monsters entirely. He jokes to himself that if this grows stronger, he might end up seeing the future in combat. Minji catches up and warns Seo-jun to be careful, while Seo-jun brushes off the concern. Seo-jun notes he met people instead of monsters, and Minji asks why Seo-jun emerged from that corridor and whether he knows the route. Horrified by Seo-jun's go-with-the-feeling approach, Minji insists he'll lead using proper maze-solving methods. Minji explains the left-hand and right-hand wall-following methods as reliable solutions for complicated mazes. Seo-jun refuses, saying it takes too long, and questions why Minji is following him at all. Minji declares they're comrades in the same lonely situation, leaving Seo-jun confused. Minji admits he joined alone and assumed Seo-jun did too, explaining why he approached first. Minji suggests weak participants should pool strength together, and Seo-jun reacts skeptically. Seo-jun questions being called weak but decides to indulge Minji by showing him something exciting. Minji proudly shows a photo of his younger sister, and Seo-jun gives a non-committal response. Minji tries to leave on that note, but Seo-jun walks off, and Minji desperately clings to him to stay together. Seo-jun notes Minji's tenacity and considers that a young awakener would naturally be scared alone in a place like this. Minji insists it's dangerous to travel alone, and Seo-jun grudgingly acknowledges he did provide useful info earlier. Seo-jun reminds himself Minji is still a competitor for $100,000 and asks if Minji's family came to cheer him. Minji reveals his parents are dead and only his younger sister remains, shifting the mood. A bleak memory flashes of hardship and confinement, hinting at Minji's past. Seo-jun goes quiet, gripping his spear as he processes the confession. Minji panics that he ruined the atmosphere and hurriedly apologizes, claiming he only meant his sister is too young to watch. Minji reaffirms they really are comrades in similar circumstances. Seo-jun, still unsure, allows Minji to follow if he wants. Seo-jun warns that there is no team and the first place prize money belongs to him alone. Minji hesitates but continues trailing behind Seo-jun anyway. Minji calls out to go together, refusing to be left behind. He struggles to keep pace, shocked by how fast Seo-jun moves through the maze. Seo-jun points out Minji is the one who insisted on following, ignoring his complaints. Minji is baffled by Seo-jun's lack of hesitation, as if Seo-jun is certain of the route. Even Seo-jun seems momentarily surprised by how naturally he's navigating. Minji gasps that they've hit a dead end just as he finally caught up. Seo-jun checks the wall and asks if this is the place he sensed. He presses his hand firmly against the wall, startling Minji who can't tell what he's doing. Minji watches in confusion as something about Seo-jun's action seems to trigger a result. The stadium announces the first maze breaker has appeared with a new record time of 27 minutes 12 seconds. Spectators erupt, insisting it can't be Junhwan since he's still fighting, and demand to know who broke through. The hooded girl realizes the name being called might be Seo-jun and starts to say it aloud. Minji also begins to blurt Seo-jun's name, risking drawing attention. The Jumbotron reveals first place is Kim Seo-jun, and Seo-jun casually notes he met no monsters, calling it a waste of experience points. Minji reels at how he ended up with Seo-jun and how that led to escaping the maze. The official results display Seo-jun in first at 27:12, Minji second, and Junhwan only third. Back in the waiting area, everyone gossips about the impossible time and the unknown dream academy that produced Seo-jun. Junhwan, irritated and distracted by the noise, admits it was unexpected that he placed third. Junhwan approaches Seo-jun directly, studying him with suspicion. The room falls silent as Junhwan stands over Seo-jun, and Seo-jun wonders what he wants. Seo-jun senses Junhwan scrutinizing him from head to toe and prepares for trouble. Junhwan's stare hardens, unreadable and assessing. Junhwan cuts off Seo-jun's attempt to speak and dismisses him as nothing special. Others echo the idea that Seo-jun was just lucky, trying to rationalize the upset. Seo-jun ignores the jealousy and focuses on finishing his lectures as an official enters to speak. The official announces the second round of the contention is about to be explained. He declares the second round will be a one-on-one tournament, banning mana-infused weapons but allowing mana body strengthening. He adds judges will stop fights if a cadet can't continue and confirms 32 people advanced, setting up a round of 32. With questions over, the official prepares to reveal the matchups as Seo-jun and Minji wait tensely. Suddenly someone announces they will forfeit, shocking Seo-jun. In the stands, the hooded girl admits she nearly got caught and tries to slip away. She cringes at having shouted Seojun's name in surprise, amazed he took first place. Deciding to return once the commotion dies down, she worries about what kind of matchups will be announced next. At the tournament venue, people realize the bracket has jumped straight to the semifinals because nearly everyone who advanced has already forfeited. Whispers spread that the sudden forfeits have killed the betting scene, making the whole event feel pointless to gamblers. At the counter, someone claims betting is pointless anyway since Lee Junhwan is expected to win, but the odds are too low to be fun. A mysterious hooded figure shocks everyone by placing an enormous bet of $1 million on Kim Seojun. The room erupts in disbelief at the reckless wager, drawing all attention to the cloaked bettor. A nearby cadet dismisses Seojun as a lucky nobody from the obscure Dream Academy, and wonders who would back him. The hooded bettor's ominous presence unsettles onlookers, who can't figure out his identity or motives. Seojun, holding his spear, senses the atmosphere turning dull and tense as the forfeits pile up. Moments earlier, one cadet publicly announced he would forfeit, triggering stunned silence among the remaining competitors. Seojun's anxious friend Minji notes that forfeiting is common in League 4 since only top cadets usually matter. Rumors paint Lee Junhwan as dangerously violent, making cadets fear serious injury and decide the risk is not worth it. With too many strong contenders and big-name academies present, weaker cadets conclude they would only become stepping stones. The idea spreads that forfeiting is the cleanest option, and the crowd's resolve collapses. One after another, cadets join the wave and declare forfeits, accelerating the mass withdrawal. Even more cadets forfeit in a chain reaction, leaving Seojun and his friend awkwardly watching it happen. In the end, only 5 cadets remain in the tournament, and the last holdouts are mocked for lacking endurance. The first semifinal is set as Kim Seojun faces the axe-wielding Jang Dukchul. The other bracket pairs Lee Junhwan against Lee Minji, while Lee Chomin advances by default with a bye. Minji nervously asks whether Seojun's earlier first-round placement guarantees overall first if he reaches the finals. Seojun notices Minji trembling and asks why he is shaking so badly before the match even begins. Minji panics about facing Lee Junhwan, but Seojun points out he still looks lively enough to fight. Seojun challenges Minji's defeatism, implying he is worrying about losing before even trying. Minji blurts that he already knows he will lose, and Seojun bluntly suggests he should forfeit too if that's his stance. Minji admits he cannot bring himself to forfeit, just as staff announce Seojun and Dukchul are to head to the arena. Seojun tells Minji to fight to the end if he won't forfeit, because he might still win. Seojun grabs Minji's wrist, stopping him from sinking further into fear. He pulls Minji up and steadies him, forcing him to face what's coming instead of hiding. Minji asks if Seojun truly has no concerns about the danger ahead. Seojun answers that he has none, treating the fight as a chance to gain valuable experience. Minji can't understand Seojun's mindset as Seojun casually leaves, promising to return with prize money. The announcer opens the 63rd Academy Contention second tournament, praising that only the toughest remain after the mass forfeits. Seojun is introduced as the mysterious new record holder from the dungeon maze, and he wonders if Seojun is watching. As Seojun's opponent is introduced, a threat is directed at him that his luck will end here. Jang Dukchul boasts that tricks are useless before overwhelming strength and declares he will crush Seojun. Dukchul mocks Seojun for being unlucky to advance only to meet him, while Seojun calmly refuses to be rattled. Seojun coolly suggests they'll see who is truly unlucky once the match begins. At the start signal, Dukchul charges in furious, promising to make Seojun regret his confidence. Seojun remains composed, reading Dukchul's approach without flinching. Backstage, Minji hears the match has started and tenses up, worrying about how Seojun will do. Minji tries to focus but can't stop thinking about others, even as the danger of his own upcoming fight looms. He forces himself to stop worrying about Seojun, realizing he must prepare to face Junhwan next. Junhwan waits with cold impatience, radiating hostility as he anticipates his match. Minji shakes as Seojun's earlier words echo in his head, pushing him to fight rather than surrender. Overwhelmed, Minji clenches his fist and curses his own fear. He tells himself that named academy elites like Dukchul, Chomin, and Junhwan are on another level from nobodies like him. Minji decides he should forfeit before he gets hurt, while Junhwan's looming presence makes the thought feel inevitable. The arena erupts as Seojun overturns expectations and the first semi-final ends almost instantly. The announcer declares Dream Academy's Kim Seojun the winner, leaving Dukchul stunned on the ground. Junhwan dismisses the remaining cadets as trash amusing themselves, clearly unimpressed by the spectacle. Junhwan's eyes harden as he watches, his irritation sharpening into contempt. Minji approaches Junhwan with his sword, visibly nervous under Junhwan's stare. Minji tries to speak but hesitates, his courage faltering in front of Junhwan's cold aura. Junhwan's anger simmers as he prepares to deal with what he sees as an insult to his status. Back in the arena, Dukchul swings with full force, but Seojun slips away cleanly. The crowd marvels at Dukchul's power, yet Seojun keeps evading as if the blows are nothing. Even Dukchul realizes Seojun's performance isn't just luck, and confusion creeps into his aggression. Dukchul wonders what Seojun is, unsettled by how effortlessly his attacks are neutralized. Dukchul admits he has attacked non-stop to exhaustion, but Seojun has brushed everything off. Panting and furious, Dukchul can't understand why none of his attacks are working at all. Dukchul unleashes a powered-up strike, determined to force Seojun into a corner. Seojun deflects and sends Dukshal's massive axe flying, instantly flipping the fight's momentum. The axe crashes down away from them, and Dukshal freezes as he realizes he has been disarmed. Dukshal collapses backward in shock, unable to process how quickly he was beaten. The announcer emphasizes the match ended in the blink of an eye, while Dukshal stares in disbelief at his loss. Seojun stands over Dukshal as the victory is confirmed, and Dukshal can't accept losing in a contest of strength. Seojun privately sighs in disappointment, checking his progress gains and finding them smaller than he hoped. He complains that the progress rate barely increased and that mass forfeits reduced the fights he needed for growth. Seeing his limited time and resources, Seojun worries he won't finish his goals before his free pass runs out. Seojun resolves to win the prize money to buy a weapon and renew his free pass, making victory non-negotiable. Minji rushes in excitedly praising Seojun's strength, and Seojun dryly notes, he never claimed to be weak. A staff member interrupts to announce the second match is ready and tells them to come out when called. The names are called, Cadet Lee Minji vs Cadet Lee Junhwan. Junhwan orders Minji to get out of his way, treating him like an insect. As Junhwan walks off, Minji calls after Seojun, reminding him of their earlier talk about being alike in the maze. Minji confesses he felt kinship with Seojun and was both happy and jealous when Seojun beat Dukshal. He admits he feels unlucky and talentless compared to Seojun, believing he can't match that kind of strength. Minji insists he still wants to be a brother his little sister can be proud of, just as he's summoned to the arena. Seojun tells Minji to do his best, and Minji answers with shaky determination. Seojun watches with a faint, confident smile, trusting Minji to at least try. As the match display appears, Minji vows to meet Seojun in the finals, trying to borrow Seojun's courage. Junhwan scoffs at Minji's self-encouragement, already irritated by his presence. Junhwan snaps at Minji for mumbling, demanding he stop being annoying. Junhwan complains he was forced into this embarrassing tournament, as officials repeat the rules before the fight. Junhwan sizes up Minji with disdain, seeing him as an unworthy brat of an opponent. Junhwan's glare sharpens, signaling he intends to dominate rather than compete fairly. Minji steps into the spotlight with his sword, trying to stand firm despite trembling. Junhwan calmly judges Minji without fighting, deciding he is easy prey. In Junhwan's mind, Minji is a helpless creature at the bottom of the food chain, meant only to be consumed. Junhwan imagines himself a predator, and labels Minji nothing but fodder. He convinces himself Minji advanced only by luck and should know his place. Junhwan believes he should have taken first in every round because he is above everyone else here, yet something still nags at him. Minji grips his sword with both hands, visibly shaking, while Junhwan curses the situation under his breath. Junhwan impatiently asks when they will start, and the referee says the announcer will begin shortly. As the second match is introduced, Minji gulps and repeats that he can do it like Seojun did. Junhwan decides there's no need to drag things out, and plans to end it instantly. At the commencement, Junhwan bursts forward in a blur, declaring he'll finish in a flash. Junhwan's first strike lands hard, snapping Minji's head back and staggering him. The announcer praises Junhwan's fast, precise assault while noting Minji looks overwhelmed and outmatched. Junhwan continues pressing, treating Minji like a pest to be swatted aside. Minji forces himself to act like he believes, meeting Junhwan's blade with his own despite the fear. A heavy hit sends Minji reeling, his glasses flying as blood spills from his mouth. Minji collapses to his knees in pain, and the crowd wonders if the match is already over. Junhwan looms over the fallen Minji as Minji thinks he is about to lose. Minji admits it isn't about winning anymore because he is no match for Junhwan at all. As Junhwan approaches, Minji despairs that he can't do anything despite his resolve to become strong like Seojun. Tears and breathless rage mix as Minji clings to Seojun's name as his last anchor. To everyone's surprise, Minji pushes himself back up, refusing to stay down. Minji tells himself it's enough if he can land just one meaningful strike. He stomps forward, committing to a single decisive attempt. Minji swings with everything he has, determined that even the tip of his blade must reach Junhwan. Junhwan stands still as the attack comes, confident it won't matter. The clash echoes across the arena, drawing a roar from the crowd. The announcer declares there was no upset and names Revenant Academy's Lee Junhwan the winner as Minji falls. Spectators praise Junhwan as expected and mock Minji for being no match. Even while acknowledging Junhwan's skill, the aftermath shows blood and the cost of his brutality. Junhwan pauses, startled to find blood on his own face, as if something actually hit him. He realizes Minji's attack reached him, and the crowd's murmurs swell at the unexpected detail. Junhwan scoffs, calling Minji a pest, but his glare betrays wounded pride. Humiliation boils as Junhwan fixates on the fact that nobody dared to hurt an elite like him. Junhwan tells the referee he will forfeit, confusing officials since the match is already decided. Instead of leaving, Junhwan lashes out again, striking the down Minji while the referee shouts. The crowd reacts in shock as Junhwan declares he can't tolerate this place, or its weaklings anymore. Junhwan rants that accepting fools like Minji is why they're stuck in League 4, venting his contempt publicly. The referee warns Junhwan the match is over and threatens action, but Junhwan claims forfeiting and asks if they aren't angry too. Junhwan plants his foot on Minji's head, pinning him down in a cruel display of dominance. He sneers that pests keep crawling up without knowing their place, justifying his violence. As Junhwan prepares to continue, Seojun suddenly intercepts, blocking the strike with his spear and stopping him cold. Seojun admits he waited because they would meet in the finals anyway, but says he has changed his mind now. Seojun tells Junhwan he deserves to be beaten right now for what he's done. Seojun orders Junhwan to move, forcing him to step off Minji and back away. Junhwan, confused by the command, is told again to move his foot as Seojun holds him at spear point. Junhwan pretends innocence about the foot on Minji's head, testing whether Seojun will actually challenge him. Seojun makes it clear he won't tolerate it, and Junhwan pushes back, asking what if he refuses. Seojun knocks Junhwan away in a single motion, creating space and ending the immediate threat to Minji. Junhwan clicks his tongue as Seojun kneels to check Minji, while the referee calls out to see if Minji is conscious. Junhwan mocks Seojun's concern as a pathetic sob story between pests, while Minji weakly calls Seojun's name. Seojun confronts Junhwan directly, asking if it's really fun for him to look down on people like that. He demands to know why Junhwan would trample someone so helpless, refusing to let the cruelty slide. Junhwan answers that it disgusts him to see a pest not knowing his place, framing his contempt as simple truth. Seojun challenges that worldview, asking if Junhwan is saying pests are not allowed to dream, which Junhwan ridicules as naive. From the stands, people call the scene a mess and question why officials are not intervening as the argument escalates. Staff admit they were ordered from above not to step in and to simply watch, even though they don't understand why. In the audience, Seojun watches anxiously, whispering Seojun's name as the confrontation turns dangerous. Junhwan laughs at Seojun for being an imbecile and lectures that only the capable succeed by crushing others. He insists dreams have no place in that process, only winners and losers, trying to break Seojun's ideals. Seojun reflects that he once thought like Junhwan too, carrying Minji as he recalls his own hard-earned, bitter past. He remembers 9 grueling years becoming a pro hunter, constantly hitting walls of reality, and resenting his lack of money and talent. Seojun recalls concluding that hard work only maintained the status quo for him, and he often wondered if giving up earlier would have changed anything. Back in the present, Seojun asks the referee to take care of Minji as he admits fear and doubt used to control him. As the referee calls out to Cadet Seojun, Seojun steps forward with his spear, ready to confront what comes next. As the lesson lands that people often crumble when reality hits, Seojun refuses to be shaken and challenges what that means for him. He insists this isn't something to dismiss with casual judgment, signaling he won't accept being written off. Ignoring the official's protests that he's breaking rules, Seojun charges straight at Junhwan to force the issue. Even as someone screams for him to stop, Seojun commits to the attack, escalating the confrontation in front of everyone. Junhwan only sighs, treating the chaos as beneath him and showing contempt rather than caution. With a cruel grin, Junhwan mocks the situation as a joke, confident Seojun can't threaten him. Their weapons collide violently as Junhwan meets Seojun's rush head-on, turning it into a real fight. They trade insults at close range, each framing the other as inferior prey unworthy of respect. Seojun springs in with a kick while keeping his spear ready, trying to break Junhwan's rhythm. Junhwan whips his sword through with aggressive momentum, pressing forward to overwhelm Seojun. The exchange explodes across the arena as Seojun's counterforce sends Junhwan skidding back, surprising onlookers. Seojun realizes Junhwan is far stronger than expected, shattering his earlier confidence about not losing to Dukshul. Junhwan's predatory focus sharpens as the fight intensifies, making the present moment feel more dangerous than theory. Seojun forces himself to stop overthinking and instead move by instinct, trusting his sharpened senses. He drives his spear into Junhwan's torso line, landing a clean hit that jolts Junhwan's composure. Junhwan's eyes widen in shock, registering that Seojun can actually hurt him. They reset at distance amid debris and dust, both now treating the other as a genuine threat. When officials try to intervene, Junhwan roars them down and declares himself a predator above prey, refusing restraint. Seojun's gaze turns eerily intense, making Junhwan feel he's staring into the eyes of an equal hunter. Junhwan is rattled by seeing predatory eyes like his own on someone he considers a pest, and it destabilizes him. Junhwan laughs off Seojun's ideals as empty fantasies, trying to reassert dominance through ridicule. Seojun closes in and challenges Junhwan to keep talking once reality hits, daring him to prove it with force. Seojun blocks a crushing strike with his spear, the impact blasting rubble and proving his defense is real. Junhwan can't believe Seojun stopped that attack, and the shock turns into anger as the clash grinds on. Junhwan wonders if he's imagining it, because Seojun keeps meeting his sword with improving precision. Seojun pivots and sweeps, forcing Junhwan to adjust and preventing him from dictating the pace. Junhwan notices Seojun is rapidly learning to block more of his attacks, like watching a monster grow mid-fight. That realization unsettles Junhwan, who senses the balance shifting as Seojun adapts in real time. Their blows land in quick succession, both taking damage as the fight turns brutal and personal. They separate again across the scarred arena, each reassessing after the violent exchange. Junhwan realizes Seojun actually pushed him back, and the humiliation fuels his rage. Junhwan's fury erupts as he powers up, signaling he's about to cross a line to win. Seojun recognizes Junhwan has formed an aura sword and panics because he still can't control mana to match it. As people scream for Junhwan to stop, he declares he'll kill Seojun, and Seojun decides running is the safest move. Yet Seojun hesitates, feeling that fleeing would betray everything he's built toward and refusing to accept that ending. A mentor's story begins, recalling the Chu Kingdom War and a student asking why he once charged enemy lines alone. The mentor explains they asked if the battle was already doomed, implying he fought despite certain defeat. He admits it was a lost cause and the first time he despaired, terrified not of death but of losing. Even so he fought, and when asked why, his answer is simply that he did. He clarifies it wasn't heroics but necessity, something he had to do regardless of outcome. His advice to the brats is to fight like mad and believe in victory even when defeat seems certain, as Xianyu once did. He warns that even mountain-moving power is useless without that fierce spirit, because without it you will lose. That unbreakable fighting spirit is what let someone rise to become the Hegemon King, defining true dominance. The lesson lands on Seojun. Strength plus world-overturning resolve is what decides who rules, not fear or calculation. Seojun surges forward in a blue aura rush, shocking Junhwan by refusing to retreat despite the killing intent. Junhwan grits his teeth, furious that Seojun is still coming at him. He screams that he's the predator who crushes pests, trying to drown out his shaken pride with violence. Both launch simultaneously. Red aura sword against Seojun's blue-charged spear, committing to a decisive collision. Junhwan curses Seojun to die as he swings with lethal intent, fully abandoning restraint. Seojun roars back and drives his power through the spear, meeting the killing blow head-on. Their energies crash in a massive impact that tears up the ground and sends shockwaves through the arena. The blast expands, swallowing the fighters in dust and force as spectators struggle to see what happened. A huge explosion blooms overhead, the arena shaking under the pressure of their clash. In the stands, people reel and stare, stunned by the scale of the impact. The dust cloud thickens and the crowd anxiously wonders who won, unable to see through the debris. As the dust begins to settle, Seojun turns his head, alert for movement. Seojun stands over Junhwan, who lies sprawled and defeated, his sword arm slack and the fight clearly decided. Seojun braces on his spear, exhausted but upright, confirming he endured the final exchange. Junhwan lies unconscious and bloodied, his earlier arrogance reduced to silence. From above, the arena shows the aftermath, Junhwan down, Seojun standing amid the wreckage. Seojun steadies himself, breathing hard as the crowd's noise swells around him. Junhwan stirs faintly but remains beaten, his hand dropping as his strength fails. The stadium erupts in cheers at the sight of Junhwan's defeat, the outcome finally visible. People call Seojun's name in disbelief, recognizing he just did something extraordinary. Seojun, watching, is stunned that someone who struggled against mana weapons weeks ago can now form an aura spear. She tries to process it, barely able to believe what she witnessed. In the stands, a hooded figure appears behind her, drawing her attention with an ominous presence. Seojun realizes the hooded person is someone she saw at the gambling center earlier, and she's confused why he's here. The hooded man panics, insisting this outcome is impossible, as if a fundamental rule has been broken. Seojun finds his reaction strangely excessive, like he's responding to some cosmic law being violated. She thinks it over, connecting his earlier behavior to what's happening now. She remembers he bet on Seojun winning, which makes his current shock even more suspicious. When she looks again, the hooded man is gone, vanishing before she can confront him. Later at sunset, Seojun walks away from the arena alone, battered and carrying his spear. He exhales wearily, the adrenaline fading as he processes what just happened. Officials inform Seojun he's been disqualified, abruptly undercutting the victory he earned in combat. They explain Junhwan had already forfeited and Seojun still intervened in what wasn't an official match, ignoring repeated warnings. Seojun accepts the rule violation but wonders why organizers didn't stop Junhwan sooner, sensing something off. He asks what will happen to Junhwan, prioritizing consequences over his own punishment. They rule Junhwan disqualified for attempted murder with an aura sword and ban him from the Pro Hunter exam for 5 years. In the end, Lee Choman wins the tournament by default, Minji takes second, and Dukchul ends up third as Seojun walks on. Seojun notes his progress rate skyrocketed during the fight, especially Xianyu's lecture passing the 50% mark. He suspects the strange power he felt came from crossing that 50% threshold in Xianyu's teachings. Thinking it might let him take another lecture, Seojun checks his phone, only to be tapped on the shoulder. Seojun catches up and calls out to him, worried but relieved to see him standing. She asks if he's hurt, and Seojun assures her he's sturdier than he looks despite the bandages. Seojun relaxes, grateful he's okay, while Seojun falls briefly silent. Seojun apologizes for intervening, and Seojun asks what she's apologizing for. She admits she might have cost him the win by stepping in, but Seojun tells her she owes him no apology. Seojun instead checks on her well-being, confused why she'd blame herself for stopping a murder attempt. Seojun points out he seemed interested in the prize money, making him realize what he forgot in the chaos. Seojun suddenly remembers the prize and reacts with a loud, pained realization. He blurts out his plan to buy the Lance of Longinus, and worries about needing another lecture pass, while Seojun asks what he'd do with the money. Seojun admits he was going to buy a weapon he'd been eyeing, and Seoyun quietly takes note. Seoyun says it's fine, accepting his motivation without judgment. Seojun confesses he has regrets but believes he'd regret it more if he hadn't stepped in back there. Seoyun studies him, surprised by his sincerity and resolve. She tells him the money problem will work out somehow, trying to ease his anxiety. Minji comes running up shouting for Seojun, and Seojun recognizes him immediately. Minji pants and asks if Seojun is leaving, and Seojun confirms that's the plan. Minji hesitates, struggling to say what's on his mind as he faces Seojun. He steels himself, eyes trembling behind his glasses, preparing to ask something important. Minji asks if he can become like Seojun through hard work, laying bare his insecurity and hope. Seojun considers the question seriously, not dismissing it with empty encouragement. Minji waits tensely, desperate for an honest answer. Seojun pauses, choosing his words carefully rather than offering a quick comfort. Seojun tells Minji it will probably be difficult, refusing to lie about the harshness of the path. He explains Minji's talent lags behind what pro hunters require today, and that dreams alone can't brute force reality. Seojun advises him not to fixate on becoming a hunter, reminding him he can excel elsewhere and he's still young. Minji laughs awkwardly and admits Seojun has a point, the honesty landing harder than praise. Minji says he only came to say a final goodbye, implying he's giving up on the dream he chased. Seojun stops him and tells him not to let anyone decide his limits, whether it's Seojun or anyone else. He warns people will call Minji talentless and say he'll never succeed, but those judgments are not destiny. Seojun emphasizes that others' opinions don't have to become Minji's reality, urging him to keep agency over his life. He leaves Minji with a simple rule: if you want something, do it, and Minji breaks down in tears. Seojun waves goodbye and promises to visit Minji with his little sister someday, turning the farewell into a future. As they walk, Seoyun admits she's surprised by this side of Seojun, while he jokes he's just meddling again. Seoyun says she thinks it's cool and declares herself his fan, and Seojun dryly suggests she'd be better as a student. Seoyun regrets not suggesting their dream academy to Minji, realizing she missed a chance to help him. She watches Seojun walk away, quietly thinking over what she could have done differently. Seojun continues down the street at dusk, scratching his head as he moves on from the day's turmoil. Seoyun repeats the thought of their academy, visibly touched by the idea of bringing someone in. Deciding on the spot, Seoyun offers to buy Seojun a weapon as a substitute scholarship and drags him toward her grandfather's workshop. They arrive at a traditional-looking workshop compound, suggesting a place with craftsmanship and history. Inside, footsteps echo as they enter, the atmosphere shifting from streetlight warmth to serious selection. Elsewhere, Seo Munchil asks if the headmaster is present, and is told he's meditating and won't see anyone. Munchil insists it's an emergency and demands the headmaster be told he's here, overriding protocol. A door slides open abruptly, signaling the headmaster's attention has been forced. Munchil announces himself as Seo Munchil, the Sword Saint's close aide, pressing the urgency of his visit. The headmaster coldly reminds him he ordered no interruptions, making clear Munchil has angered him. A crushing pressure floods the room as the headmaster's aura pins the men down, demanding to know if his orders are being ignored. Munchil can barely move under the unbelievable force and blurts that Lady Seoyun participated in the recent academy tournament. The headmaster's expression tightens, the name catching his interest despite his irritation. He repeats Seon's name and confirms the report, shifting from anger to focused curiosity. As Munchil says they're still gathering details, the scene cuts to Seoyun excitedly showing weapons while Seojun evaluates them. The narration notes she seems to have recruited a new student, while Seojun rejects option after option with growing pickiness. Back with the headmaster, he decides he will handle the matter himself, refusing to delegate. Sword Saint Park Minchil declares he must personally see what kind of person Seojun is, setting a direct confrontation in motion. At Dream Academy, a counter ticks up toward 5,000, building anticipation as if marking a milestone. Seojun grips his spear, preparing to strike as the moment of reaching the number arrives. The counter hits 5,000 as Seojun completes the action, implying a threshold has been met. A system-like notice declares the daily task complete, and Seojun exhales while Seoyun watches him closely. Seon's stare sharpens into open suspicion, making Seojun feel judged even without words. Seojun mentions feeling a sharp glare on the back of his head, and Seoyun dismisses it as his imagination, while clearly not amused. She calls him out for being desperate to change equipment yet buying nothing after being overly picky at the workshop. Seoyun labels him a liar and notes he normally wouldn't refuse or care what others think, while Seojun admits normal weapons feel lacking after seeing transcended craftsmanship. Seojun blames his bad luck on causality, realizing even the Lance of Longinus price jumped, and he can't just ask for cash instead. He concludes causality punishes rewards not earned through proper hard work, making him afraid to take shortcuts. Seoyun glares in silence, unimpressed by his excuses and waiting for a real answer. She asks what kind of mana cultivation technique he uses, and Seojun repeats the term in confusion, realizing he lacks even that basic framework. Seoyun tells Seojun that to properly handle mana he must learn a mana cultivation technique, and his combat results suggest his potential is far above low class. Seojun realizes he has never actually learned any formal mana cultivation method despite using mana in fights. He's reminded that a mana cultivation technique is a method for using mana more efficiently. He learns these techniques vary widely, are ranked by efficiency, and are often patented as proprietary hunter methods. Seojun reflects that gaining access to such techniques is why he aimed for an expensive elite academy. When he asks about the Sword Saint's technique at Dream Academy, Seoyun admits it is forbidden by her grandfather. Instead, Seoyun reveals she teaches a mana cultivation technique she invented herself, stunning Seojun. Pressed on why he asked, Seojun awkwardly plays it off as curiosity while privately reassessing Seon's talent. He accepts that mana cultivation is fundamental and recalls how lacking mana use hurt him in his fight with Junhwan. With time to spare, Seojun decides he should take a lecture focused on mana, while Seoyun senses he is dodging something. Seoyun chooses not to pry further and simply tells him to keep training as she leaves. Seojun asks where she's going, and she says she has business to handle. He jokes about her having business at all, and she snaps back, reminding him to lock up if he leaves before she returns. Seojun agrees and starts thinking seriously about which lecture to take next. Outside Dream Academy, Seoyun waits for news about Seojun's mentor and feels annoyed at being made to check on him. Seojun begins a lecture titled What is Mana?, which frames mana as a force that can overturn the world's strict causality. The instructor is Archmage Merlin, who promises that learning mana will let him truly see the world. Seojun flinches as the lecture interface activates on his device. Merlin's lecture announces that completing it will grant a skill, and Seojun braces for another mind-bending lesson. Merlin abruptly stops explaining and orders the students to begin practicing. A daily task appears demanding he manifest 1,000 mana orbs, and Seojun is shocked it counts as daily training. Despite the absurd number, Seojun decides to attempt it. He focuses and draws out mana, a faint aura rising as he tries to shape it. He finds sensing and controlling mana manageable thanks to Chiron's training, but shaping it into a form is extremely difficult. Merlin explains that using mana means bridging imagination and physical reality by convincing the world it is natural. Merlin builds suspense, calling the next concept the prime example of this principle. He reveals the key is manifesting mana as aura, a unique power beyond ordinary forces. Seojun feels something gather between his hands as the concept clicks. He recognizes the sensation as the start of real manifestation. A bright mass condenses as his mana takes visible form. Seojun successfully creates a mana orb and blurts out his surprise at the result. He stares at the tiny orb, unsure if it truly counts. Merlin seems unimpressed, and Seojun worries his small orb might not satisfy the task's requirement. Still, Seojun reassures himself he will improve with time and practice. A terrifying presence bursts in as an older man storms into the room, startling Seojun mid-practice. Seojun turns, confused, asking who the intruder is. The man is identified as the Sword Saint, who came to see the new student at Seon's academy. Noticing the orb, the Sword Saint recognizes it as condensed mana and judges Seojun's talent exceptional. He immediately assumes Seojun joined Dream Academy to exploit his granddaughter, Seoyun. Under crushing pressure, Seojun introduces himself as Kim Seojun, while the Sword Saint demands his identity. Seojun nervously admits it's surreal meeting the famous Sword Saint in person. He mentions Seoyun just left on business, which makes the Sword Saint react sharply to her name. The Sword Saint's expression hardens, taking Seojun's mention of Seoyun as confirmation of his suspicions. He challenges Seojun's calmness, and Seojun doesn't understand what he means. The Sword Saint notes his killing intent should paralyze anyone below S-class, yet Seojun remains standing. Seojun realizes the pressure may be tied to his unwavering heart, and is ordered to state his true objective. Trying to defuse the situation, Seojun asks what the Sword Saint is talking about. The Sword Saint insists someone with Seojun's talent could go anywhere, so approaching Seoyun must have a motive. He advances with the threat, demanding the truth as his aura intensifies. Seojun panics and insists there's a misunderstanding, trying to explain himself. The Sword Saint scoffs that Seojun is giving in too easily and declares the situation dangerous. Without warning, the Sword Saint swings, blasting Seojun away with a strike that doesn't even unsheath the blade. Seojun reels as he realizes the Sword Saint's attack was effortless yet overwhelming. He struggles to comprehend the gap in power, stunned and frightened. Elsewhere, Seoyun arrives at the main clan house and is told her grandfather is not there. She asks when he will return, but the staff only suggests Councilman Seo might know and offers to call him. Seoyun worries because she wanted to discuss Mr. Seojun with her grandfather. She urgently wonders where her grandfather has gone. Back at the academy, the Sword Saint orders Seojun to speak, pressing him again. Seojun steadies himself under the demand to reveal his objective. At the clan house, Seoyun repeats in disbelief that her grandfather is absent. The staff confirms the headmaster is away and again suggests contacting Councilman Seo. Seoyun realizes she can no longer keep Seojun hidden after the tournament, and feels the situation turning bad. She resolves to confront the issue directly and asks them to call Councilman Seo as someone announces her arrival. Councilman Seo appears, surprised to see Seoyun at the main clan house. He says he was about to contact her, leaving Seoyun confused about why. Councilman Seo explains he came to see her grandfather. He reveals the headmaster went to Seon's academy, shocking her. Seoyun bolts in alarm, realizing the confrontation is already happening without her. Councilman Seo and the staff are left wondering why she ran off so suddenly. Seoyun sprints toward the academy, blaming herself for letting her guard down and for his early visit. She steels herself that no matter what, she cannot let the two meet alone. Seojun, tense and bruised, watches the Sword Saint carefully for an opening. The Sword Saint studies him with cold suspicion, unshaken by Seojun's resistance. Seojun realizes too late the Sword Saint arrived before Seoyun could intervene, and the room is already wrecked. Seojun is bewildered by the Sword Saint's bizarrely overwhelming technique. He notices the Sword Saint attack using the scabbard, swinging without drawing the sword. Seojun concludes the Sword Saint is trying to restrain rather than kill him, which gives him a sliver of hope. He begs for a pause and asks who the Sword Saint really is, insisting it's a misunderstanding. The Sword Saint points out Seojun has already manifested mana, undermining his claim of innocence. He accuses Seojun of lying despite his impressive movement, and refuses to accept the misunderstanding excuse. The Sword Saint attacks again, calling Seojun a shameless liar as Seojun blocks with his spear. Seojun pleads that he doesn't know what Seoyun said and begs the Sword Saint to calm down. As the Sword Saint insults him, Seojun panics, unable to pinpoint what he said to trigger this hostility. The Sword Saint declares Seojun never intended to talk things out and calls his words lies. Seojun falls silent, realizing reasoning alone won't stop the assault. He decides to fight back anyway, shifting his stance with grim resolve. Seojun judges the Sword Saint could have killed him instantly, so he gambles on surviving long enough to prove something. The Sword Saint's legend is emphasized as his aura looms like a dragon behind him. Seojun thinks the Sword Saint is closest to his ideals, and sees this clash as a rare chance to test himself. He grips his spear and commits to pushing his limits despite the danger. The Sword Saint watches him with contempt, calling him a scallywag as Seojun's intent sharpens. The Sword Saint senses Seojun's atmosphere change as the young man becomes more serious. He reflects that he has met countless hunters over decades and measures them by their eyes. He notes, only one person has kept fierce eyes even when facing him, implying Seojun is unusual. Seojun's footwork and control impress the Sword Saint enough to acknowledge his skill. Still attacking, the Sword Saint repeats the core accusation. Why did Seojun approach his granddaughter? Seojun blocks another invisible heavy blow, and curses that he cannot even sense the attack properly. He focuses intensely, trying to read the Sword Saint's movements through sheer perception. The Sword Saint's killing aura swells again, dwarfing Seojun and reminding him how close he is to death. Seojun admits even a simple strike from the Sword Saint is beyond his comprehension. Determined, Seojun decides to find out how long he can last and launches a flurry of attacks. The Sword Saint stands nearly still as Seojun's rapid strikes whirl around him to little effect. With minimal motion, the Sword Saint deflects and controls the exchange, unbothered. Seojun darts in and out, trying to create an opening with speed and angles. The Sword Saint dismisses Seojun's effort as trivial and swats him away again. Seojun refuses to let it end there, sensing something missing and pushing himself for one more chance. He realizes tricks won't work and that his only hope is striking while the Sword Saint is still holding back. Breathing hard, Seojun prepares for a single decisive attempt. He commits to ending it in one go because he knows he will not get another shot. Seojun panics over how to do it, searching desperately for a method that can reach the Sword Saint. He lunges in close, but the Sword Saint slips behind him and controls his balance with ease. The Sword Saint continues to dominate the clinch, turning Seojun's momentum against him. Seojun recalls Merlin's lesson about using will to convince the world and make imagined power descend into reality. He channels that idea into a desperate grappling hold, trying to restrain the Sword Saint with aura. Seojun unleashes everything he has in a single burst, shouting his attack as mana surges. A massive shockwave erupts from Seojun's strike, filling the room with violent aura. When the dust clears, Seojun is on his knees while the Sword Saint remains standing, untouched. The Sword Saint looks down in silence, barely acknowledging the attempt. Seojun winces, admitting the counter and impact hurt badly. The Sword Saint declares Seojun has shown his true colors, while Seojun protests that he was attacked first. Seojun complains that talking makes his injuries worse and asks when Seoyun will arrive. Hearing Seon's name, the Sword Saint's aura darkens as he agrees to indulge Seojun's request. He announces he will personally deliver death, escalating from restraint to lethal intent. Seojun realizes he is completely outmatched and thinks he is finished. Seoyun bursts in and shouts for her grandfather to stop, halting the killing blow at the last moment. She demands to know what they are doing, shocked to find them fighting. Seoyun, furious and shaken, addresses her grandfather directly. A staff member fusses over Seojun's bruises while he insists it's not a major injury, just painful. The Sword Saint mocks Seojun for being wimpy, and Seojun snaps back that anyone would be crushed by the Sword Saint. Seojun taunts the Sword Saint about hitting him again as Seoyun stands between them to prevent another strike. Seoyun is stunned by Seojun's audacity and the chaos her grandfather caused. She admits she has never seen anyone talk back to the Sword Saint and demands to know why Seojun was beaten first. Seoyun orders her grandfather to stop, asserting authority despite his reputation. She apologizes to Seojun for what happened, but he tells her it's fine and she doesn't need to apologize. Seoyun bows deeply, promising to explain everything later and repeating her sincere apology. Seojun suddenly notices something off, reacting with a sharp, silent realization. Seoyun looks troubled as the Sword Saint stands behind her, arms crossed, still imposing. Seo-jun decides to get checked at the hospital, and Seo-yun insists she will cover the treatment costs out of guilt. Seo-yun says she will be on her way and thanks Seo-jun for understanding as she prepares to leave. She pauses, conflicted, as if weighing what to say next. Seo-yun turns back to address her grandfather, gathering courage. She asks him to talk, initiating a long overdue confrontation. They face each other in tense silence, the air heavy with unspoken history. Seo-yun admits she chose to confront him but now struggles to speak, recalling years of being warned not to get close to suspicious people. She finally states firmly that Seo-jun is not suspicious, contradicting her grandfather's assumptions. The Sword Saint challenges her, demanding what she could possibly know. Seo-yun reflects bitterly that for 31 years her grandfather has dismissed her opinions with the same cutting words. She recalls that even founding the Dream Hunter Academy as a compromise never freed her from her grandfather's interference. She remembers how her grandfather would always cause trouble whenever she accepted a new student, driving them away in fear. Seo-yun admits she understands why her grandfather is harsh and why she couldn't stop people from leaving, yet she still can't accept letting Seo-jun go. Her grandfather coldly orders her to settle the matter by tomorrow, implying consequences if she fails. Seo-yun's refusal hardens into open defiance as she decides she will not comply. She insists Seo-jun is different from the others, challenging her grandfather's usual assumptions. When pressed, Seo-yun blurts out that she refuses to let Seo-jun leave, shocking even herself with the intensity. She confronts her grandfather head-on, demanding to know why she must always obey him. Seo-yun argues it has been less than a month and declares the academy is hers, not his to control. Trying to rationalize, she claims she has no special feelings for Seo-jun and no shared history with him. Yet watching Seo-jun walk away leaves her with an unsettling pull she can't explain. She realizes that odd feeling is a desire to stay with him longer. Her grandfather scolds her for throwing a tantrum, but she snaps back that she doesn't care what she doesn't know. Seo-yun admits she can't answer why she feels this way yet, hinting at confusion rather than certainty. She decides the only way forward is to find out what this feeling is. She declares she won't live under her grandfather's shadow forever, and he refuses to accept that. Even as she steels herself, Seo-yun wavers for a moment under the weight of what she's doing. Her grandfather stares her down, unsettled by her sudden resolve. A tense silence hangs as Seo-yun holds her ground. She apologizes for raising her voice, but the apology doesn't soften her stance. Seo-yun leaves, stating she will not do what he wants this time. Left alone, her grandfather murmurs her name, shaken by the change. He wonders if she has ever asserted her will so strongly before. A sudden dungeon break erupts in the city, unleashing monsters and panic as civilians flee. An aide rushes in to report an incident to the headmaster. The report reveals the victim is his son, jolting him with dread. Grief and shock wash over him as he processes the loss. A memory surfaces of young Seo-yun, small and alone, looking up at him. He recalls losing his son to a dungeon break and then facing Seo-yun, now left without her father. He decided she needed strength to defend herself, and that decision shaped everything afterward. He admits that is why he became so strict with her. Even though she disliked swordsmanship, he forced relentless training so she could become a hunter, even in A class. He dismissed her own dreams, insisting all his teaching was meant for combat, not a quiet life. When she resisted, he shut her down and demanded obedience. The two stood back to back in bitterness, either willing to yield. He knowingly widened their emotional rift for years, believing it necessary. Now he recognizes the consequence of that choice in her rebellion. Alone in the empty hall, he names it for what it is, rebellion. Morning arrives with the city's ordinary sounds, contrasting the turmoil inside the academy. Seo-jun approaches on foot, heading toward the academy with purpose. He adjusts the long case on his back as he walks, ready for another day. Seo-jun reassures himself he's fine and that today's task should be manageable. The calm street scene lingers, a brief pause before more conflict. Seo-jun jokes about surviving the Sword Saint's earlier beating, admitting it could have been worse without Seo-yun's intervention. He reflects that he hadn't known Seo-yun carried such a heavy past. He recalls that Seo-yun called him last night and explained the situation in broad strokes. Her call covered her current circumstances and the strained relationship with her grandfather. She also hinted at what happened to previous students, deepening the unease. Seo-jun senses she withheld details, but he still understood her feelings and why the Sword Saint hated him. Even so, he decides understanding doesn't excuse being attacked and thinks the Sword Saint owes him an apology. He arrives and resolves to prevent a repeat by confronting the Sword Saint directly. His system notes his lecture progress increased from the beating, making him conflicted about wanting it to never happen again. He half considers that another beating might be worth it for the progress boost as he greets the Sword Saint. Seo-jun braces, sensing the Sword Saint's presence and mood. The Sword Saint tells him to stop hovering and come inside. Inside, the Sword Saint sits cross-legged with his sword nearby, asserting control of the space. He orders Seo-jun to sit, and Seo-jun worries he's about to be beaten again. The Sword Saint recognizes Seo-jun has made some kind of deal with Seo-yun. Seo-jun challenges him to confirm the full truth, and the Sword Saint insists he had nothing to hide. Seo-jun believes him, but the Sword Saint is baffled by Seo-jun's strength and talent for a mere cadet. The Sword Saint admits Seo-jun inexplicably makes his anger rise, then asks where Seo-jun thinks he's going. Seo-jun says he wasn't leaving, only planning to train, which sparks an idea in the Sword Saint. The Sword Saint decides to watch Seojun train to figure out what he's hiding and allows him to proceed. He admits the only thing he's certain of is that something about Seojun doesn't add up. Watching Seojun stare at a blank phone screen for hours, the Sword Saint concludes the boy is not in the right state of mind. He asks if Seojun is meditating, and Seojun awkwardly says it's something similar. The Sword Saint lectures that meditation strengthens mind and heart, and scolds Seojun for being excessive earlier. He grows irritated that Seojun seems uninterested in his teachings. To provoke a reaction, the Sword Saint offers to personally teach Seojun, which surprises him. Pleased at Seojun's immediate response, the Sword Saint admits his pride pushed him to offer instruction, until Seojun bluntly declines. Seojun adds that the Sword Saint is interrupting his progress and asks him to wait until later, infuriating him. Seojun arrives to speak about yesterday, trying to address the tension. She freezes when she sees her grandfather with Seojun, and he calmly acknowledges her arrival. Her grandfather says she came just in time, while Seojun demands to know why he visited again. Seojun threatens him not to bully Seojun again, but he whispers that Seojun is simply not right in the head. He rambles to Seojun about Seojun's disrespect, still stung by being dismissed. He declares Seojun's behavior is bizarre and writes him off as nuts, while Seojun continues unfazed. Seojun asks what exactly is weird, and her grandfather insists she can't seriously think Seojun's current behavior is normal. Seojun gently says she used to think it was weird too, implying she's changed her view. She smiles softly, signaling she's starting to enjoy Seojun's presence rather than fear it. Stepping forward, Seojun announces herself to Seojun, taking his side openly. Seojun greets her and asks when she arrived, and she checks on his condition instead of focusing on the conflict. The Sword Saint fumes that he dislikes Seojun, but notices Seon's obvious enjoyment and can't accept it. Seojun laughs with Seojun, and the Sword Saint is stunned that their conversation seems genuinely fun for her. Her laughter continues, deepening his disbelief. He realizes he has never seen Seojun smile like that before, and it unsettles him. Seojun keeps laughing warmly, while her grandfather turns cold and silent behind her. The Sword Saint's shock hardens into anger. He sees that Seojun dares to act this way around Seojun. He interprets Seojun's easy rapport as targeting his precious granddaughter and starts to move. An aide urgently interrupts, pulling the Sword Saint's attention away. The aide reports the Order of Truth has requested a meeting with the Sword Saint, which he dismisses with contempt. He says there's no need to go and tells them to come in person if they want something. The aide clarifies that Sir Kalia personally re-requested the meeting, startling the Sword Saint. Worse, Kalia specifically asked that Kim Seojun come as well. Everyone reacts in shock as Seojun looks up, confused by the sudden focus on him. Seojun points to himself, incredulous that he's being summoned. He processes that Kalia is looking for him, raising suspicion and curiosity. The Sword Saint accuses Seojun of being tied to the Order of Truth and demands how Kalia even knows him. Seojun recalls seeing a suspicious hooded man at the Academy's gambling house and wonders if that person is involved. The Sword Saint doubts Kalia would care about something trivial, while Seojun admits he knows nothing about the hooded figure. Seojun complains about the hassle of going, and Seojun is exasperated by his attitude. They explain the Order of Truth's immense status and that Kalia is the successor to the Apostle of Chastity, making the invitation extraordinary. Seojun argues it means nothing to him since Kalia is a stranger and he'd rather train. The Sword Saint begins to understand why Kalia is so highly regarded, sensing calculation behind the request. The aide reveals Kalia predicted Seojun might refuse, implying he anticipated this exact reaction. Kalia prepared a message. If Seojun comes, he will be given $100,000 to reconsider. Seojun is stunned that the offer matches the exact amount he needs, wondering how Kalia knew. They outline the Order of Truth as a powerful faith that worships truth itself, led by the veiled Grand Voice. The 7 apostles are introduced as central collaborators embodying virtues like chastity, diligence, and temperance. Their authority grew after the Cataclysm, when their proclaimed truth became treated like divine words. During the Cataclysm, they combined forces with countless heroes to restore peace and expand their influence. The narration hints the most decisive moment of that era is still to be revealed. That decisive moment was the subjugation of a giant berserk monster. When the world thought the Cataclysm was ending, the monster appeared, so powerful that even all heroes together were helpless. Only the Grand Voice and the 7 apostles defeated it, becoming the key to ending the Cataclysm. In the present, the meeting is set at a hotel on the outskirts of Seoul. At the hotel, the Sword Saint notes the accommodation seemed plain for such a global religious power as he arrives to meet Kalia with Seojun. A hooded attendant greets Seojun by name, confirming they expected him. The attendant invites them inside, saying Sir Kalia is waiting. As they walk, Seojun suspects the money offer was bait tied to his misprize, but it still doesn't explain why Kalia has been watching him. They stop at a specific room, and the Sword Saint wonders whether Kalia knows something about him or about Transcension Academy. The attendant tells them to wait briefly, and the Sword Saint resolves to investigate Kalia's intentions afterward. Seated, the Sword Saint mutters that Kalia is acting as if he knew they would come. Someone asks if the Sword Saint already knows Kalia, prompting a tense pause. The Sword Saint admits this is his first time meeting Kalia in person, surprising Seojun, who assumed familiarity. He explains he saw the Apostle of Chastity during the Cataclysm but never met the successor face to face. Seojun reflects that he keeps forgetting the Sword Saint is a legendary hero, not just Seon's grandfather. Seojun asks about the Cataclysm and the Grand Voice, noting the Grand Voice only appeared during the Berserk subjugation. He presses whether the Sword Saint has ever met the Grand Voice, and the Sword Saint grows wary. Seojun answers plainly that he has not met the Grand Voice. The Sword Saint admits he only ever saw the Grand Voice from afar, never close enough to know more. Seojun senses someone approaching, his attention snapping toward the door. Kalia enters, greeting them with composed confidence. The Sword Saint complains that Kalia summoned them yet made them wait, challenging his manners. Kalia reveals himself as a blonde, blue-eyed knightly figure, confirming the name with calm authority. He is introduced as Kalia, the successor to the Apostle of Chastity. Kalia apologizes for the delay as spiritual preparation, and the Sword Saint bluntly dismisses it as nonsense. Kalia formally introduces himself as a believer spreading his God's words and walking the path of chastity, while Seojun tries to respond politely. Kalia thanks Seojun for coming, addressing him directly and respectfully. Seojun demands to know how Kalia knows him, and Kalia suggests clearing misunderstandings first by referencing the academy contention. Kalia explains a believer watched Seojun then praised him highly, so Kalia invited him to judge his greatness personally. Seojun doubts that simple curiosity is the real reason Kalia took interest in him. He presses for Kalia's true motive, and Kalia proposes they sit and hear the full story. The Sword Saint reacts sharply when Kalia brings up dungeon reconnaissance as the main topic. Kalia confirms he wants the Sword Saint to accompany him on a dungeon recon mission. The Sword Saint refuses, but Kalia counters that the Cataclysm never truly ended, implying a looming threat. The Sword Saint is shaken into silence by the implication. Kalia reports a distortion in a Korean dungeon and says the Sword Saint should understand what that signifies. Ignoring the Sword Saint's protests, Kalia states the Order of Truth has decided the dungeon must be investigated. The Sword Saint realizes this is why Kalia came to Korea in the first place. Kalia adds that succeeding in this mission would also solidify his position as the Apostle's successor, revealing ambition behind the request. In a tense meeting, the Sword Saint makes it clear he cannot be fooled by excuses blaming the Order of Truth. When asked for help, the Order of Truth side answers that any assistance depends on what they can gain. The Sword Saint notes they seem to want nothing from him, then pointedly brings up that their leader's granddaughter runs a hunter academy. The mention of the Order of Truth triggers the Sword Saint's anger as he starts to speak about them. His killing intent floods the room, silencing everyone and forcing the others to freeze under pressure. Seojun realizes his body goes numb and understands what the Sword Saint's true intent to kill feels like. The Sword Saint warns that if they involve Seojun again, he will come after them without restraint. Kalia quickly admits fault and apologizes to defuse the Sword Saint's threat. The Sword Saint accepts the apology with cold finality, leaving the room on edge. Kalia offers to grant one request, but the Sword Saint mocks the idea of trusting someone who could later deny the deal. Kalia proposes swearing on the Order of Truth's name to prove sincerity, catching the Sword Saint's attention. She argues the oath won't decide the Apostle's seat but insists he cannot ignore what he now knows, and he agrees to help if she swears. They perform the ritual of the Vow of Truth, formally binding the promise. With the oath complete, Kalia turns her attention to Seojun as the next matter to address. Kalia straightforwardly offers that the Order of Truth wants to sponsor Seojun. Seojun objects that he already has an academy, and Kalia clarifies they will support him without making him leave it. Seojun asks what he must give in return if he accepts their sponsorship. Kalia claims they expect nothing back and that simply having a relationship with Seojun is enough. Seojun tests her by asking what happens if he refuses, and she says they will do nothing, though he suspects strings will appear later. He calls the offer unattractive but says he will consider it if she answers one question truthfully. As Kalia agrees, Seojun abruptly stops her and prepares a strange question. Kalia wonders if he can really force a truthful answer and decides the oddity is too suspicious to ignore. Seojun suddenly moves, committing to his test. He thrusts his smartphone toward Kalia's face, startling her into focusing on it. Seojun asks what she can see on the smartphone screen right now. Kalia hesitates, unsettled by the question and what it might imply. Seojun frames it as a question about souls and identity across reincarnation, implying the same existence persists. When Kalia questions his meaning, he repeats that he wants to know what she sees on his phone. Kalia calls it weird, while Seojun insists it is simple yet feels difficult for him personally. Kalia says she cannot force him to answer, leaving the choice to him. Seojun answers that the screen is black. Kalia confirms she also sees only a completely black screen and asks if that satisfies him, and he says it does. Kalia presses whether he will now view the sponsorship more positively, and he begins to respond. Seojun finishes by refusing the sponsorship anyway, smiling as if he has confirmed something. Later, Kalia stands alone at night, silently processing what just happened. She asks her subordinate Calcus whether he noticed any distortions, and he reports none. When she demands certainty, Calcus swears on the Order of Truth that his observation was accurate. Kalia concludes that Seojun seemed utterly ordinary at first glance. Yet she admits being shaken when he shoved the phone at her and asked if she could see anything. Feeling an unpleasant unease, Kalia considers reporting the incident to another apostle. She decides to simply watch Seojun for now and refocuses on the urgent dungeon distortion problem, noting 2 heroes remain uncontacted. She reflects that the Dark Saint and Soul Saint have not been seen, leaving their status uncertain. The thought of the missing 2 lingers like a dark interruption in her mind. Outside, the Sword Saint confronts Seojun for rejecting Kalia's proposal. Seojun says it left a bad taste, and internally notes at least Kalia seems unrelated to Seon's Transcension Academy. He adds he refuses goodwill from someone who hides their true intentions, while the Sword Saint praises Seon's honesty. Seojun asks what a dungeon distortion actually means, and the Sword Saint answers that it is magic power becoming warped. The Sword Saint explains distortions cause mismatches between estimated and real difficulty, often raising rank suddenly or triggering early dungeon breaks. Seojun is surprised such events occur, and the Sword Saint says they are rare nowadays. He adds distortions happened occasionally during the cataclysm, deepening Seojun's concern. Seojun worries Kalia's warning might still matter, but the Sword Saint dismisses it as a misunderstanding and insists the cataclysm is over. When Seojun asks where he is going, the Sword Saint walks off, telling him it is none of his business. The Sword Saint's footsteps carry him away, ending the conversation on his terms. Without turning back, the Sword Saint warns Seojun again that any suspicious move against Seojun will bring consequences. Seojun jokes that at least the warning acknowledges him, while the Sword Saint bluntly says he will be watching. The Sword Saint's patience snaps and he prepares to discipline Seojun with force. Seojun panics at the threat of another hit, then flees with a forced farewell as bystanders laugh. The Sword Saint fumes that Seojun is a hopeless scallywag. Seojun reflects that the Sword Saint always tries to solve things with strength, and vows to improve fast enough to face him. Back at the academy, Seojun returns earlier than expected, surprising Seojun. Seojun asks about his grandfather, and Seojun says the old man came up but then left. Seojun anxiously asks if the Sword Saint said anything, and Seojun reassures her nothing she feared happened. Seojun apologizes for her grandfather's meddling, and Seojun says the Sword Saint's harsh manner isn't necessarily bad. Seojun quietly considers his words, her expression softening. She decides the Sword Saint can change from here on. Seojun blurts that he can take a few hits if needed, then realizes how ridiculous that sounded as Seojun thanks him sincerely. An awkward silence falls between them as both struggle to respond naturally. Seojun breaks the tension by remembering Seojun's money troubles and asking about them. She says he talks about needing money constantly, and he sheepishly admits she is right. Seojun realizes money is urgent again with upcoming costs, and Seojun reveals she researched and found an opportunity that fits. She presents information about the 24th Dungeon Sweep Contest recruitment. Seojun repeats the name in confusion, trying to grasp what a Dungeon Sweep Contest is. Seojun explains it is a contest to clear neglected dungeons that have been left untouched. She adds those dungeons are ignored because they do not make money, which makes Seojun understand the premise. Seojun notes that unlike the Cataclysm era's duty-driven awakeners, modern pro hunters chase profit, leaving low-ranked tedious dungeons unattended. She warns that unrated dungeons eventually cause dungeon breaks that spill monsters, dangerous even if low-ranked. She explains the government once handled neglected dungeons with dedicated hunters to protect civilians, but using high-level pros for trivial monsters was inefficient, so the government created a new approach. Seojun confirms that new approach is this dungeon sweep contest, and Seojun agrees. Seojun says most neglected dungeons are manageable for cadets, and the contest also boosts academy evaluations, making it a clever system. She tells Seojun he could easily win first place, tempting him with confidence. She reveals first prize is $300,000, and Seojun realizes it also helps his lecture progress while rating. Seeing no reason to refuse, Seojun agrees to participate, and Seojun happily offers to register him immediately. Seojun notes she found all this without being asked, implying she quietly searched for ways to help him. He mulls over the contest, taking it more seriously than his initial excitement. Remembering how unexpected variables ruined him before, Seojun resolves not to underestimate the contest. He declares he will definitely win and asks Seojun about the contest's exact progression method. Seojun explains it lasts a week and participants receive a list of dungeon locations, then reserve targets through an app. She adds each reservation must be cleared within 10 hours and only one reservation can be held at a time to prevent hoarding. In simple terms, she says scoring depends on how many dungeons you sweep and how quickly, making speed the key. Seojun worries speed will be hard if they must handle monster corpses after raids, and starts thinking of shortcuts. Seojun tells him not to bother with corpses because they are not worth much, then abruptly realizes what he is planning. She accuses him of intending to handle corpses himself just for extra money, while he argues there are no rules against it. Seojun insists small gains add up and he cannot throw them away, but Seojun reminds him winning first prize is what matters. Seojun concludes that his greed is exactly why she said the contest would be difficult. Seojun decides the prize money is the priority, and tells himself not to be stubborn. He pauses mid-thought and asks Seojun to wait as he considers a better plan. Seojun asks for the exact rules so he can exploit nothing and avoid disqualification. A few days pass as the competition day arrives. On the day of the competition, Seojun checks his lecture progress and realizes some lectures have stalled, meaning he may need new triggers to advance. At the meeting point, Seojun asks if he installed the contest app, and he confirms he prepared everything. Seo-yoon notes his helper has not arrived yet, but Seo-jun insists the man is excellent at navigation and won't be lost. Seo-jun boasts that the helper, Mr., might even outdo the sword saint at finding routes, and Seo-yoon is surprised. Seo-jun spots the helper and calls out to him to come over. The muscular man arrives, teasing that Seo-jun seems eager to announce something to the whole neighborhood, and noting he came early. Seo-jun snaps back that being late would invite the man's endless nonsense. The helper shifts to business, prompting Seo-jun to state what he needs. The helper asks directly what Seo-jun wants him to do now. In a flashback, the helper reacts to Seo-jun's sudden call and is surprised by the proposal to work together. Seo-jun explains he wants the helper to move monster corpses and drive, while the helper agrees to participate. Seo-jun clarifies the helper will move corpses while Seo-jun dismantles them, since dismantling is what consumes the most time. The helper says the offer is fine but questions whether just 2 people can be fast enough given the contest's emphasis on speed. Seo-jun assures him it is not about splitting profits, and insists he genuinely needs the helper. Seo-jun notes that high-earning dismantling requires real skill, and he trusts Mr. Manchel to handle it flawlessly. A notification arrives, signaling the contest is about to begin. The dungeon sweep contest officially starts, and Seo-jun announces it to Seo-yoon and Manchel. Seo-jun tells Manchel to get to work and says goodbye to Seo-yoon, who cheers them on. Seo-yoon checks that Manchel remembers the rules as they prepare the truck for rapid movement. Inside the truck, Seo-jun reiterates that the contest is about clearing the most dungeons, so speed is paramount, and outlines the key elements. He lists the 2 essentials as raid clear speed and travel speed between dungeons. Since most targets are low-star monsters and dungeon shape barely matters to him, Seo-jun focuses on minimizing travel time. Manchel studies the phone, waiting for Seo-jun's plan. Seo-jun shows him the full list of contest dungeons and their locations. Seo-jun asks Manchel to plan the fastest route between dungeons, and Manchel is shocked he is being tasked with navigation. Seo-jun insists because Manchel is faster and more accurate than any navigation system, leaving Manchel overwhelmed. Manchel tells Seo-jun to hold on tight as he drives aggressively to maximize speed. A supervisor named Ghost Soo-jin yawns on duty, unaware of what is coming. Soo-jin checks the entrant and notes the person who just entered the gate is Dream Academy's Kim Seo-jun. Judging by the academy, she assumes Seo-jun is average and expects the dungeon to take about an hour. She notices a tag-along and worries about cheating, but since he claims he will wait outside and it is not against rules, she allows it. Still uncertain, she wonders if the tag-along is merely a driver. The gate suddenly reacts as Seo-jun returns, and he tells Manchel to get ready. Manchel praises Seo-jun's speed, but Soo-jin panics that outside interference during a raid is a clear rules violation. Seo-jun calmly says he knows the rules, implying there is an explanation for what just happened. He states he already caught all the monsters and declares the raid finished, inviting inspection. Soo-jin storms into the dungeon, furious and incredulous at the claim of a completed raid. Inside, she finds the dungeon littered with dead monsters, confirming a massacre occurred. She is stunned that it is true even though only 10 minutes have passed since he entered. Soo-jin demands to know what Seo-jun is doing as she sees him hauling a corpse. Seo-jun brushes it off while counting bodies, and Soo-jin can only think how insane this is. Back outside, Soo-jin asks if he is still doing that crazy thing as Seo-jun keeps tallying kills. Seo-jun insists he cannot miss his lectures, confusing Manchel, and vaguely says it is just something like that. Soo-jin asks Manchel how long dismantling will take, and he estimates about 15 seconds per monster given the low-value parts. Seo-jun praises Manchel and tells him to keep working while he continues bringing more corpses, and Soo-jin protests that dismantling now is outrageous. Seo-jun confirms he will dismantle immediately and asks if there is any problem, forcing Soo-jin to respond. Soo-jin hesitates, admitting no direct rule issue, and Seo-jun presses that then there is no problem at all. Seo-jun keeps counting as he drags more corpses in, rapidly stacking their numbers higher. Manchel begins dismantling at high speed, slicing through monster bodies with practiced efficiency. Blood sprays as the dismantling continues, leaving Soo-jin overwhelmed by the sheer pace and brutality. As Seo-jun and Manchel sprint off to the next dungeon, Seo-jun asks for the best next destination and Manchel directs them to move immediately. A stunned officewoman reels as she realizes she may have just witnessed something unbelievable. A red truck speeds off with 2 men laughing about efficiently pulling off their plan. A butterfly lands delicately, hinting at a calm moment amid the chaos. A relaxed staffer enjoys the sunshine and idly waits for the person who made a reservation to arrive. His wait is interrupted when a truck suddenly tears past, jolting him out of his calm. People shout for the truck to move as it barrels through, forcing bystanders to scramble. Inside a dungeon, eerie blue-eyed skeletons surge forward, signaling a deadly encounter. Kim Seo-jun coldly declares he will finish the enemies instantly and commits to the strike. He whirls his spear in a sweeping vortex, shredding skeletons in a single overwhelming motion. Outside, the burly driver casually tells him to proceed while holding the collected remains. A nearby official is shocked as he notes the skeleton count is unusually high. The driver rapidly counts off as more remains are tossed in, emphasizing their speed and volume. With the job done, the pair rushes off again, leaving the stunned observer behind. The official watches the truck disappear, struggling to process what just happened. A butterfly flutters onto the official's head, snapping him back to the moment. At the ministry, someone asks Assistant Manager Kim for the Dungeon Sweep Contest Progress Report. Assistant Manager Kim confirms he compiled it and left it on the team leader's desk, earning praise. The team leader begins reviewing the report to verify the contest standings. He sees Lee So-yeon of East Academy cleared 16 dungeons and assumes she must be in first place. The ranking list contradicts him, showing Lee So-yeon only in second, which confuses him. He wonders who could possibly have cleared 17 and starts searching for the real leader. The report reveals Kim Seo-jun in first with 32 clears, an absurd number that shocks everyone. The leader calls Assistant Manager Kim back, demanding an explanation for the impossible result. He insists the report must be wrong because 32 clears in one day should be impossible, and Kim acknowledges the issue. Assistant Manager Kim explains he investigated every site and found no discrepancies, confirming the number is real. He adds that Seo-jun's routing was flawless and each raid took only 10 minutes, which sounds impossible. The leader suspects Seo-jun might not be a mere cadet or may have received illicit help, but no rule violations were found. Still doubtful, he asks which academy the cadet belongs to. He learns Seo-jun is from Dream Academy, a small hunter academy in Seoul's Yunpyeong district. The name clicks for them as the staffer recalls it is run by the Sword Saint's granddaughter. An awkward silence follows as the implication of that connection sinks in. Nervously, they question whether the Sword Saint himself registered, and scramble to confirm. Elsewhere, Lee So-yeon formally apologizes for missing first place despite her strong performance. Her father berates her, warning the academy will suffer reputational damage if she does not win, and she vows to work harder. He presses her on whether 32 clears is even feasible, forcing her to confront the reality. She calculates that even with 10-minute clears, travel time makes 32 in a day effectively impossible. Her father suggests it becomes possible only if someone secretly assists, and she realizes what he implies. He orders her to keep doing her part, while he handles everything else behind the scenes. He frames the situation as an opportunity and asks if she feels it is unfair or cheap. He dismisses moral concerns, insisting everyone chases benefits, and that outcomes matter more than process. So-yeon listens in silence as he reinforces that only winners and their rewards matter. Her father probes whether she is still hung up on Jin-soo, and she denies it. He reassures her Jin-soo was foolish and tells her not to worry, and she promises she will not repeat such mistakes. So-yeon leaves the office, her expression hardening as she walks away. Alone in the corridor, she steels herself, clearly unsettled but determined. A memory surfaces of someone telling her a pro hunter must have principles they never compromise. In that memory, she rejects the idealism, arguing hunters now do it for money, while the boy insists her brother will inspire people. She recalls pleading with him not to say such embarrassing things because it would reflect on her. When challenged, she admits she finds her brother deeply embarrassing. The remembered boy faces her calmly, absorbing the sting of her words. His gentle smile lingers in her mind, contrasting with her bitterness. She snaps internally that if he is dead, he should stop appearing before her, revealing unresolved grief. Anger tightens her stride as she pushes forward, refusing to be softened by the memory. Meanwhile, Seo-jun complains that his whole body aches from the relentless pace. Manchul praises Seo-jun's hard work as Seo-jun dreads having to keep this up for another week. Manchul grumbles that route planning while driving is exhausting, but Seo-jun teases him that the money should help. Seo-jun checks the earnings and estimates they have about $7,800 after fees and taxes. He proposes a 50-50 split, but Manchul stays stone-faced at the suggestion. Manchul insists on a 70-30 split in Seo-jun's favor since Seo-jun fought and hauled bodies, while he downplays his own role. He threatens not to show up tomorrow if Seo-jun refuses, then calculates his own 30% and rounds it up to $2,500. Seo-jun questions the sudden increase, but Manchul tells him to accept it as gas money and a fair thanks. Seo-jun agrees, recognizing Manchul's gruff generosity. Seo-jun asks why Manchul is not surprised by his dungeon clearing speed, and Manchul assumes he means the money. Seo-jun clarifies he meant the raids themselves, and Manchul brushes it off as expected. Manchul reveals he watched Seo-jun fight in the academy tournament, surprising Seo-jun. Manchul says contacting him would have only added pressure, leaving Seo-jun quietly moved. Seo-jun reflects that Manchul always acts rough but supports him when it matters. He recalls Manchul helped him survive crushing debt after his parents died, and Seo-jun suggests Manchul start his own monster delivery business. Manchul rejects the idea for now, telling Seo-jun to ask again when he is truly successful. On day 2 of the contest, an official recognizes them as the rumored dungeon dismantlers. Manchul scoffs at the nickname, but the official explains it stuck because they do more than clear dungeons, they dismantle them completely. The official says there are no issues and urges them to keep doing what they have been doing. The updated ranking board shows Seo-jun far ahead with 73 clears, while So-yeon trails with 36. Seo-jun is confident they will win if they keep this pace, while Manchul says losing after all this would mean the contest is rigged. Seo-jun cheers Manchul on with only 5 days left, and Manchul notes, he still refuses to even say the word rest. Seo-jun promises to treat Manchul to an expensive meal if they win and suggests inviting Manchul's daughter Suk-seon too. Manchul laughs and says he will demand something extravagant, enjoying the rare lightness. Seojun feels everything is going smoothly and focuses on staying the course to the prize money. By day 3, Manchel notices something off while checking the reservation situation. He shows Seojun the screen, asking what is wrong with the nearby dungeon availability. Seojun reacts in shock as he reads the reservation map. The app shows every nearby dungeon reserved, leaving none available in their area. Seojun realizes the closest available dungeon is at least an hour away, threatening their pace. They conclude the reservations are clustered too perfectly around them to be coincidence, and agree something is fishy. Seojun suspects competitors are interfering, but decides they should head to any available dungeon while they confirm the cause. At the next dungeon and the one after, the same reservation blockade happens again, enraging Manchel. As a result, Seojun only clears 10 dungeons that day, and the gap begins to shrink. Seojun admits the situation is truly strange and increasingly threatening. A woman explains it is not random at all, blaming second-place Lee So-yeon's side for orchestrating it, though proof is hard. Seojun worries that even if he is leading now, continued interference could cost him first place. He apologizes to Manchel and suggests postponing dismantling work to focus on widening their lead, and Manchel agrees victory comes first. Manchel admits he cannot fix the distance problem and can only optimize routes, but interference could still ruin them. Seojun announces he has thought of a way to respond, drawing their attention. He proposes a new tactic with a confident grin, implying they can turn the situation around. Nearby, other participants gather and watch, sensing a shift in the contest's tactics. A suited man warns his group not to relax and explains that once Seojun reserves a dungeon, they must reserve all nearby ones to block him. Someone wonders how Seojun raids so quickly, but another dismisses it and focuses on exploiting the advantage. The organizer shouts that Seojun has made a reservation, ordering everyone to move and reserve the surrounding dungeons immediately. They coordinate to reserve within an hour's distance in staggered turns so it looks less suspicious while still boxing him in. A teammate notices something odd on the device and asks what it is. Confusion spreads as they realize the dungeon Seojun reserved is right next to the one Lee So-yeon is currently clearing. Someone panics and tries to snatch the device, realizing they may have made a critical mistake. They belatedly remember reservations cannot be cancelled for 10 hours and must be cleared, meaning their own blockade traps So-yeon too. The suited man trembles as the consequences of their rigid plan become unavoidable. Inside a dungeon, a powerful slash tears through a monster with overwhelming force. Lee So-yeon calmly walks forward after cutting down the threat, unfazed by the carnage. Outside, a black car waits, signaling her team's controlled, professional operation. So-yeon tells her driver she is finished and wants to move to the next dungeon quickly, astonishing him at her speed. The driver hesitates, unsure how to respond to her demand. Pressed, he awkwardly acknowledges her, and is urged again to start driving. He admits all nearby dungeons are already reserved, leaving him unsure where to take her, and she is visibly alarmed. The rankings update shows Seojun still leading, and he realizes they were baited into sabotaging themselves. Seojun concludes the opponent is deliberately reserving near So-yeon, so their blockade strategy backfires onto her. So-yeon reports to her father that if this continues she cannot surpass Seojun's score, frustrated by his counterplay. Her father tells her not to worry because he has devised a different method and orders her to continue as before. On day 5, So-yeon stands by a portal when someone approaches and calls her by name. She turns with guarded intensity, ready for confrontation. Manchel steps forward with Seojun behind him, claiming they are fellow victims of the situation. An official warns them that fighting between participants is forbidden and penalized, and Seojun insists he is only there for his reserved dungeon. So-yeon confirms Seojun's identity and introduces herself, setting a tense but formal tone. Seojun smiles politely, choosing diplomacy over escalation. He proposes they compete fairly regardless of who wins, insisting the contest began with good intentions. So-yeon bristles, saying he talks as if she is not already playing fair, while he denies accusing her. Seojun turns away with a self-satisfied calm, leaving So-yeon to watch him warily. So-yeon fixates on his words about good intentions, incredulous at the naivety. She coldly concludes there are no good intentions in this world and that his belief is laughable. Her worldview hardens as she reflects that humans act only for benefits, and never for justice or equality. She grips her sword, reaffirming that ideals like fairness are illusions in the pursuit of advantage. Back in the dungeon, she decides to finish quickly and leave as goblin-like enemies gather. Outside the portal, a staffer gushes that seeing the famed dismantling operation in person is incredible. So-yeon remains expressionless, unimpressed by the spectacle or the praise. Seojun and Manchel rapidly haul out multiple monster corpses in a practice routine, emphasizing their dismantling method. So-yeon notices Seojun is already done and is surprised he finished so quickly. Seojun asks if they can take the corpses she would otherwise discard, and she is momentarily confused by the request. So-yeon allows it without caring, and Seojun gratefully accepts. So-yeon watches as Seojun continues counting and collecting, trying to understand what he is doing. Seojun keeps hauling away bodies at speed while So-yeon stands behind him, increasingly perplexed. She finally asks why he is doing this, and he misinterprets it as a question about dismantling as exercise. Seojun laughs and answers that of course he dismantles to earn money, making his motive bluntly practical. So-yeon decides the exchange was pointless and walks away, declaring she wasted her time. She reaffirms her cynicism that hunters with good intentions do not exist, even as Seo-jun's earlier hopeful smile haunts her memory. She concludes that in this era being a pro-hunter is merely a job, nothing more. A violent surge of energy erupts, signaling a sudden escalation beyond the contest's normal dangers. A sword is drawn amid the chaos, as someone questions how a supposedly 6-star dungeon produced such a threat. A massive drake's corpse lies sprawled out, raising the alarming question of why a 10-star monster appeared at all. Investigators argue the estimate was definitely 6 stars and suspect a distortion, but another insists this is too extreme and blames the Truth Society. An older man grimly compares the situation to an incident 30 years ago, implying a repeating conspiracy. A knightly figure swears the Order of Truth did not scheme anything as the Sword Saint rages, and a bystander begs them to stop fighting. A young woman in a wide hat arrives, saying she followed them to investigate, while the Sword Saint demands to know why she is there and where the Magic Saint went. She is introduced as Young Jimin, the Magic Saint's apprentice, and she bluntly explains her master has health problems. A young witch teases an older man for sounding like a grumpy grandpa, setting a casual tone before the real problem sinks in. At a wreck site pulsing with strange purple energy, the group senses abnormal magic but cannot confirm it is a dungeon distortion. Asked if anything felt off during the fight, the veteran dismisses it as routine and gets called out for his arrogant attitude. Even if it is not a distortion, they agree the situation is too unprecedented to ignore since nothing like this has happened since the giant beast berserk incident. They conclude a similar anomaly in another dungeon is unlikely but still possible, leaving everyone uneasy. The witch insists they must investigate further rather than assume the danger has passed. Word spreads to recheck low-rank dungeon estimates, and staff on the ground identify a suspicious gate tied to unusual cases. Investigators discover 3 dungeon gates physically linked together in one place, an alarming escalation. They confirm this is the first recorded instance of 3 dungeons attached at once. A contestant arrives expecting his reserve dungeon, only to realize the gate's situation has changed under him. Another participant panics that he may have entered the wrong reserve dungeon, sensing he has made a costly mistake. A man casually apologizes for the mix-up, treating the confusion like a minor inconvenience while others fume. At Dream Hunter Academy, outrage erupts as people suspect the contest is being manipulated beyond coincidence. Kim Seo-jun's side suspects' interference has shifted tactics now that earlier methods no longer work, and they scrutinize the rankings. Seo-yun vows to file a severe complaint even using her grandfather's influence, refusing to accept the unfairness. A rule announcement reveals raid points can be transferred to the person who made the reservation, validating a loophole someone exploited. Kim Seo-jun notes the fix is late but at least prevents yesterday's losses from being completely wasted. He believes their opponents have lost a way to harass them, but his confidence is met with ominous silence. On the road, a suspicious driver blocks their vehicle and offers flimsy excuses, clearly trying to delay them from reaching dungeons. The stalling continues with a string of absurd apologies, confirming deliberate obstruction rather than bad luck. Despite the sabotage, the live raid ranking shows Kim Seo-jun has been overtaken again. An update says officials deny any connection to Lee Soyan, and the dungeon management team claims they will investigate later, which Kim's team reads as stalling. Digging quickly, they learn Lee Soyan is tied to a hunter academy led by headmaster Lee Suk-man, a name that raises alarms. They identify Lee Suk-man as a retired A-rank pro hunter acknowledged by the Sword Saint, implying deep influence despite questionable merit. Seo-yun bluntly says Suk-man's real power is connections, confirming their suspicion that politics, not skill, is driving the interference. They admit an investigation will likely reveal nothing until after the contest, and they cannot even reach the Sword Saint to intervene directly. With first place slipping away and no powerful backer available, the room sinks into dread over what to do next. Seo-yun apologizes to Kim Seo-jun, feeling she has not been helpful enough in stopping the sabotage. Kim Seo-jun insists she has helped a lot, and that they would be far worse off without her active support. Their teammate reassures Seo-yun that she has done her part, and that the rest is now on them to solve. He pointedly declares Kim Seo-jun must be the one to figure it out, pressuring him to reveal whatever plan he has. Kim Seo-jun answers with a confident, unsettling smile that suggests he has already decided on a counterplay. Another ranking shift triggers panic, and frustration boils over at how they keep getting overtaken. Elsewhere, Lee Soyan's camp realizes Kim is reserving only when near a dungeon, making his next target unpredictable, so they plan to block him by any means. They learn Kim can reserve and clear within 5 minutes, and propose bribing overseers for intel, escalating their desperation. But strict monitoring by the dungeon management team makes bribery ineffective, implying someone powerful is keeping the system tight. Lee Soyan's side demands to know which academy pressured management, and hears rumors it is run by the Sword Saint's granddaughter. The mention of the Sword Saint shocks the schemers, who realize they may be facing influence they cannot counter. At East Academy, leadership threatens punishment if they fail to win, ordering staff to find any workable method regardless of ethics. In the field, Lee Soyan surges ahead in points, showing she is aggressively clearing while Kim Seo-jun tries to keep pace. Kim Seo-jun responds by pushing his own score higher, briefly reclaiming the lead in a tight race. Lee Soyan continues clearing and closes the gap again, keeping the contest neck and neck. A decisive strike lands as the pace of clearing accelerates toward a final outcome. The ranking board updates to show Kim Seo-jun and Lee So-yeon tied for first place, forcing a resolution. Contest officials protest that a joint first place is unacceptable and convene an emergency meeting to decide the winner. Kim's side accuses Lee So-yeon of repeated cheating, while officials dismiss it as baseless speculation without proof. Tempers flare as Kim's camp insists the many accidents cannot be coincidence, but officials demand evidence and try to calm the room. Management announces they will not allow a shared first place, setting up a final match to break the tie. Because there is no definitive proof of Lee So-yeon's cheating, she cannot be penalized, and her camp smugly proposes a solution. Shin Young-sik, leader of the dungeon management team, arrives to oversee the tiebreaker personally. Kim Seo-jun is called forward as an official participant in the final match. Lee So-yeon is likewise summoned, calm and ready with sword in hand. Shin Young-sik explains that the final match rules will determine the contest winner once and for all. The two finalists face the 3 linked gates, weapons ready, as the tiebreaker begins. They are told each must choose one of the 3 dungeons to raid, leaving one dungeon unchosen. Victory goes to whoever clears their chosen dungeon first, and then raids the remaining dungeon, not merely the first clear. Shin admits they wanted a double dungeon but found none, so these linked gates are the closest substitute, and the leftover dungeon must still be dealt with. To avoid paperwork chaos, officials accept the odd format and confirm all 3 are rated 2-star, letting the finalists decide freely. Kim and Lee size each other up, both wary that even now someone could be scheming. Kim asks to choose first, and Lee grants permission without hesitation. Kim chooses the rightmost dungeon, and Lee immediately takes the left, leaving the middle gate as the final objective. They split toward their gates, each committing to a separate raid path. As they part, Lee tells Kim not to be too upset, a cryptic remark that distracts him. Before Kim can process it, the official calls both participants to prepare for the start. At the signal, both sprint into their chosen gates, the tiebreaker officially underway. Kim bursts into his dungeon at full speed, determined to finish quickly. He keeps thinking about Lee's odd comment, but forces himself to focus on winning. He decides to ignore the provocation and prioritize speed above all else. Inside, he is startled by the eerie silence, expecting kobolds but hearing no monsters at all. He advances cautiously, realizing this dungeon does not match the expected kobold scenario. After more than 5 minutes with no encounters, he recognizes the situation as highly abnormal and potentially dangerous. A sudden roar shatters the silence, and Kim braces for an unexpected threat. The sound chills him, and he realizes whatever is coming is far beyond a normal 2-star dungeon. A massive clawed limb appears, confirming the enemy is not a kobold but something far larger. A huge beast lunges into view, forcing Kim into an immediate defensive stance with his spear. Kim identifies the attacker as a manticore, a 4-star monster that should not be here. The manticore's strike crashes down, beginning a brutal exchange. Kim panics at the mismeasured difficulty, realizing the dungeon rating is dangerously wrong. He concludes this must be a mismeasured dungeon event rather than normal variance. Gritting his teeth, he curses the situation and commits to surviving the mismatch. He unleashes a powerful counterattack, driving energy through his spear to cut the monster back. The manticore recoils with blood spraying, showing Kim's strike landed despite the danger. Kim notes he killed it quickly but still lost too much time compared to a true 2-star run. He worries Lee So-yeon is likely clearing a normal dungeon and gaining an insurmountable lead. Fearing she may already be moving to the remaining dungeon, Kim rushes to exit and continue the race. Back outside, he reports the manticore in his dungeon, shocking the officials. He insists it was real and demands they verify, while the staff realize he handled a 4-star threat alone. Kim calls the match unfair and demands a rematch, and Shin Young-sik acknowledges the request seriously. Shin refuses to cancel immediately, implying the situation can be resolved without restarting. He reveals Lee So-yeon has not even left her dungeon yet, confusing Kim and raising new concern. Kim turns toward the red gate, sensing something is wrong if she is still inside. The red gate churns ominously, and Kim finds the behavior unsettlingly strange. Inside Lee So-yeon's dungeon, she notes it has been a long time since she last entered a dungeon, hinting at personal history. She finds the dungeon eerily empty despite a looming presence, questioning why nothing has appeared yet. A flash of pain and a command to endure triggers a memory of harsh training and pressure. In the memory, a mentor mocks her toughness and scolds her for disobeying her father's orders, exposing the coercion behind her role. She admits she does not want to cheat just to win, even if her father demands it, revealing her moral resistance. The mentor tells her a pro hunter must not compromise their values, warning her not to take things too far. Another memory shows her berating the mentor for being a pushover and arguing that niceness only leads to loss in a corrupt world. She challenges the idea of uncompromising virtue, questioning whether true hunters or heroes still exist. The mentor insists heroes are gone and only ruthless pros remain, but his calm smile suggests he disagrees with that cynicism. Lee So-yeon is startled when he flatly says heroes still exist, contradicting her worldview. He argues that just as honest politicians can exist, so can principled hunters, pushing her to reconsider. She scoffs at the optimism, but he jokes he will be the first example if none exist, planting a lasting impression. The mentor predicts she will someday meet someone who acts without regard for connections or excuses. The memory shifts to a rainy street where she forces through a crowd toward an emergency, echoing his words about such a person. In the rain, she looks shaken as the implication of that prediction finally hits her. She stands near a covered body as responders work, and the narration reveals her brother was the ultimate pushover. She reflects bitterly that her brother Jin-soo died protecting a stranger, an act she once would have mocked. She remembers how he died saving someone else despite never finding his own place, deepening her conflicted grief. Facing her father, she vows she is different from her brother, and will never live as he did, hardening herself. Back in the present, the red gate's ominous churn mirrors her earlier unease, as if fate is repeating. Inside, she again notes how long it has been since she stepped into a dungeon, bracing for what comes next. A monstrous goat-like face looms over her in the red-lit dungeon, and she realizes the emptiness was a trap. Outside, Kim grows anxious that Lee still has not emerged, sensing danger rather than delay. Shin confirms Lee Soyeon remains inside and points out Kim has effectively won already, urging him to clear the remaining dungeon to finalize victory. Kim hesitates, feeling something is deeply off and refusing to treat Lee's situation as irrelevant. He realizes the mismeasured dungeon may not have been a scheme by Lee's side at all, implying a larger threat. A staff member notices the magic measurement device behaving erratically, as if Lee's dungeon rank is rapidly rising. They report the device jumped from 3 stars to 4, shocking Kim and Shin as the danger escalates in real time. Kim recalls the Sword Saint's explanation that distortions warp magic so estimated difficulty diverges from reality, often causing sudden rank increases or early breaks. The team admits they have never seen the measurement device malfunction like this in decades, calling it a rare cataclysm-era phenomenon. Shin decides to call in pro hunters to investigate, recognizing the situation may be beyond contest control. An official tries to inform Kim of the developing issue with the linked dungeons, but the urgency makes the message falter. The field suddenly feels wrong as the linked gate's presence seems to vanish or shift, leaving staff confused. The red gate surges violently, signaling a catastrophic change in the dungeon's state. Inside, Lee Soyeon is slammed into rubble, bloodied and stunned by the monster's overwhelming power. She steadies herself, grimly accepting how bad the situation is as she assesses her injuries. Sitting amid debris with her sword knocked away, she senses something far worse than a normal boss approaching. The monster reveals itself as Nerkura, a 6-star threat, and she bitterly wonders if this is the poetic justice her brother believed in. Nerkura roars and attacks, its sheer force confirming the dungeon has escalated into a lethal nightmare. Lee Soyeon insists poetic justice cannot be real, trying to deny the cruel irony of her predicament. The narration reinforces her belief that poetic justice does not exist in this world as destruction rains down. The monster's assault continues, and the narration calls such justice a fairy tale as Lee is pinned in a hopeless position. Resigned, she jokes she will at least die less stupidly than her brother, masking fear with bitterness. Nerkura lunges to finish her, jaws wide, turning her fatalism into imminent reality. Lee's eyes widen in shock as she realizes she is about to be killed. She looks up and recognizes someone intervening, stunned into a single accusatory word. Kim Seojun appears inside the collapsing dungeon, bracing his spear against Nerkura's maw as Lee demands to know what he is. Kim checks if Lee can move, prioritizing her survival over the contest as the monster bears down. He orders her to run even if it is difficult, promising to buy her time, and she cannot understand why he would do this. Kim strains to hold the monster back, while Lee, shaken, repeats her disbelief at his selfless choice. As Kim clashes with Nerkura, Lee yells at him for being there, torn between anger and shock at his sacrifice. Kim realizes that against a 6-star monster, merely deflecting attacks may be all he can manage for now. He taunts the goat-headed Nerkura to draw its focus fully onto himself. Kim confirms internally that he has succeeded in getting the monster's attention, committing to the role of decoy. Nerkura swings a deadly red-tinged attack toward Kim, escalating the fight into a desperate survival battle. Kim is battered by the monster's relentless blows, barely holding his guard as the cavern shakes. He calculates that a direct hit would be critical, forcing him to rely on timing and precision rather than strength. Having learned the rhythm of Nerkura's attacks, Kim prepares to turn that pattern recognition into a chance to survive and counter. Kim Seojun keeps deflecting the monster's blows while deliberately luring it toward a chosen direction. The horned beast's violent rush clips Seojun and sends him skidding hard, blood spraying as he clings to his spear. Seojun grits through the pain as the monster's momentum nearly crushes him. The beast roars and whips around, forcing Seojun to retreat and reset his footing. Seojun crashes down near the injured Lee Soyeon, the impact emphasizing how close they are to being overwhelmed. He forces himself up despite the agony, refusing to collapse while she's still in danger. The monster's aura flares ominously as it rises to full height, signaling a deadlier phase of the fight. Seojun admits Soyeon's earlier tactics were smart, but warns he cannot stall much longer, checking if she can move. Soyeon, wounded and shaken, demands to know why he is risking himself to this extent. Seojun snaps that saving her is not about gaining anything from her, rejecting her suspicion. He insists they could have simply cleared the remaining dungeon, highlighting how irrational his choice looks to her. Pressed about motives and money, Seojun openly admits he entered the contest for cash because he needs a large sum. Soyeon tells him to leave and focus on winning, refusing to accept his help as something to be grateful for. Seojun cuts her off with a firm refusal to abandon her. He condemns her past wrongdoing and makes clear he has no intention of forgiving her. Even so, he states that her sins do not justify her dying here. Soyeon, stunned, hears him say that someday she will meet someone who will be her hero. Seojun adds that the existence of such people is exactly why he should still help her, no matter what. He recalls how she once believed no one acts for relationships or reasons, setting up his rebuttal to her worldview. Seojun declares that saving lives is a better prize than money, directly challenging her cynicism. The monster bellows again, its killing intent surging as it prepares another charge. Seojun braces with his spear as the beast's sweeping attack tears through the air toward them. Realizing he's running out of options, Seojun tightens his grip and steels himself for a decisive move. His focus sharpens to a razor edge as he commits to acting on instinct rather than hesitation. Electro-like insight surfaces in his mind. Intuition belongs within the domain of thought, though most cadets misunderstand it. He remembers the lesson that thinking and judging too slowly is already too late, and that intuition must guide action. The teaching emphasizes that intuition is not mindless impulse, but a faster form of judgment. The phrase repeats like a mantra, reinforcing the mental state he needs to survive. Blue energy crackles around Seojun as his perception heightens, as if his body is reading the battlefield ahead of time. He resolves to merge thought and intuition, letting instinct carry the final decision. As the monster's attack surges, Seojun enters a heightened state that conjoins judgment and instinct. His eyes glow with clarity as he fully activates the intuition of the transcended. Time seems to stretch as he slips into the monster's blind spot, moving before its strike can connect. The beast's massive swing smashes the ground and sends debris flying, narrowly missing him and threatening Soyeon behind. Seojun realizes he can now read the monster's next move with certainty. He identifies exactly where the beast will attack next and positions himself to intercept. He senses the monster's muscles shifting one by one, turning its body language into a readable warning. Using that prediction, he vaults and redirects, avoiding the lethal line of force at the last instant. Seojun calculates he can hold out until professional reinforcements arrive, trusting the team leader has called for help. But he worries about the real limit, how long Soyeon can endure her injuries while he buys time. Soyeon struggles to breathe and stay conscious, making his time window feel brutally short. Seojun decides there is no time to wait for rescue and commits to defeating the monster himself. He launches upward in a blue streak, declaring he must end it now. The monster rears back, and Seojun's power surges with the promise of uprooting mountains. He channels a world-overturning spirit into his spear, gathering overwhelming force for a finishing blow. The beast looks up in alarm as Seojun dives like a spear of light toward its head. Seojun's face hardens with resolve as he commits to the strike despite the risk. Even with his heightened sense, he recognizes instinctively that raw power alone may not guarantee victory. He tightens his grip and aligns his descent, betting everything on precision and timing. He acknowledges that mere strength and technique are insufficient unless he uses his awakened intuition correctly. Blue aura concentrates at the spear tip, sharpening into a lethal point. Seojun roars as he drives the spear down with all his weight and will. The spear plunges toward the monster's skull as the beast tries to twist away too late. A violent impact erupts in a burst of blood and shock, signaling the strike has landed. Soyeon, dazed on the ground, stares in disbelief at the sudden reversal. Seojun staggers near her, battered but standing, as the monster's body begins to fail. The beast collapses in a bloody heap, and Seojun can only mutter that the outcome feels unreal. Exhausted, he clings to his spear and wonders how he managed to pull it off. A system window updates his lecture progress rates, reflecting gains from the intense experience. Seojun carries Soyeon out, half joking that he came to save her but might have died with her, and anxiously checks she's alive. Soyeon weakly confirms she is not dead yet, and Seojun exhales in relief. Soyeon urges them to leave immediately since there is no time, falling silent as she endures the pain. Outside, officials panic at their condition, and Seojun asks for the medical team first, promising explanations later. An emergency call goes out as Seojun kneels beside Soyeon and waits for help. Even while being saved, Soyeon coldly states she will never see Seojun as her savior. Seojun replies that he still believes he did nothing wrong and helped without expecting anything in return. The staff rush them to the hospital, horrified by how the contest turned into a near-fatal disaster. As they are evacuated, news of the dungeon sweep incident spreads worldwide and sparks chaos. Reports reveal a 6-star monster, Mercura, appeared in a 2-star dungeon, an unprecedented mismatch that draws government and association scrutiny. Public curiosity explodes, with people everywhere asking how an unknown cadet could defeat such a monster, and what academy he belongs to. Elsewhere, a hooded figure informs a blonde knight that the Apostle of Temperance is searching for Sir Kalia. The knight suspects the search is connected to the Korean distortion incident, and grows wary. Back at the academy, a student excitedly asks an elder if it's true the distortion-slaying cadet came from Sion's academy. The elder confirms it, and calls the boy a scallywag he never wants to see again, baffling the student. In the hospital, Seojun groans about his lost money, still fixated on the prize despite everything. A visitor challenges him on why he thinks saving someone was a waste, and Seojun complains he was supposed to take first place. He rages about the announced joint first place and splitting prize money, while the visitor bluntly asks why he acted at all. Seojun jokes about settling the split with rock paper scissors, only to be reminded Soyeon lost her left arm in the accident. The visitor coldly says that explains it, accusing Seojun of losing not just money but his humanity. A cheerful staff member arrives, and the visitor mutters that Seojun got wrecked for saving her, calling it his humanity. The staff member is confused by Seojun's meltdown, and the visitor dismisses him as someone who panicked over splitting money. The staff member points out Seojun should be the only winner, leaving both men confused. She explains that Lee Soyeon forfeited on her own and confessed to cheating in this contest and in past contests. She adds that Soyeon also reported her father, East Academy headmaster Lee Sukman, for his atrocities, and legal proceedings are underway. Seojun, still insisting he did nothing wrong, wonders why Soyeon suddenly turned herself in. He admits he suspected she had another scheme, but says she told him something that changed her. Soyeon's reflection is recalled. She still thinks Seojun was wrong, but admits her own thinking may have been wrong too. She continues that she might have misjudged what his actions meant, hinting at a shift in her values. Seojun confesses he still does not fully understand her meaning, leaving him unsettled. The staff member announces it is Mr. Seojun's solo win and that the government is adding extra benefits due to his actions. She states the reward will be tax-free and includes an additional $100,000. Seojun erupts in shock at the extra reward, and she frames it as reparations for what he endured. She hints there is another important factor beyond the money, as Seojun calculates his total in disbelief. She reveals Dream Hunter Academy has been promoted to a League 3 academy, and Seojun is stunned. Because Seojun won first place, the academy's promotion requirements are met, granting access to raid up to 4-star dungeons. Seojun accepts the news with relief, and the staff thanks him for making it possible. She advises the academy to start recruiting cadets beside Seojun, while he laughs awkwardly at the implication. A companion remarks that everything worked out, and Seojun jokes they no longer need rock paper scissors. Outside later, Seojun offers to buy Seoyun food with his winnings, and she chooses sushi while someone teases his sudden generosity. Seojun privately celebrates that money problems are solved and good food awaits as he relaxes in his hospital bed. He shifts from celebration to planning, preparing to use his phone for the next step. Seojun opens the Transcendent shop and decides to go shopping for gear. He notes he now has $400,000 to spend and starts prioritizing purchases. He considers buying the Lance of Longinus for $100,000 but worries about unknown costs once the free pass ends and causality recalculates prices. He concludes that saving money might only raise his causality and make things worse, so delaying is dangerous. Deciding to act, he resolves to buy more equipment immediately and scrolls through options. He reviews items like Kestos, Hemas, and Gleipnir, reading their myth-based descriptions to judge usefulness. He leans toward the Lance of Longinus as his best weapon choice but struggles to decide what else to buy. The suspiciously perfect pricing bothers him, making him suspect causality is manipulating the shop's bargains. He reasons prices may rise each time he purchases or when the free pass triggers causality calculations, so he must choose carefully. Another issue is that the shop does not clearly explain item effects, forcing him to guess based on mythology. For obscure items without known myths, he admits he would have no clue what they do, making research overwhelming. He realizes the cadet community board might have item reviews that solve his problem. He opens the Freshman's Talk board but notes he lacks a user ID and can only browse, wondering why he cannot create one. A post catches his eye promising 100 Transcendence gear reviews with personal recommendations, and he perks up. He reads the long review thread and is shocked someone has used 100 pieces of gear, though the mascot-like emoticon seems suspicious. The reviewer trashes the Aegis shield as dangerous because its Medusa head effect petrifies even the user with no control. The reviewer jokingly rates it terrible in general but perfect as a prank gift, reinforcing how risky some gear can be. Seojun marvels at the sheer length of the post, convinced the reviewer truly bought and tested everything. The reviewer reaches item 87, Kibisis, insisting the entire thread exists to recommend it and explaining it as a subspace pouch with multiple enchantments. The review urges buying Kibisis early to avoid later price spikes, praising its durability and strong weight reduction despite being a copy. The reviewer gives Kibisis an absurdly high score, and Seojun repeats the name, intrigued. Seojun recalls Kibisis as Hera's pouch used by Perseus to store Medusa's head, realizing its myth fits the review's claims. He decides to check Kibisis's price, triggering a causality-based calculation. The shop displays copy Kibisis at $100,000, and Seojun is surprised it is affordable. He imagines how useful it would be for hauling gear and bodies during raids, deciding the imperfect weight reduction is still worth it. A sudden realization makes him pause, sensing a catch. He reads a note that packing everything into the pouch makes exercise and carrying heavy loads easier, and his expression shifts with concern. Despite doubts, he commits to an absolute purchase, choosing to buy it immediately. After buying, Seojun admires the Lance of Longinus in person, amazed by its extravagant presence. He shows off the newly acquired Kibisis pouch too, impressed by its aura even before testing its abilities. His bank balance is suddenly wiped out, and he realizes Kibisis's price jumped right after purchase, leaving him furious at causality. Seojun curses the causality system for punishing him and decides he must earn money again quickly. A concerned woman questions why he is raiding right after discharge, but Seojun insists resting is pointless when he feels fine and needs cash. When she mentions his prize money, Seojun casually admits he spent all of it. She is stunned that he burned through $400,000 and demands to know what he bought. Seojun wordlessly presents the gleaming lance of Longinus, which looks undeniably new and expensive. The woman dryly notes his excitement is obvious, recalling how picky he was when she offered to buy it for him. She resigns herself that it is his money, and she cannot dictate how he spends it. Seojun enters a 4-star dungeon, ready to test his purchases in real combat. The woman warns she will intervene if something dangerous happens, and Seojun agrees as they proceed cautiously. They reach a grand hall lined with gargoyle statues and a treasure chest, and Seojun senses a trap-like tension. Stone grinds as the gargoyles begin to awaken, their bodies cracking free of petrified stillness. Seojun identifies the enemy as a gargoyle, and judges its defense to be among the highest of 4-star monsters. Seeing it as the perfect test target, he swings the lance of Longinus with intent to measure its raw power. He decides to start with a basic strike, holding back his uprooting mountain's power and any magic amplification. The gargoyle roars and charges, but Seojun is confident the lance should at least land a hit through its defense. The lance slashes in with a sharp impact, and the gargoyle reacts in startled pain. Seojun drives the weapon into the gargoyle's body, and it collapses into broken stone pieces. Both Seojun and his companion stare at the instantly shattered gargoyle, confused by how easily it went down. After the fight, Seojun blurts out in confusion, demanding to know what just happened. Seojun, equally stunned, can only question why he is even asking her that. They stand amid fallen gargoyles, both trying to process how abruptly the battle turned. Seojun admits she thought she was used to strange things happening around Seojun, but now she is reconsidering. A surviving gargoyle lunges, and Seojun reflexively cuts it down in a single sweeping strike. As more gargoyles get shredded effortlessly, Seojun marvels that they fall apart far too easily to be stone. Seojun casually mentions he has collected a lot and wonders if he should put it into his pouch, catching Seon's attention. Seojun watches him scoop up loot and is baffled how he plans to fit anything into such a tiny pouch. Seojun notes the pouch's weight reduction seems limited, making the haul heavier than expected. He decides to store everything at once after the raid ends, while another gargoyle collapses nearby. Seojun presses him, suspicious that his spending doesn't match the contest's prize money, and he denies any larger payout. She demands to know how he bought so many items and, more importantly, where he bought them. Seojun claims he bought them from a hunter shop he happened to hear about, which excites Seojun. He identifies it as the Transcendent shop in an obscure alley near his home, and Seojun immediately wants to go. Seojun warns the shop is likely gone because the owner was already closing up to leave on a journey. When Seojun doubts him, Seojun insists his face doesn't look like someone lying. Seojun reluctantly accepts his explanation, and Seojun hurriedly apologizes for upsetting her. A sudden impact or tremor interrupts them, scattering debris and signaling a new danger. Both snap to alertness, realizing something else is moving in the dungeon. They take in the ominous hall lined with gargoyle statues and agree the place feels dangerous. Seojun moves to handle the threat herself, but Seojun stops her, asking her to wait. She explains she only wants to test something first, keeping her weapon ready. Seojun reflects that the lance of Longinus is far stronger than he expected. He realizes even a casual swing can slice gargoyles apart like tofu, confirming the weapon's absurd power. Seojun decides to push further by combining his PTUM technique with the mana he learned from Merlin. He activates PTUM and MTOW, flooding the lance with blue energy as gargoyles surge toward him. The mana swells around Seojun, his focus sharpening as the power gathers to a point. He commits to a piercing attack, his eyes glowing as he channels everything into the lance. A massive blue shockwave erupts, blasting through the hall and throwing Seojun off balance. Seojun reels in alarm, realizing the scale of Seojun's unleashed force. The energy wraps around the weapon's shaft, intensifying as if forming a blade-like aura. Seojun recognizes the effect as an aura sword-like manifestation around the lance tip. The gargoyles, eyes blazing red, charge in a furious swarm toward the source of the power. Seojun drives forward through the mob, his aura-laced lance carving a path as bodies fly apart. He maintains control mid-assault, keeping the aura stable while pressing the attack. The technique escalates into something on a completely different scale, as if the strike itself is being amplified. A towering column of blue force tears upward, ripping through the dungeon space with overwhelming pressure. The lance's tip hums and steadies, the energy condensing as the attack concludes. When the light fades, Seojun and Seoyun stand before the huge sealed doors, surrounded by wreckage. Seoyun can only gape, stunned by what he just witnessed. A gigantic gouge and crackling residual energy mark the dungeon floor, showing the strike's terrifying aftermath. Seojun internally curses, realizing he may have overdone it. He recalls the lance's origin as the holy spear that pierced the crucified Jesus, and admits he underestimated even a copy's power. Still exhilarated, Seojun thinks being overgeared feels incredible and mocks the idea that skill matters more than tools. He resolves to buy future gear more carefully by checking online reviews, but worries money and rising difficulty remain problems. Seeing his free pastime limit, he steels himself to cram lectures and squeeze every day for progress. Back in the real world, Seo-yoon tells Seo-jun she forgot something important and asks his attention. She says Jimin Yuni wants to meet him, leaving Seo-jun confused by the sudden request. Seo-jun asks if Jimin is Seon's sister, and Seo-yoon clarifies she is just an older acquaintance. Seo-yoon reveals Jimin is the magic saint's apprentice, shocking Seo-jun with the implication. A dramatic introduction frames Jimin as the secret apprentice who even surpassed the magic saint, a genius among geniuses. Seo-jun wonders why someone like that would want to meet him, and Seo-yoon says it is to ask about the earlier incident. Seo-jun suspects the questions will be about the dungeon distortion, and learns Seo-yoon delayed Jimin by claiming he was recovering. He worries Jimin might be as aggressive as the magic saint, but Seo-yoon assures him she is not like that. Relieved, Seo-jun agrees to meet, and Seo-yoon promises to contact Jimin and set a date. Seo-yoon messages Jimin that Seo-jun agreed and asks when she can make time. She hits send, committing them to the meeting. At the arranged spot, Jimin arrives immediately and calls out to Seo-yoon, startling her. Seo-yoon is shocked Jimin is already there, and Jimin impatiently asks where Seo-jun is. Jimin introduces herself as young Jimin, the magic saint's apprentice, and asks about the man the magic saint praised. On seeing Seo-jun, Jimin panics because he looks like a high schooler, not the figure she expected. Seo-jun is equally thrown off, questioning how someone with that reputation can look so young. Jimin ignores introductions and demands to know where he got that item, her tone immediately hostile. She repeats the demand louder, pressing him for the source with no restraint. Seo-jun protests her sudden aggression and informal speech, while Seo-yoon rushes in, sensing trouble. Seo-yoon physically restrains Jimin before she can storm Seo-jun, but Jimin struggles to break free. Both Seo-jun and Seo-yoon call out to calm her, shocked by her intensity. Seo-yoon apologizes, explaining Jimin has no breaks when she wants answers, effectively quarantining her to cool off. Seo-yoon confirms to Seo-jun that the woman is indeed Jimin, the magic saint's apprentice, while Jimin glares from the side. Jimin questions why she looks so young, and Seo-yoon explains she maintains her youthful appearance in daily life. Jimin explains it is not a full polymorph but a memory-based alteration of her own body's remembered form. She adds that maintaining such an appearance is not easy, despite how casually she does it. Jimin refocuses and demands to know where Seo-jun got the subspace pouch, catching him off guard. When Seo-jun identifies it as Kibisis, Jimin's eyes light up and she lunges for it, amazed by its construction. Jimin asks if Seo-yoon also saw the strange distortion effect, and Seo-yoon admits she only recognized it after seeing Seo-jun use it. Seo-yoon says it is impressive even if she doesn't know the specifics, which only fuels Jimin's outrage. Jimin launches into a technical rant about multiple circuits and unknown magic, while Seo-jun wonders how a blacksmith would react to his lance. Jimin abruptly tries to buy the pouch from Seo-jun, and he hesitates, sensing it will be troublesome. She escalates the offer to absurd sums, and Seo-jun is stunned by how casually she throws money around. Seo-jun calls her out for shouting random numbers, and Jimin admits she would need sponsors to actually pay. Jimin insists the pouch is worth far more than 100 million, and Seo-jun realizes the price might actually be plausible. Seo-jun considers that if anyone can gather that much money, it might be someone like Jimin. Despite the temptation, Seo-jun says he cannot sell it, leaving both women demanding to know why. Jimin pushes the pouch into her own hands to test it, insisting the money should cover his losses. The pouch shocks Jimin with sparks and rejection the moment she tries to use it. The pouch drops to the floor still crackling, proving it refuses her. Seo-jun explains the pouch is bound so only he can use it, and Jimin begins to grasp what that implies. A system notice reveals the pouch was made for underclass cadets by passing students, and resale is strictly prohibited. Jimin realizes it may even be so bound with an additional circuit, and demands to know who sold it to him. She offers $1 million just for the seller's identity, while Seo-yoon tries to calm her down. Seo-jun summarizes that he bought it at a random shop near home, can't remember the seller, and the shop is now gone, leaving Jimin suspicious. Jimin decides that if he cannot sell it, she will at least research it herself. She proposes testing it without direct use since it is bound to him, promising to pay him for the cooperation. Seo-jun clarifies that as long as ownership stays with him, others will still be rejected, but research help could be compensated. He worries how causality will interpret him receiving money for a bound item he is only lending for study. Jimin agrees it is manageable, and says she will help with research if he can secure the funding, which makes her ecstatic. When Seo-jun asks to start tests immediately, Jimin says she lacks equipment here and will invite him to her lab later. Jimin remembers her real purpose was asking about the distortion, and Seo-jun confirms that is what she wants. Jimin demands a detailed account of what happened that day, shifting into interrogation mode. After hearing him out, Jimin notes the Nikura was already present, and the measurement device only acted strange afterward, confirming key details. She then asks the crucial question of how Seo-jun managed to defeat the Nikura at all. Seo-jun claims it was luck, and Jimin rejects that, insisting a 6-star monster cannot be beaten by chance without aura. Seo-jun admits he could not have faced it with PTM alone, and that Merlin's mana was the deciding factor. Mid-thought, Seo-jun pauses as a new idea clicks into place. He asks permission to share an opinion based on Merlin's lecture, and Jimin invites him to explain. Seo-jun lays out that magic and aura both derive from mana, differing mainly in how one wills mana to move. He suggests that if so, dungeon distortions might operate on the same principle as magic and aura. Jimin demands more detail, and Seojun reframes distortions as mana-based distortions of reality's laws. He recalls Merlin's emphasis that mana use is the distortion of the world's laws through an individual's will. Connecting that to their case, Seojun proposes dungeon distortions may be phenomena caused by someone's will. He concludes distorted dungeons might be artificial occurrences created intentionally by an individual rather than natural events. Realizing he is theorizing in front of a prodigy, Seojun awkwardly downplays it, but Jimin stares at him differently. Jimin bluntly asks what he is, probing whether he is also a magic scholar. Seojun insists he is just an aspiring pro-hunter, crediting Merlin for the idea, which makes Jimin even more incredulous. Jimin fixates again on the subspace pouch, her suspicion sharpening into a direct accusation. Seojun looks confused as she studies him like a suspect. Jimin asks outright whether Seojun was the one who made the pouch. The implication lands hard. Could an ordinary pro-hunter secretly be a genius magic scholar? Seojun is baffled and internally dismisses her leap as nonsense. Jimin, now energized, asks how he could think of such theories so suddenly, eager to dissect his mind. Seojun tries to answer calmly, gesturing as if to explain his reasoning process. He says he merely added his own thoughts to Merlin's teachings and did not expect such a huge reaction. Jimin nods intensely, treating his perspective as valuable, while Seojun worries it looks like he is teaching her. Seojun suddenly realizes that if knowledge can be treated like a product, teaching others might be a way to earn money. He starts calculating seriously, thinking that unlike lending kibisis, selling knowledge could be legitimate profit. He reasons that since he earned this understanding through effort, he should be able to teach it rather than hoard it. Then doubt hits him as he wonders who would pay to learn from a mere cadet. Jimin bluntly tells him he lacks the basics of sorcery, deflating his confidence. Even so, she says his initial idea was unexpectedly good and worth researching further. Seojun returns with snacks and finds Jimin already leaving, satisfied she got what she came for. Jimin promises to invite Seojun to her lab later, while Seojun and Seoyun remark on how different she is from her public image. Jimin heads off happily to research, and Seoyun muses that she might truly become the next magic saint as Seojun reflects on meeting so many legends. Seoyun suggests they eat the snacks together, and Seojun gratefully agrees. While eating, Seojun jokes that next the Grand Voice will come visit him, then grows thoughtful. His expression tightens as he turns serious about his stalled progress. Training alone isn't raising his lecture progress fast enough, and the displayed rates confirm the gains are painfully small. He realizes even with kibisis improving efficiency, he still lacks time to advance lectures significantly before the free pass ends. Seojun approaches Seoyun with a question, while she is preoccupied with her own concerns. Seoyun mutters that she needs a lecturer to train new cadets and worries about wages, barely noticing Seojun calling her. When he calls again, Seoyun jolts and crushes the snack bag in surprise. She apologizes for not hearing him and asks what is troubling him. Seojun explains he was thinking through a cadet recruitment plan and got lost in the complications. He asks if any competitions are coming soon that he could enter to earn money in progress, like past tournaments or sweep events. Seoyun checks her phone and repeats his constraint. He needs something within the next 20 days. She reports there are no such events scheduled, leaving Seojun disappointed. However, she mentions a mock exam next month at Hunter Mills, which catches Seojun's attention. The story explains that mock exams are practice versions of the annual Pro Hunter exam, and failing the real one costs a full year. It adds that academies create mock exams to prepare cadets, and the top academies in Korea dominate the scene. Hunter Mills, ALE, and Jaein are named as the three major hosts, with rumors that mock exam scores mirror the real exam. A final montage shows elite cadets training and fighting as the looming mock exam becomes the next major hurdle. Lee Junhwan weighs entering a scholarship competition to fix his money problems and boost lecture progress, even though he expects stronger cadets to dominate. Realizing the timing clashes with his expiring free pass, he resigns himself to pushing forward anyway and seeing how far he can get. He reflects on a lecture's warning that techniques are never perfect and must adapt as situations change. The lecture stresses that intuition is the key in shifting circumstances, though relying on a single law can be risky. Back in his room, Junhwan is impressed by how deep the transcended teachings go, far beyond what he had considered. He remembers the transcended exam mock exam is coming soon, which jolts his attention. A lecturer's casual advice not to obsess over mock results makes Junhwan wonder if he heard correctly. He discovers there are mock exams specifically for the transcended exams, complete with analyses and solution videos. Stunned that a real transcended exam and license exist, he realizes it's judged like the Pro Hunter exam and recalls top accepted ranks like 5th class Sage and 9th class Sword Master. He rethinks an old student interview, ad he assumed was a joke, now suspecting it was real. He argues with himself that he's not even at a transcending level, so taking a transcended mock seems pointless. Even so, he taps into the option, thinking time spent on it might be better used raising lecture progress. A loud, trash-talking message urges cadets to try the mock and start using tum, mocking them as weak. The taunting continues, telling Trash to take the mock and learn their place, leaving Junhwan baffled. He stares at the mock exam prompt in disbelief, openly confused by the absurdity. He notices the program emphasizes videos and wonders if they are more than simple recordings and why they matter so much. Seeing famous names like Siddhartha Gautama and Merlin mentioned, he grows alarmed at how serious this seems. The mock's promotional tone repeats that results aren't everything as the exam approaches, hinting at guidance from legendary figures. Junhwan realizes even here the system keeps bringing up mock exams, confirming it's a major academy focus. He admits the Transcension Academy has been weird from the start, so maybe this is just more of the same. Still, he wonders if the mock exam is truly important, or just another distraction. He decides to check the community board to see what other cadets say about taking it. A post from an older student mirrors Junhwan's uncertainty, asking whether to take the mock despite being stuck in introductory lectures. Junhwan concludes most people think you should reach a certain level before attempting the mock. A reply recommends taking it anyway because even awful results can massively increase lecture progress, shocking Junhwan. Under the night sky, he debates whether to try the mock exam after all. Morning arrives, and the decision still hangs over him as the day begins. He heads to an empty training space, phone in hand and weapon ready, preparing to commit. The system calculates a price but offers the first application free, asking if he will take the transcended mock exam. Junhwan notes the first attempt is free, which makes the gamble feel more tempting. He worries wasting the free trial would be stupid, convinces himself he can earn money later, and leans toward using it now. He accepts, choosing the battle track and setting his target class as 9th class Swordmaster. The system generates the mock questions, completes setup, and warns it's based on past exam questions and may differ from the real test. The first subject begins immediately with 15 escalating battle questions, catching Junhwan off guard. He panics that it's starting right away and that the exam is happening here and now. He demands to know how he's supposed to proceed with an exam that seems to manifest physically. He calculates that 15 difficulty tiers could mean facing something like a 20-star monster at the end, which terrifies him. A violent surge erupts as something begins materializing in front of him. Junhwan reels as a creature literally pops out of the phone, confirming this is no normal test. He braces with his polearm, realizing the first-rank opponent is actually appearing. The summoned presence keeps expanding, and Junhwan watches in horror as it grows larger and larger. He freezes, unable to process that the thing is still growing beyond expectation. As the shadow swells, he finally identifies it as a dragon and feels dread settle in. A colossal blue dragon towers over him, making the mock feel like a death sentence. The system announces Level 1, defeat Fafnir, Dragon of Ruin, within 30 minutes, and Junhwan can only think the academy must be insane. Fafnir moves, and Junhwan screams internally for time as the monster closes in. The dragon unleashes a devastating breath attack, flooding the area with lethal force. Junhwan barely manages a half-formed reaction before the breath overwhelms him. The screen instantly declares Level 1 failure with almost a full time still remaining, leaving Junhwan stunned. He lies wrecked on the ground, admitting he was completely massacred and has no idea how anyone could beat that. He spirals at the absurdity that this is only the first level and the opponent is the infamous Dragon of Ruin, Fafnir. Furious and shaken, he wonders what kind of nightmare Level 15 could possibly be. His mind jumps to gods as possible opponents, then he awkwardly realizes some transcended might actually be godlike. He sits in stunned silence, trying to steady his breathing after the instant defeat. In the training hall, he confirms nothing else was damaged and asks himself what he should do next. He stands, focusing on the one silver lining he can find in this disaster. The system offers another try and he realizes he still has 10 attempts left after the first failure. He doubts repeating will change anything, but his grip tightens as frustration turns into resolve. He decides to keep going anyway, framing it as a contest of stubbornness between him and the exam. Attempts blur into repeated instant failures, the system spamming Level 1 failure notices as he gets crushed again and again. With only 5 tries left, he bitterly accepts he cannot win by brute repetition. He collapses again, cursing himself for thinking he could beat it and admitting total defeat. Outside, he concedes he was the crazy one for believing the mock was manageable. Sitting on a bench, he despairs that if becoming a pro hunter was already hard, transcending feels impossible, and the mock ends too fast for his lecture progress to improve. He considers canceling or changing options, then notices a new prompt and pauses. The system offers an explanation lecture for the issue, warning he'll receive a penalty in evaluation if he listens, and Junhwan wonders what that even means. He hopes the explanation lecture might teach him how to attack or survive properly. He sees a menu of explanation lectures, including one by Heaven's Great Sage, and is shocked such a figure is involved. He imagines learning side by side with Heaven's Great Sage, Sun Wukong, and decides to register. He taps the register button, committing to the lecture despite his skepticism. A stern voice begins by confirming the first level problem is indeed Fafnir, Dragon of Ruin. The lecturer claims the question only seems hard and is basically an ability discrimination trap if you overthink it. The speaker is revealed as Buddha of fighting, the great sage equal to heaven, making the lecture feel absurdly high level. He explains many cadets obsess over the breath pattern, and Junhwan recalls mistaking Sun Wukong for a cosplayer when they first met. Sun Wukong insists Fafnir is defined almost entirely by his breath, so avoiding it ends the fight's main threat. He demonstrates by facing the dragon head-on, showing the breath attack in action. He warns not to think about splitting or analyzing the breath mid-attack. Instead, he says there's no need for fancy technique at all and the answer is simply to dodge. The dragon's breath tears through the space as the lecture drives home how overwhelming it looks. Sun Wukong adds that after using breath once, Fafnir cannot use it again for a while, becoming far less threatening. He challenges the obvious question of what that implies for the cadet's strategy. His blunt conclusion is to just beat Fafnir down once the breath window is gone. Junhuan listens, unconvinced, as the lecture's simplistic advice clashes with his lived experience. Sun Wukong names his weapon technique Heavenly Meteor Staff, signaling how casually he treats the dragon. He unleashes the first form, dropping a pillar of force like a falling star. The meteor-like strike crashes down with catastrophic power, implying the dragon is trivial at his level. The impact continues, emphasizing the gulf between Junhuan and the lecturer's strength. Sun Wukong calls it simple, leaving Junhuan baffled by the disconnect. He reiterates that even if the mock is meant to measure ability, it is still only level 1 and should be easy. He repeats his motto that the harder it is, the simpler you should think, then abruptly ends the lecture. Junhuan questions whether this is really what an explanation lecture is like, wondering if he or the academy is the weird one. He panics that other explanation lectures can't possibly be this useless, and looks at another option about face-to-breath. A different lecture preview shows a blue dragon blasting breath, and Junhuan can't imagine copying that. He ends the lecture feed in frustration, still stuck on how impossible the advice is to apply. Exhausted, he asks again what he should do now with his situation. He reminds himself he already spent the precious free pass, so quitting now would waste it completely. He selects a new explanation lecture focused on analyzing Fafnir's specialties, led by Siegfried. The lecture introduces Siegfried as a Northern European hero, owner of Ba Meng and the first Dragon Slayer. It explains Siegfried earned the Dragon Slayer title by killing Fafnir, implying he knows Fafnir best and may have set him as level 1. Junhuan decides that if this lecture is weird too, he'll give up for real. Siegfried calmly states Fafnir's key weapon is his breath, so the problem reduces to whether you can dodge it. Junhuan starts to dismiss it as the same useless advice, ready to turn it off. Siegfried stops him, noting that attending means dodging wasn't easy for him, and promises 2 concrete attack methods. Siegfried begins outlining the first method, shifting from theory to practical steps. He explains Fafnir fires breath at the exact spot you are summoned, so if you dash the instant summoning ends, the breath still targets your original position. He says it takes practice, but once understood, dodging the breath becomes manageable. Acknowledging some cadets still struggle, Siegfried introduces a second method designed for those who can't reliably dodge. The second method starts with an unexpected instruction: prepare some shiny gold, leaving Junhuan confused. A follow-up message thanks him for his patronage as the idea of gold becomes central to the plan. Junhuan suddenly finds himself holding a gleaming gold bar and wonders if this ridiculous tactic can actually work. Siegfried explains Fafnir became a dragon through obsession with gold and is enslaved by greed. The lecture says it doesn't need to be real gold, only look like it, and you must toss it in front of Fafnir the moment you're summoned. Because Fafnir won't use breath if it would evaporate the gold, the bait prevents the opening instant kill. When questioned about using skill versus tricks, Siegfried insists only solving the problem matters and invites cadets to his dragon-slaying lectures for more. Junhuan stands in the open field with phone and gold bar, preparing to test the bait strategy. He decides he has nothing to lose and commits to trying again. He brings up the retry prompt with 5 attempts left, and chooses to continue. Fafnir is summoned again, towering over him as the real test begins. In the instant after summoning, Junhuan remembers the instruction and prepares to throw the gold. He hurls the gold bar directly into Fafnir's line of sight as he moves to act. The dragon's attention snaps to the glittering bar, interrupting its lethal opening. Fafnir's eyes go wide with greedy fixation as it locks onto the gold. The dragon lunges toward the prize with love-struck obsession, giving Junhuan breathing room. Junhuan realizes the bait worked and celebrates that he successfully stopped the dragon breath. Fafnir inspects the bar and discovers it is only gold-plated, triggering confusion and anger. The dragon whips around violently, its mood turning dangerous again as Junhuan is caught off guard. Junhuan curses the monster's sudden aggression, realizing the window is closing fast. He panics that calling it a mere lizard was nonsense as the dragon charges with full menace. The system declares another level 1 failure with 4 tries left, and Junhuan notes he barely survived a minute despite all that effort. He lies stunned, asking how he's supposed to defeat something that still overwhelms him. He stares at his phone in silence, processing what went wrong and what he missed. A notice shows his lecture progress rate jumped by 0.7% to 62.8%, and he's shocked the increase is that big even from failure. He re-engages the fight, scrambling onto the dragon's body as it thrashes and roars. The dragon's movement flings him around, and he screams as he struggles to keep control. He slips and tumbles headfirst, barely holding his weapon as he falls. He sprints desperately to dodge, admitting that even just avoiding attacks is brutally difficult. He realizes he has no time to attack at all because survival consumes every moment. A sudden shift makes him realize he's in trouble, and he mutters that he's too late. He recognizes he cannot dodge the incoming strike in time as danger closes in. He sees the gold bar flying again and realizes what that timing implies for the dragon's behavior. The dragon's tail jerks with agitation, signaling it's reacting to the gold distraction in a new way. Junhwan gets slammed aside by the dragon's movement, losing position and control. He gasps that he almost died, shaken by how close the hit was. Fafnir rears up to attack again, roaring as Junhwan braces for another lethal exchange. Junhwan wonders if the dragon is enraged because the bait was only gold-plated, meaning the trick may backfire. He steels himself and edges closer, trying to set up a new plan under pressure. He escalates the bait tactic by scattering multiple gold bars at once to overwhelm Fafnir's greed. Fafnir freezes, eyes bulging as the sudden shower of gold short-circuits its focus. The dragon waddles after the glittering prizes, visibly obsessed and distracted by the gold. With Tum surging to a mountain-uprooting level, Junhwan launches a decisive strike while Fafnir is distracted by the scattered gold. Kim Seojun throws everything into a spear strike, convinced his momentum will finally turn the tide. The dragon-like monster reels as his blow seems to connect. A surge of power flashes through the impact, suggesting he actually pierced its defense. He commits to the attack, determined to break through no matter what. Panting, he realizes in disbelief that the hit really landed. But the monster only suffers a tiny sting, making him doubt the result. A chill runs down his spine as he senses the counterattack coming. The creature's retaliation hits with terrifying force and he screams. The system declares level 1 a failure as Seojun is slammed to the ground with time still remaining. Bruised and aching, he admits he thought he had won and is shocked by the pain. Checking his phone, he notices his attack also raised lecture progress, confirming practice converts into learning. He decides that keeping this pace might let him finish 1 lecture before the free pass ends, maybe even 2. The system offers another try with limited attempts, and he steels himself. He pumps himself up to keep the momentum, and immediately retry. Back at work, someone asks why he has not been raiding dungeons lately. He claims he has been too busy for raids because he is self-training, which confuses his coworker. He worries it looks strange to say he has no time while staring at his phone all day, and the coworker leaves him to paperwork. The mock exam score report confirms he failed badly, reinforcing how outclassed he is. He reflects that progress gains are smaller than hoped because real understanding matters more than mere repetition. He resolves to use the 3-day breaks between mock exam questions to listen to lectures and truly internalize them. Determined, he vows to aim for fully completing a lecture as 3 days pass. The second subject exam begins, and he wonders how this attempt will go. The first question is released and a fiery object suddenly appears in his hand. He stares at the blazing orb, unsure what it is or why he has it. A massive dragon looms behind him as he realizes the orb is the dragon pearl he must protect. The system clarifies the task: flee from Imugi Steely while holding the dragon pearl for the duration. He taunts the monster, then sees the rule that he must not be hit for an hour. Steely charges, filling the area with overwhelming pressure as Seojun freezes. He realizes this is supposed to test basic endurance, but it feels absurdly lethal. He fails level 1 again, yet the failure still boosts his lecture progress significantly. The third subject begins, reaction speed, requiring him to defeat or survive a sphinx for 10 minutes with his senses blocked. Hearing the sphinx speak in incomprehensible riddles, he panics at not understanding a word. The sphinx offers to explain, making the situation feel even more surreal. Before he can process it, the fourth subject starts, mana, where he must keep a Bulgasari fed with mana for 30 minutes or be eaten. He desperately channels energy with both hands, trying to supply enough mana. The Bulgasari growls hungrily, clearly not satisfied and eyeing him as food. As it lunges, he demands to know how much it is trying to eat, realizing he cannot keep up. He bolts in terror, choosing survival over the impossible task as the beast stares blankly after him. Even this failure spikes his lecture progress again, and the fifth subject begins, mental strength, enduring a siren's song for 30 minutes. A siren sings, her melody washing over the area. Instead of being harmed, Seojun finds the song soothing and passes level 1. He celebrates his first level 1 pass, but level 2 immediately escalates to Helheim's Requiem for the same duration. The harsher sound tears at him until his ear bleeds, yet it still increases his Siddhartha Gautama lecture progress. A new score screen shows his overall mock exam results are still pathetic despite the gains. He notes his lecture progress is high enough that he might complete 2 lectures soon and wonders what completion will unlock. He fixates on the 2 chosen subjects he still does not understand and why they were never asked before. He guesses he will choose those subjects on the actual exam day and keeps waiting. He decides to stop overthinking and simply wait until the system reveals it. Days of uncertainty make him increasingly anxious and irritable. A coworker notices his worried expression, but he insists nothing is wrong. Privately, he admits the lack of any message after 3 days is driving him insane. With only 5 days left on the free pass, he debates risking dungeon raids to push progress. He concludes action is better than waiting and decides to raid intensely. As he reaches for his phone to start, something activates. A tiny white-haired mentor suddenly pops out of the device, startling Seojun badly. The mentor casually asks how Seojun has been doing while Seojun tries to recover. Seojun recognizes him as the mentor and is stunned. The mentor greets him cheerfully and says Seojun seems to be doing well. Seojun angrily demands why the mentor took so long, while a co-worker misreads the outburst as directed at her. Cornered, Seojun denies saying anything and the co-worker doubts her own hearing. He laughs it off as fatigue and hurriedly escapes with the mentor hidden. Once alone, he presses the mentor again about being late. The mentor claims he assumed Seojun would be fine without him, which Seojun rejects as a real excuse. Seojun asks for the honest truth, and the mentor agrees to be blunt. The mentor admits he planned to return after checking Seojun's profile but found it so pathetic he hesitated. He begins to reveal Seojun's level, leaving Seojun bracing for humiliation. A heavy silence stretches as Seojun waits for the verdict. The mentor explains Seojun's level was too low for meaningful counseling, so he focused him on the 2 recommended lectures during the short free pass. Seojun cannot stay mad because the logic makes sense, but he insists the mentor should have told him. The mentor apologizes and asks whether Seojun kept studying the lectures while he was gone. The mentor grabs the phone to check Seojun's progress. He goes quiet, staring at the results as if something is wrong. His expression hardens into alarm as he double-checks, suspecting an impossibility. Seojun asks if it is an error, and the mentor points out the screen shows 4 lectures and bizarre progress rates. Seojun confirms he is taking 4 lectures, leaving the mentor muttering about causality being broken. The mentor insists the displayed information is accurate, then panics at what that implies. Seojun challenges him to explain, and the mentor explodes that it is obviously a serious issue. The mentor demands how Seojun advanced so much in 3 months, and Seojun explains the transcended mock exams massively boosted lecture progress. The mentor realizes Seojun is actively taking mock exams right now, and Seojun confirms it. The mentor, shaken, murmurs that Seojun did not need his help at all. Seojun asks the mentor about the mock exams, and the mentor invites questions. Seojun asks how to choose the chosen subjects, and the mentor says you simply pick the subjects you want. The mentor is confused why Seojun's chosen subjects are still undecided mid-exam, and Seojun adds that the system says he lacks a Transcension Academy ID. The mentor cannot believe he enrolled without creating an ID, but Seojun says the process was bypassed. Seojun shows the message that he cannot create a new post because he lacks an ID. The mentor admits he has never seen anything like this and struggles to make sense of it. He decides to report the anomaly to the principal. Before leaving, the mentor orders Seojun to finish the mock exam and promises to return. He says he will handle the chosen subject issue immediately and makes it so Seojun can choose without trouble. The mentor departs, promising he will be back before the free pass ends. Seojun is annoyed the mentor left before answering everything, but accepts he will return soon. A prompt appears telling Seojun to choose his chosen subjects, forcing him to proceed. His Seonyu lecture hits 100%, completing the course and granting him full mastery of a PTUM spear technique. Seojun reels at the realization that he has completely obtained PTUM. He tests it by lifting the Lance of Longinus. Still stunned, it responds to him. He grips the weapon with growing confidence, ready to try a real strike. He swings, and PTUM power flows naturally into the attack without conscious effort. The resulting shockwave ripples outward, proving his new control is real. He wonders why the power now moves on its own, as if his body learned the flow. A new prompt offers enrollment in an epilogue lecture for This Is How You Use PTUM, and he is intrigued. The epilogue begins with Seonyu acknowledging Seojun finally completed the lecture. Seonyu explains that completion means Seojun can now use PTUM naturally, and that it is only the first step of transcendence. He warns not to get arrogant, insults the students into humility, and urges Seojun to formally learn and hone a spear technique. Seonyu cautions the path will be harsh and uncertain, insisting there are no absolute answers, only resolute direction. He emphasizes that the speed of achievement does not matter, only continuing forward. Seonyu's PTUM lecture ends. Time passes into evening near the Dream Hunter Mills building. Seoyun greets Seojun, saying his timing is perfect. She explains applications for the Hunter Mills mock examination open today for the next week and asks if he will apply. Seojun agrees immediately, relieved she brought it up first and confident the Hunter exam will differ from the Transcended mock. Seoyun starts sending the application, while Seojun reflects on his new PTUM and ability to wield Longinus. Seojun wonders what level he is now as Seoyun says the exam should be in 10 days if nothing happens. He briefly considers sparring with Seoyun to test himself, but she is flustered and confused by his sudden intensity. He drops the idea and asks instead whether recruiting new cadets is going well. Seoyun admits she has been worried about recruitment lately. She fears her grandfather will react badly if new people come, and warns the Sword Saint will show up to beat them up. Seojun considers sparring the Sword Saint when he arrives, but Seoyun says her bigger worry is choosing which lecturer to invite. She explains she cannot teach every style herself because each cadet is different, and Seojun realizes he underestimated the job. Seoyun says she needs lecturers matched to each subject, but popular ones cost too much money. Seojun asks how much popular lecturers earn, trying to grasp the scale. Hearing top lecturers cost millions, Seojun is stunned and understands why pros retire into teaching. Seoyun encourages him to ask for help anytime, and he awkwardly agrees. 3 days later, Seojun reviews his mock exam results, now totaling 29 points but still failing across categories. He notes Seonyu is completed while other lectures remain incomplete, and reassures himself he still has free pass time to finish Chiron. The mentor suddenly reappears again, announcing he is back. Seojun greets him calmly, and the mentor is surprised Seojun is not startled this time. Seojun explains he expected the mentor back soon since he completed a lecture, shocking the mentor. The mentor is speechless at the news and asks what happened to the issue he went to investigate. Seojun realizes he got distracted and waits for the mentor's report. The mentor announces a big problem, making Seojun brace for bad news. Seojun repeats the phrase, trying to understand what kind of problem could be bigger than his situation. The mentor says he tried checking Seojun's information before reporting, suspecting a complex error. He reveals there was no error at all, stunning Seojun. The mentor states the Transcension Academy has no information on Kim Seojun. Seojun protests, but the mentor insists there is no cadet registered under his name. Seojun concludes in disbelief that he is not actually a member of the Transcension Academy. He demands how he could attend lectures for months if he was not a member, and the mentor agrees that is the mystery. The mentor explains membership screening should prevent non-members from attending and even from being assigned a mentor, and asks what the principal said. He reports the principal also could not explain it, though the principal is clearly an extraordinary being. The mentor says if even the principal does not know, then nobody does, and rejects the idea of a system error because causality cannot change. He adds the principal detected traces of someone interfering, but they do not know who or how. Seojun asks what happens to him now, fearing punishment. He worries he will be expelled, and the mentor looks confused by the assumption. The mentor laughs and clarifies the problem is on the Academy's side, not Seojun's, and they would never expel a member. Relieved, Seojun realizes his missing ID was intentional interference, not a glitch. He wonders who would do this, and why target him, since he sees himself as an ordinary struggling pro-hunter. He asks if he is safe for now, and the mentor says he only needs to keep doing what he has been doing. The mentor apologizes that they cannot create an ID until they find the root cause, and Seojun accepts it as familiar hardship. With 2 days left on the free pass, the mentor turns back to the main issue of Seojun's remaining lecture progress. Seojun asks for guidance on what to do once the free pass ends, and the mentor agrees to consult him as part of his job. A mentor outlines Transcension Academy's Forter curriculum, and Kim Seojun wonders if clearing the upper level makes him a transcended. He is told upper level is not transcendence at all, just a point where guidance ends and students must forge their own path. Seojun learns the leap from upper level to true transcendence is far harder than everything before, making the road ahead dauntingly long. The mentor prepares him for moving into lower level, advising him to stick with his spear and buy another free pass once his current one expires, then attend individualized lectures. Seojun browses lecture options, including Heracles training that promises God's strength and another on foundational footwork toward transcendence. The mentor recommends he register for 2 specific lectures, and Seojun agrees to follow that plan. When Seojun asks about mana cultivation in spear arts, he's told those are middle-level lessons and he should build basics first. Realizing the mentor is emphasizing fundamentals for a reason, Seojun accepts the advice. The system calculates the membership registration fees, and the huge multi-million cost makes Seojun groan. Factoring in the free pass price too, Seojun concludes he needs far more money, and the mentor stresses he must work hard to gather causality. Seojun admits he still does not understand what causality is and asks for a clear explanation. The mentor defines causality as the justification cadets use as a basis to register within the Transcension Academy system. Seojun asks what the Academy gains from this justification, and the mentor insists it gains nothing and exists only to help cadets become transcended. Pressed on why that is, the mentor falls silent, unwilling to go further. The mentor says this is all he can explain at Seojun's current level and ends the lesson for now. He instructs Seojun to increase his justification, promising understanding will come naturally as it grows. The mentor cheerfully vows to support Seojun until then, trying to sound more reliable this time. Seojun asks one last question, and the mentor invites him to ask anything he can answer. Seojun asks whether there are other cadets besides him, and the mentor says yes and points him to the community board. Seojun clarifies he means others in the same dimension as the mentor, and the mentor hesitates at the sensitive topic. After thinking, the mentor admits it is risky but decides to share a limited answer. He explains that across countless dimensions, the most crowded one using the academy has only 4 cadets. Attention shifts to Korea's top 3 hunter academies, Yahello, Hunter Mills, and Jaein, and how each is known for different strengths. The common saying is laid out: magic points to Yahello, weapon mastery to Jaein, and those unsure go to Hunter Mills. Hunter Mills' lack of a single specialty is framed as both a weakness and proof of broad competitiveness, as it hosts a mock pro-hunter exam today. At the venue, Park Seoyun from Dream Hunter Academy arrives with Seojun and guides him inside. She urges him to hurry because the crowd will only get worse, and Seojun notes the exam's atmosphere is unlike a tournament. Seoyun introduces Seojun as the participating cadet, and he learns first place earns $1 million in scholarships. Seojun remembers a new free pass costs $500,000 and realizes his $300,000 from dungeon raids is nowhere near enough. Though the lectures matter, Seojun decides the urgent priority is securing money for that free pass. He resolves that winning this mock exam is his best shot at a lump sum, and staff confirm his entry is approved. As they proceed, the entrance becomes chaotic with people pushing and staff shouting for an orderly line. Seojun is surprised by how overwhelmingly busy the mock exam is, and Seo-yoon says that is exactly what to expect here. Seo-yoon leaves him with encouragement to stay in good condition and do his best on the exam. A commotion erupts as someone angrily confronts a blatant line cutter. Seo-jun looks over, sensing a fight brewing as the shouting escalates. The line cutter dismisses the complaints and challenges the staff on what they plan to do about it. The offender is revealed as Kim Gangchul of Hunter Mills, carrying an enormous sword and projecting calm authority. When someone curses and tries to stop him, Gangchul coolly declares he will pass through first anyway. The crowd recognizes the name Kim Gangchul and the hallway buzzes as people turn to stare. Whispers confirm it really is Gangchul, and observers realize Hunter Mills sent a major contender. People explain that Ailey sent Lee Do-in and Jaein sent Jin Dong-min, making this mock exam a must-watch since Gangchul is top 3 within Hunter Mills. Gangchul and Seo-jun briefly lock eyes, sizing each other up in silence. Seo-jun watches Gangchul's massive weapon loadout and feels the gap in presence. Others scoff at Hunter Mills cadets, but the talk quickly shifts to predicting the winner. Seo-jun listens as spectators debate who will take first place. The consensus is that Gangchul has a slight edge over Lee Do-in and Jin Dong-min, especially with the Order of Truth rumored to be sponsoring him. Someone argues Hunter Mills might give their own cadet inside information, but another voice rejects that idea as unfair and unlikely. The rebuttal is that a famous academy would not cheat so pointlessly, and Seo-jun wonders who has been commenting so sharply. The source is revealed as a pushy participant demanding to be let in too, insisting he has an application. Seo-jun turns, confused by the sudden interruption and the stranger's audacity. The crowd notices the stranger carries multiple weapon types and questions whether he can even use them all. The stranger keeps insisting he is a participant, but staff tell him to return and wait his turn. He protests that someone else just went through without waiting, demanding to know why he is treated differently. A bystander snaps at him to stop wasting everyone's time and go to the back of the line. Security steps in and physically restrains the disruptive participant as he continues to argue. He shouts that the rule is unfair while Seo-jun watches the scene unfold without intervening. Seo-jun is ushered along and reflects that cadets from all over the country have gathered for this exam. The disruptive participant vows he will join the exam no matter what, still seething as he's dragged away. Inside the stadium, the exam begins as the crowd's noise swells around the track. Participants sprint at full speed, immediately turning the first test into a brutal race of attrition. A red-haired runner introduces himself as Park Do-suk, a League 2 Academy cadet. Do-suk boasts he has the ability to join the top 3 academies, implying he belongs among elites despite his school. He admits he attends a League 2 academy only because money forced that choice. Do-suk explains top academy tuition is crushing, so he took a scholarship at a lower league and rejected hollow consolation about status. He frames his ambition as choosing to compete with dragons rather than settle for lesser rivals. He contrasts that with being the head of a snake, which only lets you compete with other snakes. Do-suk decides this mock exam is his chance to enter the big leagues and feels satisfied with his choice. He declares Seo-jun is the reason he pushed himself this far, turning their run into a personal rivalry. The mock exam is explained as 5 practical subjects from the Pro Hunter exam, excluding the written portion. The first subject, basic endurance, requires repeatedly running 3 kilometers under 5 minutes until you fail. The key metric is simply how many successful runs you complete, and Do-suk realizes only he and Seo-jun remain after more than 15 repetitions. Forced to acknowledge Seo-jun as a true competitor, Do-suk keeps pace while the stadium blurs by. Exhausted but stubborn, Do-suk urges himself to go just a little farther to beat Seo-jun. He fixates on defeating Seo-jun as the one victory he needs to prove himself. As his breathing turns ragged, Do-suk feels a strange satisfaction in pushing past his limits. A timer ends the evaluation at 5 minutes 12 seconds, abruptly stopping the endurance test. Do-suk staggers while Seo-jun keeps moving, leaving him behind on the track. Do-suk reflects that competing against dragons is what lets someone surpass their own limits. He watches Seo-jun approach and realizes the gap between them is real. Do-suk reaches out, signaling the end and acknowledging the result. He admits Seo-jun won and offers a handshake, calling him comrade despite the rivalry. Seo-jun accepts the sportsmanlike gesture, still focused and composed. Do-suk claims he still earned a good score, trying to salvage pride from the loss. Seo-jun finds the endurance test oddly easy, suspecting his training has changed him more than he realized. In the next evaluation, onlookers in the gym are stunned by Seo-jun's inhuman strength. Seo-jun casually squats a heavy barbell as the crowd counts his reps in disbelief. He continues to a 3rd rep with ease, drawing shocked stares from everyone watching. Spectators question whether he is even human as the bar visibly bends under the load. Seo-jun realizes his daily training cannot explain this and suspects Seon-yu's lecture has let him instinctively use PTM. Excited by how strong PTM already is, he imagines how absurd he will become after completing Heracles' lecture for God's strength. Driven by the need for money, Seo-jun stays fiercely motivated to dominate the exam. Officials announce Kim Gangchul's strong performance and call for a quick break before the next subject. Cadets whisper that Gangchul's results are as expected, and it's noted that for those above a certain level the mock exam is mostly meaningless. The 3 top academy representatives, Gangchul, Lee Do-in, and Jin Dong-min, are framed as showcasing their school's superiority. It is clarified that the event is really a contest of honor among the 3 academies. Elsewhere, A hooded figure orders Gangchul to participate and specifically observe Kim Seojun's behavior. The hooded figure tells Gangchul he need not do anything else, only watch what Seojun does. Gangchul notes the Order of Truth previously made no demands while sponsoring him, so this sudden request makes him suspicious of who Seojun is. Gangchul recalls hearing Seojun's name tied to the dungeon distortion incident about a month ago, though Seojun looked ordinary when they met. As results are about to be posted, the crowd gathers anxiously, sensing something unexpected. Gangchul waits for the posted rankings, curious and increasingly wary. The basic endurance results appear with Kim Seojun in first at 100, pushing Gangchul down to third behind Lee Minil. Gangchul stares, stunned by the ranking and the implication that he was outperformed. He fumes at the 11-point gap and cannot accept being beaten so decisively. Angrier still, he fixates on the unknown name Lee Minil and wonders how someone capable of beating him stayed unheard of. He demands to know where this mysterious Lee Minil came from, his pride taking a direct hit. Trying to steady himself, Gangchul reasons some cadets excel only in certain subjects and insists the next test will be different. But the combat proficiency against monsters results also put Seojun first at 100, keeping Gangchul behind again. The crowd's stunned silence deepens as the pattern becomes impossible to dismiss. Gangchul remembers the instruction that he only needs to watch Seojun, and he realizes he truly is expected to do nothing. The third subject is announced as mana proficiency, measured by how much mana you can pour into strikes to shatter a barrier. Seojun worries because he knows mana basics from Merlin's lectures but lacks fine control, while another participant fails to even scratch the barrier. Lee Doan is called next, and Seojun watches the elite mage step forward. Lee Doan of Aelia Academy appears, and the crowd reacts like fans greeting a star. She faces the barrier and is told to begin whenever ready. Lee Doan calmly gathers mana, igniting a controlled flame in her palm. Her mana takes shape as swirling fire, showing refined manipulation rather than raw output. She unleashes a focused fire technique, channeling it with practiced precision. The flames coil around her as she compresses and directs the spell with cold confidence. Her strike detonates and shatters the barrier dramatically, proving overwhelming magical mastery. The scoreboard crowns Lee Doan first for mana proficiency, and observers marvel that she can even change the form of her mana. Seojun realizes this level of magic is more about Lee Doan herself than her academy, finally understanding what true spellcraft looks like. Lee Doan declines extra attempts and steps away, satisfied with her result. Seojun is called next, and he answers immediately, bracing himself. He approaches Lee Doan's position in silence, feeling her lingering pressure as she watches him. Lee Doan smirks as Seojun scratches his head, unsettled by her reaction. Seojun wonders if she is implying his best effort will not matter, but the official tells him to begin when ready. Despite low confidence, Seojun decides to try his hardest and commits to the attempt. He draws out mana and floods his spear with a bright blue aura, preparing a decisive strike. Refusing to rely on Tum's power, he focuses on extracting and shaping mana using what Merlin taught him. With eyes glowing, Seojun vows to pierce the barrier and prove his control. He launches forward in a high-speed thrust, driving the mana-charged spear into the barrier with full force. Mid-strike, he senses something off as the barrier reacts unexpectedly to his attack. The barrier splits apart instead of breaking cleanly, leaving Seojun staring in confusion at the separated sections. A crackling backlash ripples through the barrier fragments, and Seojun is left wondering what just happened. A violent explosion erupts, blasting debris and shockwaves across the field and stunning the spectators. Seojun and Lee Doan both look shocked, realizing the outcome was far beyond a normal failure or success. From above, the arena is shown in stunned silence as smoke rises from the destroyed equipment. The posted mana proficiency results now show Seojun first with 100 and Lee Doan second with 85, overturning expectations. Seojun stands amid the crackling remains, baffled as he asks why this happened. He looks down at his spear and the wreckage, unable to believe he caused this result. Because the mana barrier generator was destroyed and no spare was prepared, officials are forced to pause the test. After the chaos, the finalized mana proficiency rankings confirm Seojun's 100, with the top academy cadets pushed down the list. The crowd erupts in disbelief that the top 3 academies are being shoved back, demanding to know who Kim Seojun really is. In the stands, Seojun connects Seojun to the dungeon distortion incident, and remembers he hunted a 6-star Nurkila alone. She realizes his feats explain his academy affiliation, yet admits even then it only suggested he might take first place. Seojun confesses she thought the mock exam would be meaningless for him, but she never expected him to be this overwhelmingly ahead of everyone. Officials worry Seojun's dominance will force them to adjust the Pro Hunter exam's difficulty, and one plans to meet the association president. Spectators are stunned that even Kim Gangchul is far behind at Hunter Mill's own mock exam, arguing the academy should have sent Lee Haeun instead. Spectators wonder whether Hunter Mills has any cadet who can truly contend with the overwhelmingly dominant Kim Seojun. The mana proficiency rankings confirm Kim Seojun at a perfect 100, making even strong contenders like Lee Haeun uncertain bets. Seeing the scores laid out, people conclude Kim Seojun's talent is outright monstrous. Seojun, quiet and composed, listens without reacting to the hype around him. Alone with his weapon, Seojun privately wonders how his situation has escalated this far. He studies the ornate spear he carries, uneasy about what it might really do. He recalls the legend of the Holy Lance that pierced Jesus, implying the weapon should possess extraordinary power. Yet he admits he only knows the legend and cannot identify the lance's actual ability, even whether it bypasses mana barriers. Unable to tell if its effect is special or just a mana gap, he realizes he has no reliable way to test it. He considers buying another weapon to compare, then gets distracted by someone loudly singing nearby. Seojun notices a boisterous cadet with a pile of weapons and wonders who this carefree troublemaker is. The noisy cadet's overloaded gear catches Seojun's attention as the singing continues. Seojun recognizes him as the odd guy who argued with staff earlier, now acting even stranger. The cadet rushes up and enthusiastically greets Seojun as the mock exam star, startling him. He introduces himself as Lee Minhyul, and Seojun repeats the name, trying to place him. Minhyul proudly notes he is currently in second place, and seems thrilled to be acknowledged by the first place cadet. Minhyul jokes about how uncanny it feels to be second to Seojun, while Seojun sizes up his odd energy. Minhyul quickly reassures Seojun he is not here to pick a fight, just to satisfy his curiosity, then apologizes for being too casual. Seojun decides Minhyul is simply naturally weird rather than hostile, until an announcement orders everyone to finish preparations for the dungeon raid. The test begins as the cadets step into the simulated dungeon environment. Seojun registers the artificial world around him as the scenario fully loads. He remarks that the dungeon is augmented reality, and the exam explains the dungeon raid is judged by clear speed. Seojun doubts anyone could mistake this for reality as he advances into the field. The exam reveals the target monsters the cadets must hunt. 10 Nercuras appear, immediately presenting a large-scale threat. Seojun strikes first, cutting down a charging beast in a single decisive blow. As more Nercuras close in, Seojun identifies them calmly, shocking onlookers with his composure. Even with difficulty reduced by the simulation, the swarm's intensity still seems extreme to observers. Seojun tightens his grip and prepares to finish the fight efficiently. He unleashes a sweeping assault that tears through the pack in rapid succession. In the middle of the slaughter, Seojun reflects that he is no longer the person he used to be. He acknowledges the simulation differs from real Nercuras, yet still feels his current level is worlds beyond his past self. He remembers that only 3 months ago he was an ordinary person barely getting by, before everything changed. He credits becoming a Transcension Academy cadet and meeting Miss Seojun as the turning point in his life. The last monsters fall, underscoring how completely Seojun dominates the raid. Seojun insists he is not trying to be prideful, only recognizing reality. Breathing hard but steady, he thinks that even if the path is long, he may be inching toward becoming the world's greatest hunter. The results flash. Kim Seojun finishes first in the dungeon raid with a perfect standardized score, reinforcing his growing legend. Back in the waiting area, other cadets stare at Seojun with a mix of awe and tension. Seojun notices the intense attention as the posted results confirm his first place raid score and overall lead. A disgruntled competitor clicks his tongue while watching Seojun from nearby. Jin Dongmin and Lee Doan's placements are announced, and Dongmin wonders where the seemingly trivial newcomer Seojun came from. Seojun decides to ignore the hostility, believing he only loses if he gets dragged into their provocations. Minhyul loudly laments that he was so close to winning, and the results show he took second in the raid. Kim Gangchul, who seemed proud at first, stays unusually quiet despite earning third place. Minhyul compliments Seojun and urges him to speak casually too so their interaction feels fair. Minhyul laughs, pleased that Seojun is relaxed enough to go along with it. Minhyul asks if Seojun really uses all the weapons on his back, and admits he lacks a specialty because he learned by using whatever he could find. Seojun is startled by the implication of Minhyul's background and what it says about his skill. Seojun confirms Minhyul is self-taught, and Minhyul agrees he trained entirely on his own. The narration explains self-taught cadets usually lack resources and talent, but rare exceptions are born with special ability. Seojun accepts Minhyul's talent is real, yet remains wary of what kind of person he is. Seojun asks why someone at Minhyul's level was not recruited by an academy, and Minhyul says he dislikes being tied down. Minhyul adds that he does have a master, but the master does not even know Minhyul considers himself a disciple. Seojun is baffled by the claim, and cannot tell what Minhyul is really implying. Before Seojun can press further, staff announce an unexpected problem has occurred. The cadets gather as officials move in to address the disruption. Seojun and Minhyul exchange uneasy looks, wondering what the unexpected problem means for the exam. Gangchul watches tensely, sensing the situation could shift the power balance. They are told the assigned exam evaluators cannot arrive due to unforeseen circumstances. Officials explain the personnel combat proficiency evaluators encountered a sudden dungeon break on the way, and it was a 10-star emergency requiring direct intervention. Cadets immediately ask what will happen to the mock exam now. Staff say an emergency meeting is underway and everyone must wait until a decision is made. A hooded figure concludes the Order of Truth likely caused the 10-star dungeon break, threatening to end the mock exam prematurely. He notes that if the exam ends now, Seojun wins effortlessly, which seems unlikely to be the Order of Truth's true goal. Gangchul proposes changing the testing method to salvage the remaining personnel combat proficiency subject. He suggests a tournament-style battle among cadets to preserve the exam's essence. Nearby cadets react that the idea is not bad, sensing a chance to shake up the standings. Staff object that too many participants and too little time make a full tournament unrealistic. They add that scoring fairness would become messy and could distort the mock exam's overall results. Gangchul argues that waiting for replacement A-rank examiners is also unrealistic on such short notice. He insists they cannot just stand around indefinitely while the broadcast and audience wait. Gangchul proposes an event format where only cadets who want to participate register, reducing the burden. He emphasizes the mock exam is being live-streamed nationally with government and association members watching, so ending early would disgrace everyone. He warns Hunter Mill's reputation is already under scrutiny, and an abrupt failure would look like incompetence rather than Seojun's brilliance. Gangchul frames the event match as a spectacle to redirect attention, while privately aiming to defeat Seojun and steal the spotlight. He imagines that beating Seojun publicly would make Seojun's achievements feel like his own victory. Others agree the event format is a great idea, accepting the plan to continue the show. The elite trio backing the idea approve it, and Gangchul worries they may have noticed his ulterior motives. Minil lights up at the prospect, thrilled that the exam is turning into something fun. Minil turns to Seojun and eagerly asks if he will participate too, pushing him into the spotlight. The elite trio's presence feels like a trap as the question becomes how Seojun will respond under pressure. Seojun quietly thinks it over, weighing risk against opportunity. He suggests that since it is an extra test, they should add additional prize money to raise the stakes. A surprise event match is officially announced, with 15 participants registered. The crowd erupts as hopefuls from Hunter Mills, Jaein, and Ale all join the event. Spectators hype that both Seojun and Minil are in, and online excitement is exploding. The arena atmosphere surges as the event match begins in earnest. The first result is announced. Jaein Academy's Jin Dongmin wins his bout decisively. Next, Ale Academy's Lee Doan wins by overwhelming her opponent with flame magic. Kim Gangchul then crushes his opponent so completely that it looks like a mismatch. Dongmin vows he will be the one to defeat Seojun, staking his pride on it. Doan declares she will prove a mage's superiority in real combat. Gangchul promises to make Seojun regret entering, escalating the challenge. The threats reach Seojun, but he remains seated and unshaken as they call for his downfall. Seojun is more surprised by the announced $1 million prize than by the taunts. He calculates that winning both the mock exam and the event match could net him $2 million, enough to fund expensive training lectures. He realizes even after paying for a free pass, he would still have enough to register for new high-cost classes sooner than expected. Seojun concludes he is not worried about Gangchul, Dongmin, or Doan, convinced he will not lose to them. Still, he admits there is exactly one participant who does not feel like an easy opponent. The match begins and the audience is stunned as Lee Minil suddenly discards his sword and draws a bow instead. Seojun reflects that most fighters should not juggle many weapon types and usually specialize in one. Minil's many weapons suggest versatility beyond common sense, raising doubts about what he can truly wield. Minil grins as he aims, making it clear he intends to use far more than a single style. Minil fires a rapid volley, forcing his opponent to scramble under relentless pressure. His opponent panics, realizing Minil's true main weapon is the bow and the earlier sword was misdirection. The arrows curve unpredictably, turning the arena into a deadly trap zone. The opponent refuses to be a stationary target and charges to break through the barrage. Minil's bow is knocked away in the clash, but he is already transitioning to another approach. Minil lunges in with a savage grin, shifting from ranged control to close-quarters aggression. Steel meets steel as the fighters collide, the pace turning brutal. Minil slams his opponent down hard, ending the exchange with raw force. Watching from the sidelines, Seojun repeats Minil's name, recognizing the danger behind the goofy persona. Observers note Minil's style is crude but freeform, unlike the disciplined forms of the elite trio, reflecting his self-taught brawling. Seojun realizes Minil's background mirrors his own unconventional path, making him uniquely unpredictable. Seojun wonders if Minil might even be a Transcension Academy cadet like him. He recalls that some dimensions have multiple Transcension cadets, and that Earth could theoretically have up to 4. Seojun connects Minil's claim of a master to the possibility that he learns by secretly watching lectures. He reasons that lecturers would not know who is watching, allowing a hidden disciple to exist. The result is announced. Lee Minil wins his match. Minil celebrates loudly, while Seojun thinks it is still more likely Minil is not a Transcension cadet, despite the clues. Even so, Seojun believes there is enough reason to suspect Minil's connection to Transcension. The announcer praises the second-place contender's overwhelming performance, as the crowd roars. The announcer builds suspense for the next match, signaling the pairing everyone has been waiting for. The stadium buzzes with anticipation as spectators lean in for the marquee bout. The next contestants are introduced as the prodigy acknowledged by the Magic Saint's apprentice steps forward. Ale Hunter Academy's genius mage Lee Doan is announced to thunderous cheers. The announcer reveals her opponent, setting the stage for a clash of styles. A composed woman watches closely, emphasizing the significance of this matchup. The broadcast hypes Kim Seojun as the first to ever score a perfect 100 in the Hunter Mills mock exam, a once-in-history record. Dream Hunter Academy's Kim Seojun is announced as Doan's opponent, drawing massive attention. Narration frames Lee Doan as a true genius whose talent makes the word itself feel insufficient. She is described as a top 5 cadet at Yale and a standout among the top 3 academies, recognized by the magic scholar lineage. Doan believes impossible does not exist for her and insists her lower ranking only reflects the exam's disadvantage to mages. She claims that in a mage-favored exam she would outperform the current results, and she unleashes flames towards Seojun to prove it. But her confidence falters as she senses her attack is not unfolding as expected. Doan stares, confused, as her magic fails to dominate the way it should. Realization hits, and she erupts in shock at what she is seeing. Seojun swings his lance and cleanly splits her fire magic apart, nullifying the attack mid-flight. The severed flames arc away, leaving Doan exposed and the crowd stunned by the impossible counter. Seojun casually asks what is wrong, while Doan trembles at the implication of what he just did. Doan screams that it makes no sense, unable to accept her magic being cut apart. She calls it nonsense and fixates on the fact that he literally severed magic itself. Doan analyzes that he must have either overwhelmed her spell with mana or used a true dispel requiring deep understanding, either plausible for a non-mage in an instant. Seojun admits he was simply curious what would happen if he swung at magic, and it just split. He concludes the Lance of Longinus must have a special ability after all, even if he still does not know what it is. With the prize money now within reach, Seojun considers buying spare weapons to begin proper comparison testing. Doan rallies and floods the arena with multiple flaming projectiles, trying to overwhelm Seojun with sheer volume. She thrusts her hand forward, intensifying the spell as the fire surges toward him. The flames roar across the arena in a blazing storm, bearing down on Seojun as the confrontation escalates. Kim Seojun focuses as the match reaches a decisive moment. He calmly deflects a flurry of fiery spear strikes without budging. His opponent, Lee Doan, is ordered to land a hit and grows frantic. Doan keeps pressing, but Seojun still stands unshaken amid the flames. Seojun barely reacts, signaling how outclassed Doan is. A sudden blast of force leaves Doan stunned and off balance. Doan's spear is knocked away, ending her momentum. She collapses to her knees, defeated and dazed. Doan realizes she cannot win and is shaken by her own admission of defeat. Seojun steps in close, making her question what just happened. Seojun teasingly asks if this means he has won. Doan, sweating, can only stammer in disbelief. She calls him a monster as the crowd learns the winner is Dream Hunter Academy's Kim Seojun. The event immediately shifts to the next bout, announced as Lee Minil vs Jin Dongmin in close-quarters combat. Minil and Dongmin clash at point-blank range in a fierce exchange. Dongmin believes the tight engagement proves he is ahead and questions Minil's perception. Minil strains under pressure but keeps smiling through it. Dongmin tries to control Minil's weapon, but Minil slips the bind. Minil suddenly attacks from range, catching Dongmin off guard. Dongmin scrambles to recover, shield raised and furious. Minil reveals hidden weapons and tricks, shocking Dongmin mid-fight. Minil laughs as he keeps changing tools and angles. Dongmin dismisses it as cheap tricks, but he is clearly rattled. Dongmin admits he cannot read Minil's rhythm and fears being dragged into Minil's pace. Minil taunts that Dongmin's style has limits while Dongmin realizes he is losing control. Both fighters reposition at speed, the tempo escalating. Minil lands a decisive blow that breaks through Dongmin's defense. Dongmin crashes down as his gear scatters, leaving Minil standing ready. The match is called for Lee Minil, who celebrates while Dongmin hangs upside down in disbelief. Dongmin trembles with anger and humiliation as he processes the loss. Spectators erupt, accusing Minil of cheating and demanding an explanation. Dongmin screams that the match is invalid and refuses to accept the result. Onlookers argue that tactics are part of real combat, even if Minil's methods look dirty. Dongmin keeps protesting, but Seojun coolly states Dongmin would have lost regardless. Seojun asserts Minil's victory was inevitable even without constant weapon swapping. A blonde cadet, Kim Gangchul, grimly concludes he understands why the Order of Truth advanced so far. He realizes the Order of Truth has been watching both Seojun and Minil closely. Gangchul recalls being told to simply observe Seojun's actions, implying he was used as bait. He deduces the Order of Truth's goal was always to force Seojun and Minil to fight, and suspects Minil may be connected to them. As the event nears its climax, the crowd is told the next match is unmissable. Gangchul enters with a massive sword, framed as the steel-strong pride of Hunter Mills. The announcer introduces him as Hunter Mills Kim Gangchul, who was told only to watch. Gangchul realizes he was set up as a foil as Seojun approaches as his opponent. Seojun is announced again, and Gangchul's suspicion of the Order of Truth hardens. Gangchul vows he will not let the Order of Truth's plan proceed as intended. He surges forward with crackling aura, launching a lightning-charged opening strike. Seojun meets the charge head-on, spear poised to intercept. Their weapons collide with a violent shock that ripples across the arena. The impact fractures the ground, sending debris flying from the clash point. Gangchul steadies himself and presses with brute strength, refusing to yield. Seojun slides back under the force, maintaining balance and composure. A wide view shows the cratered arena as both fighters reset their footing. Seojun squares up, measuring Gangchul's stance and intent. Gangchul fixates on Seojun's spear, sensing something off about it. He notes the spear lacks aura spear power yet somehow nullifies his aura sword as if it cannot be felt. Gangchul concludes the weapon is abnormal and likely explains Seojun's earlier mock exam dominance. He decides that if he avoids the spear's special property, Seojun's skill cannot match his. Gangchul unleashes another electrified overhead attack with full force. He declares he will win, trying to overwhelm Seojun through sheer aggression. The announcer marvels that Gangchul can strike so quickly despite wielding a heavy broadsword. Seojun blocks and reads the exchange, admitting Gangchul is stronger than the cadets he faced before. Gangchul drives in close, attempting to crush Seojun's guard with power. A towering lightning slash crashes down, but Seojun withstands it and holds his line. Seojun recognizes the pattern and calmly acknowledges what he is seeing. Gangchul's aura flares as observers concede his top 3 status at Hunter Mills is real. Seojun drags his spear along the ground, preparing a counter while Gangchul gathers energy. Seojun considers a new approach as Gangchul watches warily. Gangchul flinches, sensing a shift in Seojun's pressure. Seojun decides to stop holding back and truly fight. Dark, turbulent aura swirls around Seojun, startling Gangchul as the atmosphere changes. Gangchul feels something strange and asks what is happening to him. Seojun's spear movement snaps into place, signaling the start of his real offense. Seojun swings with crushing speed, forcing Gangchul to block hard. Their faces tighten in close contact as Gangchul strains to resist the pressure. Gangchul is knocked back by the force of Seojun's counter, grunting in pain. Seojun stays composed and ready, showing no sign of fatigue. Gangchul realizes Seojun's aura has changed drastically mid-fight. He recalls Seojun's earlier aura felt like calm waves, unlike this new intensity. The memory contrasts with Seojun's current violent, eruptive power. Gangchul senses Seojun's aura now resembles a volcanic eruption, far more dangerous. Gangchul is forced backward, shocked that the attacker is now being pushed back. Seojun surges forward relentlessly, turning the tide and driving Gangchul into retreat. The exchange blurs into rapid impacts as Seojun's pressure mounts. Seojun judges Gangchul's style as rigid and forceful, but predictable. He concludes Gangchul's approach is too simple to break through him. Seojun notes that compared to refined swordplay and cultivation, Gangchul is essentially just swinging. Even so, Seojun recognizes there is something more behind the spear's effect. The spear's head glows ominously as its strange power asserts itself. A massive shockwave erupts, stunning the stadium with the scale of the impact. Gangchul stands amid shattered ground, suddenly dwarfed by Seojun's presence. He cannot understand why these simple swings feel so unbearably heavy. Seojun looms over him as Gangchul struggles to rise and keep fighting. Gangchul realizes this is not just about weight, since Seojun has not even used an aura spear from the start. Seojun's calm expression underscores how controlled his dominance is. Gangchul panics at the thought of Seojun actually using aura spear on top of everything else. He spirals, insisting the situation makes no sense. Seojun's presence reminds him of a terrifying figure from the past, triggering dread. A dark-haired woman appears in his memory as he recognizes that same oppressive feeling. She coldly belittles him, asking if this is all he amounts to as he kneels. Her contempt stings as he remembers being mocked for his supposed top 3 status. The nightmare of first encountering Lee Hyun floods back, paralyzing him. In the memory, she dismisses his expectations and embodies overwhelming hopelessness. Gangchul rejects the comparison, raging that someone like Seojun cannot be that strong. He grips his sword desperately, electricity crackling as he tries to force himself onward. He sees at being looked down on, his pride turning into fury. He screams his own name in defiance as Seojun stands opposite, unshaken. Gangchul launches himself into another all-out charge, closing the distance fast. Seojun watches with steady eyes, waiting for the opening. Gangchul roars for Seojun to die, committing to a killing blow. Seojun's aura coils around his spear as he prepares a decisive response. The clash sends fragments flying, signaling Gangchul's attack has been broken. Spectators recoil as the heavy sword is knocked aside and chaos ripples through the stands. Gangchul ends up kneeling, disarmed, with Seojun's spear leveled at him. Seojun stands over the fallen Gangchul, confirming the outcome without words. The announcer declares Kim Seojun the winner. Seojun exhales in relief, the fight ending cleanly. Seojun advances to the finals as Minil watches from the waiting area. Minil grins, energized by the prospect of facing Seojun. Fans buzz excitedly, amazed that Seojun's skill matches his outrageous gear. The crowd predicts Seojun will face Lee Minil in the finals since all other contenders are eliminated. The announcer proclaims the long-awaited finals are about to begin. The match is framed as 2 meteors colliding, with everyone stunned by how it turned out. Minil admits he wanted to fight Seojun once, and is pleased they met in the finals. Seojun notes Minil seems to have many questions for him. Seojun presses Minil about being self-taught despite claiming no specific teacher, and Minil confirms it. Minil is reminded he also said he has a master, even if the master does not know him as a disciple. Seojun asks directly who Minil's master is, making Minil tense. Minil asks why Seojun cares, testing his motives. Minil suggests Seojun might know the master, and Seojun is startled by the possibility. Seojun calls Minil a liar and considers whether to mention the Transcension Academy. He decides against it, reasoning that if Minil is not from that academy he can pretend it was a misunderstanding, but if he is, everything changes. Seojun concludes that sharing an academy would not make them comrades, only rivals. Not knowing Minil's reaction, Seojun chooses not to reveal his hand and wonders if he should hint instead. The announcer declares introductions unnecessary as Seojun hints that Minhyul's master should be unimaginably powerful, shocking Minhyul. The finals are announced as Kim Seojun vs Lee Minhyul, and Minhyul demands to know what Seojun really is. Seojun proposes a wager that the loser must answer the winner's questions, raising the stakes. Minhyul questions how truth can be guaranteed, wary of empty answers. Seojun tells him he will have to decide for himself as the match is about to begin. The start signal echoes through the stadium as both finalists take their stances. Seojun lowers his spear into a ready posture, measuring Minhyul across the arena. Minhyul reaches for his weaponry, preparing to engage Seojun's range. The crowd grows confused as the two hesitate, locked in a silent stare-down. Seojun admits it looks awkward from outside, but he is searching for an opening. Minhyul also finds no openings, realizing Seojun's guard gives him nothing. Minhyul finally commits, stepping forward to break the stalemate. He taunts Seojun as he charges, confident in his toughness. Seojun's eyes sharpen as he registers that Minhyul has drawn a sword. Minhyul brings the blade up, ready to test Seojun directly. Seojun decides Minhyul's sword cannot be treated as ordinary, and resolves to go full power immediately. Seojun launches a full-power opening technique, Pierce, driving his spear in with lethal intent. The archer swordsman blocks a sudden spear strike, realizing his opponent's reach and power are no joke. The spear user's eyes sharpen as he presses the attack, confident he has the archer on the back foot. With a sweeping motion, the spear fighter whips his weapon around to force the archer to yield space. The archer is driven into evasive flips as the spear's arcs batter the arena and keep him from settling. The spear user notes the archer narrowly avoided defeat by abandoning a weapon and retreating at the last instant. The archer senses something off in the spear user's rhythm and hesitates, unsure what he's missing. A storm of arrows is unleashed, but the spear's spinning wind pressure disrupts their paths. The spear user plants himself and accelerates the rotation, building a defensive vortex with disdain. He snaps a hand into the flow, guiding the spin to control the battlefield rather than simply defend. The arrows are flung outward and neutralized by the swirling force, denying the archer his ranged advantage. The archer is thrilled by the spectacle, recognizing the spear user's technique as absurdly strong. The spear user admits he is also curious about the archer's unusual weapon and fighting style. The archer proposes a bargain that if he wins, the spear user must answer questions about his weapon too. The spear user agrees mid-exchange while still attacking, making it clear the answers come only with victory. He smirks and reiterates that any information depends entirely on the archer actually winning. The archer laughs and takes the challenge as motivation, deciding to push harder rather than back down. The spear user dashes past, keeping the archer chasing and preventing him from dictating tempo. He pauses, puzzled by the archer's attitude, as if something about his intent does not match his actions. The archer praises the spear user sincerely, impressed even while under pressure. Amid the roaring wind of their clash, the spear user feels an unsettling incongruity he cannot name. He digs in and shifts his footing, preparing to test the archer more directly. Even as he lands clean hits with borderline cheating methods, he senses the archer lacks desperation. He concludes the archer is not fighting with the usual hunger to win. Boos and blocked attacks do not seem to bother the archer, deepening the spear user's confusion. The spear user realizes it is as if the archer does not truly care about the outcome. He confronts the archer, asking whether he actually wants to win at all. When the archer insists he wants to win, the spear user challenges why he cannot feel that urgency. The archer admits he does not understand the accusation but insists he wants to beat the spear user most of all. The spear user calmly reveals his truth. He is fine with losing. The archer is shocked and calls out the contradiction of using dirty tricks while claiming losing is acceptable. The spear user dismisses public opinion as irrelevant to how he fights or values himself. He declares that insults from others cannot diminish his self-worth. Those words hit the archer unexpectedly, making him pause and reassess the spear user. The spear user's faint smile suggests he has been waiting for the archer to notice something. He subtly repositions his spear, signaling a shift from taunting to teaching through combat. Standing tall, he looks down with quiet certainty as if he has reached a conclusion. His expression hardens into resolve, ready to state what he really believes. He clarifies he is not looking down on the archer, only speaking plainly about his stance. The archer's mind drifts to a past lecture questioning what kind of world one truly sees beneath appearances. He recalls the harsh idea that the strong prey on the weak and the unfit are eliminated. The lecture insisted people must constantly whip themselves to avoid being weeded out. It framed life as endless improvement to avoid falling behind others. The message was relentless: improve today over yesterday, and tomorrow over today. Back in the arena, the two face each other as the archer processes the spear user's philosophy. Listening to Lee Minhyul, the archer remembers Siddhartha Gautama's lesson and its opening question. The remembered question presses him: has he ever escaped his own thinking even once? The memory shifts to a scene under a tree, beginning an illustrative story. A calm ascetic asks whether one can transcend thoughts and view the world from a different angle. He introduces it as an anecdote from his training on Earth. The tale is set before enlightenment, when he was still Siddhartha Gautama in training. He watches children racing, their competition loud and carefree. Siddhartha encounters the children repeatedly running races for fun. They keep restarting the race again and again, treating it like play rather than judgment. Each time, the same child finishes last, yet keeps joining in. Strangely, the last-place child never loses his smile. Curious, Siddhartha approaches the child to ask why he runs. He asks the child directly what motivates him to keep running. The child answers simply that he runs because he likes it. Siddhartha confirms the child enjoys running and asks about fatigue and pacing. He then asks what happens if the others catch up. The child insists they cannot catch him because his finish line is different from theirs. Siddhartha points out a visible finish line in the distance and asks what that is. The child explains that finish line is something other people decided. To the child, it is only a checkpoint, not the true end. He runs on, leaving Siddhartha to contemplate the meaning of competing without being trapped by it. The story notes the child kept finishing last, yet his path did not end there. In the far future, that same child eventually won a great national race with a record-setting performance. Siddhartha admits he once believed life meant building a perfect tower through total effort for oneself. After digesting the child's words, he realizes the tower need not be built with all his strength and may even collapse. He wonders why he could not think that way earlier, recognizing the trap of a single rigid perspective. The lesson becomes clear: society is conflict, but insight can be born from unexpected places. The archer remembers how he was taught that failing to improve means being weeded out and disappearing. He recalls the survival of the fittest mindset that made him fear being left behind. That fear drove him to work hard every day, chasing constant improvement. He obsessed over becoming better, measuring himself against others and his own imagined progress. All he cared about was not falling behind, even when it hollowed out his reasons. Yet he recognizes a turning point, a spark however that interrupts the old logic. As his anxiety grew, he fixated on the Transcension Academy and its metrics of advancement. He became consumed by the system, staring at numbers and letting them define him. The pressure to work even harder swallowed his life, leaving him exhausted and restless. He ran endlessly to avoid being weeded out, as if life were only a race against elimination. He pushed to avoid being overtaken, treating survival as the only goal. The memory shows his strained breathing and the cost of living by fear alone. Now the spear user's words echo with the child's idea that other people's finish lines do not matter. The archer connects the lesson to Lee Minyo's confidence and the notion of a self-chosen checkpoint. Lee Minyo's calm stance makes the archer realize he has been trapped by external measures. The archer's eyes widen as the insight lands, loosening the grip of his old mindset. He finally understands what Siddhartha's lecture was trying to teach him back then. He asks himself why he never considered that perspective before, and his body begins to relax. With renewed clarity, he grips his spear more naturally, no longer forcing himself into rigid patterns. A small smile forms as he accepts the shift, as if a weight has lifted. He decides that whatever tricks Lee Minyo uses, he can break through by fighting on his own terms. His goal to win remains, but he now accepts that equipment differences and tactics are part of skill, not moral panic. Still, he senses something unique about this match that is changing him in real time. He reasons that if insults do not lower his worth, then applause should not raise it either. He rejects living for validation and declares he alone decides his own worth. Lee Minyo stares, momentarily stunned by the archer's sudden transformation. He admits the archer is a better friend than he thought, recognizing the sincerity behind the change. Lee Minyo steps back and adjusts, preparing to respond to the archer's new resolve. He drops his previous weapons to the ground, signaling a shift to a different approach. He repeats that he is not looking down on the archer, framing his next move as a test rather than contempt. Lee Minyo draws a curved blade and claims it is the one thing he learned from his master and trusts most. The archer refuses that framing, saying he does not like being forced into someone else's style. Lee Minyo's expression tightens as he commits to proving his point through action. Both fighters shift their footing, the arena quieting as they prepare for a decisive exchange. A violent impact shatters the ground as their clash escalates into heavier, more dangerous strikes. They lock in close, each insisting he must win, turning philosophy into raw collision. The spear user braces his polearm against the curved blade's pressure, testing its leverage. Lee Minyo grins, confident his weapon's weight and angle will overwhelm the spear user's guard. He smiles wider, enjoying the contest as he forces the spear user to absorb the strain. The spear user's eyes flick with surprise as the blade's momentum threatens to break his posture. Lee Minyo drives in with a body-checking rush, turning the clash into a grappling shove. The spear user is startled by the sudden close-quarters pressure and the blade's unpredictable follow-up. Lee Minyo unleashes a flurry of heavy strikes, battering through defenses with relentless rhythm. The spear user takes a cut and realizes the new weapon's weight changes everything about the exchange. He thinks the blade is heavy, and the force behind it is harder to redirect than expected. He judges that without his usual lance, Lee Minyo's slashes are now genuinely dangerous to handle. Lee Minyo continues pressing, adding more variations to keep the spear user from adapting. The spear user is forced to guard tightly as Lee Minyo's shifting angles deny clean counters. He admits Lee Minyo's ever-changing attacks are difficult to respond to in real time. A sharp exchange lands, and the spear user's hands strain under the repeated impacts. The spear user is knocked back, the pressure wave carving space and forcing him to reset. Lee Minyo advances through the lingering wind trails, keeping the spear user pinned in uncertainty. The spear user realizes that accepting the possibility of losing makes his body feel strangely light and free. He embraces the idea that losing is acceptable while still fighting sincerely for victory. He wonders if combat has ever felt this enjoyable, now that fear no longer controls him. Li Mingyul taunts that the spear user truly only learned this one weapon from his master. He adds that it is too early for the spear user to be surprised, implying more tricks are coming. Li Mingyul spins and hurls the spear user into the air with a sweeping, rotating strike. The spear user crashes down amid shattered debris, the arena floor breaking under the impact. He coughs and notes the dust cloud, realizing it can be used to hide movement. He shields his face and scans through the dust, alarmed as Li Mingyul's presence becomes unclear. Li Mingyul vanishes into the dust, leaving the spear user momentarily without a target. The spear user searches the arena, shocked by the sudden disappearance. He confirms Li Mingyul is gone from sight entirely, heightening the danger. He recognizes the technique as stealth arts and is stunned Li Mingyul can use something so advanced. He assesses that Li Mingyul cannot use it perfectly yet, but it is still a serious threat. He realizes that if he loses focus even briefly, Li Mingyul keeps slipping out of his vision. He decides this must be Li Mingyul's final trump card and prepares to counter with Merlin's mana. A brief flashback shows a similar close-range grab, hinting the spear user has seen this kind of setup before. Another memory of arrows and a spinning spear reinforces how Li Mingyul manipulates space and attention. Back in the present, the dust thickens again, obscuring Li Mingyul's approach. The spear user's eye narrows, sensing movement and forcing himself to stay calm. He tightens his grip and shifts his stance, ready to strike the moment Li Mingyul reveals himself. Sweat beads as he concentrates, refusing to be baited by fear or confusion. He questions whether this is truly the right way to fight, even as he commits to adapting. He realizes his belief never wavered. Seeing Mingyul's free-willed style simply exposed his own rigidity. He admits his fighting style has been too rigid up to now, and that must change to win. A lesson echoes that learning is valuable, and the spear user absorbs it as fuel for growth. He recalls the warning that obsessive learning can hinder self-expression, and he resolves to fight as himself while using what he has learned. A stern inner voice challenges Kim Seojun to stop imitating others and pretending he is fine. He realizes the real danger is relying on borrowed power and must draw out his own mana instead. Remembering his mentor's warning, he's told to go beyond study and apply the mentor's methods. He steels himself to repeat the attempt, accepting learning as a path to his own self-expression. Kim gathers multiple legacies into one focus, combining Merlin's intelligence, Chiron's senses, Xian Yu's power, and Siddhartha Gautama's calm mind. He reaches for something that belongs to no one else, aiming to claim it as his own. A breakthrough hits as his eyes sharpen with sudden resolve and awareness. He declares the power is his alone and channels it into his weapon. A golden aura erupts around him, announcing a new level of force on the field. Spectators gasp as he manifests an aura blade, stunned it could be real. The crowd and officials panic, insisting it makes no sense that a cadet could form an aura blade at all. Kim holds his glowing weapon in silence, letting the shock settle. He launches forward, the aura blade carving the air as he commits to the strike. The attack surges with overwhelming speed and pressure, forcing his opponent into a desperate defense. Kim's opponent reels in disbelief at the sudden shift in power. The aura blade breaks through, landing a decisive blow that ends the match. The impact blasts the opponent away and cracks the ground, making the victory undeniable. The arena falls into stunned silence as the aftermath spreads across the field. Kim relaxes with a faint, confident smile, satisfied the result speaks for itself. His opponent, shaken and sweating, admits defeat outright. The match concludes as the two stand separated, the outcome settled. News spreads that Kim Seojun has taken overall first place. Kalia, calmly sipping tea, reacts with mild interest to the report. A hooded subordinate asks if she noticed any distortions during the event. Kalia reports they sensed something like a distortion but cannot confirm what it truly was. She adds that Kim unexpectedly switched weapons mid-match and even used an aura blade, which was not anticipated. The subordinate orders continued surveillance of Kim and says the incident will be reported to the apostle. Kalia questions why they must go to such lengths over one cadet. The subordinate argues Kim is worth scrutiny, but Kalia demands what he is implying. He explains the recent 10-star dungeon break triggered a Korean association investigation, delaying their long-prepared plans, making the focus on one cadet seem excessive. Kalia snaps for the Apostle of Temperance's exact instructions, demanding a clear answer. The subordinate stiffens under her pressure, sensing he has overstepped. He hesitates, visibly intimidated by her sudden intensity. Kalia coldly apologizes, but the tone signals she is not backing down. She composes herself, arms crossed, still glaring with controlled anger. In a larger chamber, the subordinate reports to a higher authority that a distortion occurred in Korea and confirms it. When asked who resolved the distortion, the report names Kim Seojun, and the authority finds that detail strange. The hooded authority notes the apostle already knew the distortion was resolved, yet still asked who did it, implying deeper awareness and suspicion. An order is issued to keep close watch over Kim Seojun's actions, startling Kalia. Kalia dares to ask the reason for targeting Kim so intensely. The hooded authority turns, silent but threatening, refusing to entertain her curiosity. Kalia is struck down hard for questioning, left bruised and gasping on the floor. The authority reminds Kalia she may be the top candidate to succeed the Apostle of Chastity, but that status does not grant immunity. He warns she keeps forgetting she is not yet the Apostle of Chastity, forcing her into submission. Kalia trembles in fear, realizing she has provoked someone far above her. The hooded figure looms over her as she struggles to rise, humiliated and powerless. He states bluntly that her wishes do not matter, crushing any remaining defiance. Kalia tries to speak again, but her voice falters under the oppressive authority. He emphasizes the Apostle of Temperance is untouchable within the Order of Truth, one of the 7 apostles no one dares disrespect. He acknowledges Kalia has been acting without elder approval, tolerated only because she is a successor, but anything involving Kim must be reported fully with no omissions. Kalia realizes someone is using the Apostle of Temperance as a mere messenger, meaning only a tiny number of people could be behind it. She concludes there is effectively only one person capable of pulling such strings. Back at the academy grounds, people marvel at Kim's performance and talk about contacting him before the Pro Hunter exam. Seo-yoon teasingly tells Kim he is becoming more and more of a monster as his strength grows. Kim deflects her jab, but she presses that using an aura blade makes the label feel accurate. Seo-yoon demands to know where he learned aura blades, and Kim awkwardly claims it was just luck, which she refuses to accept. Kim suggests going home, but Seo-yoon insists she must meet someone first. Seo-yoon asks who she needs to meet as commotion approaches from behind. Recruiters pitch scholarships and elite facilities, urging a self-taught cadet to visit their academy and stop training alone. Seo-yoon confirms the person she planned to meet was one of these recruiters, while another cadet loudly refuses any academy offer. Kim observes that everyone is clinging to the self-taught cadet because his independence makes him highly desirable. The recruiters swarm the cadet, treating him like a prize they can steal from rivals. Kim notes this chaos is why Seo-yoon wanted a secret meeting, while the cadet protests the relentless pursuit. The recruiters hesitate as someone steps in, confused by the sudden interruption. The cadet abruptly announces he will join Dream Academy, stunning Kim. Kim is left speechless, unable to process the sudden declaration. Seo-yoon and Kim both react in disbelief as the situation flips instantly. The recruiters scramble and then realize they have lost their target as he slips away. Seo-yoon sighs with relief, believing they finally shook off the recruiters. Kim angrily demands to know why the cadet said that, while Seo-yoon watches, baffled. Kim suspects the cadet never truly considered joining an academy and is hiding something. The cadet admits he did consider joining, but specifically wanted to attend the same academy as Kim. Kim is stunned and unsure how to respond to the unexpected attachment. Kim decides to postpone the argument, recognizing he lacks standing to forbid it, and doesn't want to meddle like the Sword Saint does. Kim reminds the cadet about their promise, shifting the conversation to what matters. The cadet agrees firmly, ready to honor the promise. Kim demands the truth about the so-called master the cadet keeps mentioning. The cadet hesitates, searching for an answer he can give. He steels himself, but still looks uncertain and cornered. He finally admits he does not know who his master is. Kim reacts with disbelief, convinced the cadet is messing with him. Kim's anger flares as he threatens violence to force the truth, while the cadet insists he genuinely doesn't know. The cadet repeats that his master doesn't even know he has a disciple, despite the techniques he copied. Kim points out the contradiction of praising a master beyond imagination while claiming ignorance of his identity. The cadet clarifies he never learned directly and only picked things up by watching from afar. He insists he has never received direct teaching from anyone. The story reframes him as a self-taught cadet, an unusual case. Normally self-taught aspirants lack ability or money, but Minhyul's case is different. Minhyul had both money and talent, choosing solitude only because he refused to be tied down. He explains he trained alone in the mountains and enjoyed freedom from academy constraints. One day during training, he sensed someone else nearby. He discovered an injured old man collapsed in the forest and froze in shock. Minhyul rushed to check the man and asked if he was alright. Back in the present, Kim listens as Minhyul prepares to explain what happened next. Minhyul says that moment became his first encounter with the man he calls master. In the past, he tried to help the injured man on the forest path. He saw the man was bleeding badly and realized the injuries were severe. Minhyul attempted to carry him to a hospital, fearing he would die otherwise. The old man begged him not to go down the mountain, refusing despite the danger. The old man weakly insisted he couldn't leave the mountain. Sensing desperation, Minhyul gave up on the hospital plan and complied. With no other choice, Minhyul treated him in an abandoned mountain house. He stayed to nurse the old man, feeding him and watching over him. He carefully spoon-fed the unconscious man, keeping him alive day by day. At first the man seemed likely to die, but over time Minhyul felt him steadily recovering. A month passed, and Minhyul hoped the old man would finally regain consciousness. Instead, intruders appeared, mocking that the old man survived and went into hiding, confusing Minhyul. Hooded attackers surrounded the house, taunting Minhyul for coming for a dying geezer and implying an elder's freedom. They question whether the old man woke today and whether someone helped Minhyul, refusing answers as Minhyul demands what is happening. One attacker sneers at Minhyul's attempt to act tough and dismisses him. They call out Minhyul's hiding spot, exposing him as an inexperienced bystander. The attackers move to kill Minhyul, and violence erupts around the house. A blade flashes as an unseen force cuts through an attacker with terrifying precision. The old man, now awake, counters effortlessly, his movements too fast to follow. The attackers stagger back in panic as their comrades fall. Someone orders the attackers to kill him, but they cannot even track his position. Back in the present, Kim grows tense as Minhyul's story reaches the crucial point. Minhyul admits it was the first time he had ever seen someone fight so perfectly. One attacker realizes this intervention was never part of their plan and panics. The old man reveals he is invisible to them, leaving the attackers helpless as bodies drop around him. He commands the survivors to leave immediately and never return, protecting Minhyul with absolute authority. A surge of power knocks Minhyul back as the old man's presence overwhelms the area. Minhyul watches in disbelief as the old man vanishes, leaving only the defeated attackers behind. Not understanding what he witnessed, Minhyul hurriedly packed his belongings, trusting the old man's warning. As he prepared to leave, he noticed a forgotten manuscript left behind in the house. Minhyul took the manuscript too, intending to return it if they ever met again, but he never saw the old man afterward. Back in the present, Minhyul finishes the account, and Kim and Seo-yoon absorb the implications. Kim asks why Minhyul calls the old man his master if he never taught him, and Minhyul reveals the manuscript was the man's most sacred text. Minhyul confesses the text contained dagger and stealth arts, and he ended up reading it despite knowing it was wrong. Kim pieces together that Minhyul learned from the manuscript and the old man's fighting, while the old man never knew his text was taken or copied. Minhyul insists everything he said is true, pleading to be believed. Kim admits the story sounds unlikely and doubts Minhyul is truly a Transcension Academy cadet. Minhyul swears again that he is telling the truth. Seo-yoon asks if Minhyul truly has no idea who the old man is, and Minhyul admits he entered the mock exam hoping his master might find him through the publicity. Kim suggests the master might be Sir Dark Saint, shocking Minhyul with the possibility. The Dark Saint is introduced as one of Korea's 5 heroes, the most hidden behind a veil, surrounded by ominous power. Kim explains the Dark Saint is a legendary assassination genius known only by name due to unmatched concealment, then asks Seo-yoon if she has ever seen him, and she says he visited her grandfather when she was young. Kim asks Seo-yoon to consult the Sword Saint about whether Minhyul's sacred text truly belonged to the Dark Saint, and she agrees to request it if Minhyul is comfortable. Minhyul blanks at the mention of her grandfather, only now realizing the connection. The scene shifts to a city evening, signaling time passing after the revelation. The next day begins at Dream Hunter Academy under a clear sky. Kim wakes with a troubled expression, still weighed down by everything he learned. He checks equipment listings and is stunned that a copied Gungnir costs $500,000. Frustrated by endless academy expenses, he decides he can postpone buying a backup weapon. He notes the $1 million mock exam prize money was wired smoothly, though match prize settlements may take longer. He is shocked to learn Seo-yoon is the Sword Saint's granddaughter, reframing how he sees her. Minhyul formally asks Seo-yoon for help finding his master, and she promises to speak with her grandfather. While Kim notes Minhyul was initially wary of showing the sacred text, Minhyul decides to return today so they can visit the Sword Saint together, and Kim wonders why Minhyul is so respectful to Seo-yoon but casual with him. While waiting, Kim decides to purchase the Academy's free pass through his phone. His phone suddenly shows lecture progress for Chiron, Siddhartha Gautama, and Merlin increasing to full completion even without buying the pass, leaving him confused about who is stacking the progress. Seo-yoon finishes Chiron's lecture and sees his progress hit 100%, triggering a new reward. He freezes, realizing something about this completion feels different than before. The system confirms he completed the Combat Transcendent Intro course and obtained Metamorphosis. He bursts into excited celebration at finally getting the skill. His cheering turns into a goofy victory dance as he revels in the achievement. The excitement abruptly dies as he senses something off and stops cold. He wonders why he feels no obvious power flow or bodily change like past upgrades. Recalling Nurim tales, he expected dramatic physical transformation and starts doubting the stories. A terrifying presence manifests behind him, making him snap into alert focus. He's jolted and thrown off balance by the sudden pressure closing in. A chill runs down his spine as he realizes he's being targeted by something unseen. It feels like a blade at his throat, and a voice marvels that he noticed its existence at all. The unseen speaker notes Seo-yoon can't actually see its form and is surprised by his natural senses. The presence assures him it didn't come to kill him, prompting Seo-yoon to demand its identity. The stranger appraises him as someone who'd be troublesome for a certain young man. Seo-yoon connects the hint to the legendary figure he's heard about and starts to guess. He blurts out the name Dark Saint, and the shadowy man's eyes confirm it. The Dark Saint steps into view, calm and imposing, while Seo-yoon keeps his weapon ready. Seo-yoon recognizes him as the famed assassination genius and stealth master known as the Dark Saint. The Dark Saint acknowledges Seo-yoon's quick understanding without lowering his guard. Both admit curiosity about how Seo-yoon detected him, and Seo-yoon suspects metamorphosis is involved. Seo-yoon wonders if the skill is more like heightened senses and asks if the visit is because of Minhyul. The Dark Saint assumes Minhyul told Seo-yoon about a sacred text and warns that's dangerous. Seo-yoon clarifies Minhyul never knew the Dark Saint's identity, which irritates the Dark Saint. Seo-yoon mentions Minhyul is on his way, and the Dark Saint realizes time is running out. He insists he must not meet Minhyul now and says that urgency is why he came to Seo-yoon. Cutting to the point, the Dark Saint asks if Seo-yoon has ties to the Order of Truth. Seo-yoon denies any connection beyond meeting Kalia once, which makes the Dark Saint think. The Dark Saint reveals he's been tracing the Order of Truth's movements, alarming Seo-yoon. He bluntly states he doesn't trust the Order of Truth at all. He explains the Order's heroic reputation is misleading and brings up their hunt of the monster Berserk. Seojun asks why Berserk is suddenly relevant, but the Dark Saint pauses ominously. The Dark Saint drops a bombshell. Berserk did not fall that day. He recounts Berserk as a calamity-level monster supposedly ended by the Grand Voice and 7 Apostles. Seojun struggles to parse it as the Dark Saint insists Berserk was never something that could be killed. The Dark Saint points out there's no corpse or record, calling the whole ending unnaturally clean. He states Berserk simply disappeared, shocking Seojun. Seojun demands how the Order could be credited with saving humanity if Berserk wasn't slain. The Dark Saint says the Grand Voice did something to Berserk, but it survived, and he became certain after a later incident. He pivots to ask why the Apostle of Chastity's seat is empty, unsettling Seojun. The Dark Saint says the Apostle of Chastity also vanished suddenly, just like Berserk. He mocks the official story of dying of old age, arguing it makes no sense among the 7 Apostles. He claims the disappearances are linked, and reveals the Order tried to kill him for investigating and staged the recent 10-star dungeon break because of Seojun. Seojun is stunned and asks why the Order of Truth would target him at all. The Dark Saint admits he doesn't know the reason, but is sure the Order is watching Seojun. He explains he's telling Seojun this because he needs a favor. The Dark Saint asks Seojun to take care of Minil in his stead, since he can't approach him now. He explains the Order's special watching method lets them see consequences of a target's actions. Because the Order wants to watch him, anyone he contacts leaves a trace, so Seojun must act as the bridge to Minil. Seojun realizes that means the Dark Saint has now left a trace on him and panics about it. The Dark Saint calls Seojun the exception. He says the Order is watching Seojun but cannot actually watch him, so actions done through Seojun would look like Seojun's alone. When Seojun asks why he can't be watched, the Dark Saint admits he has no idea. He notes he can evade watching by entering non-existence, but Seojun's immunity is beyond him, leaving Seojun overwhelmed. Seojun wonders if this relates to the Academy lacking his personal information, while the Dark Saint says he truly has no time. The Dark Saint hands Seojun a thick book to deliver to Minil. He says it contains more detailed information than what he previously recorded of his dagger and stealth arts, and Seojun questions why he's trusted with it. The Dark Saint warns Seojun not to meddle, since he can't interfere with people the Order isn't watching. He calls the book excessive compensation but insists Seojun take it. Seojun refuses the gift, saying he doesn't need it, which confuses the Dark Saint. Seojun asks for something else instead, leaving the Dark Saint baffled. The Dark Saint thinks Seojun is ignorant of how priceless this is and asks what he means by something else. Seojun shamelessly asks for child support, stunning the Dark Saint. The Dark Saint can't believe Seojun is asking for money of all things, especially from a former hero. Seojun bluntly says he won't do the favor without payment, confirming the demand is real. The Dark Saint asks the price, and Seojun names $3 million. The Dark Saint explodes in outrage at the absurd amount, while Seojun tries to calm him down. Seojun prepares to justify his price like he's about to drop a decisive argument. He argues only someone unwatchable like him can do this job, and the Dark Saint grudgingly agrees. Seojun adds that Minil would distrust a random messenger, so Seojun's existing relationship makes him uniquely suitable. He presses that Minil won't accept being controlled and would just disappear to train, so the Dark Saint needs a reliable intermediary. Seojun emphasizes the personal risk of drawing the Order's suspicion through his actions, insisting that justifies the fee. He declares his conclusion that $3 million is the minimum fair compensation. The Dark Saint immediately accepts, and Seojun is shocked it worked so easily. Seojun promises to wire the money and checks it's not a monthly payment, and the Dark Saint denies being that shameless. Seojun clarifies he means $3 million after taxes, and the Dark Saint insults his non-existent shame. Seojun says the association will handle the transfer cleanly, then asks if he can tell Minil about the Dark Saint. The Dark Saint says it doesn't matter because the Order can't watch Seojun anyway. Still, he orders that Minil must not mention the Dark Saint's existence, or their relationship to anyone. Left alone, Seojun processes that the Order of Truth is watching him as Minil arrives loudly. Minil, stunned, realizes his master truly was the Dark Saint. Seojun explains the Dark Saint left urgently and asked him to deliver the book, omitting the child support deal. Minil accepts the book with a startled gasp. Seojun daydreams about spending the incoming money while Minil silently stares at him. Minil asks why Seojun is giving him this, and Seojun repeats it's the Dark Saint's request. Seojun notes he could have stolen the book, realizing Minil is questioning his motives. Seojun struggles to answer without exposing the Transcension Academy or sounding disrespectful to the Dark Saint. He thinks hard, searching for a safe explanation. Seojun decides stealing would be cruel and instead frames his choice as basic decency. Minil falls silent, weighing Seojun's words. Minil announces he's made a decision, leaving Seojun confused and wary. Minil declares he wants to attend the Dream Hunter Academy together with Seojun, shocking him. Minil excitedly insists they start today and praises Seojun as a good guy. A dramatic aura of trust flares around Minil as Seojun reels at the sudden emotional intensity. Minil begs for Seojun's approval, while Seojun panics at the misunderstanding. Minil concludes he's enrolling no matter what, clinging to Seojun with enthusiasm. Ms. Seoyun approves the enrollment, which makes Minhyul celebrate. Seojun realizes this outcome is actually convenient, and tries to accept it despite Minhyul's clinginess. Minhyul decides to train using the Dark Saint's secret book, motivated and confident. Seojun reflects that keeping Minhyul close will make future dealings with the Dark Saint easier, and jokes about the delivery chain. He privately realizes Minhyul can become a steady source of money from the Dark Saint. Seojun laughs greedily while Minhyul happily plays along, and the Dark Saint senses something is wrong from afar. As Seojun plots profits, Ms. Seoyun shifts the topic to team-based contests at the academy. Seojun asks what she means by teams as she explains contests are entered by academy student teams. She adds that because many participate, the rewards are much higher, catching Seojun's attention. She says Seojun and Minhyul together could win everything, making her unexpectedly excited. Seojun stares at Minhyul's goofy duck-beak enthusiasm and thinks again of his golden egg potential. The academy welcomes Minhyul officially as he awkwardly thanks them. Minhyul is suddenly shown in brutal training, straining through intense exercise. Seojun, elsewhere, rubs his face in disbelief at the academy's insanity. Minhyul insists on finishing his set, revealing he's training under extreme pressure. 3 days later, after contest winnings and the Dark Saint's payment, Seojun lounges while admiring Minhyul's growing muscles. Seojun laments that $4 million vanished instantly as he buys expensive new lectures. A massive weight slams down as the training escalates to absurd levels. Hercules begins the first class, skipping introductions and promising to keep it short. He introduces himself as Hercules, a mythic god of strength and heroes. Hercules notes most students come after Chiron's lectures and urges anyone behind to finish Chiron first, revealing he's Chiron's apprentice. He teaches that a combat warrior's body matters most and that he will focus on explosive muscular strength. He mocks the idea that strength makes you slower, calling it a misconception. Hercules laughs and declares that belief pure prejudice as his power crackles. He insists strength, speed, and reflex all come from muscle power, stunning Seojun. Seojun watches in shock, clutching his device as Hercules' display defies common sense. Hercules demonstrates that even a little exertion massively boosts muscle size and tells everyone to watch closely. He launches into motion at blinding speed, leaving only a streak. Hercules explains lightning speed comes from lower body muscles as he moves like a projectile. He showcases sky-carrying strength by smashing through a massive structure with sheer force. He follows with upper body power, emphasizing how arms deliver overwhelming impact. He demonstrates reflexes beyond instinct, multiplying into afterimages from speed. He boasts of stamina that never runs out, continuing relentless movement. He concludes all these feats come from the beautiful muscles covering the body. Seojun, overwhelmed, can only mutter awe while recording or watching the lecture. Hercules urges students to strengthen muscles for faster reflexes and speed, and Seojun wonders if he can become like that. Seojun's daily personal mission arrives, listing a brutal regimen, and he notes it's basically like Chiron's assignments. He agrees he can handle it until he notices a strange condition attached to the mission. The system clarifies the mission only counts weight of at least 1 ton, scaling with the student's level. Seojun smiles in disbelief, trying to process what 1 ton minimum even means. He facepalms, realizing the academy's missions are completely unhinged. Still smiling nervously, he tries to keep his composure despite the absurdity. He wonders if everyone here is insane as the academy's intensity sinks in. He realizes Hercules' promise about reaching 500 tons wasn't a joke and fears the footwork lecture might be just as extreme. The foot technique lecture defines footwork as combat steps coordinated with full body movement. A new instructor appears, Jang Samong, an elder martial artist credited with creating a supreme sword and fist art. Seojun compares him to Hercules and asks if the legend of his ascension means he's truly an immortal. Jang Samong says he'll demonstrate examples, snapping Seojun to attention. Jang Samong casually steps into the sky, standing above the clouds as if on solid ground. He explains Void Walk is literally walking in the air, showing multiple figures strolling on clouds. He adds that by using inner energy, one can place their feet on the air itself. Seojun is told not to overthink the principles yet, but he realizes aerial movement would remove all mobility restrictions. Another daily mission arrives, and Seojun prays it won't be as bizarre as Hercules' tasks. The mission reveals a nightmare requirement: maintain 300 km per hour for 30 seconds and repeatedly fall from 30 meters or higher 20 times. Seojun stares at his phone, wavering between confidence and doubt about a risky idea. He talks himself into believing he might actually be able to pull it off. Almost immediately, he second-guesses himself as unrealistic and may be losing it. A young woman approaches asking for Seojun, and he turns, surprised to be found. He recognizes her, and is caught off guard by her sudden appearance. Seojun excitedly confirms his identity, calling him Seojun. Seojun demands to know why she is here and how she tracked him down. Seojun introduces herself as Manchul's daughter and says her father once told her about Seojun. Seojun asks if she has contacted her dad recently, and she says she last did when applying for the hunter exam. Seojun hesitates, unsure how to explain why she is asking. She admits she suddenly lost contact with her father and came hoping Seojun might know something. Seojun is shocked by the news. He presses for details, and she says she has been unable to reach him since yesterday after he went to work. Trying to stay hopeful, she suggests he might just be drunk and sleeping somewhere like before. Seojun asks whether anything else happened that could explain it. Seoyun confesses she fought with her dad yesterday. She explains it started when she said she wanted to become a pro hunter, and Seojun reacts to how dangerous that is. Seojun reveals he already has a power and has had it for about a month. Seoyun adds she wanted Hunter Academy instead of college, but her dad disapproved. Seojun reflects that parents fear hunter work and understands why Manchul would oppose it. Outside, Seojun warns Seoyun to be careful and to contact him if anything happens, while she wishes him luck. They part ways, Seoyun still anxious as Seojun waves goodbye. Seojun pauses mid-wave, troubled by what he just heard. He tries calling Manchul but gets no answer. Reading Seoyun's worried message, he wonders what the old man is doing. He thinks hard, sensing something is off. Seojun calls Manchul again, still unable to reach him. He tries to reassure himself this has happened before, and decides waiting another day might be fine. Elsewhere, shadowy figures conclude the evil star has noticed their movements. They discuss the evil star and Dark Saint, and question what to do about Kim Seojun. They report they still cannot locate Seojun and ask for orders. A leader orders them to keep the truth about the 10-star dungeon break hidden at all costs. She coldly tells them to proceed with the plan. Seojun's system assigns brutal daily missions requiring weighted reps of at least 1 ton. He fixates on the absurd requirement of 1 ton. Regretting past choices, he laments selling monster carcasses and being stuck unable to raid for now. He activates his Kibisis gear, preparing to use it in a way he never intended. Mana surges through him as he braces for extreme training. He realizes the weight feels even heavier than a ton and grits through the strain. The crushing load slams down, forcing him to the floor. He decides PT alone is not enough and resolves to amplify himself with mana despite the misery. He steels himself to go all out. With mana flaring, he forces his body to keep moving under the mission's punishing conditions. The pressure overwhelms him, and his eyes widen in alarm. He collapses face first, completely flattened by the weight. Miss Seoyun finds him pinned and asks what on earth he is doing as he begs for help. She stands over him, speechless at the ridiculous situation, while he pleads to get the weight off before he dies. Seoyun drags the heavy bag away and demands to know how much he stuffed into it. She strains in disbelief at how impossibly heavy it is. A burst of power flares around her as she exerts herself to move it. The weight finally flies off, and both of them sit there panting in relief. Seoyun checks her hand, unsettled by the strange sensation from the effort. Seojun thanks her, admitting he genuinely thought he was about to die. He abruptly asks Seoyun how tall the building is, and she estimates 5 floors, about 15 meters. Seojun mutters that 15 meters is not enough, alarming Seoyun about his sudden interest. He bluntly announces he wants to jump off the roof. While calculating whether a 15-meter fall is survivable for him, he tells Seoyun to wait while he tests it. Seoyun hears a scream from above and freezes in confusion. A heavy thud follows, leaving her baffled. Seojun returns pleased that he can do it, while Seoyun is too stunned to respond. He excitedly decides to try again, and Seoyun concludes he is insane. Seoyun worries how this will look to new students and despairs about the academy's reputation. A male student appears, awkwardly reacting to the chaos. The student asks what happened while Seojun fumes that he wants answers, not questions. The student wonders if Seojun's behavior is normal, and Seoyun admits he was like this when she first met him. Seojun notes he has been unable to contact Manchul for 4 days, which has never happened in the decade he has known him. Seoyun texts that she still has not heard from her dad and plans to call the police, convincing Seojun something definitely happened. Determined to confirm the truth himself, Seojun announces he is heading out, shocking Seoyun, who thinks he means jumping again. He clarifies he is going to look for Manchul, recalling bizarre police reports about zombies and subway explosions. Seoyun asks if something happened to Manchul, and Seojun admits he does not know yet. Seojun says he will explain after confirming, then leaves in a hurry. People outside recognize him as the superstar Kim Seojun. At Manchul's monster transport company, Seojun greets the workers who praise his performance and dedication. He awkwardly accepts their compliments and admits he expected their success after seeing their hard work. They ask why he came and whether he needs a monster carcass transported, but he says he just wanted to check on them. They report business is better since the awful supervisor was fired and credit Seojun after Manchul told them the truth. Seojun asks if anyone has seen Manchul lately, and the workers realize they have not seen him in a long time either. They guess Manchul might have passed out drunk somewhere again, but Seojun realizes no one knows anything. Seojun remembers Manchul disappeared after following someone and focuses on that clue. He demands details, and they recall a strange client came 3 or 4 days ago offering a huge commission that Manchul handled. One worker confirms the offer was tempting even to them. Seojun asks if anyone went with Manchul, and they say he went alone. They admit it felt suspicious because it bypassed official procedures, usually a sign of danger or illegality, and Seojun wonders why Manchul accepted. Seojun realizes Manchul likely needed money desperately for Seojun's tuition. He asks where Manchul went, but they cannot tell him. Seojun decides the association's transport and raid records might reveal the truth. He thanks the workers and rushes off, leaving them cheerfully waving goodbye. At the association, a staffer refuses to reveal anyone's whereabouts to an unrelated third party. Seojun argues Manchul is missing, but they insist they cannot disclose anything without confirmation and not to non-relatives. He is shut down with a firm apology. Outside, Seo-jun sits in frustration, wondering what he should do next. He reasons that losing contact right after Manchel left with a suspicious person means something likely happened to him, but he admits the association claims there is no evidence of disappearance, leaving him stuck. An ominous feeling grows as he clenches his hands, sensing danger closing in. Elsewhere, Manchel's co-workers recall him as a good man as they travel with their truck. In a hospital room, someone presses an envelope into Manchel's hand, telling him to take it. Manchel, injured in bed, looks up at the offered envelope. The visitor says it is an envelope with 3 million won meant for Manchel. Manchel refuses, saying Soo-yun needs college money too, but the visitor insists he accept and thank an adult's gift. The visitor tells Manchel to recover quickly, and says money can always be saved again. The giver looks pained yet resolute as Manchel takes the envelope. Seo-jun remembers that when he lost 9 years of savings in an accident, Manchel comforted and cared for him. He recalls Manchel giving him 3 million won without hesitation, which Seo-jun used for the Transcension Academy entrance fee. Seo-jun acknowledges that kindness shaped who he is today. Unable to sit still, Seo-jun decides he must act instead of waiting. He rises with renewed determination. While walking, Seo-jun calls Miss Seo-yun and asks for her help. He declares he has to take action and demands an immediate meeting with the Sword Saint. Seo-jun stands face to face with the Sword Saint, the old hero towering over him. The Sword Saint acknowledges he has heard about Seo-jun's situation. He asks directly whether Seo-jun wants his help. Seo-jun refuses, surprising the Sword Saint. Instead, Seo-jun challenges the Sword Saint to a duel and asks if he accepts. Seo-yun reacts in shock at Seo-jun's reckless escalation. The Sword Saint's attendant is equally stunned by the audacity. The Sword Saint demands to know what Seo-jun is thinking. Seo-jun proposes stakes. If he wins, the Sword Saint must actively intervene in the incident, not just offer advice. If Seo-jun loses, he will quit Dream Academy, leaving Seo-yun horrified. The Sword Saint notes Seo-jun cannot win fairly and considers what this challenge really means. Seo-jun adds that if he can injure the Sword Saint even once, he wants that counted as his victory. He explains Manchel likely suffered after following the suspicious person, yet the organization refuses to share information. Seo-jun argues it would be different if the Sword Saint, one of Korea's 5 heroes, demanded answers. Seo-jun admits it is a gamble but insists it is the only way to save Manchel, and the Sword Saint praises his bravery. The Sword Saint agrees and tells Seo-jun to follow him, while Seo-yun calls out in protest. They head inside toward a sealed training space. The Sword Saint enters with grim resolve, preparing for something serious. A ceremonial weapon stand is revealed, radiating ominous power. The Sword Saint draws a legendary blade, stunning his attendant. It is identified as the Azure Dragon Sword, its aura filling the room. The story of the Azure Dragon Sword is invoked, a divine weapon tied to ancient victory. Though this is an imitation, it is still a masterpiece forged by Korea's greatest blacksmith. The attendant explains the headmaster only brings it out when he believes he must kill his opponent, terrifying everyone. They note he has not used it since the catastrophe ended, underscoring how extreme this is. Seo-jun demands to know what the Sword Saint plans to do to him. The attendant warns that if something goes wrong, the young lady will suffer, but the Sword Saint cuts him off. The Sword Saint says Seo-jun is still a student and suspects his challenge is driven by more than mere determination. He decides he should properly entertain Seo-jun's resolve by accepting the duel seriously. Seo-yun begs Seo-jun not to do this, fearing he will be killed. She says she will ask her grandfather instead, but Seo-jun refuses. Seo-jun shuts out her pleas, steadying himself. He tells Seo-yun he appreciates her concern but insists this is necessary because there is no guarantee such tragedies will not happen again. Seo-jun admits he does not know why Manchel disappeared, but fears he might be the reason and that it will keep happening. He confesses he lacks the strength and authority to protect those around him yet, and tightens his resolve. He vows to force the Sword Saint to act publicly so anyone targeting him will hesitate, then promises to return after winning. Seo-jun faces forward, expression hardened as he commits to the fight. Seo-yun watches, shaken and worried by his determination. She reaches out as if to stop him but cannot bring herself to interfere. Her hand falls back, realizing she cannot change his mind. In the duel hall, Seo-yun silently urges Seo-jun that he must win. The Sword Saint warns Seo-jun not to expect mercy because of Seo-yun, and signals the duel will be fought in earnest. Seo-jun insists he is not asking for special treatment, only that the other man keeps his promise. The Sword Saint acknowledges Seo-jun's resolve as they face each other in the dojo. Both men ready their weapons, silently agreeing the duel is about to begin. The Sword Saint offers Seo-jun the first move, confident he can handle it. Seo-jun lowers his stance and steadies his breathing, committing to attack. He tells himself he can at least endure for a while even against the Sword Saint. Seo-jun launches forward with a decisive step, initiating the fight. He swings his glowing polearm with full force, channeling blue energy into the strike. Seo-jun resolves to go all out from the very start rather than hold back. His eyes flare with power as he accelerates into the opening blow. A massive blue arc surges toward the Sword Saint, who stands calmly in its path. Seo-jun focuses intensely, gauging whether his first attack will land. The Sword Saint blocks cleanly, stopping the energy-laced strike with practiced ease. Seojun's attack passes close enough for the Sword Saint to recognize something unusual about the weapon. The Sword Saint taunts Seojun, implying that was not enough to impress him. The Sword Saint counters with a swift slash that forces Seojun to brace. Seojun grits his teeth under the pressure, struggling to keep his guard intact. A sudden escalation makes Seojun realize the Sword Saint's speed is beyond normal expectations. The Sword Saint's blade sweeps past Seojun's defense, narrowly missing as Seojun twists away. Seojun retreats at high speed, trying to reset his footing before the next cut. Another slash crashes into Seojun's guard, rattling him with the impact. The Sword Saint's continuous sword pressure fills the room, leaving Seojun little space to breathe. Seojun recognizes the Sword Saint is fighting seriously and not merely testing him. The Sword Saint's expression hardens as he keeps the tempo relentless. Seojun realizes every attack and movement is calculated to pin him down like a finishing sequence. The Sword Saint's aura swells, signaling he is tightening the noose around Seojun. He names his technique Sword Dance, announcing a higher level of swordplay. The sword dance explodes outward in sweeping arcs, forcing Seojun to dodge and guard simultaneously. Outside the duel, a woman and a suited man are jolted by the shockwaves and panic at Seojun's danger. The woman tries to call out to Seojun, alarmed by how violent the exchange has become. Seojun hears his name shouted but stays locked in survival mode under the barrage. Observers frame the Sword Saint as a legendary S-class hero, far above ordinary elites. The narration emphasizes the Sword Saint's status as an elite among elites. The title Sword Saint hangs over the moment as he advances without hesitation. The sword dance continues, its intersecting arcs cutting off Seojun's escape routes. Seojun is forced into the air and into awkward angles as the Sword Saint slashes around him. The Sword Saint mutters that Seojun has become troublesome, surprised by his persistence. He recalls Seojun being an immature brat only months ago, making this growth hard to accept. Though he sensed potential before, he admits Seojun once seemed only exceptional for a typical student. He contrasts that past impression with what he is witnessing now in the duel. Seojun keeps moving through the storm of blades, refusing to collapse under the pressure. The Sword Saint notices Seojun's adaptation and sharpens his focus. Seojun darts in with his polearm, trying to break the Sword Saint's rhythm at close range. The narration notes Seojun is constantly striving to develop himself, even mid-fight. Seojun's weapon clashes with the Sword Saint's blade, startling the Sword Saint with its durability. Seojun's eyes widen as he senses the Sword Saint's next move coming too fast. A violent exchange erupts, the Sword Saint's power blasting through the dojo like a wave. The shockwave intensifies, threatening to overwhelm Seojun's defenses entirely. The Sword Saint steadies himself after the burst, still in full control of the battlefield. He narrows his eyes, reassessing Seojun with a colder, more serious gaze. The Sword Saint acknowledges the weapon is unusual and can withstand his aura better than expected. He admits the fight would have ended earlier if not for that weapon's resilience. The Sword Saint considers that he did not intend to exert himself, but Seojun is forcing his hand. He decides to put in a little effort, leaning into the duel's intensity. Seojun swings again with a wide, committed strike, trying to seize momentum. Seojun cries out as the exchange turns brutal and punishing. The Sword Saint stands firm as another surge of power tears through the room. The energy continues to roar, drowning out everything but the duel's violence. Seojun coughs blood, showing he has finally taken a serious hit. Seojun realizes he was too cocky and is paying for underestimating the Sword Saint. He reflects that beating a few prospects misled him, since real-world hardship is different from student sparring. Seojun admits he failed to see reality, as he forces himself back up. He recognizes the enormous gap between himself and the Sword Saint, even while still fighting. Seojun feels frustrated that the Sword Saint still has not truly gone all out. The Sword Saint's slashes keep coming, driving Seojun backward across the floor. A heavy impact lands nearby, emphasizing how close Seojun is to being finished. Seojun's desire hardens into ambition as he thinks he wants what the Sword Saint has. The Sword Saint mocks him again, questioning why Seojun challenged him with such limits. The Sword Saint's sweeping power is described as the kind that silences enemies by name alone. Seojun, despite the pain, admits he cannot help but acknowledge that overwhelming strength. Seojun remembers looking up to the Sword Saint and wanting to become like him. He admits he revered not just the Sword Saint's power but the method that forged it, yet he was arrogant. Seojun realizes he was intoxicated by the title of Transcendent and unconsciously looked down on the Sword Saint. Seojun unleashes a vertical burst of blue power, trying to force a breakthrough with sheer output. Even as he fights, Seojun admits he is still far weaker than the Sword Saint. He plants his foot hard, refusing to fall and pushing himself forward again. Seojun frames this duel as a rare chance to evaluate his true level objectively. He vows that someday he will reach heights higher than the Sword Saint. Seojun declares he wants to go beyond the Sword Saint, turning desperation into determination. A sudden shift hits Seojun, and his expression changes as something feels off. Both fighters hang in a tense moment mid-motion, as if the flow of combat has been disrupted. Seojun realizes he cannot feel anything in his hands, as if his grip and sensation have vanished. He senses something is wrong with his movement, and even his steps feel unnatural. Seojun's body betrays him as his motions become awkward at the worst possible time. He fixates on the strange sensation, trying to understand what is happening to him. A blade-like arc cuts through, and blood sprays as Seojun is struck during his lapse. Seojun flinches in shock, realizing he has been cleanly hit. The onlookers rush in, shouting Seojun's name as he collapses. The woman runs towards Seojun while others note he lasted impressively long against the headmaster. The Sword Saint looks down at Seojun and thinks about the promise he made. He tells Seojun to keep that promise, reinforcing the duel's true purpose. Seojun lies motionless on the floor as the room settles after the clash. The Sword Saint watches in silence, his expression unreadable after the outcome. The woman kneels beside Seojun, worried and checking on him as the Sword Saint stands nearby. The Sword Saint remains quiet, as if deciding what to do next. The woman reaches towards Seojun's body, still anxious about his condition. Seojun remains unconscious, battered and still. Elsewhere, a sudden distortion opens in a rocky, dark space, hinting at a dangerous dungeon anomaly. Two men stumble through the darkness, running as if escaping something after the distortion. One complains he only came for money and never expected this sudden distortion to trap them. The other apologizes and says he would have come alone, but tries to reassure that rescuers will arrive. The first man coldly says rescue will not come, crushing that hope. He reveals he asked the association president to keep this secret, admitting that secrecy caused severe damage. He fears they may not make it out alive, acknowledging the situation is dire. A grim smile suggests someone is hiding in tent or enjoying the chaos. One man claims that guy would have struggled out somehow, confusing the other about who he means. He warns that someone is here with them, raising immediate alarm. He dismisses the threat as just a very silly guy, as if baiting a reaction. Seojun jolts awake, startled as if pulled back from unconsciousness. A woman asks if Seojun has come to his senses, watching him sit up in bed. Seojun asks how long he was out, but she warns there is no time to rest. She insists he cannot lie down leisurely anymore, implying urgent developments. The Sword Saint enters, and the room's tension rises as he approaches them. The Sword Saint's stern presence fills the doorway, making everyone fall silent. Seojun and the woman look up at him, unsure what he intends. The Sword Saint closes his eyes briefly, as if settling a decision. He tells Seojun to take it, offering his own sword. Seojun recognizes the offered weapon as the Azure Dragon sword and is stunned. Others react in disbelief, calling the Sword Saint headmaster and even grandfather in shock. Seojun asks why the Sword Saint is giving him such a priceless weapon, and the Sword Saint says he is simply keeping his promise. The Sword Saint explains that if Seojun takes the sword as a token, the association will understand what to do, and he would rather Seojun handle it than deal with it himself. He tells Seojun to do his best, leaving the responsibility in Seojun's hands. Seojun confirms he is really being given the sword, and the Sword Saint orders him to bring it back when finished. The story shifts to the Pro Hunter Association, explaining it is a government-managed yet profit-driven organization. Lee Tae-bum, president of the Korean Pro Hunter Association, is introduced as he considers the situation. The Azure Dragon sword lies on display, its presence causing unease. Seojun sits across from the president, irritated and wondering why the Sword Saint's sword is here at all. Seojun introduces himself and says he came without notice to ask questions, while the president recalls being pressured to transfer 3 billion won to Kim Seojun. A flashback shows the Dark Saint demanding the 3 billion won transfer to Seojun, leaving the president bewildered. The president wonders who this mysterious person is, noting Suk Manchul vanished 4 days ago after entering a dungeon at someone's request. Seojun demands to know which dungeon Manchul entered and with whom, emphasizing proper notification is required. The president recalls being asked to keep the matter secret, questioning why it had to be handled that way. He says they must first verify the Azure Dragon sword's authenticity before answering, pressing Seojun to respond quickly. The president insists authenticity still takes priority, stalling the conversation further. Seojun warns that if things go wrong because of the delay, the president will be responsible. The president is put on the spot, asked whether he can take responsibility if the delay causes disaster. Frustrated, the president curses under his breath, feeling cornered. He resigns himself, thinking that if it is the Sword Saint's will, it cannot be helped. Seojun asks if the Magic Saint took Minchul with him, connecting the disappearance to a larger plot. The president confirms the Magic Saint was investigating a 10-star dungeon break for him and secretly went to a 6-star dungeon after finding a lead. Seojun recalls the Dark Saint blaming the Order of Truth for the 10-star dungeon break, sensing a contradiction. He concludes something smells fishy and ends the meeting, thanking the president for the information. Seojun leaves, the door closing as he moves to act on the new lead. Before going, Seojun adds a question meant as a precaution, turning back with a calculating look. He asks if he can use the Azure Dragon sword as collateral for a loan from the association. A woman on the phone urgently asks Seojun if her father contacted him, sounding desperate. Seojun says he has not heard from him, but has a rough idea where he is. The woman panics as Seojun suggests there was a problem with the dungeon her father entered at someone else's request. Seojun hears her fear that her father might die, and it's revealed her mother died in a dungeon break 11 years ago, saving her. As she breaks down asking what about her, it's explained she cannot bear to lose precious people to monsters again. Suyin breaks down on the phone, terrified of being left alone, and her desperation hints at why she wanted to become a hunter. Someone calmly reassures her not to worry as she sobs into the call. The young man on the other end promises with certainty that he will bring the missing man back. He ends the call and recalls the association president's report that the magic saint and Manchal Udjasi entered a dungeon swarming with 6-star dryads. While rushing out, he reasons that even if the magic saint is old and sick, being trapped suggests foul play, possibly a trap by the Order of Truth. He concludes that because the Order of Truth is watching closely, any outside rescue would be noticed immediately, leaving him as the only viable intervention. He transfers 500 million won to the Korean Hunter Association and is relieved the payment goes through. He remembers the president initially refused the Azure Dragon sword as collateral until he forced the issue with a formal memorandum. He reframes it as using causality to reduce the price and decides to sell the Azure Dragon sword for exactly 500 million to fund what he needs. Accepting the bargain, he commits to buying equipment from the Transcension shop to prepare for a place even the magic saint cannot escape. The shop interface calculates a fair price through causality and confirms the 500 million payment. He finalizes the purchase, revealing this was the item he had been watching since last time. A blinding summoning erupts as a legendary weapon manifests before him. He catches the newly acquired copy of Gungnir, stunned by its presence and power. He steadies himself, feeling the weapon's weight and aura as he prepares to move. With resolve, he opens a portal like light and commits to entering the dungeon. He arrives in a bleak forest where the trees feel unnaturally still. Seeing countless threats, he complains there are far too many to deal with easily. He identifies the enemies as dryads that mimic ordinary trees, realizing he could be overwhelmed if they ambush him in numbers. He decides to try sensing them rather than blindly probing each tree. He focuses intensely, shutting out distractions to extend his perception. A wave of detection spreads outward as his senses scan through the forest. He suddenly picks up something off and snaps to attention. He feels a subtle but unmistakable foreignness emanating from one tree. Though it looks like any other tree from the outside, he recognizes it as different and dangerous. He decides to test his suspicion with his new weapon. He unleashes power to gauge Gungnir's strength before committing deeper into the dungeon. The spear's energy surges as it launches with lethal speed. He drives the attack forward in a straight, crushing line through the forest. The strike intensifies into a piercing beam-like thrust aimed to obliterate the target. The impact slams into the tree with explosive force. A dryad reveals itself, shrieking as it emerges from its disguise. He follows up with another strike, trying to finish it immediately. The dryad dodges, shocking him with its speed and awareness. He whips the spear through the air, adjusting his angle for another attempt. Gungnir arcs and then shoots away, leaving his hand as he commits to a thrown attack. The spear plunges down like a falling pillar, carving into the ground with overwhelming force. The blow detonates through the dryad's body, tearing it apart. He looks up, startled by how much destruction the throw caused. He recognizes the weapon as Gungnir, the mythic spear tied to Odin and world-shaping legend. Holding it, he repeats the spear's legend to himself, confirming what he bought. He notes the power is immense even as a copy, implying a transcendent-made item's baseline is terrifying. Wondering if it can return to him, he attempts to recall the thrown spear. The spear trembles as if responding, suggesting the recall function is activating. He forces more mana into the recall, straining to make it work. Gungnir begins sliding back through the air toward him, drawn by his mana. The returning spear whips past dangerously close, nearly clipping him as it snaps back. Breathless, he realizes recall works but consumes huge mana, limiting him to roughly 1 recall per battle at his current level. He accepts that copied items cannot fully bypass their limitations, even if the legend says Gungnir returns on its own. He resolves to grow strong enough to wield it freely someday, but for now it is a risky trump card. He grimly jokes that if the Sword Saint ever turns on him, he can throw Gungnir to buy time to escape. A sudden violent shockwave erupts elsewhere, interrupting his planning. The disturbance intensifies into a red catastrophic surge that shakes the forest. He sprints toward the source, urgently searching for Manchal Udjasi. Elsewhere, Manchal struggles forward carrying the unconscious magic saint, both battered and exhausted. A wall of enraged dryads closes in behind them, forcing Manchal to flee faster. A massive red attack sweeps through the area, threatening to cut them down. The blast strikes, throwing them violently and nearly tearing them apart. Manchal crashes hard to the ground, momentarily separated and stunned. A purple barrier-like burst flares as the magic saint expends power to protect them from being finished off. Manchal calls out in panic, but the magic saint orders him to run while he holds the monsters back. Manchal refuses to abandon him, demanding to know what will happen to the old man. Guilt and fear twist Manchal's face as he realizes the sacrifice being demanded. Manchal blames himself for bringing the magic saint here, but the old man screams at him to run immediately. Manchal hesitates, torn between obedience and loyalty as the danger closes in. The pressure mounts and Manchal panics, realizing they may not survive either way. The magic saint collapses into Manchal's arms, his strength failing at the worst moment. Manchal curses helplessly as he tries to keep the magic saint from slipping away. Overwhelmed, Manchal apologizes to Sion in his mind, blaming himself for everything. He clenches his jaw and holds the magic saint tighter, refusing to let go despite terror. He senses something approaching and freezes, unsure if it is salvation or another attack. A blinding blue presence arrives, cutting through the chaos and forcing the monster's attention away. A voice confronts Manchal, asking if he understands how desperately Sion has been searching for him. The young man turns back toward them, revealing he has arrived at last. Manchel's face crumples with relief and shame as he recognizes the rescuer. The rescuer orders Manchel to carry the magic saint and retreat, promising they can talk later. The forest trembles as something huge shifts, signaling the Dryad's counterattack. The rescuer blocks a crushing strike and notes he has successfully drawn the enemy's attention. He decides he must quickly locate the Dryad's main body to end the fight. A heavy impact lands nearby, escalating the battle and forcing him to react instantly. A sweeping blue slash-like motion cuts through the air as he maneuvers to survive. He spins and evades amid spiraling attacks, barely staying ahead of the Dryad's reach. He curses under his breath, realizing the enemy's pressure is relentless. He observes that no matter how many times he cuts the branches, they regenerate endlessly. Unable to close the distance safely, he decides to use Gungnir and target the main body directly. He calls for Gungnir, trying to bring the spear into play under pressure. Spotting it, he locks onto the spear's location with sudden certainty. He commits to the plan as Manchel and the magic saint retreat into the distance behind him. He focuses sharply, timing his move between incoming strikes. Manchel, still fleeing with the magic saint, curses the situation as the danger continues to chase them. The rescuer realizes they have not escaped far enough yet, increasing his urgency to finish the fight. A red-tinged attack slams down, threatening to crush the area around him. He braces and pushes through the pressure, refusing to be pinned. Multiple heavy strikes rain down as he slips through a narrow gap, narrowly avoiding being pulverized. Pain surges through him as the strain feels like his body is being ripped apart by the onslaught. He glances toward the retreating pair, measuring whether they are finally safe enough. He decides they have gotten far enough and prepares to unleash a decisive move. He bursts forward at full speed, committing everything to reaching the spear and the enemy's core. Gungnir streaks across the forest, glowing as it becomes the centerpiece of his counterattack. The spear's light intensifies, signaling it is ready to be reclaimed and used. He grabs the weapon mid-motion, reclaiming control at the critical moment. Using the momentum, he drives a vertical, beam-like strike that cleaves through the Dryad's mass. The attack tears open the tangled bodies, splitting layers of wood and branches apart. The Dryads shriek in agony as their structure is violently disrupted. A red aura flares around the battlefield as the monster's rage spikes in response to the damage. A retaliatory strike grazes him, forcing him to grit his teeth and keep moving. He narrowly avoids a follow-up slash that passes dangerously close to his face. He counters with rapid blue arcs, carving through multiple limbs to create space. A sudden opening reveals the main body's position, and he snaps toward it. He confirms he has found the true core and prepares to secure the kill. He reaches out with mana, attempting to pull the spear back into perfect position. He commands the weapon to come, forcing it to respond despite interference. Multiple spear images appear as he manipulates, or multiplies the weapon's trajectory to overwhelm the target. He catches and stabilizes the spear, readying a finishing thrust. He lands in a low stance with Gungnir in hand, regaining control after the aerial exchange. He pauses, eyes narrowing as he senses the enemy's next move and a shift in the battlefield. The Dryads recoil and tremble, their expressions turning uneasy as if something has changed. He notices the Dryads trying to sneak away, realizing they have learned fear after being hit repeatedly. Amused, he recognizes their retreat as proof his attacks are working and breaking their will. The Dryads mutter in panic, acknowledging him as a dangerous opponent they misjudged. One Dryad reacts in shock as if singled out, while he coldly confirms the pressure is on them. A precise impact strikes a Dryad's core, stunning it and exposing its weakness. The surrounding Dryads freeze in alarm as the core hit signals imminent collapse. The monsters' bodies begin to crumble and loosen, their structure destabilizing. He exhales in brief relief, sensing the immediate threat easing. The remaining Dryads surge again, seemingly trying to stop him from reclaiming or using Gungnir further. He welcomes their approach, noting the annoying branches have come to him and made targeting easier. He drives another vertical strike, blasting through the mass with a concentrated blue beam. He calls Gungnir again and remarks that it is not his only legendary weapon, hinting at deeper resources. The spear's head gleams as power gathers, signaling the finishing sequence is complete. With the forest now calmer, he signals Manchel to come back, confirming the immediate danger has passed. Manchel returns carrying the magic saint and angrily demands why the rescuer took so long and why he vanished, mentioning Sion and the Hunter Academy plan. When pressed about his past conflict with Sion, Manchel shuts down and insists it is none of the rescuer's business. The rescuer focuses on the present and asks about the magic saint's condition, hearing it has been critical and worsened by protecting Manchel. Seeing the magic saint up close, the rescuer admits the old man looks terrible. He decides to use the emergency medicine he always carries to stabilize the magic saint. He administers the medicine, acknowledging it is only an emergency measure but should help somewhat. The magic saint groans back to awareness as the rescuer asks if he has come to his senses. As the magic saint starts to speak, the rescuer identifies the young man as the punk he mentioned before. The magic saint confirms this is the Hunter Academy student he previously talked about. Manchel bombards the rescuer with questions about how he found them and what happened to the Dryads, and the rescuer answers that he handled them. Manchel is stunned that he defeated all the Dryads alone and demands an explanation for why they came to such a place. The magic saint explains he needed help transporting monster corpses for study and had to move discreetly due to personal reasons, which is why he brought Manchwa. He adds that secrecy was necessary to avoid drawing attention, so he chose the most discreet helper possible. The rescuer bluntly asks if the secrecy was to avoid being discovered by the Order of Truth, making the magic saint go rigid. The magic saint panics, insisting he never even told the association president about that. Shocked, the rescuer knows. All three react in alarm as the ground begins to shake and the air turns ominous. The rescuer identifies the tremor as an approaching threat and calls it the bastard responsible. Manchwa realizes the monster that reduced the magic saint to this state has arrived. Manchwa admits he doubted the magic saint could be trapped unless something in this dungeon exceeded even him, and he thanks the rescuer for coming but fears what comes next. A tense warning lands that coming here was a mistake, signaling the danger is immediate and personal. They realize the looming mountain-like shape is not terrain at all, and panic rises as its true nature dawns on them. The colossal figure resolves into a towering tree-bodied horror, its presence overwhelming the forest. A single glowing eye and crushing aura confirm the creature is aware and monstrously alive. The group debates whether it even qualifies as a monster, concluding it looks like a grotesque mutation beyond normal categories. They identify it as a mutant dryad-like boss and take brief comfort that it has not noticed them yet. The young man urges everyone to avoid its gaze and escape the dungeon, but the others insist they already tried and failed. They explain the beast instantly detects and chases anyone who attempts to leave, which is why the famed magic saint is exhausted and injured. The magic saint describes the creature's near-invulnerable hide and rapid regeneration, making conventional attacks futile. Hearing even the magic saint's spells failed, the young man grasps just how absurdly strong the boss is. The magic saint admits age and illness have weakened him, though he can still briefly soften the shell and suppress regeneration at a cost. He adds that even with weakening, they still need a decisive strike to destroy the core, and right now they lack the means. The young man seizes on the key requirement, focusing the plan on delivering one powerful finishing blow. He declares he will be the finisher, promising to break the monster's core while the magic saint weakens it. He reveals a massive spear-like weapon, stunning the others with its sudden appearance and ominous power. The magic saint cautions that ordinary force still may not suffice and that his spell will only weaken, not immobilize, leaving no room for error. He stresses they will only get one chance, since failure means collapse or death before a second attempt is possible. The magic saint offers to sacrifice himself by drawing the monster away so the others can flee, showing his grim resolve. The young man rejects the fatalism and insists victory is possible, shifting the mood from despair to action. He presents the spear as the tool for the killing blow, and warns it may reject anyone who tries to take it from him. When the magic saint touches the weapon, it flares with energy, shocking him into recognizing its extraordinary nature. He is baffled by the weapon's intricate, non-overlapping magic circuits, something that should be impossible to craft. Even the magic saint cannot interpret parts of the enchantment, and the raw energy pouring from the spear unsettles everyone. The young man notes how unusually talkative the magic saint has become, recalling a similar dynamic with someone named Young Jimin. The magic saint becomes excited, declaring the spear's power so excessive that his weakening spell might not even be needed. He demands to know where such a weapon came from, pressing the young man for the truth. The young man claims the sword saint bought it for him, offering a convenient explanation to avoid deeper questions. The magic saint doubts the sword saint was ever that generous, while the young man privately rationalizes the lie as necessary to save them. The forest trembles as the boss's movement draws nearer, forcing them to stop talking and commit. The giant mutant's looming mass closes in, its oppressive presence swallowing the clearing. The young man steels himself, signaling the moment to begin the operation. He announces they will start hunting the boss, taking the initiative as the others cling to hope. He states the plan is simple, cutting through fear with clear steps. He explains that once the magic saint weakens the monster, he will stab the core with the spear, formalizing their strategy. He asks if the magic saint can cast the weakening spell immediately, and the old mage agrees but warns it will be less potent and risky. The young man refuses to let the magic saint gamble his life and instead volunteers to lure the monster while the spell is prepared. He outlines step 1. He will provoke the boss and buy time, even if it means putting himself in mortal danger. Step 2 is assigned. The magic saint must focus everything on preparing the weakening spell while being carried to safety. Step 3 is the finish. Once weakened, the young man will destroy the core with the spear named Gungnir, ending the threat. As he thinks it through, he identifies 2 variables that could ruin everything, and the weight of responsibility settles in. He acknowledges the first risk is his own death while luring the boss, and the second is the boss switching targets to the helpless magic saint. He decides he can manage the first with skill, but the second demands protection since the magic saint cannot defend himself mid-cast. The muscular man volunteers to be that safeguard, vowing not to die and not to leave someone named Suyin behind. He tells the magic saint to hold on tight while he carries him, and the magic saint accepts the help despite his pride. The carrier promises he will keep them alive, and the young man orders everyone to move out and execute the plan. The boss's immense form shifts again, confirming the hunt has begun and time is running out. They split roles as planned, with the young man advancing alone while the others withdraw with the magic saint. The young man notes the monster's size makes it easy to locate, and he prepares to draw it away. He orders the other two to stay back so the boss will not notice the magic saint preparing the spell, despite their concern for him. The magic saint concedes, recognizing the young man is best suited to dodge and maneuver in this terrain. With agreement secured, the young man commits to the plan and pushes forward to free them from the dungeon. The carrier and magic saint wish him luck, and the carrier calls him Kim Seojun as they part. The young man dashes away, leaving the pair behind as the forest echoes with the boss's approach. He pumps himself up, forcing courage to the surface as he closes on the monster. He steadies his breathing, locking in focus as fear threatens to break his concentration. Up close, the boss's scale is even more terrifying than expected, dwarfing him completely. Worse than its size, the oppressive energy around it crushes the air, making every movement feel dangerous. He understands why the magic saint struggled, as the monster's presence alone feels like an attack. He notes the area is already devastated and free of other dryads, meaning he can fight without interference. He plants his foot and commits to the first exchange, knowing hesitation equals death. He reminds himself to stay calm because one mistake will get him killed, then braces for impact. He senses the monster's attention shifting toward him, the moment before it strikes. He shouts to provoke it, successfully drawing its focus and starting the chase. The boss turns, its glowing eye narrowing as it locks onto the new target. Its face fills the space with menace, confirming it has accepted the bait. The young man's expression hardens as he prepares to survive the opening assault. A wave of killing intent and pressure crashes down, threatening to freeze him in place. He curses the monster under his breath, recognizing the fight has escalated beyond normal limits. The boss's massive body shifts overhead, signaling a crushing strike is coming. A violent blow tears through the terrain, sending debris flying and forcing him to evade instantly. The monster's attack detonates the ground near him, and he is flung aside by the shockwave. He grits his teeth as the force nearly overwhelms him, realizing he cannot afford even a moment's rest. Multiple branch-like strikes whip through the air, and he barely threads between them while keeping the boss engaged. He catches himself mid-fall and keeps moving, refusing to be pinned down by the relentless barrage. Panting, he demands whether the monster ever stops, as the assault continues without pause. He admits he stayed farther from the others than planned because the attacks are far more violent than expected. He worries the weakening spell still is not ready, fearing he may run out of room to survive. A red-tinted strike slices past, and he narrowly avoids being skewered by the monster's reach. A massive impact slams into the ground, blasting him upward and threatening to break his rhythm. He crashes down hard, momentarily losing control of his stance as the spear skids nearby. Another sweeping attack launches him again, showing the boss can juggle him like a toy. He realizes too late that the next hit is coming, panic flashing across his face. He twists and uses the spear to redirect his momentum, forcing a controlled landing instead of a fatal crash. He drives the spear into the ground to stabilize, carving a path through the chaos to keep moving. He lands and sprints, but the monster's pressure keeps closing, leaving no safe distance. He groans as the oppressive aura and impacts rattle him, his body protesting under the strain. The boss's presence surges again, the air warping as it prepares another overwhelming sequence. He acknowledges the pressure is so intense it makes the air tremble, and he fears he is reaching his limit. He decides he can no longer avoid using more power, accepting that survival requires escalation. He triggers a burst of energy through the spear, unleashing a bright surge that changes the fight's tempo. He recognizes this as the long-awaited signal, meaning the magic saint's spell should be ready. He concludes the weakening magic must be complete and prepares to transition from stalling to finishing. Elsewhere, the carrier runs with the magic saint on his back, confirming the spell's timing aligns with the plan. The young man praises the magic saint's timing as dark tendrils descend, indicating the boss is still attacking even at range. The boss's limbs slam down and then hesitate, suggesting the weakening effect is beginning to take hold. The young man taunts the monster to keep its attention, trying to prevent it from switching targets. He advances with renewed confidence, believing the debuff has opened the window they needed. A brief smile crosses his face as he commits to the kill, trusting his plan and weapon. The boss lashes out again, but its movements look less crisp, hinting the weakening is working. He challenges it to come at him, using bravado to mask the razor-thin margin for error. He sprints hard, closing the distance to the rendezvous point where the finishing strike must happen. The monster's attacks continue to crash around him, forcing constant evasive footwork. The boss roars and bears down, its face looming as it tries to crush him before the final blow. A huge limb sweeps across, threatening to clip him and ruin the timing. He is knocked airborne again by the sweeping force, barely keeping hold of the spear as he tumbles. He skids and rolls through the impact zone, narrowly avoiding being pinned by the next slam. He regains his footing in a crouch, eyes sharp, refusing to let the boss reset control. He listens for the monster's next move, tracking its rhythm to predict the opening. He confirms the boss is still chasing him, relieved it has not turned toward the magic saint. He declares he is nearly at the rendezvous point, pushing himself through exhaustion. He focuses on one objective: lure the monster exactly where the finishing strike will land. He runs into the prepared area as the boss's tendrils whip around, funneling it into position. The chase tightens, and the monster's reach nearly surrounds him as he forces it forward. He senses the boss's attention shifting, as if it has detected something more important than him. A subtle disturbance in the ground hints the monster is reacting to the magic saint's presence, or magic. Chains of blue energy erupt and bind the boss, the magic saint's weakening spell manifesting as a restraint. The bound monster jerks in surprise, and the young man is thrown back by the sudden magical surge. He scrambles to recover as the chain boss thrashes, the window for the kill opening and closing fast. He exclaims in relief that the moment has finally arrived, ready to strike the core. He observes the debuff has dulled the monster's movements and power significantly, confirming the spell's effectiveness. He commits to destroying the core while the chains hold, knowing this is their only real chance. The monster pauses, sensing danger, as if realizing its core is exposed. It lashes out despite the chains, trying to disrupt the finisher before the spear can land. Back with the others, they realize the boss may have targeted the magic saint for casting the debuff, raising alarm. They note the magic saint is nearly out of mana and the carrier is just an ordinary civilian, making them vulnerable if targeted. The young man swings his spear in a wide arc, forcing space and buying the final heartbeat needed for the strike. He declares this is his only chance, centering himself for a single decisive thrust. He pours every last bit of strength into Gungnir, committing fully even if it leaves him empty afterward. He steadies his mind, forcing calm and control as the weapon's power surges. He focuses on precision, aligning the spear for the exact point that will end the monster. The magical chains tighten and crackle, holding the boss in place just long enough for the finishing blow. The monster's core reveals itself as a glowing red orb, the true target pulsing with life. The young man's eyes widen with fierce concentration as he commits to the final thrust. He launches the attack at once, driving a beam-like strike straight toward the exposed core. A blinding column of power erupts on impact, engulfing the core and shaking the entire area. The chains strain under the blast, but they hold long enough to keep the monster from escaping. The explosion peaks, drowning the scene in blue-white energy as the core begins to fail. The red core shatters with a sharp crack, fragments flying as Gungnir completes the kill. The monster's eye snaps shut and its body slackens, signaling the boss has finally been defeated. The massive form collapses away, the oppressive presence lifting as the threat ends. The young man staggers, barely able to stand, drained by the all-in strike. He pants heavily, fighting dizziness and weakness as the adrenaline fades. He collapses into a seated sprawl, breathing hard and trying to stay conscious. He realizes he is completely out of strength and suspects it is the after effect of channeling everything into Gungnir. He reassures himself that destroying the core matters most, even if he cannot retrieve the spear right now, and hopes the others are safe. He calls out to check on Ajusi and the magic saint, rushing back despite exhaustion. Ajusi answers that he is fine but reveals he took a hit, insisting it is only a superficial wound. The young man moves to examine the injury, admitting that even with debuffs a normal human could not fully avoid the boss's attacks. The magic saint confirms the wound is not fatal and urges they hurry for treatment, while Ajusi boasts it was just a scratch. As relief settles in, they trade tired jokes about age and endurance, their bond strengthened by surviving the dungeon together. With the monster's core seemingly destroyed, the group assumes the only thing left is to escape safely. Si-jun turns back to retrieve his spear while the others, battered, worry about whether they can even stand. A sudden ominous pressure descends, warning Seo-jun that something is still wrong. The ground trembles as something massive begins to move beneath them. A colossal tree-like monster surges up again, towering over the three and proving the fight isn't over. Seo-jun freezes, realizing the enemy has returned. The monster's overwhelming presence dwarfs them, and Seo-jun struggles to understand how it can still exist. He realizes his earlier strike with Gungnir missed the true target, meaning the core was never actually destroyed. A violent impact erupts nearby, confirming the monster is fully active. Seo-jun's shock turns to dread as he focuses on the word core and what it implies. The magic saint reveals the crucial truth. There were two cores. The monster attacks with explosive force, forcing them back into immediate defense. Debris and shockwaves tear through the area as the assault continues. The barrage intensifies, the monster's power flooding the battlefield. Seo-jun braces with his spear, shielding the injured men behind him as the onslaught closes in. The monster's strikes keep coming, hammering their position without pause. Seo-jun grips his weapon tighter, fighting panic as he searches for a way to reach the remaining core. The magic saint throws up a barrier to block the crushing blows, but the strain is obvious. Someone calls out to the magic saint as he coughs blood from the effort. Seo-jun concludes the magic saint is out of mana and they must destroy the other core quickly to win. The monster notices Gungnir is gone and rages, demanding to know where it went. Seo-jun realizes Gungnir is tangled and hidden among branches, likely deliberately to neutralize its threat. With only Longinus Lance left, Seo-jun asks the magic saint to use weakening magic one more time so he can pierce the core. The barrier continues taking heavy hits as time runs out. The magic saint decides to draw the monster's attention, even if it puts him in greater danger. Seo-jun accepts the urgency and steels himself to act immediately. As the barrier holds, Seo-jun launches forward despite shouted pleas for him to stop. He darts through whipping limbs, narrowly avoiding being crushed as he tries to close the distance. The monster's branches slam down around him, forcing constant evasive movement. Seo-jun knows a single hit will kill him and realizes the magic saint has been blocking these attacks while barely standing. He senses the magic saint has reached his limit, making Seojun's next move decisive. Seojun commits fully, believing no one else can finish this but him. He spins up a surging aura around himself, building momentum to break through the monster's defenses. Inside the barrier, the magic saint struggles to maintain control as the monster's limbs press in. Seojun is flung upward and away by a violent strike, losing his line toward the core. He crashes down hard, the impact blasting the ground beneath him. Gritting his teeth, Seojun forces himself back up despite the pain. The monster looms close, its glowing eye fixed on him as it prepares another killing blow. Seojun realizes he must push deeper to stab the core, but he cannot find an opening to get closer. He understands that simply luring the monster isn't enough. He needs a higher level breakthrough. A branch catches and drags him, disrupting his footing and control. Seojun curses as the monster's pressure closes in and his body falters. A sudden surge of blue energy streaks across the field, signaling a new intervention. Chains of lightning wrap around the monster's limbs, halting their motion mid-strike. Seojun recognizes it as the magic saint's weakening magic, binding the monster down. With the opening created, Seojun is urged to move now and finish it. He charges through the chain branches, cutting a path toward the core. Seojun notes the chains are fewer and thinner than before, showing the spell is weakening. He realizes the magic saint is forcing the magic despite insufficient mana, damaging his own body to keep it active. Seojun locks onto the moment, eyes sharpening as he spots a true chance. A gap appears in the monster's defenses, and Seojun seizes it as the decisive opening. He slips between the chains and branches, driving forward with Longinus Lance. Seojun accelerates into a full thrust, committing everything to the strike. He launches into the air, spear angled down like a falling bolt aimed at the core. Mid-flight, Seojun's focus hardens as he prepares for impact. He breaks through the last obstruction and closes on the monster's vital point. A branch lashes out and smashes him aside before he can land the finishing blow. Seojun coughs blood from the hit, his body battered and breath stolen. He crashes into a crater stunned, while the monster's shadowy chains and limbs regroup around him. Seojun struggles to breathe and move, pain and exhaustion threatening to shut him down. Even so, he reminds himself the core can still be destroyed with Longinus Lance if he can reach it. He admits his earlier assumption was naive. Getting close is far harder than he thought. The monster's killing intent surges again, signaling another incoming strike. Branches spear toward the crater, converging to finish Seojun while he's down. Seojun tries to dodge but his battered body refuses to respond fast enough. A blinding flash reflects in his eyes as the next blow descends. The magic saint screams for Seojun to run away, choosing to hold the line himself. The magic saint is shaken by Seojun's talent, realizing how extraordinary he is for his age. He believes Seojun will soon be famous across Korea and may surpass the nation's hero. He even imagines Seojun becoming a hero for all mankind someday. But he knows Seojun is not strong enough yet, so he resolves that Seojun must live even if it costs the magic saint his life. Seojun refuses to abandon him, insisting he does not want to run away. Despite trembling, Seojun rises again while the magic saint continues to face the monster. The magic saint snaps at him not to get carried away by emotion and recklessness. He insists Seojun must live, claiming he himself has little time left anyway. He demands Seojun face reality and stop clinging to an impossible fight. Seojun, bleeding, challenges him back, asking why the magic saint isn't the one running. He presses the point. The magic saint could have abandoned them and escaped, even leaving Manchel behind. The magic saint is startled, forced to confront that Seojun is right about his options. Seojun asks why the magic saint is still trying to sacrifice himself now, when escape was possible. Seojun's body shakes with strain, but his resolve doesn't break. He forces himself upright, using the spear as support to stand. Behind him, the barrier continues to take heavy hits as the monster pounds at it. Seojun admits running is the safest choice, yet he hesitates because it would mean leaving the magic saint to die. He recognizes the magic saint is choosing to stay and fight in his terrible condition. Seojun imagines the alternative, taking Manchel and escaping, abandoning the battle. He also sees the worst option clearly, fighting the monster while injured and outmatched. Seojun says he already knows his answer. Even so, he cannot bring himself to run away, despite knowing it would be rational. He lifts his head, determination returning as he commits to staying. A memory of Hercules' first lecture surfaces in Seojun's mind, asking what strength truly is. Hercules' lesson echoes that power is not simply physical force. Seojun recalls struggling through harsh daily quests as Hercules framed the deeper meaning of power. In the memory, Hercules pauses, letting the weight of the question settle. Seojun waits for the lesson to continue, confused by the sudden silence. He wonders why Hercules stopped talking, as if expecting Seojun to find the answer himself. The answer arrives. True power is atonement, and Seojun understands the lesson's core. Hercules' story explains his guilt, and how he chose the 12 labors as a path to atone rather than die. Seojun remembers the impossible trials Hercules undertook, each a brutal act of redemption. The list of labors continues, emphasizing the scale of what atonement demanded from Hercules. Hercules recalls his reputation growing as he completed the trials, proving himself through action. Yet people mocked him, insisting a man who killed his family could never claim glory. They kept insisting he could never atone, driving him back toward despair and suicidal thoughts. Hercules refused to give up and instead lived for others, sacrificing himself until people called him a fool. He hoped that someday altruism would feel natural, and only then could he forgive himself. By completing the labors, Hercules became a true hero, not by purity but by relentless redemption. The memory notes, Hercules even saved Olympus in the Gigantomachy, cementing his legend. Seojun sees the tragedy that began it all, Hercules losing his mind and killing his family. He remembers that at the end of Atonement's path, Hercules became the greatest hero of all. Hercules' voice declares that the force driving him was the will to atone. He warns that when you try to become something, people will always tell you it is impossible. Hercules insists he heard those doubts constantly during his trials, yet kept moving forward anyway. He tells Seojun that such voices do not matter, because persistence is what defines the path. Back in the present, the monster's attacks continue as Hercules' words about endless doubt echo in Seojun's mind. The lesson continues. Again and again, they will say you cannot do it, trying to break your will. Hercules rejects empty comfort, telling Seojun he cannot simply get over fear or pain. Instead, he says you only need one reason, one personal reason, to keep pushing toward success. Seojun takes that to heart, realizing that single reason is enough to become a hero. He gasps, the realization sharpening his focus as he prepares to act again. The magic saint begs him to stop, insisting the attempt is madness. Seojun admits he cannot win as he is, and that fear and excuses are overwhelming. Even so, he refuses to back down as the whisper of fear urges retreat. Hercules' voice returns in his mind with one word, reminding him of the lesson. Seojun acknowledges countless reasons to lose and countless excuses to run away. He recognizes that to the experienced magic saint, his choice must look reckless and immature. But the lesson demands forward motion, and Seojun commits to onward progress. The magic saint tries to restrain him, but Seojun keeps going anyway. Seojun accepts that this stubbornness has defined his entire life, and he will not change now. He declares he will not give up and ruin his future, drawing out a power that rises from body and soul. Golden energy surges as Seojun's divine power ignites, transforming his presence. A radiant shockwave erupts outward from Seojun, blasting the battlefield with overwhelming light. The monster recoils in confusion and alarm at the sudden divine force. Seojun's body glows with concentrated power, signaling a decisive shift in the fight. He channels an overwhelming force meant to destroy all obstacles, readying a crushing counterattack. The monster's branches converge again, but Seojun stands centered and unshaken within the storm. He swings with controlled precision, cutting through the incoming limbs as he advances. A massive arc of power tears across the field, carving a clear path through the monster's defenses. Seojun drives forward through the opening, his momentum unstoppable as he closes on the core. His expression hardens into fierce resolve, committing to the finishing strike. The monster thrashes and screams as Seojun's assault overwhelms it. A violent impact lands, shaking the monster's body as Seojun's power crashes through. Seojun rockets upward along the monster's trunk, aiming straight for the vital point. The forest canopy trembles under the shockwaves of the escalating clash. The monster's massive form shifts and collapses under the pressure, its structure breaking apart. The magic saint staggers back, shielding himself as the blast and debris surge past. He looks up in shock, realizing Seojun has reached a level he did not expect. Seojun drives into the monster's core area, his attack boring inward like a drill. The magic saint stands beneath the looming shadow, watching the decisive moment unfold overhead. Seojun descends in a final plunge toward the core while the others watch from below, bracing for the outcome. Seojun's body twists midair as he prepares to land the finishing blow, and someone below reacts in sudden alarm. In the aftermath of the dungeon fight, the magic saint snatches the exhausted Seojun out of danger with a burst of power. Manchel, battered but moving, rushes toward the fallen young man in panic. He reaches Seojun lying unconscious on the ground as the magic saint kneels beside him. The magic saint checks Seojun and assures Manchel that the injuries are severe but not life-threatening, blaming the collapse on overusing an unbearable power. Manchel is stunned by how abnormal Seojun's strength has become compared to the sickly kid he remembers. The magic saint falls silent, weighed down by what he just witnessed. He admits he was genuinely terrified, leaving Manchel confused by the confession. Manchel teases him for fearing the giant tree, and the magic saint concedes he is not fearless despite his age. The magic saint clarifies that what he fears is death, and what happens to the world after he is gone. Manchel presses him to explain what that ominous worry means. The magic saint warns that the world is not as safe as people believe, unsettling Manchel. He reflects that the closer he gets to death, the more that insecurity gnaws at him. He steels himself with the belief that the world still needs him. Manchel realizes this is why the magic saint accepted a disciple, and the old man admits Jinan exceeded expectations though his own darkness remained. The magic saint calls his paranoia a wake-up call rather than mere anxiety. He resolves that even if he dies, his students will carry on his legacy. Seojun, half-conscious, challenges him on why he is not running away from death. The magic saint answers that he saw something in this tenacious young man worth betting on. He frames Seojun as the spark for a new generation of heroes. Seojun rises and walks forward with his spear, embodying that new beginning. A faint, confident smile forms as he moves on. The Magic Saint watches, surprised and quietly moved by the change. Time passes quickly, and the story shifts away from the battlefield. Seojun jolts awake in a hospital bed, startled by where he is. Manchul appears at the door and confirms Seojun has finally woken up. Seojun realizes they escaped the dungeon safely, though he wonders why the VIP Magic Saint is in their shared room. Seojun immediately asks if everyone else made it out alright. Manchul reports his own wound will heal with treatment, and says he should be fine after rest. Seojun notes Manchul seems okay, but worries about the Magic Saint's condition. Manchul tells Seojun he was unconscious for a quarter of the day, and Seojun anxiously asks whether Seon was contacted. Manchul confirms he contacted her, and Seojun finally feels relieved. Manchul adds that he also contacted Miss Seoyun, shocking Seojun. He explains Seon was very worried and likely met Seoyun while searching, while Seojun realizes it looked like he vanished with Manchul and her grandpa's sword. Manchul confirms Seoyun is his daughter and admits he took the job to earn money for her Hunter Academy tuition, then reminds Seojun to double his promised pay. Seojun suspects Manchul might try to dodge payment and protests that he has plenty of money. The Magic Saint interjects that he will pay, but has another request. He asks Manchul for permission to mentor Seoyun. Manchul is so stunned he can barely respond. He calls the Magic Saint senile or crazy, and the old man insists he is either. Manchul demands to know why the Magic Saint suddenly wants this when he claimed to have many things to do. The Magic Saint says he wants to pass down his knowledge and admits he likely will not live past this year, so he wants to spend his remaining time teaching Seoyun as repayment for being saved. He adds that if Seoyun does not want to become a magician, he will not force it. He also offers to mentor Manchul, acknowledging Manchul saved his life too. Manchul refuses the mentorship and bluntly asks for money instead. The Magic Saint laughs and tells Manchul to name any price worthy of a life. Before Manchul can negotiate, a violent interruption crashes into the room. The sudden impact leaves everyone reeling as the intrusion announces itself. Seojun realizes contacting Seoyun means her furious grandfather is coming, and he braces as the Sword Saint storms and refusing to let him off. The Sword Saint arrives enraged, calling Seojun a punk and warning him to run if he wants to live. Seojun panics, tries to explain, and scrambles for options while the Sword Saint vows he will not let him go. Seojun freezes as the Sword Saint's presence dominates the room. The Magic Saint greets the Sword Saint like an old acquaintance, catching him off guard. The Sword Saint demands to know why the Magic Saint is here after so many years. The Magic Saint reminisces about their youth together, and asks how the Sword Saint has been. The Sword Saint says he is unchanged, then questions why the Magic Saint is hospitalized. The Magic Saint jokes he nearly died and asks after Seoyun, while Seoyun explains she came first to stop her grandpa from going too far. The Sword Saint accuses the Magic Saint of faking illness because he keeps talking nonsense, but the Magic Saint insists he truly almost died. He credits Seojun for saving him, putting the young man in the spotlight. The Sword Saint's rage refocuses on Seojun as he repeats the insult with murderous intent. Seojun raises his hands in surrender and insists he had no choice as the Sword Saint looms. The Sword Saint berates Seojun for abusing Seon's kindness and says he cannot forgive someone who would sell what was entrusted to him, while the Magic Saint asks for leniency. The Sword Saint dismisses the Magic Saint's plea as irrelevant, but the Magic Saint argues Seojun acted under pressure and did not mean harm. The Sword Saint is shocked the Magic Saint can speak so gently now, and the old man says time teaches as it takes away. Even so, the Sword Saint insists Seojun crossed the line and demands to know what he did to deserve this. The Sword Saint reveals the offense. Seojun sold his Azure Dragon sword, leaving everyone stunned. Manchul blurts out that Seojun's incredible spear must have been bought with the sword's money, provoking the Sword Saint. The Sword Saint denies ever buying Seojun a spear, and Seojun realizes he is in deep trouble. The Sword Saint's killing intent erupts, and Seojun hurriedly claims he did not sell the sword but left it as collateral. Seojun begs for time to retrieve it, insisting the collateral was small and he can explain to the association president. The Sword Saint refuses to forgive him, while the Magic Saint urgently pleads that Seojun not be killed. The Sword Saint relents only slightly, promising not to kill Seojun but declaring he will be allowed to leave after exactly one hit. He makes the terms brutal: block it, dodge it, or die, and Seojun realizes the single hit is meant to finish him. Seojun desperately offers again to go find the sword, but the Sword Saint closes in. The Sword Saint confirms he intends to end it with one strike and cocks his fist. Seojun steels himself as the lethal blow comes down. The Sword Saint's punch detonates with overwhelming force. The impact blasts through the room like a shockwave. The Sword Saint stares, stunned that his attack did not end it. Seojun is still standing, having taken the hit head-on. A heavy silence follows as the impossible outcome sinks in. Seojun collapses in pain anyway, screaming as his body finally gives. The Sword Saint is shocked he endured it directly, and Seojun trembles on the floor. Observers realize Seojun's arm is intact when it should have been shattered. The Sword Saint steps toward him again, and Seojun protests that the deal was only one hit with no takebacks. Seojun bolts for the exit, wishing them a nice reunion as he flees. Seoyun calls after him and tries to follow, but he is already gone. The Sword Saint clicks his tongue, while the Magic Saint notes he held back enough not to kill Seojun. The Sword Saint admits it would have been inconvenient to actually kill him, and the Magic Saint says he was surprised too. The Magic Saint suggests the Sword Saint does not truly hate Seojun that much, but the Sword Saint denies it. The Magic Saint needles him that the real issue is Seoyun favoring Seojun, making the Sword Saint bristle. The Sword Saint ends the small talk and drags a chair over to get answers. He sits down heavily, facing the Magic Saint for a serious discussion. The Sword Saint demands a full explanation of what happened in that dungeon. The Magic Saint listens, preparing to recount the events. He admits the situation is hard to believe even now. He explains that after traces of the Apostle of Temperance were found in the Warp 10-star dungeon, things escalated further. A mutant appeared while they searched for the Order of Truth, forcing a crisis. The Sword Saint absorbs the implication that Seojun was the one who dealt with it. The Magic Saint says the Sword Saint should have seen it himself, because Seojun's skill jumped far beyond what it was days earlier. He tells the Sword Saint he still refuses to acknowledge Seojun's worth. The Sword Saint admits he will not acknowledge him regardless, blaming distrust of modern pro-hunters. Both old heroes agree today's so-called S-classes feel hollow compared to what a hero once meant. The narration reflects that in the Reformed era, pro-hunting became just a lucrative job rather than a calling. Even as they welcomed peace, the new era's complacency carried hidden cracks. The Sword Saint repeats the warning that the world is not as safe as people think. Manhwa worries that if the old heroes vanish and the true threat awakens, the world may not be able to fight back. The Magic Saint suspects that may be exactly what the Order of Truth is aiming for. He pivots to a crucial point. Someone dismissed as nothing accomplished the impossible. He declares their era is passing, while Seojun outside catches his breath as others approach. Seoyun finally reaches Seojun and immediately grabs him, furious and relieved at once. A bystander watches the reunion from a distance as the tension eases. Manhwa reflects that the era may have already changed without them realizing it. The Sword Saint demands what Manhwa means by that statement. Manhwa smiles knowingly, as if accepting the truth of it. He tells the Sword Saint that a lot of time has indeed passed. Seoyun clings to her father, and he holds her tightly, steadying her sobs. She cries openly, releasing the fear she had been carrying. Manhwa looks down, moved and exhausted by the ordeal. He calls Seojun's name while hugging Seoyun, drawing the young man's attention. Manhwa sincerely thanks Seojun for saving him. Seojun brushes it off as nothing, trying to downplay his role. Time passes and the three are discharged one by one, as life begins returning to normal. People resume their original paths, including the Magic Saint returning to his work. Yet some things have changed, and Seojun stands alone, sensing the shift. Seoyun vows she will do it, determined to pursue the path open to her. The narration confirms the first major change. The Magic Saint officially takes Seoyun as his disciple. The next change is Seojun receiving the promised reward for saving the Magic Saint, a staggering 10 billion won. The Magic Saint says he would have given the money back to society anyway and urges Seojun to use it where needed. Seojun spends 500 million won to reclaim and return the Azure Dragon sword to the Sword Saint, nearly dying in the process but keeping his promise. Back to the present, Seojun checks his system status and sees Heracles' lecture progress jump by 47.3%. He notes that despite the chaos he obtained Gungnir and 9.5 billion won, and the items boosted his course progress dramatically. A friend greets Seojun enthusiastically, happy he is finally back. The friend complains Seojun never visited and Seojun insists he was worried but was told Seojun was fine. He praises Seojun as an awesome friend, and Seojun dismisses it with mild embarrassment as Seoyun arrives. Seoyun asks if they are alright, and Seojun answers that there are no issues. The friend asks Seoyun to help him find a specific item, handing over details. Seoyun says she can get it immediately, impressing him while Seojun rests nearby. Despite many changes, the Dream Academy remains constant, and Seojun wonders how far he counted in his training. He reflects that the academy now feels like home. In Heracles' lecture, the instructor revisits God power and notes rare students truly grasp its significance, hinting one such student just saw a sudden progress spike. Heracles explains the lecture was designed to teach God power, so the progress increase is nothing to be surprised about. He simplifies it as Seojun finally realizing what he needed from the lecture, and Seojun quietly accepts the explanation. Heracles abruptly shifts tone, preparing to scold him. He berates Seojun for thinking he can stop listening to lectures now, calling that attitude ridiculous. Heracles teaches that God power demands a body strong enough to support it, so muscle training is mandatory to withstand it. He emphasizes that the lecture's focus on muscle is to build a body capable of handling God power, and he flexes with confidence. Heracles declares the real lecture starts now, and Seojun summarizes that he can use God power but his body cannot keep up, leaving muscle training as the answer. Seojun considers applying for another lecture now that he has time and money, still searching for the Heavens Equal Great Sage course. He wonders if buying an elixir would be a faster solution. He rejects the idea of retrieving Gungnir with too much mana, realizing that level of power would make him a walking calamity. With the Transcendent Shop overflowing in mana-boosting elixirs and supplements, Seojun considers using them to cover his lack of mana. He pauses, weighing the shortcut against what he actually needs to improve. Deciding proper study is better, he turns to his phone to seek guidance instead of blindly consuming items. He realizes he can no longer fully absorb elixir energy with his current understanding, and that Merlin's lecture was about comprehension rather than cultivation technique. Since he must learn anyway and has money saved, he messages his mentor asking for recommended mana cultivation lectures. He sends the request, committing to a more systematic approach. Expecting a slow reply, he relaxes, only to be interrupted by an immediate notification. The mentor answers at once, explaining the choice between safer key cultivation and more efficient mana cultivation, recommending specific lectures and sample lessons first. Seojun notes the trade-off between safety and efficiency and decides to check the costs before choosing. Nearby, Seoyun senses what he is doing and prepares to interrogate him about money again. She bluntly confirms he is hunting for upcoming contests because he keeps asking for funds, and he admits it. She addresses him formally, making it clear she is not amused. Seoyun explodes, demanding to know where his money keeps going and mocking him for acting like his cash vanishes or feeds some pet. When he shows the lecture listings, the registration fees shock him. Each costs 10 billion won. He admits he is only 500 million won short, and both of them are stunned by how close yet impossible it feels. Seoyun mentions a contest coming up soon, and Seojun immediately asks about the prize money. Hearing the winner gets 3 billion won, Seojun fixates on it as the solution. Seoyun warns there is a catch, and Seojun waits for the bad news. She explains the contest requires team entry, not solo participation. The rule is stricter than expected. At least 3 members from the same academy are required. Seojun recognizes this as a major obstacle while Minyo continues training nearby, oblivious to the looming logistics problem. Seojun notes Dream Academy currently has only him and Minyo, so they cannot enter despite Minyo being capable. He awkwardly floats the idea of recruiting someone to join Dream Academy, then apologizes for how desperate it sounds. He also worries that any new recruit might be untrustworthy, recalling the kinds of people they have dealt with. What they need is someone reliable enough to enter the contest alongside them. He lowers his expectations, hoping to find even one suitable person. A cheerful voice cuts in, volunteering immediately and derailing his gloomy search. Seojun is startled as the eager volunteer steps forward with bright confidence. He calls her name, Sleon, and Seoyun reacts in confusion. Seoyun quickly connects the dots, asking if he plans to recruit Sleon into Dream Academy to enter the contest. Seojun confirms and heads out at once, but Seoyun warns him that Sleon is already the Magic Saint's disciple. Seojun questions whether she needs to join an academy just for a contest, while Minyo wonders who Sleon is. Seojun argues it does not have to be only for the contest, implying broader reasons to bring her in. He goes to the Magic Saint's residence to speak directly about Sleon. Inside, staff asked him to wait because the Magic Saint will appear shortly. Seojun is impressed that a single call can secure a meeting with someone so important. The Magic Saint arrives with amused ease, and Seojun notes the luxurious comfort of the place. The Magic Saint asks why Seojun has come again so soon, and Seojun notices he carries a cane. Seojun greets him respectfully, and wonders if the cane means the Magic Saint is unwell, but the Saint welcomes him warmly. The Magic Saint immediately asks about Sleon's condition. Seojun reports she has been restless since trying to demonstrate elemental magic, which shocks him because she only became a disciple 2 days ago. The Magic Saint explains that mana proficiency and cultivation usually take weeks for beginners, yet Sleon learned mana proficiency in less than a day, stunning even him. He emphasizes how extraordinary that speed is, calling her a hidden gem. Delighted, the Magic Saint says dedicating himself to her growth has become unexpectedly fun, leaving Seojun quietly amazed. When asked what he wants, Seojun finds himself tongue-tied under the Saint's presence. The Magic Saint cuts through the hesitation and demands Seojun state his request plainly. The Saint reveals he learned Seojun is the Dark Saint's disciple and that the Dark Saint, wary of the Order of Truth, asked him to relay a warning. Seojun argues that if the Order of Truth is watching him, Seoyun could become a target too. He adds that even if Sleon is only a student, the Order might eventually come after the Magic Saint as well. Seojun insists that with Seojun involved as an unseen factor, the Order will not be able to act freely against them. The Magic Saint understands Seojun wants Sleon to enroll in the same academy and live there, but warns it will reduce the Saint's training time with her. He urges Seojun to consider every angle for both their safety. Seojun explains Sleon is like family to him, and that he would have made this proposal regardless, showing his protective intent. The Magic Saint reflects that even the Dark Saint is cautious, and he refuses to rush the decision despite time pressure. Seojun accepts the seriousness and waits for the verdict. The Magic Saint agrees, choosing Sleon's long-term welfare over keeping her close. He admits he cannot keep her sheltered forever, and that she needs broader experience. With approval secured, Seojun meets Sleon and greets her, thinking about how contest experience fits his training plan. Seoyun is relieved to see Sleon, and Minyo enthusiastically introduces himself to the Magic Saint's disciple. Minyo formally states his name and acknowledges her status, trying to make a good first impression. Minyo nearly blurts out that he is the Dark Saint's disciple, but Seojun clamps a hand over his mouth to stop him. Seojun scolds him for revealing that secret to anyone but him, while Sleon watches in bafflement. Seojun introduces Minyo as the Dark Saint's disciple anyway, leaving Minyo furious at the double standard. Minyo protests the hypocrisy, and Seojun dismisses him, telling him to complain to his mentor instead. Seojun introduces Sleon by name and status, then pivots to a warning. He tells Minil not to get ideas because Sleeon is still a high schooler, and she snaps back that she is graduating soon and hates being treated like a child. Seojun ends the introductions and signals they all understand the plan. He calls on Minil to confirm his role in what comes next. He calls on Sleeon as well, bringing the trio into alignment. Seojun states the plan clearly. The three of them will enter the team contest together. Minil cheers at the idea of teaming up, while Sleeon worries whether she can perform well, and Seojun reassures her they have time to prepare. Minil boasts that while he is strong, Seojun is on another level, boosting Sleeon's confidence in their chances. Seojun exhales, half amused and half exasperated by Minil's overconfidence. Seojun reminds them that if they are entering, they need an official team name, catching Seojun unprepared. Sleeon and Minil start thinking, waiting for someone to propose a name. All eyes turn to Seojun, and he realizes he is expected to decide. They insist he choose because he is the leader, which makes him question when that was decided. Seojun explains he is the leader because he effectively created the team, and Seojun resigns himself to it. Seojun admits he focused only on entering and never considered a name, now forced to improvise. He looks up at the Dream Hunter Academy building, searching for inspiration. The academy's name looms over him, nudging him toward an obvious choice. Seojun proposes Dream Team, and the others react with interest. Sleeon and Minil immediately approve, liking both the sound and meaning. Seojun formalizes it as Dream Academy's Dream Team, making it official. Seojun agrees, satisfied with the simple, fitting identity. The team confirms the name together, cementing their unity. Seojun declares their only goal is to win, and pushes them to train hard until the contest. Their efforts soon draw attention beyond Korea as the Dream Team's reputation begins to spread. Their name becomes widely discussed, marking the moment the Dream Team is truly born in the public eye. Back at the academy, Seojun is left speechless by how quickly everything escalated. Seojun, now labeled a Transcension Academy student, steels himself for the competition's scrutiny. Sleeon, recognized as the Magic Saint's disciple, becomes a focal point of attention as well. Minil, the Dark Saint's disciple, trains aggressively, showing the power that makes him dangerous and valuable. Seojun watches the chaotic training environment, and wonders if this is an academy or a playground. The narration explains that contests like this exist partly so powerful groups can claim exceptional students early. It adds that while some pro hunters work alone, most belong to guilds and operate in teams. Therefore, the contest is designed to judge not just individual strength but teamwork. It also evaluates coordination under pressure and the potential a team can develop together. Because of that, organizations recruit promising students in advance, and this hidden motive is embedded in the raid battle format. As big guilds lobbied under the guise of sponsorship, broadcasters and groups joined in, creating the modern competition. Only cadets from League 1 and League 2 hunter academies are allowed to participate, raising the stakes. The raid battle becomes the stage where money and attention concentrate, turning it into a high-profile proving ground. It is framed as a competition for elites, setting expectations sky-high. At the venue, participants notice something unexpected and look toward a new arrival. Spectators recognize Young Saiwoo of Jaeon, and realize top names like Park Eun-young and Do Min-jun are with him. The Jaeon Academy class team, made of 3 of Jaeon's top 5, arrives with intimidating focus. Onlookers speculate that if Jaeon sent such a lineup, Hunter Mills and Ale must be sending their best too. They wonder if the legendary talent Lee Haeun from Hunter Mills will appear, expecting the strongest to show. Rumors claim even disciples of the 5 heroes are participating, though some dismiss it as nonsense. Minil complains that if such figures exist, why would they take mere cadets as disciples, and he cannot understand why his own captain would be famous. Round 1 begins, a raid battle against a 7-star monster, Arachne, judged by clear speed. Teams plunge into a fiery spider-infested dungeon, racing to subjugate Arachne quickly. A B-class hunter observer, Lee Do-hyun of Ares Guild, watches with growing unease. Sudra Academy's team fails after 37 minutes and 12 seconds, showing how brutal the round is. Nature Academy's Sunshine team also fails after 51 minutes and 38 seconds as eliminations pile up. Observers question why so many teams are failing, concluding the dungeon difficulty is unusually high. They recall Young Jimin's research into mutants being applied to this artificial dungeon, explaining the spike in difficulty. Lee Do-hyun realizes these results will surprise his master and decides to check which teams are still surviving. Jaeon Academy clears first at 30 minutes 12 seconds, and he wonders when Hunter Mills and Ale will finish. Another clear notification appears, and he tries to guess which powerhouse team it is. The display reveals Dream Academy has cleared too, shocking him into checking the time. Dream Academy's class team clears in 9 minutes 34 seconds, leaving the observers stunned and suspicious. Lee Do-hyun insists 9 minutes is impossible and demands the officials check for a machine error. He points to the electronic display and claims the marking must be wrong, forcing an immediate verification. Officials announce a measurement error, and Lee Do-hyun smugly expects the result to be corrected. They explain the meter malfunction delayed the measurement by 30 seconds, which only deepens the confusion. Lee Do-hyun realizes the time was delayed, not sped up, and waits for the corrected display. The rectified record is even more absurd. Dream Academy's Dream Team clears in 9 minutes 4 seconds. Inside the dungeon, The 7-star Arachne roars, confirming the threat they overcame. Arachne is struck down with decisive force, its defenses failing to stop the assault. Seojun notes that if the real instructor Arachne heard this monster's name, she would be horrified, while his team continues moving through the cavern. He decides to conserve his trump card, Gungnir, for truly unexpected situations. A spider lunges toward him, but he closes the distance without hesitation. With a single overwhelming strike, he blasts through the enemy and its surroundings, turning the fight one-sided. He tests the famed strength of Arachne's webbing and prepares to break it anyway. He unleashes a sweeping attack that tears through the web and the spiders caught within it. Seojun dismisses the web as nothing more than thread before the lance of Longinus, underscoring the gap in power. The remaining spiders recoil, sensing danger and trying to reposition. A sudden impact shakes the area as the fight's momentum shifts violently in the team's favor. Minil charges through the chaos, cutting down spiders while Seojun's pressure keeps the battlefield controlled. Sleon adds her magic to the onslaught, helping wipe out multiple enemies at once. Watching them, Sleon is stunned by how effortlessly her teammates dominate. She admits both of them are incredible, noticing most monsters fall without even putting up a fight. Still, she refuses to just stand back and decides she must contribute too. Admitting she has not learned many spells yet, Sleon begins casting with determination. Her focus sharpens as she senses the right moment to release her magic. A surge of blue energy erupts from her, flooding the area with a powerful spell effect. The spell engulfs the spiders, overwhelming them and clearing space for the team to advance. As the clear time of 9 minutes 4 seconds stands, Seojun and Minil glance back in impressed surprise at Sleon's contribution. After the round, Minil excitedly praises Seojun's unbelievable movements, while Sleon follows behind, still processing how strong her new team is. As the team bickers, the captain shuts his loud teammate down while the others tease that he keeps changing and growing. Asked what happened to his many weapons, the archer casually says he threw them away. When the others balk, he explains his master disliked him relying on too many weapons. He clarifies he kept only the twin daggers and his bow and arrows setup. Questioned why he didn't use arrows earlier, he says he stayed close to protect Suyeon since ranged fighting would leave her alone. Suyeon awkwardly calls to the captain, drawing his attention. She points out people are staring, and the surrounding crowd murmurs in disbelief at their absurd clear time. Onlookers recognize Kim Seojun and note Lee Minil beside him, spreading the buzz. The captain senses a sharp, hostile gaze locking onto him. He turns to see a red uniformed team approaching with obvious intent. A stern girl in red silently glares, making him feel targeted. She looks away without a word, leaving tension hanging as they pass. The captain realizes they've been identified as Young Saiwa's group, while his teammate celebrates the attention. The loud teammate announces the captain to everyone, and both the captain and Seon cringe at the embarrassment. Someone smugly remarks on the noise and assumes the crowd is just shocked by their performance. A flashback highlights an elite team's clear record at Hunter Mills Academy, setting a benchmark for comparison. Back in the hall, various competitors acknowledge that Kim Seojun and Young Saiwa are living up to their reputations. Another academy's team clears, yet the narrator notes people oddly ignore them despite their attempt to push through. Round 2 is introduced, and the dream team's clear time is shown as overwhelmingly fast, taking first place. Round 3 follows, and the dream team again takes first with a near-instant clear. Round 4 begins in the Dryad Forest endurance test as the environment turns dangerous. The dream team fights off swarming Dryad-like threats while trying to endure the onslaught. The archer panics that he has no arrows left, forcing the captain to reassess their situation. A teammate volunteers to hold the line so the captain can go finish the enemies, and the archer agrees to follow orders. The forest lashes violently, signaling the Dryad's relentless attacks intensifying. The captain raises his spear against the looming, many-eyed darkness closing in. A massive strike tears through the area, and the monsters shriek as the captain's counterattack lands. He swings his spear in a wide arc, cutting through the charging mass despite their screams. The shrieking continues as he presses forward, forcing space with another sweeping blow. He observes the monsters keep respawning but in reduced numbers, then notices a strange presence nearby. A bright orb-like object appears floating in the air, drawing his focus. He can't see it clearly, but Chiron's sense detects something foreign and an enormous mana concentration. He suspects it might be the dungeon's core or a medium responsible for regenerating monsters. A monster lunges, but the captain calmly slashes it aside while keeping his eyes on the phenomenon. He grips his spear tightly, preparing a deliberate test. Deciding to experiment, he channels power and launches a focused strike upward. A pillar of energy forms as his attack shoots straight toward the floating orb. The spear's tip closes in on the glowing sphere in the sky. The weapon passes through an unseen boundary with a slip, confirming something intangible is there. The impact detonates, shattering the barrier-like construct and sending shockwaves through the forest. Stunned, he realizes Gungnir just passed through the air as if piercing an invisible layer. He doubts himself for a moment, wondering if he imagined the target at all. But Chiron's sense insists it was real, pushing him to trust the detection. He steadies himself in the aftermath, realizing the environment has abruptly changed. Reflecting, he admits he still doesn't fully understand Longinus's powers compared to Gungnir. He reasons Longinus should be comparable to Gungnir, and decides to test it as well. The forest surges again as the remaining threats and the strange core phenomenon persist. Longinus is launched with force, streaking toward the same unseen target. The captain follows through, driving the attack into the glowing sphere's position. He commits to the experiment, determined to see what Longinus can do. Elsewhere, another team struggles to hold formation under pressure, showing how brutal the endurance round is for most. Their leader orders a member to stay centered while assuring them to keep holding on. They encourage each other to endure a little longer, still unaware of what the dream team has triggered. Jaein Academy's class team clears with a long time, celebrating that it should beat others. They conclude their run was flawless and even doubled prior records, assuming Young Saiwa must be satisfied too. Back in the hall, the dream team returns, and Suyeon and the archer are left baffled by how the captain did it. Seeing the dream team exit first despite entering at the same time, rivals assume they've won and suspect earlier feats were luck. Confusion erupts as someone notices something wrong with the posted record. A red-uniformed leader narrows his eyes, sensing something off. His expression shifts to shock as the implication sinks in. The stadium audience gasps, unable to believe what they're seeing. An official wonders how anyone could perceive the dungeon core's true nature at all. The display highlights Dream Academy as the focus of the unbelievable result. The scoreboard declares the Dream Team's round 4 clear as immeasurable, triggering outrage and disbelief. A staff member reflects that it's been less than a month since the mock test and can't grasp how they grew so strong so fast. He fears that at this rate they'll shake the professional hunter world far sooner than anyone expects. Concluding the impact will be enormous, he resolves to recruit them no matter what. He urgently considers his guild's available funds, framing the situation as too important to nitpick. The captain listens in silence, unreadable. Longinus is shown as the mysterious tool behind the impossible outcome. The captain, holding Longinus, reacts with mild disbelief at how well it worked. He explains he suspected Longinus might ignore mana barriers, recalling a similar effect during a prior fight. He notes Gungnir also has unusual properties, so he initially chalked it up to weapon differences. He admits he expected the effect might not be unique to Longinus, but the results proved otherwise. The moment of Longinus striking the orb is revisited as the key turning point. His earlier decision to test it is echoed, emphasizing the calculated gamble. The spear's arc is shown again, illustrating the decisive strike that broke the hidden mechanism. The orb's surface distorts under the blow, confirming it was a real target. Back in the present, he concludes Gungnir failed but Longinus succeeded in affecting the unseen structure. He hypothesizes Longinus can directly damage a target's existence rather than just its body. He says more testing is needed, while his teammates remain confused because the Dryads vanished too suddenly to be normal. A rival confronts him bluntly, demanding to know what tricks he used. The Dream Team faces the accuser head-on, surprised by the direct challenge. The red-uniformed leader calls out Young Saiwa by name, escalating the confrontation. The captain asks what they mean by tricks, noting their own teammates seem shocked he's even being questioned. The rival presses harder, accusing him of making excuses. The archer flares up, asking if they're accusing the captain of cheating, and the captain restrains him. The rival declares there's no other explanation for the current situation than foul play. He admits Kim Seojun is impressive, but insists the captain's past mock test story doesn't justify this result. He argues an immeasurable record in round 4 is absolutely impossible under normal rules. He concedes only someone like Lee Haeun might make it plausible, implying the captain is nowhere near that level. The rival turns away, ending the exchange without resolution. The archer shouts after him in anger, furious that they provoke them, and then walk off. As he leaves, the rival admits to himself he was more upset than he realized and that comparing the captain to that girl was unfair. The Dream Team starts moving on, letting the confrontation pass for now. The archer vents that the rival says whatever he wants, while the captain urges calm because round 5 is about to start. Suyeon assumes their overall victory is already decided since they've placed first every round so far. The captain privately feels the tournament has been easier than expected, though he reminds himself to keep working. A staff member approaches and calls out to the Dream Team to stop them. He asks if they need help, hesitating as he prepares to explain his real purpose. The Dream Team turns to face him, wary but attentive. He reveals he's here to present them with an offer. The captain repeats the word offer, surprised by the sudden proposition. The staff member promises them the entire 6.5 billion won prize pool if they agree, shocking all three. He adds a condition and warns that round 5 will feature a 9-star boss monster. He explains the conjured 9-star won't match a real one, but it's still far beyond what cadets should handle. He clarifies round 5 isn't about defeating the boss, but evaluating how students fight powerful monsters and adapt. He says their score will be judged comprehensively, and the archer and Suyeon nod along. He notes defeating the boss would yield the highest score, yet no team has ever done it, and the captain realizes the condition's intent. The organizer directly asks them to defeat the boss. He states that if the boss isn't defeated, the Dream Team must forfeit all prize money. When asked what happens if they refuse, he says there's no disadvantage, and they can proceed under normal rules for the usual prize. He admits the offer isn't truly from the organizers, and the captain deduces the 3 great academies used their influence. The captain reasons that given Young Saiwa's reaction, the other academies likely believe he cheated too. He concludes the 3 academies are trying to ruin the Dream Team and reclaim pride by baiting them into failure. His teammates tell him they don't care either way and leave the decision to him as captain. The organizer admits the staff hopes the dream team accepts, since the event lacks tension and they're struggling with sponsors and broadcasting. He awkwardly justifies the offer as a way to create excitement, while the captain's stare makes him falter. The captain weighs the gamble, succeed and gain 6.5 billion won, fail and lose the 3 billion they were set to win. He asks to make a counteroffer, catching the organizer off guard. The captain demands they use their influence to raise the total prize money to 10 billion won. He states that only then will the dream team accept the offer, stunning his teammates. The organizer reels at the demand, while the captain argues there's no point risking their lives without greater reward. The captain reminds them they can still take the safe 3 billion without doing anything reckless. He thinks about his urgent need for 500 million won and calculates that the current split won't cover his escalating needs. He realizes that increasing the prize to 10 billion would change everything for his plans. He decides the extra money would let him buy both lectures and elixirs, making the risk worthwhile. He extends his hand, pressing the organizer to respond to the new terms. The organizer, now speaking for the hidden backers, asks whether they will accept the offer. Watching from afar, a staff member is stunned that the dream team would dare make such a counteroffer. Staff watching the event note the dream team saw through the organizer's scheme yet still accepted the risky challenge, impressed by their confidence. As gossip spreads about the dream team, one observer doubts they can pull it off while another insists it's possible. A surprised staffer remarks it's rare to hear such certainty, and the discussion turns to the next summoned threat being the Revenant. They review the Revenant as a 9-star undead that must be killed twice, though someone dismisses it as not the real issue. Despite others calling a 9-star monster anything but ordinary, the confident observer maintains the dream team can handle it. In the stands, a student senses something off as the staffer's confidence wavers mid-thought. The staffer abruptly focuses, sensing a sudden change and turning serious. He decides the only option now is to wait and see what happens. Inside the 9-star dungeon, the students joke that their captain seems possessed by money lust. They ask Suyeon if the captain was always like this, and she admits he was money-obsessed but never this extreme. The captain rallies them for the final round with 10 billion won at stake, and the team cheers themselves on. A sinister red-black presence begins to manifest above them, instantly shifting the mood from excitement to dread. The captain and teammates notice the ominous aura and hesitate, trying to understand what they're sensing. The shadowy entity's pressure intensifies, signaling something far worse than expected is approaching. All three students tense as the oppressive force closes in, their fear rising. A grinning, unseen menace reveals itself through its eyes and smile, prompting a stunned realization. Back in the control area, a cup drops as staff react to a sudden alarming development. The staff shout in panic as the situation escalates beyond their expectations. They realize the monster isn't 9-star at all but Dronzer, a notoriously difficult 10-star, and fear the students will be wiped out. Worse, they recognize it as a forbidden mind-type monster, and can't believe it's present. Assuming a catastrophic error, they scramble into action and call out to Lee Do-hyun. Lee Do-hyun bolts to respond immediately, moving at full speed. He reasons that a 10-star alone shouldn't cause real deaths because conjured monsters normally can't kill students outright. Then he remembers the one exception. Mind-type mental attacks can kill by damaging the brain. The threat is explained as mental damage that harms the brain directly, even if the attack is only an illusion. They stress that illusions still apply full mental damage, making the danger immediate and lethal. Past fatal mind-type incidents involved only 5 to 6-star monsters, but this is a 10-star drawer. Lee Do-hyun concludes the students can't possibly handle it, while someone frantically denies responsibility. Under the mental assault, a girl screams to stop and begs them not to kill her father, showing the illusion is turning allies against each other. Lee Do-hyun realizes that if this continues, the dream team will be driven to kill one another. He explodes in fury, declaring they'll all die horribly unless they evacuate immediately. Staff report they tried to send help but can't access the dungeon due to overload, so Lee orders them to break the mana core or cut the mana supply. When someone hesitates about the cost, Lee's anger spikes at the misplaced priorities. He screams that money is meaningless compared to children's lives and demands immediate action. The operators comply in fear, while Lee curses the situation. Lee demands to know what research Young Jimin did that allowed this disaster. The room falls tense as everyone braces for the consequences of the mistake. Lee and the operators suddenly freeze, confused by an unexpected change. Another staffer looks down in disbelief, sensing something has shifted. Elsewhere, the dream team also reacts with confusion, as if the pressure has altered. The Dronzer's glowing eyes stare blankly, momentarily uncertain. Facing the captain, the Dronzer emits a strange sound as the girl collapses, overwhelmed by the mental attack. The captain clutches his head, struggling to keep his mind intact as the Dronzer watches. He forces a shaky smile and claims he's fine, even as he's clearly affected. Still confused, he wonders why a Dronzer is even here as the oppressive presence looms. The Dronzer's eyes widen as if startled by the captain's unexpected resistance. The team's eyes glow red under the influence, showing the mind attack is taking hold again. The Dronzer's grin returns as the victim's panicked cries repeat, feeding the illusion of betrayal and murder. A teammate tries to snap the others out of it, and the Dronzer reacts with curiosity. The captain urges them to come to their senses, trying to anchor them in reality. A taunting inner voice praises the captain's winning streak, implying it's the source of his confidence. The voice twists the knife, asking how long that streak will last and insisting it means nothing. The mental assault intensifies with accusations of being worthless, threatening his future and identity. The captain grimaces as the intrusive thoughts crush down, nearly breaking his composure. He tries to reassure himself again, but his confusion shows the attack is still working. The Dronzer tilts its head, puzzled that the captain hasn't collapsed completely. The captain holds his head and stares at the Dronzer, hearing its strange growl as he fights to stay conscious. A system-like notification shows the Buddha lecture progress rate rapidly increasing, hinting at a growing mental defense. The Dronzer's presence swells over the graveyard-like dungeon, still pressing its mind attack toward the team. The captain steadies himself and makes a decisive move, preparing to counter rather than endure. He launches forward with his spear, committing to an attack that surprises even him. The Dronzer recoils as if struck by something it didn't anticipate, its confidence shaken. The captain realizes the taunting voice isn't truly the Dronzer's but his own doubts being weaponized. The attack tries to reduce him to an empty shell, repeating that he would be nothing without luck and circumstance. He identifies the whispers as the Dronzer amplifying his unconscious insecurities rather than speaking directly. He recognizes these are the seeds of doubt and anxiety he's carried, now eroding his mind under the monster's influence. A new inner guidance urges him not to tie himself up in imagined futures and fears. He focuses, eyes sharpening as he chooses to stop feeding the spiral of anxiety. A calm, luminous presence frames his resolve, suggesting coincidence leads to connection. The guidance continues that connection leads to destiny, reframing his life as more than random luck. He sees his path as something he can forge, and the Buddha lecture progress rises again as his conviction strengthens. The taunting voice mocks the idea of coincidence, insisting it's just an excuse for his emptiness. It claims he'd be nothing without the academy and its opportunities, trying to strip away his self-worth. The Dronzer presses harder, sneering at talk of peace and abundance as if it's laughable. It accuses him of being incapable alone, framing his achievements as dependence and fraud. The inner lecture contrasts depression, anxiety, and peace, urging him to stay grounded in the present. It warns that greedily painting life with too many fears turns everything black, mirroring the Dronzer's corruption. He's told to let go of burdens in his heart, releasing what the monster is exploiting. The guidance urges acceptance of the present self, like resting on a green mountain amid flowing water. He follows the calming imagery, listening to water and watching clouds, letting panic drain away. He's reminded he exists within nature's vastness, not trapped by a single narrative of failure. The Buddha-like presence asks if he isn't also a child of the universe, deserving of his place. It affirms he deserves to be where he is, even if he can't feel it, reinforcing his stability. The progress rate surges again as he charges the Dronzer, his mind now resisting the assault. The Dronzer mocks the idea of peace of mind, trying one last time to undermine him. It taunts that such ideals sound nice, but questions whether he deserves them. The monster challenges his worth directly, demanding proof he's earned anything good. The lecture counters by asking what enlightenment looks like to him, and what it means to those who remember. It suggests people call the enlightened omniscient, but that image is only part of a life fully lived. He's reminded enlightenment isn't made only of celebrated moments, but also ordinary and flawed ones. Memories show the Buddha figure stumbling, being teased, and living among people, emphasizing imperfection and humanity. He learns that every moment teaches something, and even small kindnesses become part of who you are. He recalls shared laughter and messy, ordinary times with friends as meaningful acceptance of life. The lesson warns that rejecting life's moments leaves nothing to give, cutting off connection. It adds that without anything inherent to share, you can't truly connect with others. He internalizes that the moments between breaths shape identity and provide strength when it matters. His eyes blaze with renewed power as the lecture promises strength in critical moments. He closes the distance and strikes at the Dronzer's core presence with decisive force. The blow lands, blasting the Dronzer with a burst of golden energy that disrupts its form. He follows through with a powerful swing, driving the attack home as the light erupts outward. A shockwave expands around the Dronzer, its body destabilizing under the impact. The Dronzer staggers in the expanding blast, its cloak-like form tearing apart. Its glowing eye flickers, showing it's losing control and cohesion. The captain's spear strike connects cleanly, and the Dronzer reels in disbelief. He feels his whole body tingling as if electrocuted, sensing a major shift in power. Even as the energy surges, he braces for the aftermath of the exchange. He declares his long-held anxiety and doubt have already withered, cutting off the monster's leverage. He affirms he won't be swayed by evil thoughts anymore, holding firm. He states he's in an unwavering state of heart, radiating calm strength as the light surrounds him. The Buddha lecture progress rate jumps dramatically, confirming his mental breakthrough. He grips his weapon as the remaining energy settles, ready in case the threat persists. He activates a skill called God's Strength, channeling power into his next strike. A massive golden blast detonates from his attack, overwhelming the area with light. The Dronzer's face goes blank with shock as it realizes it's being overpowered. The captain's strike tears through the Dronzer's form, and it shrieks as it collapses. He notes it's too late for the enemy to dodge now, confident the finishing blow is unavoidable. He thanks the Buddha-like lecturer in his mind as he completes the decisive hit. The Dronzer's body disintegrates into a twisting wisp, leaving the battlefield suddenly quiet. The last remnants scatter as the shockwave fades, confirming the monster's defeat. In the arena, the broadcast feed turns to static, signaling the dungeon feed has cut out. The giant screen continues showing static as the audience and staff realize something unprecedented happened. A stark flash on the display suggests a system event or abrupt termination of the scenario. A monitor labeled Lucky Sliver shows the same flash, confirming the feed disruption is widespread. Control room staff freeze in stunned silence, unable to process what they just witnessed. Lee Do-hyun mutters in disbelief, struggling to accept how the Draugr could have been dealt with. They restate the horror. Draugr is a 10-star mind-type monster, emphasizing how impossible this should be. They explain no cadet should withstand its mental attack and that physical attacks shouldn't work on a bodiless ghost. They recall only the Soul Saint could handle past Draugr dungeons, underscoring the captain's feat. Lee notes even that Draugr was killed in one hit by Kim Seojun, implying this cadet is on that level. Someone laughs nervously, admitting their guild can't handle a person like Kim Seojun. In the players' waiting room, the screen remains blank as people wait for confirmation. Sooyun stands tense amid murmuring onlookers, bracing for the outcome. She stares at the screen, asking herself how this could be possible. She recalls that only an S-rank could fight 9-star monsters, and wonders if Lee Haeun might be the only one capable. Sooyun begins to deny what she's thinking, overwhelmed by the implication. She admits to herself she can't catch up to him, recognizing the widening gap in ability. Back in the dungeon, the captain's spear is planted in the ground, marking the end of the fight. The captain steadies himself, relieved he didn't pass out like before, still shaking from the ordeal. He suspects his resistance came from the Buddha lecture progress rate and checks it. He notes the progress skyrocketed from 17.5% to 31.7% in a short time, stunned by the sudden growth. He jokes that the Draugr was basically a progress rate booster, while the defeated monster's remnants linger comically behind him. His teammates begin waking from the mental attack, groaning and confused as they regain awareness. The captain asks if they've come to their senses, and they recognize him, still dazed. The girl marvels that he beat the Draugr alone, shocked by what he accomplished. The captain prioritizes survival and tells them to get out of the dungeon first, supporting them as they walk. Outside, someone announces the team has emerged, and the captain looks around, confused by the commotion. Guild representatives immediately swarm him with offers, begging him to join and promising anything he wants. The crowd presses in close, grabbing at him as they try to claim him first. As more guilds plead for him to lead them, the captain wonders what is happening this time. The mob continues shoving business cards at him and fighting over priority while a staffer yells for order, demanding to know what they're all doing. After the dream team is hit by a mental attack, staff rush in to assess them while the shaken students realize they have been saved. Amid the chaos, someone tries to stop the medical check just long enough to pressure Seojun again, even begging him to become their guild master because of how much they invested. The dream team is escorted away for treatment, with Seojun keeping his composure while his teammates look exhausted and wary. Seojun storms in, urgently calling for Seojun as she pushes past the commotion. Seojun acknowledges Seon's arrival, surprised to see her here. Seojun demands to know if everyone is okay, and Seojun confirms no one suffered lasting trauma. He adds that 2 of them are simply asleep and that examinations found no significant abnormalities. Seojun checks on Seojun himself, and he assures her he is fine. He admits he feels a bit sluggish, which finally lets Seojun breathe again. Seojun confesses she was terrified something awful would happen to him, revealing how deeply she worries about his safety. She reflects that Seojun no longer feels like just a student, while he awkwardly realizes he may have overdone it. As time passes, Seon's feelings grow more complicated as she watches him change so quickly. Seojun recalls that their connection felt inevitable from the first time they met and introduced himself. Seojun remembers thinking she also had something to gain from him, and that their meeting would be worth celebrating. But her confidence falters as she grips her clothes, unsettled by emotions she did not expect. She wonders what this confusing ache in her chest means, while Seojun notices her odd silence. When he asks if something is wrong, Seojun forces a smile and insists it is nothing. A knock interrupts the moment, drawing Seojun's attention to the door. A visitor enters politely, approaching the hospital room where Seojun and Seojun are. Seojun is stunned to recognize the association president standing before him. Seojun asks why he is here, and the president says he came personally after hearing about the accident. Seojun is surprised the president would come in person over the Draugr incident. The president quietly repeats Seojun's name, studying him with interest. Seojun realizes this is the man who brought the Azure Dragon sword that even the Sword Saint never entrusted to anyone. The president recalls thinking anyone involved would have died once a Draugr appeared, and he was shocked Seojun was inside the raid battle. He processes that Seojun handled the situation alone, which changes how he evaluates him. The president concludes he finally understands why the Sword Saint is so interested in Seojun. Elsewhere, the Sword Saint suddenly feels uneasy and chilled, sensing something off despite the weather excuse. Back in the room, Seojun notes even the Sword Saint's beloved granddaughter is with Seojun, then asks how the president knows him. Seojun awkwardly clarifies he previously entrusted the Azure Dragon sword to the president, making Seojun suspect a special relationship. The Sword Saint's discomfort spikes as if his blood pressure shoots up, alarming his attendant. The president asks Seojun how he feels now, and Seojun downplays it as nothing serious. With the president present, Seojun presses for an explanation of what really happened in the raid. He specifically demands to know why a Dronzer appeared as the boss instead of a revenant. Seojun is shocked when the answer points to the dungeon's mana core overloading. The president explains Young Jimin applied her mutation research to the competition for the first time, making Seojun focus on the word mutations. Seojun reasons that if mutations cause the overload, then distortions might be artificially created. He pushes further, wondering if the cataclysm itself was also a distortion. The president apologizes and promises this kind of accident will never happen again. He adds he will not apologize with words alone and is prepared to compensate, even though he might have let it slide for Seojun's sake. The president offers to grant Seojun anything he wants to satisfy him. Seojun immediately signals a number with his fingers, making his demand clear. He proposes settling it with 3 billion won. The president agrees readily, thinking Seojun really likes money. Seojun clarifies it is 3 billion won per person, not total, calling the initial offer too cheap. The president freezes, caught off guard by the per-person condition. After a long pause, the president accepts anyway. The raid battle ends, and the Dream Team's overwhelming abilities become widely known, embarrassing the elites of the 3 great academies. News frames the incident as a 9-star monster Dronzer caused by mana core overload, cementing the event's notoriety. Guilds scramble to contact the Dream Team, determined to recruit them with the best possible terms. Even ordinary people obsess over the story and argue Seojun deserves a pro-hunter license already, as the whole country buzzes about him and the Dream Team. Amid that frenzy, Seon decides she will only take her 3 billion won share. Minil agrees to take only his 3 billion too, insisting Seojun deserves the rest for carrying the tournament. They argue they did little compared to Seojun, saying money is meaningless if he had not saved them, leaving Seojun exasperated by their sincerity. Overwhelmed by their gratitude, Seojun gets smothered in a group hug as they gush affection without hesitation. The narration tallies the prize money and sponsorships, including the association president's promised 9 billion won. Because Minil and Seon only take 3 billion each, Seojun's total climbs to 22.5 billion won when combined with what he already had. Seojun realizes he is only 4.5 billion won short of affording Heaven's Great Sage's lecture and gets excited. He asks Seojun whether Dream Academy has been promoted to the first division, and she confirms it has. Seojun eagerly assumes that means they can raid 6-star dungeons, but Seojun hesitates to answer. She explains they can only raid 6-star dungeons if their party includes at least one A-rank hunter. Seojun processes the restriction with a sinking feeling. He points out Seojun is still B-rank, so they cannot get permission, and Seojun looks guilty and unsure. Seojun apologizes, but Seojun reassures her she made his participation possible and tells her not to worry. He steps out, ending the conversation before her apology can deepen into self-blame. Alone, Seojun regrets putting pressure on Seojun with that question. He worries about what to do next since he cannot access 6-star dungeons to earn the remaining money quickly. He debates whether to wait and gather 4.5 billion won or buy the mana lecture first, wishing he could do both. Deciding to consult his mentor, he starts composing a message asking to meet for advice. His mentor suddenly appears in dramatic fashion, startling Seojun badly. The mentor teases him for being surprised again, and Seojun asks him to show up more normally, which the mentor refuses for fun. The mentor gets to the point and asks what Seojun wanted to see him about. Seojun explains he is torn over which lecture to take first, and the mentor confirms that is the dilemma. The mentor thinks it over, weighing Seojun's situation. He casually claims Seojun's level should make it possible, confusing Seojun. The mentor proposes a way to take both lectures by using a causality discount and asks if Seojun wants to try. Seojun asks what a causality discount even is. The mentor explains it is a special event that discounts the causality assigned to Seojun, showing a 50% example. Seojun learns Transcension Academy sometimes runs price discount events, though they are rare. When Seojun asks how big the discount can be, the mentor says it can reach 100%, shocking him. Seojun immediately imagines getting Heaven's Great Sage's lecture for free and begs for the discount. The mentor shuts him down, saying discounts are not given for doing nothing, and Seojun admits he expected that. Seojun asks what he must do to earn the discount. The mentor says the academy is running a support event tied to excellent mock exam grades, making Seojun panic at the mention of mock exams. Seojun remembers his last mock exam scores were terrible and feels sullen about repeating that humiliation. Reviewing his old results, he notes he has improved since then with new abilities and believes he can score higher now. Still, he doubts he can reach the very top tier of students with the highest grades and thinks he misunderstood the event. The mentor corrects him, saying it is actually for students with the highest grade improvement, not absolute top scores. He explains the discount rate equals the improvement rate compared to the previous mock exam. An example shows that improving from 40 to 60 points yields a 50% discount, helping Seojun grasp the system. Seojun realizes he only needs to beat his old scores by a large margin, not become the best overall. The mentor says it is possible at Seojun's current level, and Seojun calculates the point increases needed for 50 and 60%. Seojun decides he cannot miss this golden opportunity and commits to taking the mock exam. He prepares a fake gold bar as bait, planning to exploit Fafner's obsession with gold. Seojun holds the gleaming gold bar, ready to use it as a distraction. Confident because he knows Fafner's greed from experience, he tells the mentor to wait while he sets things up. The system calculates the exam application and displays a 1,000,000,000 exam fee before asking if he will take the mock exam. Seojun realizes the mock exam is only free for first-timers, so he must pay this time. He does the math, concluding he needs at least a 60% discount and likely 70% once other costs are included. He converts the needed improvement into points, and convinces himself he only has to raise each of 7 subjects by about 3 points. Satisfied with the plan, he confirms the exam and starts it. The system announces the mock exam is beginning and tells him to wait. Rules appear explaining the mock exam uses past questions, has 7 subjects, and does not reflect personal causality, as Seojun stands ready. Stage 1 begins under combat proficiency, and Seojun braces as the first problem is set. He identifies the incoming threat as the Dragon of Destruction, Fafner. The problem is set and the environment shifts violently as the exam battle starts. When the mentor nearly gets hit, Seojun reflexively swats him aside to safety. Seojun hurls the gold bar away as bait, committing to the distraction strategy. He sprints after it, moving to strike while the monster's attention is drawn to the gold. Seojun draws his spear mid-run, preparing to engage. He accelerates, thinking this is the moment to attack while Fafner is distracted by the gold bar. The gold bar clangs against something massive, confirming it hit the target. A monstrous many-headed hydra appears instead, towering over Seojun and revealing the stage's true enemy. From above, the scene shows Seojun facing a huge 9-headed creature, stunned by the unexpected matchup. Seojun freezes in disbelief, trying to process what he is seeing. He stammers at the sudden shift, realizing this is not the Fafner fight he prepared for. The mentor notes, Fafner must have gained weight and now has 9 heads, while Seojun runs in confusion. The mentor floats forward with the device, pushing the exam onward. A prompt flashes that he must defeat the enemy within a 30-minute time limit. The objective clarifies the target is a 9-headed hydra, and Seojun realizes the problem changed completely. The hydra's heads unleash a barrage of blazing attacks, overwhelming Seojun immediately. The mentor cheers Seojun on from the sidelines, treating it like a spectacle. Seojun protests that he was never told the problem would be different as explosions engulf the area. He continues yelling in frustration, feeling tricked as the danger escalates. The mentor admits he assumed Seojun knew they would not reuse the same questions, since that would allow memorization. The mentor realizes Seojun's gold bar plan was meant for Fafner, explaining why he brought it. Seojun complains he should have been warned, even as the hydra's attacks close in. Seojun senses something incoming and snaps his focus back to survival. A violent impact erupts, blasting the ground and forcing Seojun into evasive movement. As he is thrown around, Seojun desperately clings to his earlier math, insisting he only needs 3 points per subject. He doubles down on that goal, telling himself it must be exactly 3 points, no more and no less. The mentor scoffs, unimpressed by Seojun's stubborn fixation under pressure. Seojun is flung through a purple-lit space, his spear tumbling as he loses control. He triggers Cloud Ascending Ladder to regain footing and reposition at high speed. The mentor reacts with impressed surprise as Seojun's movement technique carries him past the hydra's reach. The mentor asks when Seojun mastered that footwork so quickly, while Seojun admits he can only barely avoid attacks for now. A hydra head engulfs Seojun in a massive blast, catching him despite his evasions. The explosion slams him downward in a brutal follow-up, overwhelming his defense. Seojun coughs and reels, realizing he has been poisoned or badly hurt by the hit. Pain and shock distort his expression as the damage hits him all at once. He screams in agony, clutching himself as the suffering spikes. The hydra looms with glowing eyes as Seojun collapses, the threat still towering over him. Seojun panics at the bizarre, crushing sensation and demands to know what is happening to him. He admits the pain is unbearable, and he cannot take it anymore. The torment intensifies, and Seojun feels like the agony is tearing him apart. In desperation, he begs to be killed rather than endure the suffering any longer. The system declares Stage 1 failed with most of the time still remaining, as Seojun lies gasping on the ground. The mentor asks calmly if it hurt a lot, while Seojun, in tears, can only rage at what just happened. The mentor explains the hydra's poison is among the most painful, casually calling it quite painful as Seojun balks at the understatement. The mentor compares it to Chiron's mythic suffering from hydra poison, noting he begged for death too, while Seojun vows he never wants to experience that again. Kim Seojun realizes why his mentor had been forced to beg, as he lies exhausted while the tiny guide hovers nearby with his device. A system notice shows Jang Somfing's lecture progress rising, and Seojun notes that even on his first attempt the training is still paying off. He calculates that steady progress could earn him causality discounts while training, but he hesitates at the risk ahead. The system offers a retry with 10 chances left, pushing him to decide whether to keep gambling attempts. He and the floating guide fall into an uneasy silence as the pressure to continue hangs in the air. Seojun asks if they really can't stop now, and the guide coolly says he can quit but warns the points may not be enough. Frustrated by the uncertainty, Seojun curses under his breath at the stakes. He commits to continuing the Transcension Academy mock test by pressing yes. A massive hydra materializes before him, instantly turning the test into a life-or-death confrontation. Seojun recognizes the stage measures combat proficiency and braces to fight for a score. He realizes he can only score well by actually damaging the Hydra, so he targets its heads. Deciding on a decisive opening, he raises his weapon and prepares a heavy strike. He unleashes a blue, blade-like power surge, committing to a high-impact attack. Seojun launches himself forward in a plunging slash aimed at the Hydra's necks. The strike cleaves through with explosive force, scattering debris and seeming to sever a head. The Hydra recoils in shock, its body shuddering from the blow. Seojun celebrates that he managed to take one head, believing he's found the solution. He plans to keep sniping the remaining heads the same way to rack up damage and points. The Hydra's shadow looms over him as it shifts, signaling it isn't finished. Seojun senses something wrong and freezes, confused by the Hydra's reaction. Horrified, he realizes the severed head has regenerated, nullifying his progress. The Hydra's presence intensifies as it towers over him, making the fight feel unwinnable. Seojun, overwhelmed, starts to ask what he's supposed to do against this. Before he can finish, the situation turns against him as the Hydra's threat closes in. The system declares Stage 1 failed with time still left, and Seojun screams in frustration. He panics, admitting he has no idea what to do now that the Hydra can regrow heads. Seojun recognizes he's in serious trouble and scrambles for a plan. He recalls scoring 4.2 before by landing a single hit on Fafnir with the Lance of Longinus, hoping for a similar scoring rule. Not knowing how scores are measured, he fears that if it's based on effective damage then regeneration means he's doomed and his money wasted. The guide suggests using commentary lectures for help, and Seojun remembers those exist. The guide warns commentary lectures reduce the score, while Seojun sees various unhelpful or odd Hydra tips from famous lecturers. Seojun hesitates, weighing the penalty against the need for a workable strategy. The guide insists the choice is Seojun's, and Seojun curses again at the dilemma. He angrily burns through retries, repeatedly selecting yes as his remaining chances drop. The Hydra roars back into the arena, restarting the nightmare. Seojun forces himself to fight again, shouting for the Hydra to come at him. The guide absurdly cheers like a teammate, trying to hype Seojun up. Seojun, mid-chaos, yells that he hates the guide's fake team spirit as the danger surges around him. He rages that nothing about this is a team while explosions and attacks overwhelm the scene. Stage 1 fails again with less time remaining, showing his repeated attempts aren't working. The system ends the first subject exam and announces the next subject will be in 3 days while grades are calculated. Seojun desperately begs for a good result as he waits for the scoring. The result arrives. Seojun's combat proficiency grade is 8.8 points. He celebrates the huge jump and the guide remarks that Seojun seems to become a different person every time. The guide questions when Seojun learned to use divine power and calls his growth rate the fastest they've ever seen. Even while praising him, the guide bluntly insults Seojun's terrible standards for success. The guide laughs it off, and Seojun grumbles that the guide's backhanded attitude is infuriating. Seojun concludes he achieved his goal of gaining at least 3 points in the first subject and steels himself to continue. He vows to keep the momentum going and push forward. His expression turns uneasy as the weight of the remaining exams sinks in. Seojun collapses to his knees, drained by the ordeal. He realizes he may have messed up badly overall despite the improvement. A flashback begins to 9 days earlier as the second test, Basic Endurance, is introduced. The endurance task is revealed. Hold up the heaven as Atlas's incarnation for 1 hour. Atlas tells him to hold on until golden apples are retrieved, while Seojun begs for time as the burden crushes him. Seojun complains that the exam is insane as the endurance score is recorded. 6 days earlier, the third test appears, Reaction Speed, a staring contest against Argos's incarnation. Seojun describes the absurdity of closing one eye and opening another, as Argos's many eyes challenge him. He's stunned by the sheer number of eyes and answers that Argos has 100. His reaction speed grade posts as 4.2 points, and the timeline jumps to 3 days earlier. The fourth test, Mana, forces him to endure an Archlich's mana drain for 10 minutes while the Lich is immune to attacks. The Lich's drain startles him immediately, showing how helpless the test is. Mocking him, the Lich asks if that's all he has, and Seojun admits he hasn't studied mana at all. His mana grade comes back as a miserable 1.6 points, returning the story to the present day. Back in the present, Seojun's dread spikes as he admits he's screwed. He totals only 9.1 points so far and asks if he can still get a discount without exceeding a 50% improvement rate. The guide says no, he must surpass 50% improvement to receive the event benefit, and Seojun despairs. Seojun laments that his billion-1 mock test fee will be wasted, but the guide announces today's exam will begin. The fifth subject, Mental, begins with a command to listen to the Archlich's requiem for 30 minutes. The Archlich warns Seojun not to disappoint at this time as the oppressive sound begins. Seojun steels himself, insisting he must score high here and keep his mind together. The Lich murmurs in impressed surprise as Seojun endures longer than expected. Level 1 is cleared, and Seojun exhales in relief. He notes he passed level 1 like last time, but believes the real challenge starts now at level 2. Level 2 orders him to expel a 9th level hell demon possessing his mind within an hour as a sinister presence creeps in. The demon taunts that Seojun belongs to it now and will never be free, trying to break his resolve. Seojun can't even parse the demon's rant, but he pushes through and clears level 2 anyway. Level 3 begins as a radiant woman appears, leaving Seojun confused by the sudden shift. The task is revealed: resist goddess Aphrodite's temptations amid overwhelming allure. Seojun bluntly calls her auntie and asks if she isn't cold, defusing the seduction attempt. Level 3 completes, and even the guide is shocked at how Seojun did it. Seojun shrugs that it was bearable, while the guide reels in disbelief as Level 4 starts. Level 4 demands he endure the screams of infinite hell for 30 minutes as tormented voices surround him. The screaming dead beg to be saved or killed, assaulting his mind with despair. They accuse Seojun of killing them and making them this way, trying to drown him in guilt. The chorus grows into a maddening mob, pleading and blaming as Seojun stands trapped in the noise. A wailing figure declares this is all Seojun's fault and reaches for him, escalating the psychological attack. Seojun awkwardly asks if they've ever met before, refusing to accept the manufactured guilt. The spirits falter in confusion, their accusation losing force. Seojun calmly asks if they know him, and the crowd's momentum collapses into awkward silence. Level 4 completes, and the guide demands to know how Seojun keeps clearing these trials. Level 5 begins, ordering him to resist the pleasure offered by the Demon King's incarnation Mephistopheles for 1 hour. A winged, radiant figure manifests, signaling a far more dangerous temptation than before. Mephistopheles boasts that even Faust couldn't endure this pleasure, rattling Seojun. Seojun learns the 7 sins become a heaven reflecting one's desires, making resistance uniquely personal. Lust overwhelms the mind with a heaven that rejects no desire, threatening to drown Seojun in craving. Greed offers endless wealth and abundance, tempting him with everything he lacks. Gluttony promises limitless food and indulgence, a paradise of excess without consequence. Sloth lures him into a dreamy heaven of rest and neglect, where even angels lounge contentedly. Seojun starts to slip into the lazy comfort, grinning as the temptation tries to make him give up. Wrath offers a heaven for vengeance, letting him torture those who tormented him to his heart's content. The vision intensifies into a fiery stage of revenge, urging him to embrace violent catharsis. Envy shows him shattered scenes of lives he wanted but couldn't have, promising fulfillment of jealousy. Seojun says he somehow resisted so far and tries to hold on a little longer. The final sin arrives, signaling the most dangerous temptation yet. Pride surges over him, igniting a crushing self-image and the need to prove himself. Seojun feels the pride twisting inside him, his eyes spiraling as he struggles to stay rational. He realizes this is dangerously destabilizing, but the temptation keeps tightening its grip. Seojun snaps and shouts, losing control under the pressure. The system declares level 5 failed with 22 minutes left, and Seojun admits defeat. He reflects that compared to earlier levels, this one was on another level of brutality. Refusing to accept failure, he hits retry and vows to try again. He repeatedly fails and retries, burning through chances while insisting he'll clear it next time. At last the system announces he has completed the 5th subject, mental, leaving him exhausted on the ground. The system schedules the next subject in 3 days as grades are measured, while Seojun admits he couldn't endure pride to the end. The guide guesses Seojun endured so far because his unwavering heart lecture progress increased, and asks for the current rate. Seojun answers that it's 31.7%, stunning the guide. The guide refuses to believe it at first, speechless. The guide panics that it was only 15.5% last time and can't fathom a 16.2% jump so quickly, while Seojun downplays it. Demanding proof, the guide snatches the device to see the numbers firsthand. The screen shows multiple lecture progress rates, including Siddhartha Gautama at 31.7% and Hercules at 53.7%, shocking the guide. The guide fixates on Hercules' progress rate, and Seojun awkwardly claims it was just luck. The guide calls that impossible luck and complains that Seojun's blank expression is insulting. The guide rants that the numbers are ridiculous and demands to know how Seojun boosted Buddha's lecture rate so much. Seojun again insists it was luck, offering no real explanation. The mental grade posts as 22.8 points, and Seojun cheers while the guide is left stunned. A few days later, Seojun's final mock exam results are finally announced. The report shows he failed every subject individually but reached a total of 52.2 points, and Seojun celebrates, making it past his improvement goal. He realizes his target was 70% improvement, but he achieved 80%, earning an 80% discount coupon. With the discount secured, Seojun decides he can finally take Heaven's Equal Great Sage's lecture. He credits Unwavering Heart for saving him, while the guide struggles to accept what happened. The guide, still rattled, asks for a moment to process the impossible growth. Seojun asks what score he needs to avoid failing the real exam, and the guide says he must score over 60 in each subject. The guide adds that even with a high total, any subject under 60 means automatic failure, and Seojun asks what total he should aim for. The guide says it varies, but usually he needs over 90 per subject. That translates to a total of at least 630 points, which Seojun repeats in disbelief. The harsh reality lands as his current total is only 52.2 points. Seojun sits stunned, muttering in frustration at how far he still has to go. He searches the system for Heaven's Equal Great Sage, ready to invest in the next step. The guide confirms he's going to listen to the Great Sage's lecture immediately, and Seojun agrees since he still hasn't chosen a mana lecture. 2 great sage options appear, including a basics course and the Heavenly Meteor Staff, making Seojun curious. He wonders how much the Heavenly Meteor Staff lecture costs, and assumes his 80% discount will cover it. He tries to select the Heavenly Meteor Staff lecture to check it out. An error blocks him, stating he must first complete the Great Sage's Basics Techniques lecture as a prerequisite. Seojun accepts he'll learn Heavenly Meteor Staff later and refocuses on what he can take now. He decides to start with the Great Sage's Basics of Spear and Staff Technique. The system calculates the new causality rate and fee, offering registration for the Basics lecture at 5.4 billion won after the 80% discount. Seojun is shocked that even discounted it's 5.4 billion won, though the guy notes it's still far cheaper than before. Seojun rationalizes that at least it's not 27 billion anymore and chooses to register. The system prompts him to press play, and Seojun prepares to begin the Great Sage's lecture. On a calm day, Seojun senses something strange as his training routine is about to continue. Checking his phone, Seojun realizes the lecture feed seems to have frozen and tries to get it moving again. A new instructor abruptly cuts in, apologizing for the interruption as if he has just arrived. The late instructor immediately launches into a flashy staff demonstration, announcing his presence through sheer force. Seojun watches the sweeping arc of the staff technique, startled by the power behind a simple motion. The instructor, a staff-wielding monk-like man, lands confidently and prepares to teach in earnest. He explains he was summoned away by Master Tripitaka, implying even he answers to higher authority. He mocks Shakyamuni as helpless alone, then introduces himself as the heaven's equal great sage, making Seojun wary. Delighted to finally teach, the great sage promises to give Seojun a proper lecture to make up for being late. He outlines the basics he will teach, foundational staff and spear methods centered on deflecting, grasping, and piercing. He emphasizes that all spear and staff techniques begin from these 3 core forms. Noticing some cadets forgot the earlier explanation, he calls them out, and Seojun feels singled out. Taking responsibility for his tardiness, the great sage decides to demonstrate everything again from the start. He orders Seojun to watch carefully, raising the pressure as if this is a test, not a lesson. He begins with deflecting, describing it as an outward redirection and showing the motion with his staff. The deflecting swing detonates the air and ground, revealing destructive power far beyond a normal technique. Seojun admits that even seeing it a second time, the technique is still astonishing as the lesson moves on. Next is grasping, explained as pulling the staff inward to seize control of the opponent's line. The demonstration's shockwaves crack and sheer rock, implying the technique's control is also violently forceful. The great sage's movements shred the surroundings, making the basics look like calamities rather than drills. Lastly comes piercing, and his expression hardens as he prepares the most direct killing motion. He explains piercing as stabbing through a single point, then proves it with an explosive thrust. He summarizes the 3 basics again, insisting deflecting, grasping, and piercing are the true foundation. He warns that to learn his heavenly meteor staff later, Seojun must first master these basic movements. He adds the basics are indispensable for any spear or staff technique, not just his signature art. The lecture ends with homework. Remember the demonstration and practice deflecting until the next session. A system notice assigns Seojun a daily task to perform the great sage's deflecting technique 1,000 times, leaving him overwhelmed. The floating mentor reminds him he has moved from beginner lectures to transcension level content, explaining the steep cost. When Seojun asks if there's a real difference, the mentor says the new lectures operate on a completely different level. Instead of explaining further, the mentor tells Seojun it will be faster to understand by experiencing it directly. Seojun picks up his spear-like weapon and tries to imitate the deflecting motion he just witnessed. As he swings, the weapon's tip blurs into multiple afterimages, hinting that power is gathering incorrectly. A blue arc of force blooms from the swing, far larger than Seojun intended, as if the technique is amplifying itself. Seojun senses something is wrong mid-motion, realizing the output is escalating beyond control. The swing erupts into a massive shockwave that blasts the area apart, leaving Seojun at the center of a violent crater. The weapon continues humming with unstable energy, suggesting the technique is still resonating after the strike. Seojun freezes, sweating, unable to process how a practiced swing caused such devastation. Dust and debris billow across the ruined ground as Seojun mutters in disbelief at what just happened. The mentor smugly notes this is exactly what he warned about, watching Seojun's stunned reaction. Elsewhere, a quiet traditional building sets the stage for a separate meeting among academy representatives. Inside, representatives sit around a meal, the atmosphere tense despite the formal setting. The top academy's representatives are identified, Cha Hyan of Ale and Lee Jinseong of Jaean, both listening closely. So Jin Hyun of Hunter Mill drinks calmly, projecting control as the others weigh their options. Someone states the top 3 academies' current standing is poor, implying public confidence is slipping. They complain the community says the 3 academies together cannot match Dream Academy, and they consider targeting Kim Seojun. Jin Seong argues they should at least break Seojun's fighting spirit, but admits Seojun has the Sword Saint's backing. He warns that if anything goes wrong, their own necks are at risk and even Hunter Mill could be ruined. Jin Seong backs off, claiming he will pretend he heard nothing, trying to avoid responsibility. Hyan also prepares to leave, signaling the plan is too dangerous to pursue openly. Jin Hyun watches them go, calculating, as if he has another angle in mind. He brings up the upcoming exchange tournament, shifting the conversation from sabotage to competition. Hyun questions the timing, noting the exchange tournament should be held soon. She suspects they might send out Lee Haeun, implying a specific strong participant is being considered. Jin Hyun smiles as if he has already decided how to use the tournament to solve their problem. He asks the others what they think, his tone suggesting a proposal that benefits him most. Back at the park, Seojun stands amid the crater, realizing the minimal swing produced catastrophic destruction. He compares the sensation to borrowing godlike strength, unsettled by how unnatural the power felt. Exhausted, Seojun admits the technique drains enormous energy, and the mentor notes this is an intermediate-level course. The mentor explains Seojun attended a lecture beyond his limits, so struggling is inevitable, and Seojun regrets rushing into high-level content. The mentor insists the curriculum is structured for a reason, implying Seojun must follow the intended progression. Seojun doubts he can do even 10 repetitions, but the mentor reassures him not to worry too much. The mentor says if it were truly impossible he would have stopped Seojun, prompting Seojun to ask for another method. The mentor reminds Seojun he planned to take a mana lecture too, hinting it could solve the repetition problem. He explains that because Seojun progresses well in Heracles' strength lecture, adding a mana lecture should be manageable. Seojun pushes himself up from the bench, deciding to act on the mentor's suggestion. He steadies his breathing and prepares to choose between cultivation paths rather than brute-forcing the impossible task. Seojun repeats the mentor's earlier rule: stability favors ki cultivation, efficiency favors mana cultivation, and the mentor confirms it is preference-based. The mentor advises listening to a sample lecture first, and Seojun opens his phone to try it. Seojun scrolls through available lectures, considering which cultivation route to commit to. A ki cultivation instructor begins by comparing growing ki to enlarging a bowl that can hold more power. The instructor, Sword Master Dongbin Lu, names that bowl the Dantian, framing it as the body's vital elixir point. The lecture explains the Dantian is the most crucial part of the body and is divided into 3 major parts. Dongbin Lu lists the upper, central, and lower Dantian, setting up a structured model of cultivation. He describes the upper Dantian as the gateway to spiritual transcendence, claiming it can elevate a human toward godhood. He links the upper Dantian to the realm of Aniwan Gong in the head, emphasizing the mind's role. He admits the lecture will not cover the upper Dantian's realm in detail, leaving Seojun confused by the abstract explanation. Seojun realizes he barely understands but still gains some insight, suspecting Merlin's lecture helped him grasp the gist. He connects Aniwan Gong to the brain and wonders if that means the upper Dantian is essentially the mind's domain. A summary frames the 3 areas as brain, heart, and stomach, and Seojun concludes ki is easier to accumulate but less versatile than mana. Seojun restates the choice. Safety means ki cultivation, efficiency means mana cultivation, finally understanding the mentor's earlier advice. A nagging doubt hits Seojun as he senses something inconsistent with what he was told about mana lectures. He checks the Dragon Aura sample lecture by Siegfried and feels something is off about the system's categorization. The Dragon Aura sample opens, and Seojun asks what exactly this lecture is supposed to be. Searching for mana lectures yields an overwhelming list, and Seojun finds the results strangely unhelpful. Seojun wonders if he misunderstood the mentor's guidance, and the mentor asks what the issue is. Seojun asks his mentor directly, trying to confirm whether he can take the 2 cultivation types together. The mentor is caught off guard by the question, as if Seojun is pushing beyond normal system rules. Seojun argues that if the upper Dantian is the mind's domain, then Siddhartha Gautama's unwavering heart might substitute for it. He reasons that unwavering heart is essential to transcendence, so transcendent beings may have built their upper Dantian through it. Seojun concludes that if mana cultivation lets him use 2 Dantians at once, then using all 3 should be possible. The mentor hesitates, unsure whether Seojun's logic actually works within the system's mechanics. He admits he cannot confirm details just by reading lecture descriptions, implying deeper rules are hidden. Seojun notices Merlin lecture progress has increased, taking it as proof his insight is being recognized. Encouraged, Seojun decides he will definitely take the mana lecture, while the mentor notes other students simply chose by preference. Seojun points out that if no one noticed the difference until now, maybe the method does not work, and asks if the mentor can consult the instructors. The mentor repeats the idea of asking instructors, and Seojun explains he cannot post questions publicly on the bulletin board. Seojun insists it would be more accurate to ask instructors in person, and the mentor admits it is not about money but something else. The mentor awkwardly confirms students do ask instructors about lecture content, but his tone suggests complications. The mentor agrees to go ask, while Seojun admits he wants both paths but is blocked by practical limits. Seojun returns to reality with a grim conclusion that the real obstacle is money again. Later at the academy, Seojun decides to revisit the problem once his mentor returns, only to find his mentor already waiting. Seojun notes the timing is perfect, still confused about why his mentor called him in. Seojun walks into a meeting and finds unfamiliar people gathered, wondering who they are. A staff member tells Seojun to introduce himself, explaining these are representatives from Hunter Mill, Ale, and Jaeon. Jin Hyun-seo and Hyun Cha introduce themselves politely, masking their earlier hostility behind smiles. Jin Seong Lee introduces himself as well, looming over Seojun with a competitive, challenging presence. Seojun is baffled why the top 3 academies' representatives are here to see him. Hearing the phrase exchange tournament, Seojun realizes they are talking about the academy's unofficial competition. Jin Hyun explains the exchange tournament is normally between the 3 academies, but Dream Academy's rise makes Seojun qualified to join. He expresses hope that Dream Academy and Seojun will participate and shine, framing it as an honor. Seojun stays guarded, waiting for the catch behind their sudden friendliness. Seojun immediately asks what the prize is, revealing his priorities and why he might refuse otherwise. When told there is no prize, Seojun is genuinely stunned, as if the entire proposal becomes meaningless. They explain it is only for growth through competition with other geniuses, not for rewards. Seojun asks Ms. Seoyun whether his attendance benefits Dream Academy, and she admits it does not really matter. She clarifies that because it is unofficial, his participation changes nothing for the academy's standing. Seojun decides he will not participate, seeing no reason to spend time on it. The representatives panic at his refusal, insisting he is throwing away an incredible opportunity. Seojun dismisses it bluntly, saying there is no point if winning gives him nothing. They keep pressing him to reconsider, and Seojun grows irritated by their persistence. Seojun calls out to Minil, pulling his teammate into the situation to deflect the pressure. Seojun asks Minil if he plans to attend, and Minil suggests Seojun should go instead as the leader. Seojun claims he is too busy to make time, and Minil admits he does not care much either. Minil privately considers going just to test his new skill, but the representatives look horrified at the idea. Seojun immediately declares Minil will go, casually waving goodbye as the others beg him to wait. The representatives shout after Seojun, desperate not to lose their main target. They huddle in despair, asking what to do now that Seojun slipped away. A moment earlier, Seojun demanded a massive 6 billion won prize to participate, turning the negotiation into a money ultimatum. The representatives repeat the number in disbelief, realizing Seojun is obsessed with money to an extreme degree. They interpret his stance as requiring at least 6 billion won to join, and worry the tournament is pointless without him. Hyen complains that demanding a reward for an exchange tournament is ridiculous, frustrated by the absurd escalation. Minil also questions why Seojun needs money again, feeling dragged into his leader's financial madness. Jin Hyun clears his throat to regain control, signaling he has a solution, or a new proposal. The group returns to Seojun and apologizes for the long discussion, trying to reset the negotiation politely. Seojun's mentor asks if their conflict ended well, and Seojun brushes it off as not worth worrying about. Jin Hyun admits they wanted their students to compete with Seojun to humble them and improve their skills. He says Seojun's demand for a reward forced them to reconsider, implying they will meet his terms somehow. They announce they have decided to attach a reward after all, and Seojun's attention sharpens immediately. Jin Hyun adds there is a twist, pausing as if to ensure Seojun is fully hooked. He warns there are several conditions, shifting the power dynamic back toward the 3 academies. Elsewhere, a hooded young woman trains with swirling blue mana, compressing it into controlled currents. Her mana surges outward in a circular burst, showing she can release power explosively while maintaining form. A master instructs her to compress her mana even more, and she obediently acknowledges the command. Minil rushes through the training area, drawn by the intense mana pressure and unfamiliar technique. A violent impact cracks the air near the training equipment, making it clear someone is practicing at dangerous intensity. A blue slash-like wave tears across the room, suggesting a weaponized mana strike rather than simple cultivation. The energy continues carving through space, leaving lingering trails that show repeated high-speed attacks. A white-haired fighter unleashes a brutal kick and follow-up strike, sending another blue arc flying as Seojun watches from a distance. Seojun murmurs in awe, realizing the exchange tournament may involve monsters like this, not just friendly sparring. As the training hall fills with intersecting mana slashes, someone notes everyone is working hard, foreshadowing the coming clash. The organizers confirm the first-place bounty for the exchange tournament has been set at 6 billion won. Seojun calculates the prize distribution, 6 billion for first, 4 for second, 2 for third, and notes the matches are individual, making the top prize his alone if he wins. The hosts add that there are additional conditions, and someone questions whether offering such rewards is unfairly one-sided. Seojun accepts that since they're paying, they can dictate the tournament's method and rules. The organizers invite Dream Academy to participate, and Seojun's group agrees eagerly, seeing it as a chance to test their training. Seojun smiles, seemingly confident about joining. Seojun asks if there are any other conditions, and the staff admits there is one more. They reveal that one person still hasn't agreed to the terms, puzzling Seojun and his teammates. Seojun realizes the only possible holdout must be someone outside their 3-person Dream Academy group. A sudden arrival shocks the group, making Seojun turn in disbelief. A stern woman is confused when she's implied to be the one who hasn't agreed yet. Seoyun is shown training intensely with a sword, her effort bordering on reckless. Seojun watches as Seon's practice swings send powerful arcs, highlighting her determination. Seoyun wonders why she and Seojun are being asked to join if the tournament is individual. Seojun calls out to Seoyun mid-swing, trying to get her attention. He tells her not to overwork herself for his sake, but she immediately refuses to stop. Seoyun insists she's always been helped by him, and wants to repay him at least once, while Seojun argues she's already done more than enough. Seoyun presses a hand to him, physically stopping him from pushing the issue further. She brushes off his concern and tells him to focus on what he needs to do, leaving him flustered. Seoyun firmly orders Seojun to stop worrying about her and handle his own preparations. As they part, Seojun decides he should prepare for the exchange tournament too. He also worries that his mentor promised to return soon but hasn't contacted him at all. A message arrives telling Seojun to stop attending the mana lectures for a while, startling him. Seojun repeats the instruction aloud, confused by the sudden directive. The sender explains it's complicated, says they asked the director for clarification, and promises to come explain soon, leaving Seojun uneasy. Seojun resolves to focus on raising all his current progress as he waits for answers. A few days later, the morning of the exchange tournament arrives and the Dream Academy trio gathers with Seoyun. Seeing the massive venue, they note it's unofficial in name only and feels as big as raid battles, suggesting something unusual is going on. Seojun reflects that the top 3 hunter academies are formidable, while his friends chatter nervously to cope. Minil jokes about eating despite the tension, and Seojun answers calmly that he can eat anything. Seojun notices a cluster of people and asks if they're journalists, and Seoyun isn't sure. He concludes the tournament is being shown to reporters this time, deepening his suspicion. Seoyun checks the schedule and confirms the first round is student matches. The group stiffens as they sense tension and pressure building around them. Minil and Seoyun suddenly bolt off, leaving Seojun and Seoyun confused. They beg to be matched against other opponents instead of facing Seojun, and Seojun is caught off guard by their plea. Minil admits he saw Seojun practice, and it was terrifyingly strong, beyond what a spear swing should do. Seojun complains it's unfair that she has to face him, while nearby journalists begin to notice something. Someone spots a celebrity hunter and shouts that Lee Haeun is here, drawing Seojun's attention. Footsteps approach with deliberate confidence, signaling an important entrance. Lee Haeun arrives surrounded by security and flashing cameras, commanding the crowd's focus. Her cold, composed gaze suggests she's used to being treated like an untouchable star. Seojun studies her quietly, weighing what her presence means. Haeun continues forward through the press scrum, escorted as if she's the main event. Reporters bombard Haeun with questions about why the tournament is partially public and demand her attention. As an escort tries to move her along, reporters press her about whether she's participating or only observing. A reporter asks if rumors are true that she skipped a previous tournament because of Seojun Kim, provoking her. The atmosphere turns hostile as Haeun's presence silences people and raises the stakes. The reporter backpedals, realizing they may have crossed the line with Haeun. Haeun coolly asks who Seojun Kim is, implying she doesn't acknowledge the rumor's premise. She walks on while staff and onlookers tense up, intimidated by her aura. Seoyun identifies her as Hunter Mills Lee Haeun, someone she's only heard about until now. Minil blurts out that Haeun is pretty, making Seoyun glare in disbelief. When challenged, Minil insists it's normal to call a pretty person pretty, oblivious to the timing. Seoyun snaps that the situation is serious and complains Minil never calls her pretty, while he dodges the point. Seoyun pokes and scolds Minil, escalating their bickering into slapstick. Their loud argument draws attention from nearby people, adding to the public spectacle. Seoyun suddenly recognizes the name Seojun Kim and panics that Dream Academy might be in the same tournament as him. The group realizes Dream Academy's participation is exactly why the event was made partially public. As reporters call for Seojun, Minil smugly says the attention is because of Seojun, not Haeun. Minil grins, pleased that their boss is becoming the center of the buzz. Seojun leads them inside while Minil laughs and Seoyun fumes, trying to regain composure. In Dream Academy's waiting room, staff reiterate that personal equipment is strictly prohibited in this exchange tournament. The official confirms Seojun's spear, Seon's sword, and Minil's daggers and bow are their usual gear, then asks Seoyun if she needs equipment, and she declines. Seoyun and Minil complain the provided weapons feel unfamiliar despite decent quality. Seoyun quotes that a craftsman shouldn't blame tools, trying to sound wise. Minil counters that saying only works because craftsmen already use good tools, and Seoyun admits she was joking. Minil teases that Seojun doesn't even need a weapon and calls it payback for earlier embarrassment. Minil asks if Seojun is fine with the provided spear, and Seojun reluctantly says it's acceptable. Seoyun notes Seojun doesn't seem picky about weapons, impressed by his calm. Seojun tries to speak seriously, but Minil and Seoyun keep brawling and ignore him. Seojun quietly wonders if the spear will hold up, asking if it will be fine. A red-uniformed cadet from another academy watches with disdainful silence. The cadet questions who Seojun is to warrant banning personal equipment, as officials remind them to follow the rules. The cadet declares he won't participate, signaling contempt for the setup. Another cadet mocks him for supposedly fearing Lee Haeun, but he insists that's not the real reason. Pressed for the truth, he finally admits it's because Seojun Kim is participating. Seojun, unaware of the gossip, looks dazed as the implication of his reputation spreads. The red-uniformed cadet hardens his resolve, clearly taking Seojun as a personal target. He decides to use this chance to prove he's the real super rookie as the referee asks both fighters if they're ready. The referee raises his hand to begin the match. At the start signal, Seojun's first movement hits like a shockwave, cracking the floor and stunning his opponent. The opponent's eyes widen in alarm as he realizes he can't track Seojun properly. He admits he lost sight of Seojun's movement, panic setting in. He whips around, trying to react before the next strike lands. Seojun closes in with a dangerous swing, forcing the opponent into a desperate block. The opponent strains under the impact, his weapon and arms shaking from the force. He can't comprehend what kind of strength Seojun is using. Their clash detonates with a massive burst, the arena floor fracturing under the collision. The opponent recoils in disbelief as the exchange overwhelms him. Seojun's follow-through sends debris flying, demonstrating overwhelming control of the fight's tempo. The opponent staggers in the dust, barely keeping his footing. Seojun slips inside the opponent's guard, positioning for a decisive finish. A blue-tinged strike drives the opponent down hard, leaving him stunned on the ground. The opponent's eye fills with dread as he realizes he's already lost. Seojun's spear point stops just short of a lethal hit, pinning the outcome without killing him. With the spear leveled, Seojun holds the opponent at mercy, making the result undeniable. The lingering shockwaves fade as the opponent remains helpless under Seojun's pressure. Officials and the defeated cadets sit in stunned silence, unable to process the speed of the match. The referee announces Seojun Kim's victory, confirming the fight ended almost instantly. The defeated cadet stares at the cracked spearhead in disbelief, realizing even the weapon suffered. Seojun notices cracks in his spear and admits he was uneasy about it from the start. He remarks that if the duel had lasted a little longer, the spear would have shattered completely, humiliating the opponent further. Seojun asks staff to replace the spear with something sturdier, explaining he held back because he feared breaking it too soon. He inspects the damaged weapon, confirming his concern was justified. Seojun receives a replacement staff and notes the previous one couldn't withstand his power. He worries that if weapons crack after only a few swings, he may need replacements every round. His teammates stare at him with sparkling eyes, awed by what they just witnessed. Minhyul tells Seojun that his training display wasn't even his full strength, and that everyone is going crazy over the match. Seojun adds that an article about Seojun has already been posted, surprising him. Seojun reads the headline predicting Seojun vs Lee Haeun, and realizes the entrance reporters wrote it. Seojun explains the top 3 guilds are covering tournament expenses and mainly want Seojun to notice them, which is why the reaction is so intense. Seojun comments that Lee Haeun really is amazing, but Minhyul angrily insists Seojun is the truly amazing one. Seojun agrees with Minhyul, reinforcing that the attention is because Seojun is breaking expectations. Seojun explains people saw Haeun as an unbeatable wall, and Seojun's performance is making them label him an out-of-touch irregular. Minhyul jokes he'd rather face Haeun than Seojun, and Seojun awkwardly tries to join the banter. Seojun laughs off the teasing, staying relaxed despite the hype. Elsewhere, Lee Haeun watches with a flat, assessing expression. A suited executive asks Haeun how Seojun looked, and he admits there's a reason Seojun's name keeps coming up. The executive asks Haeun directly whether she thinks she can beat Seojun. Haeun addresses him as CEO as he starts to reassure her not to feel burdened even if she loses. Haeun dismisses the idea that Seojun is anything more than a student-level irregular, implying he's not a true threat. The CEO listens in silence, weighing her confidence against what he saw. Haeun concedes her comment was made out of concern, and asks him not to take it the wrong way. The CEO remains seated alone, contemplating the implications of Seojun's rise. His narrowed eyes show he's not fully convinced by Haeun's dismissal. From his vantage point, the CEO watches Seojun being handed yet another spear, tracking the cost and risk. Seojun casually notes the weapon shattered again, treating it like an inconvenience. The CEO bristles at the phrase out of concern, sensing Haeun's words may have been a warning. As the tournament continues, Minhyul climbs the brackets as expected, racking up wins. Seojun also surprises everyone by fighting well and is declared the winner of her match. Another announcement confirms Seojun's next victory, showing he's advancing rapidly. Seojun again asks staff to replace his spear, and they nervously confirm it shattered yet again. Seojun admits controlling his strength is harder than expected against elite cadets, and staff tally that he's already replaced 9 weapons. Security calculates that 9 high-end weapon replacements cost over $1 billion, meaning expenses may exceed the prize money. They lament they can't refuse to replace clearly broken weapons, even as costs spiral. Seojun suggests it would be better to use his own spear if this keeps happening, startling the staff. He frames it as a practical safety measure rather than special treatment, and asks if the CEOs plan to change the rules. A staff member hurriedly says he'll go ask, leaving Seojun waiting. Seojun assumes they'll sort it out, then notices Seojun trembling nearby. He asks Seojun if her next match is coming up, and she confirms it nervously. Seojun points out she's shaking badly and looks pale, pressing her to explain. Seojun hesitates, struggling to say what's wrong. She finally admits her next opponent is Lee Haeun, shocking Seojun. Seojun understands her fear immediately, realizing what it means to face the legend everyone treats as unbeatable. He reflects that Seojun's burden is heavy since she hasn't trained long under the Magic Saint, and she asks if she'll be able to do well. Seojun reassures her that this isn't a life-or-death raid and she shouldn't panic. He tells her winning or losing doesn't matter as much as staying calm and not becoming obsessed with the outcome. Seojun admits she feels guilty because she wasn't very helpful in their last raid battle. As memories of fighting together surface, Seojun longs to contribute and worries about everyone watching her now, especially with the match looming. Seojun basks in the joy of being acknowledged and improving, believing effort and recognition make the struggle worthwhile. She remembers how fun it felt to grow alongside others, even as she sensed she was still behind them. Steeling herself, she realizes why she has to step forward now and prove her own value. The gap between her and the stronger students weighs on her more than anyone, sharpening her resolve. Suyin clenches her fist and decides she must show she can contribute too. When her name is called to the arena, she takes it as her chance to stand shoulder to shoulder with her peers. A teammate gives her a simple encouragement, pushing her to go through with it. Suyin answers with determination and moves to her position. She heads out wanting her worth tested, ready to face whatever comes. Alone on the floor, she hesitates as the atmosphere turns heavy and unfamiliar. Her confusion spikes as she senses a dangerous presence approaching. Haeunli appears before her, calm and intimidating, sword at her side. The referee confirms both fighters are ready, forcing Suyin to commit. The match begins, and Suyin immediately rushes in to seize momentum. She activates her mana, electricity flaring as she takes a fighting stance. Haeun watches without reacting, silently inviting Suyin to show what she has. Suyin is told to try, but she cannot read what Haeun intends. Haeun orders her to use everything she can, making it sound like a lesson rather than a duel. Across the wide arena, Suyin braces herself under that blunt command. Haeun explains the point is to make Suyin realize how insignificant she is, provoking her on purpose. Haeun finally draws her blade, signaling she will respond for real. Her narrowed eyes promise she is in complete control of the situation. She tells Suyin to keep pushing until she has nothing left, as if testing her limits. Suyin notes, Haeun still is not even in a proper stance, which feels like open contempt. Anger takes over Suyin's fear as she refuses to be dismissed. She swears she will make Haeun regret it, and surges her lightning higher. Haeun smirks, amused that challengers always make the same threat. Suyin focuses, gathering mana between her hands to launch an opening attack. She unleashes fear, a pressure-based magic that hardens her body and bears down on the opponent. Using Presence Block, she charges in under that oppressive aura to force close combat. She closes the distance in a straight line, committing to a decisive strike. Observers recoil in shock at a mage fighting at close range at all. They are even more stunned that she is doing it against Haeunli. Suyin reaches Haeun's space, expecting her pressure to matter. In a blur, Haeun intercepts and counters, turning Suyin's rush into a losing exchange. Suyin realizes too late that Haeun has already read her approach. A spell circle forms as Haeun prepares a clean, overwhelming response. A massive blast erupts, dwarfing Suyin's attack and swallowing the arena in force. Suyin tries to keep casting while moving, forcing her body through the turbulence. The adults watching are stunned that a student can maintain magic under such violent motion. One admits it explains why their own students struggled against her. The narration questions the usual party logic of mages staying safely in the back during real battles. It warns that in actual combat, conditions can ruin a mage's casting and make that role unreliable. The reality is framed as fragile, where mana disruption and lack of protection can happen anytime. A teacher reflects that the self-focused mage style once existed but largely vanished after the Magic Saint. Spectators urge Suyin to keep pressuring Haeun, not realizing the danger. They recall the Magic Saint, hero of the Cataclysm, used that aggressive battle method. In the Cataclysmic era, the Magic Saint was feared as a walking disaster. Other nations even labeled the Magic Saint a war mage, emphasizing ruthless power. Back in the present, Suyin screams and throws herself forward again, desperate to land something. Haeun stops her cold and taunts that this is all Suyin can do. Suyin swings and drives in with her body, trying to break through Haeun's guard. The clash explodes outward, but Suyin still cannot pierce Haeun's defense. Suyin's face twists with frustration as she realizes she is being toyed with. Haeun catches her and asks if she finally understands, holding her like she is helpless. Suyin can barely breathe as she realizes she has been completely controlled. Haeun seems momentarily puzzled by Suyin's reaction, as if expecting more. A sudden burst of force sends Suyin flying away from Haeun. Haeun watches in silence, irritation flickering beneath her calm. Suyin admits she only tore Haeun's clothes and never even scratched her. The sheer difference in strength hits Suyin harder than any blow. Haeun dismissively flicks Suyin aside, ending the lesson with violence. Suyin tumbles and lands hard, stunned and unable to respond. Haeun pauses, surprised that Suyin is still reaching out despite the beating. Suyin is thrown again, skidding across the floor as the crowd's tension spikes. In the viewing area, an adult exhales in relief, as if the worst has passed. Suyin's friends stare in horror, realizing how badly things have gone. A male teammate stands rigid, anger building as he watches Suyin get crushed. Haeun looms over the downed Suyin, hand on her sword, utterly unthreatened. Suyin groans, barely conscious, her pride and body both breaking. Haeun looks down with cold detachment, as if Suyin is beneath notice. A heavy impact echoes, signaling the situation is escalating beyond a normal match. One of Suyin's teammates bolts from the stands toward the arena, unable to stay back. Another teammate grips his weapon, torn between rules and protecting her. A voice begs for the match to be paused, trying to stop what is happening. The furious teammate reaches Suyin as someone grabs her by the hoodie. Suyin weakly insists she is okay, even while being held up like a rag doll. The male teammate's shock hardens into rage at what he is witnessing. An official orders Haeun to stop immediately as she continues holding Suyin. Haeun answers only with a silent, unrepentant stare. She tosses Seohyun away and turns her back, treating the interruption as trivial. The teammate rushes to Seohyun's side while Haeun walks off, as if bored. Seohyun winces in pain, struggling to sit up and stay conscious. Her teammate shouts for her to wake up, panic overtaking his anger. He sees that Seohyun was not weak or worthless, refusing to accept Haeun's judgment. Seohyun clings to him, trembling, as the aftermath sinks in. He whispers for her not to blame herself, trying to keep her grounded. Seohyun breaks down, tears streaming as humiliation overwhelms her. She sobs that it happened because she was not good enough, crushing herself with guilt. Healers arrive and treat Seohyun, and the narration notes there were no major injuries. Despite the violence, Haeun receives only a warning, sparking outrage among onlookers. A teammate admits he tried to avenge Seohyun but lost too, showing how untouchable Haeun is. Someone warns their boss that Haeun's reputation as the best is earned, not hype. Another person wants to protest harder after Seohyun and Minil are hurt, but is told to drop it. The would-be protester turns back, confused by the order to let it go. She asks why, but gets only silence in return. The instruction is repeated plainly: leave it be. The tournament continues afterward, but the narrator cannot remember much beyond the lingering worry on Seohyun's face. Time passes in a blur of matches and broken equipment, leading to the next major bout. Seojun Kim of Dream Academy is called up, stepping forward with his spear. Haeun Lee of Hunter Mill is called as his opponent, and both are told to take their places. Seojun stays quiet, measuring the moment and the opponent without showing emotion. Haeun stands equally silent, unreadable and confident. The long-awaited match between them is about to begin, drawing everyone's attention. Seohyun watches anxiously from the side, bracing for what Haeun might do again. The adults and officials look tense, aware this fight could spiral. Staff members swallow nervously as Seojun's presence adds pressure to the room. The two fighters face each other across the arena, the air heavy with expectation. Haeun asks Seojun a pointed question, challenging his judgment and morality. She demands to know if it was really necessary for him to go that far earlier. Haeun claims he is too talented to understand the despair of working hard yet being unable to move forward. Seojun answers that despair proves effort, reframing the pain as meaningful. He accuses Haeun of trampling on that effort, condemning her cruelty toward weaker students. Haeun dismisses his words, saying he cannot ignore her even with his well-rounded skills. Seojun cuts her off, asking if she is done talking and ready to fight. Haeun decides words will not teach him and implies he needs to experience it directly. Seojun tells her to try, inviting her to attack without fear. He repeats her own lesson back at her, insisting she should try everything she can. Haeun echoes the phrase, irritation rising as she recognizes her own taunt being used against her. Seojun presses that she should also learn how it feels, turning her cruelty into a mirror. He says she should realize how awful it feels to be alone under that kind of pressure. Haeun snaps that he is acting big because of a little praise and should stop bluffing after stepping on insignificant people. Seojun remains calm and notes her words still have not gotten through to him either. The referee shakily asks if both are ready, sensing the hostility. The match starts, and Haeun launches forward immediately with a lethal-looking slash. Haeun's eyes widen as she senses something unexpected in Seojun's response. Seojun reacts with surprise but does not panic, holding his ground. Haeun demands what he is doing as he refuses to retreat, repeating that she should use everything. Seojun mocks how everyone always says the same thing, echoing Haeun's earlier amusement. Haeun's anger spikes, her composure cracking as she commits to a harder strike. Seojun steps in and catches her momentum, stopping her with a close-range counter that shocks her. His expression stays steady, signaling he can read and answer her speed. He shifts his footing and angles his spear, preparing to turn defense into offense. Haeun's red arc tears through the air, but Seojun slips and redirects, avoiding the worst of it. Haeun chains multiple slashes, trying to overwhelm him with relentless pressure. Seojun weaves through the red blades, using precise spearwork to keep her from closing cleanly. Haeun snarls and swings again, refusing to let him dictate the rhythm. Seojun yawns mid-exchange, openly disrespecting her attack as too predictable. Haeun's blade sweeps past his face, but he remains composed and unhurt. Haeun bursts forward with another explosive dash, trying to break his calm with raw force. At close range, Seojun taunts that this cannot be the best she can do, challenging her pride. He stamps forward and releases a crushing presence, forcing Haeun to brace under sudden pressure. Haeun raises her sword and ignites a blue aura along the blade to counter the pressure. The aura surges upward like a pillar, signaling a serious technique finally being used. Seojun recognizes it as Aura Blade and realizes he cannot ignore it. He decides he must act now or be cut down, moving to intercept the empowered strike. Their weapons collide in a blinding impact, the clash shaking the arena. The shockwave expands outward, rattling the space and drawing gasps from everyone watching. Officials and students flinch and scramble as the force of the exchange reaches the sidelines. The adults in charge tense up, realizing this match is already exceeding what they can comfortably control. Haeun Lee's sword strike is forced back, and she realizes someone is overpowering her head-on. The shock hits her harder, as she confirms she is the one being pushed back. Seojun Kim calmly meets her force, making it clear he is the source of the reversal. With a casual motion, Seojun launches himself into position, asserting control of the fight's pace. Hyun steadies her breathing, unsettled by the sudden shift in dominance. Facing her from close range, Seojun holds his spear ready while she braces low with her katana. Seojun declares he will fight seriously now, signaling an escalation. A system-like command triggers as Seojun prepares to counter her next move with deflect. Hyun's inner pride surfaces as she insists to herself that she is special. She frames her rise as proof that overwhelming ability surpasses effort, reinforcing her arrogance. Even when praised as history's greatest hunter, she felt no joy, only certainty that it was true. She coldly accepts her self-image as simple truth. Hearing Seojun's resolve, Hyun locks onto him, wary but defiant. She is thrown off by his confidence and demands to know what he means. Hyun realizes his earlier display was not his full strength, and fear creeps in. Deflect activates again as Seojun times her incoming attack. Seojun's spearwork creates a sweeping shockwave that dominates the arena and corners Hyun. Hyun charges through the pressure with gritted teeth, trying to break his control. The clash lands brutally, and Hyun takes damage as blood sprays from the impact. Observers and Hyun alike struggle to understand how a light spear swing caused such devastation. A new command, Grasp, triggers as Hyun is caught in Seojun's technique and loses footing. The force slams down with a heavy impact, signaling her momentum has been completely seized. Hyun is flung violently through the air, her body tumbling as her weapon control breaks. The arena's airflow and debris spiral around Seojun, emphasizing the overwhelming gap between them. Hyun's eyes widen mid-tumble as she realizes she cannot regain control in time. She crashes downward as Seojun's pressure continues to pin her options shut. A crushing blow descends like a hammer, dwarfing her as she braces for impact. Seojun triggers Pierce, shifting from control to a decisive finishing thrust. A vertical surge of power erupts between them, blasting both fighters apart in a violent column. Seojun drives his weapon down to stabilize and end the exchange with authority. The aftermath leaves Hyun thrown far away, coughing from the shock of the strike. She hits the ground hard, skidding and rolling as the damage finally catches up. Hyun scrambles up in disbelief, her composure cracking into panic. She repeats to herself that it cannot be real, unable to reconcile the gap in power. Her pride refuses to accept anyone could be stronger than her, even as her body trembles. From the floor, she rages internally at the idea that someone could be more skilled than her. Seojun cuts through her denial by stating the match is not over yet. Hyun's face twists with fury as she refuses to accept being outclassed. She tightens her grip and commits to a reckless counterattack, swinging with all she has. Hyun raises her blade overhead, screaming as she tries to crush Seojun with a final strike. The attack rushes down in a blur, aiming to overwhelm him by force. Seojun slips past her line effortlessly, moving inside her guard. Hyun takes a clean hit and coughs, stunned by how easily he punished her opening. Humiliated, she hurls an insult at Seojun while still clutching her sword. Onlookers panic and consider stopping the fight, noting Hyun's weapon advantage over unarmed Seojun. Despite that advantage, Seojun continues battering her with precise strikes, showing no intent to quit. Hyun is knocked down again, her attempts to reset the fight repeatedly denied. Seojun speaks about people who spend their lives being beaten down, and Hyun angrily rejects the comparison. He explains that life is hard for those without overwhelming gifts like hers. He adds that such people endure daily beatings without any choice, unlike her privileged strength. Hyun swings in frustration, but her blades still cannot reach him as he stays just out of range. Seojun presses her by asking what is truly surprising, forcing her to listen. He says the beaten down do not obsess over winning or fighting back, reframing strength as endurance. Hyun's expression falters as the words land, her anger mixing with confusion. Seojun continues that even after a lifetime of being hit, they focus on moving forward. He states that no matter how hard they are struck, they do not stay down. He emphasizes that they advance little by little, redefining persistence as talent. He explains that repeated strong hits still cannot stop them from rising again and again. He admits they may fall for a moment, but they eventually move forward anyway. Seojun concludes that the only way to win an impossible battle is to keep fighting. He names this perseverance as true talent, directly challenging Hyun's worldview. Hyun snaps back that such insignificance cannot be called talent, refusing his definition. Seojun confronts her arrogance by questioning her claim to be the most talented in history. He mocks her trembling and says her so-called greatness cannot even withstand a few punches. Seojun warns that people like her have no right to trample and belittle those who endure. He activates God's strength and drives a devastating punch toward Hyun. Hyun's eyes widen as she realizes the strike is unavoidable. The punch closes in like a cannon shot, filling her vision with impact. A brief image of her standing atop others flashes, echoing her old superiority complex. The memory lingers as cracks spread through her certainty. Her face hardens in the flashback, still cold and unshaken by praise. Back in the present, Seojun's fist connects with her face. The blow lands cleanly, snapping her head aside as her stance collapses. The impact launches her violently, sending her flying across the arena. Her pride fractures as the world seems to crack around her from the sheer force. Hyun stares blankly mid-flight, stunned into silence by the reality of defeat. She crashes down hard, unable to recover before the match is decided. Spectators and staff react in disbelief, struggling to process what they just witnessed. Some collapse or sit stunned, overwhelmed by the display. A woman in training gear beams, excited by the outcome and the spectacle. Haeun, battered and kneeling, looks up at Seojun as he checks on her condition. Seojun tells her to open her eyes, and the result is announced as Exchange Tournament Round 1, Seojun Kim's victory. Afterward, officials gather to decide what to do next now that the balance has shifted. The room falls into tense silence as they prepare to speak honestly. A former S-rank representative admits he is not confident he could beat Seojun now. Others are stunned that even a retired S-rank doubts himself against a student. A bespectacled official reluctantly agrees, feeling the same fear. They note that the 3 blows that overwhelmed Haeun were beyond any student level. They conclude Seojun was not this strong during earlier raid battles, implying a recent change. Someone protests that the tournament is not over, but admits Seojun already feels unreachable. Another accepts there is no way to beat Seojun, urging them to face reality. A new idea emerges. Instead of beating him directly, they can use something against him. Meanwhile, reporters swarm Seojun, demanding answers about rumors and his future plans. They chase him as he escapes in impossible fashion, even running through midair while cameras flash. Seojun realizes the public narrative has already labeled them defeated by him, and he is blocked by crowds. An official reframes it. They were not defeated by Dream Academy itself, only by Seojun. The woman in training gear turns, sensing something has changed and looking for Seojun. Seojun returns to a room, announcing he is back as the door closes behind him. He explains he forced his way through the reporters and complains about being blocked. He is shown a phone and told Korea has flipped, with headlines praising him as an out-of-touch irregular, and even hinting at hero rank. Online comments explode in real time, mocking Haeun and speculating wildly about Seojun and Dream Academy. A rumor spreads that the Academy's CEO is only a B-rank hunter, raising doubts about her authority. More comments accuse her of freeloading off Seojun and ridicule her being the Sword Saint's granddaughter yet only B-rank. Seojun glances toward the woman, noticing her reaction to the growing backlash. She laughs it off outwardly, trying to keep the mood light. She shifts focus to planning the second round, urging Seojun to think ahead. She confirms round 2 is a team dungeon raid with participating members, making it a team match. Seojun panics because 2 teammates are hospitalized, making a team match seem impossible, and she explains she was trapped by reporters too. She reports the chaos outside is finally calming down as staff try to restore order. She tells Seojun to rest briefly while she steps out to handle things. Seojun agrees and waves her off, trying to relax. Left alone, he admits he is exhausted after the fight. He worries he overused God's strength emotionally and wonders if he should have ended it more gently. He regrets that using it might not have been necessary, second-guessing his choices. A tiny floating assistant suddenly appears, startling Seojun by announcing its arrival. The small being hovers awkwardly, confused by Seojun's shock. Seojun flails and nearly falls off the couch, demanding how he could not be surprised by this. The assistant begs forgiveness with exaggerated cuteness, while Seojun suspects it will cause trouble again. Seojun drops the scolding and asks what happened with the question he sent it to investigate. The assistant proudly says it asked many instructors and even the principal to confirm the answer. It reports the instructors all said it was impossible, and Seojun resigns himself to that conclusion. The assistant insists he listen to the end, hinting the principal's view differs. It reveals the principal said that if it is Seojun, it might be possible. Seojun jolts, demanding what it means that it might be possible for him, and hears that using middle and lower dantians together is normally impossible. Still confused, Seojun asks why only he would be the exception as the assistant prepares an official explanation. The assistant states it is now relaying the principal's official opinion. It explains mana has a fixed quota tied to existence, and one's capacity cannot exceed that existential limit. It describes causality as the limit existence can bear, and says normally only 1 dantian is enough within that limit. It warns that a being that escapes its allocated causality risks breaking reality's constraints. Such an overreach would cause existence to collapse or disappear altogether, a catastrophic consequence. Yet it says even if Seojun uses both middle and lower dantians, there is a chance he will not collapse, and Seojun asks why. The assistant answers that Seojun's causality has never been measured. It emphasizes that no matter the situation, Seojun's causality remains unmeasured, making him an anomaly. It reminds him of the earlier incident when he lacked an ID and reported it, implying the system cannot properly categorize him. The assistant briskly moves on, signaling it is about to give the key point. Because his causality is unmeasured, he has no assigned limitation, so with careful dual dantian use he may avoid collapsing or disappearing. It adds the principal provided specific points to keep in mind when using 2 dantians at once. First, he must open both dantians simultaneously, treating it as a single controlled state. Second, he must endure the immense burden of causality that comes with that state. Seojun asks what the burden means, and the assistant explains mana demand rises exponentially rather than simply doubling. It concludes that training alone cannot cover the cost and that he will need elixirs, meaning he must spend an insane amount of money. Seojun panics at the expense, realizing his simple lifestyle will not survive this plan. The assistant admits this is personal opinion but insists it is worth trying anyway. It argues the principal does not say possible lightly, so her statement should be treated as real hope. Seojun imagines the implications of a transcended being using all 3 dantians, sensing a new threshold beyond his current power. The assistant warns that if such a thing becomes possible, unthinkable events will begin to occur. It adds the principal seemed to look forward to it, and even said she might have to leave her post as principal for it to happen. Seojun asks what kind of person the Transcension Academy principal really is, unsettled by her anticipation. The assistant says it cannot easily reveal her identity, but can offer guidance for precautions. It finally reveals the principal is the second transcended, and that is all it can say. Seojun asks the tiny companion about a mysterious second transcended. The companion confirms it and realizes Seojun has never heard the Academy's backstory. Eager to entertain, the companion starts to explain, but the door suddenly opens and interrupts. Ms. Seoyun returns, and Seojun hurriedly hides the companion as if nothing happened. Seoyun suspects he was talking to someone, but Seojun laughs it off as her imagination. She shifts to business and asks whether the second round negotiations are finished, and a staffer says he will brief them. The bespectacled representative explains the meeting has just ended. He frames the exchange tournament as a crucial chance for students to compete and prove themselves. He reveals the host academies voted to proceed with the second round, but Dream Academy can only field Mr. Seojun. Because of that limitation, the organizers decided to change the second round rules. The new proposal is a dungeon raid using teams made of one student paired with one instructor. Seojun immediately thinks this would let him team up with Ms. Seoyun and enter. He worries Seoyun is only B rank while other top academies will send A rank instructors, risking public humiliation, and he asks what compensation they get. Seoyun challenges the organizer, demanding clarification. She points out the rules were changed suddenly and unfairly against them. The organizer nervously suggests they could request something in return. Seoyun turns to Seojun, silently urging him to push back. She reassures him not to worry about her, and insists she wants to help him at least once as director. Seoyun adds that gossip about her doesn't matter, leaving Seojun conflicted but moved. Seojun grits his teeth, deciding to negotiate hard. The organizer offers a counter-proposal before discussing prize money. Seojun demands that teams use academy representatives instead of instructors. He argues that since Seoyun is Dream's representative, the top 3 academies should also send their representatives. The organizer hesitates, trying to object. Seojun escalates, insisting they pay the 6 billion won prize up front or Dream will refuse to participate. He flatly threatens to walk away, forcing the organizer into a corner. The organizer smirks and concedes, accepting there is no choice. The finalized second round rules are set. Representatives and representative students from Dream, Hunter Mill, Jaeon, and A-Leave form teams for a dungeon raid. The raid is split into Dungeon 1, 2, and 3, with students entering Dungeon 1. Representatives enter Dungeon 2 alone and must solo clear it. After clearing, mana crystals are inserted into an altar to summon the boss in Dungeon 3, which the student and representative must defeat together to finish. Victory is determined by the combined time to clear Dungeons 1 and 2 and then defeat the Dungeon 3 boss, with the fastest total winning. Seojun uses his phone to accept a related course, committing resources to prepare. He receives course options including Swordmaster Dong Bin Lu's cultivation and Siegfried's dragon aura, strengthening his toolkit. A staffer calls for Seojun to get ready, and he heads out. Someone calls for Ms. Seoyun as she stands before the portal, bracing herself. At Dream Team's Round 2 testing grounds, Seojun asks why Seoyun was alone there, and she dodges the question. Seojun asks if inserting crystals into the altar will open Dungeon 3. Seoyun grows tense, feeling the weight of being compared to stronger representatives. Seojun reasons that even if Seoyun is slower, the scoring is team-based, not individual. He concludes the key is how much he can shorten his own time to compensate. Despite having opened his upper dantian, he doubts he can compete with former S-class hunters, but the start signal calls Dream Academy to enter. Seojun calls out to Seoyun as she prepares to go in. He cheerfully tells her he will see her soon and steps into the blue portal. Seoyun forces a smile and waves him off, hiding her anxiety. Inside Dungeon 1, Seojun arrives in a dark forest and senses monsters watching. He squares up with his spear as a wolf-like beast approaches. A pack of red-eyed wolves surrounds him, and Seojun notes it is easier now that they are gathered. The wolves close in from all sides as he calmly holds his ground. Seojun decides to start lightly, testing his speed and control. He unleashes a burst of power, striking with overwhelming force. He surges forward in a blur, surprised by how fast the fight ends. His momentum carries him, and he nearly oversteps as the last movements finish. In a single sweeping motion, he cuts through the pack, dropping them before they can react. The finishing shockwave tears through the area, ending the encounter instantly. The surviving wolves stare in stunned silence at the speed of his attack. Seojun dryly remarks he missed, mocking how little effort it took. The remaining monsters panic and flee, squealing as they scatter. Seojun tries to chase them down, annoyed they are running away. He snatches up a mana crystal from the fallen, moving to secure his clear. He complains the simulation monsters are too detailed and regrets losing time because they fled. Seojun exits back to the testing ground, returning through the portal. He checks the other portal and wonders why Ms. Seoyun still has not finished. Deciding not to waste time, he rushes to insert his crystal and record his clear time. The altar beeps as he slots the crystal into place. Seojun pauses, confused by the system's response. He realizes the clear times are being announced live, raising the pressure. Hearing the broadcast, Seojun tenses as the competition's pace becomes clear. He sees Hunter Mill's posted times and immediately senses how bad the gap is. Seojun panics, convinced they have already lost. The posted record shows Hunter Mill's Dungeon 1 time is far slower than their Dungeon 2 time, creating a huge gap that favors them. Seojun recognizes the logic. Students are slower than representatives, but Dream's situation is reversed. He realizes if his student time beats Seon's representative time, she will be attacked as dead weight. He also sees that if he matches her pace to protect her reputation, Dream may lose outright. Worse, Dungeon 2 is an 8-star dungeon, and Seoyun might even fail the raid, making his earlier greed feel reckless. The live board updates with JN Academy's combined record, showing another tight benchmark. Seojun recalls Seon's promise to help him once, and her refusal to care about rumors. He grips the crystal harder, torn between winning and protecting her. As Jaehyun's time looms, Seon's words echo that others' opinions mean nothing to her. Inside Dungeon 2, Seoyun fights through a blazing battlefield, exhausted but still standing. She stands atop a slain lizard-like monster amid flames, pushing onward despite the chaos. Seoyun senses danger and snaps her attention to a new threat. A violent explosion erupts as the basilisk attacks, forcing her to react instantly. She charges through the fire, closing distance with her sword to keep control of the fight. Seoyun strikes decisively, trying to end it before it drags on. She suddenly notices something off, her eyes widening in alarm. The basilisk's counterattack clips her, drawing blood and shaking her focus. A blast of heat and force knocks her back, threatening to overwhelm her. A blonde representative elsewhere senses the impact, watching with concern. The battlefield erupts again, the basilisk's power surging through the flames. Seoyun is thrown hard across the ground, barely keeping hold of her weapon. The basilisk roars and gathers energy for another strike as Seoyun struggles to recover. She launches upward through a pillar of fire, forcing an opening with a daring attack. Seoyun steels herself, believing that if she can just clear this, everything will be saved. She thinks of Seojun waiting outside and refuses to collapse here. Even if she cannot be faster than Seojun, she vows to at least finish the raid. She pauses mid-motion, sensing a critical shift in the fight. The basilisk lunges with its jaws wide, trying to swallow her in one bite. Seoyun twists away at the last moment, narrowly avoiding being crushed. She flips and slashes as she falls, turning defense into a counter-strike. The strain and fear hit her as she tumbles, realizing how close she came to dying. She admits to herself that her skills are not outstanding, and she has always known her limits. As the Sword Saint's granddaughter, she confesses her rank after training was only B, a painful inadequacy. The flames roar around her as she fights on despite that shame. She remembers respecting her heroic grandfather yet resenting constant comparisons that highlighted her weakness. In the end, she realizes the resentment was really toward herself. She plants her stance and gathers resolve, refusing to be defined by inferiority. She recalls Seojun's carefree promise to see her soon, which steadies her heart. Bruised and dirty, Seoyun smiles faintly as she accepts what she truly wants. With blood dripping from her hand, she grips the mana crystal, determined to finish. A lone figure walks through the aftermath as the battle's violence settles, underscoring how far she has been pushed. Seoyun reflects on first meeting Seojun, when she thought their connection was purely transactional. She admits she believed using each other would be the whole relationship. She even thought leveraging a charming student to promote Dream Academy would be enough, but she was wrong. With the Pro Hunter exam approaching, she decides this exchange tournament should be the end of their relationship so he can move on. She accepts that their time together is short, and that this ending is inevitable. Even so, she wants to help Seojun one last time, at least enough not to hold him back. She steels herself to contribute even a little, embracing the role of a stepping stone if necessary. Back outside, someone remarks the dungeon was brutally hard as the tension continues. Seojun notices Seoyun has emerged too, surprised by her timing. Seoyun answers that she has just come out as well, sounding drained. The crystal drops and clatters, signaling a decisive moment. Seojun asks why she did that, confused by her choice. Seoyun insists she did nothing, but her trembling betrays the truth. Seojun falls silent, reading the pain on her face. He admits he needs a lot of money, but tells her that is not all he is. He says he can always earn money again, implying he values something more here. Seoyun thinks a broken heart cannot be restored, bracing for separation despite his words. She thanks him quietly and turns away, choosing distance. They stand apart by the portals and altar, the silence between them heavy. Seoyun reflects that on the path to becoming a pro hunter, she must let go. On the path to becoming a transcended, she believes he should walk forward without her. She wants him to stand with better people than her, as the board beeps Dream Academy's times into view. Dream's combined record appears, showing they are close but still under crushing time pressure. Seoyun calculates they must find and defeat the Dungeon 3 boss within 48 seconds to beat Hunter Mill, and Seojun says he has long wanted to tell her something. Seojun confesses that alone he would never have made it this far, crediting her support. He smiles and tells her he will leave it to her just this once, trusting her completely. Seoyun rejects being left behind and instead vows to leave it to him moving forward, tears welling. Her emotions break through as tears stream down, revealing how much his trust means. Inside Dungeon 3, Seojun asks what that was for and admits Seoyun is the only person he truly trusts. He asks her to take care of him if he passes out, treating her as his partner rather than a burden. Seoyun is stunned as Seojun suddenly accelerates, power gathering around him. He charges toward the boss chamber, and Seoyun can only gasp in disbelief at his sudden shift. With only about 30 seconds left, Seojun concludes it is impossible to find and kill the basilisk normally in time. He decides to overwhelm the dungeon itself with a shock so great it cannot withstand it. He commits to collapsing the dungeon to force the outcome within the time limit. Seojun activates Aura Blade and God's Strength, his power flaring as Seoyun watches from behind. He judges that even this power is still not enough, and reaches for another option. He buys a key elixir for 2 billion won through his system, spending without hesitation to win. Seojun drinks the elixir, preparing to unleash a final, dungeon-shattering strike. Seojun faces his opponent as blue energy surges around him, startling everyone with the pressure of his power. Seoyun braces herself, sensing the air trembling as the clash escalates beyond normal sparring. Haeun, burning with orange aura, realizes Seojun is using a different kind of internal energy, and tries to understand it. Seojun's blue core stabilizes at the middle dantian, signaling a higher level of control than expected. A mentor-like figure instructs that when using Disperse from DGP, the spear's effective range must be strictly maintained. The instruction continues: the force must be guided from within the body before being released outward. Seojun grips the spear as the technique's flow is emphasized. Energy must pass through and out cleanly. Seojun executes Disperse, sending a sweeping, multicolored shockwave down the arena that overwhelms the space. He follows with Grasp, pulling the scattered force back into a focused internal spiral as taught. He absorbs the spread-out blow and twists it inward, compressing it into a single lethal point. The arena floor fractures under the concentrated pressure as Grasp reaches its peak. The final step, Pierce, is invoked as Seojun unites his body and spear tip as one intent. The white-haired instructor's grin suggests Seojun has understood the essence of the technique. Seojun commits to the idea of piercing a single point, shutting out everything else. A blinding focal burst forms, signaling the moment the compressed force is about to be released. Seojun's eyes flare with determination as he drives the technique through without hesitation. Both fighters surge forward in the decisive exchange, their auras colliding at close range. The impact detonates into a massive explosion that engulfs the arena and triggers catastrophic collapse. Seojun's spear remains in motion through the blast, implying the strike fully connected. The spearhead cracks under the strain, showing how extreme the output was. Seojun is thrown by the aftermath, suspended in the light as the fight ends abruptly. His glowing eye steadies, suggesting he's conscious of what he just did despite the chaos. A blonde onlooker stares upward in disbelief at the scale of the destruction. Others rush toward the commotion, drawn by the shock of the arena's collapse. A staff member in glasses looks up, tense, realizing something unprecedented has happened. He mutters that it can't be real, struggling to accept the outcome. The official display updates with Dream Academy's attack and clear time records. The scoreboard confirms a boss attack time of 41 seconds and Dream Academy taking first place, which observers call impossible. Seojun jolts awake in a hospital bed, still rattled by what happened. A concerned Seoyun asks if he's awake as he sits up in alarm. Seojun demands to know what happened, still disoriented. Seoyun calmly tells him they won, and he exhales in relief. She checks his condition, and he boasts that his body and mind are tough enough to handle passing out. Seoyun smiles quietly at his bravado, letting the moment soften. Seojun notices her mood and asks what's wrong. Seoyun sincerely thanks him for what he did, acknowledging his effort. Her blush and gentle smile show genuine gratitude and warmth toward him. Seojun is caught off guard by her sincerity, and looks at her more carefully. He tries to play it off, but the atmosphere turns awkwardly intimate. The moment is interrupted as reporters push in, shouting that they must meet Seojun Kim. Staff block the press, insisting Seojun needs rest while reporters demand to verify the story. The reporters argue it's too dangerous to go to Dream Academy later because of the Sword Saint, pressing for answers now. They bombard Seojun and Seoyun with questions about how the dungeon collapsed and what really happened inside. A handler warns that the top 3 Hunter Academies are denying Dream Academy's victory, raising the stakes. Reporters frame it as Seojun winning alone rather than the academy, demanding his response. Seoyun and Seojun exchange a look, silently agreeing not to reveal anything. Seojun steels himself, preparing to deflect the interrogation. He claims he's just a Dream Academy student, refusing to feed their narrative. He downplays his role, insisting he didn't do much. He says he only followed the director's instructions, which shocks Seoyun and the onlookers. Seoyun panics at what he's implying while the crowd leans in for more. The press pivots to the director, asking if Dream Academy's rise is due to special training given to Seojun. They demand the academy head speak to inspire future students, turning the room into a publicity trap. Seoyun tries to stop it, but the questions escalate into requests for pro-hunter secrets. A reporter starts to deny backing off, and tension spikes as they refuse to leave. Seojun bluntly tells them to direct all inquiries to the director, cutting the conversation off. A masked streamer on Faithful TV announces a shocking exposé about Seojun and Dream Academy. The broadcast claims the exchange tournament drew national attention because Dream Academy included Seojun. The streamer hypes that Seojun beat Haeun Lee and even blew up the dungeon, fueling online frenzy. They argue Seojun is being treated like a hero, then question whether that praise is justified. The streamer declares they will wrap up the controversy with a supposed final truth. They claim the real secret behind Dream Academy is its director. They reveal the director is the Sword Saint's granddaughter, turning the rumor into a scandal. They assert the second round succeeded only because Seojun and the director worked together, not because of Seojun alone. The video ends with the streamer begging for likes and subscriptions as comments explode. Seojun reads the hype and mockingly enjoys being treated like a shining symbol online. He jokes that Seojun is the real light, since she even gave him her share of the 6 billion won prize money. Later, Seojun decides he must return to the academy to fully absorb the wonder elixir he bought. A woman in a cap approaches him at night, and he pauses, unsure who she is. He recognizes her as Haeun Lee, surprised she sought him out. Haeun tries to talk, but Seojun dismisses her, saying he's busy and walking away. Haeun is left confused and irritated by his abrupt rejection. She gathers herself, flustered and unsure how to respond to being brushed off. She calls out for him to wait, refusing to let him leave. Haeun hesitates, visibly nervous and embarrassed despite her usual pride. Seojun stops and stares, unimpressed by the sudden pursuit. They stand facing each other in awkward silence as passers-by move around them. Haeun says she'll leave if he has nothing to say, then blurts out that he might be the Sword Saint, startling him. She presses a rumor that he's the Sword Saint's disciple, testing his reaction. Seojun points out the obvious flaw. If he were the Sword Saint's disciple, he'd use a sword, not a spear. Haeun snaps that she can't believe she didn't think of that, embarrassed by her own logic. She reconsiders, realizing her suspicion doesn't add up, and trails off about the Sword Saint. Seojun declares the conversation over and starts leaving again, prompting Haeun to panic. Haeun follows and asks if he learned nothing from the Sword Saint, and what Dream Academy even teaches. Her questions multiply: training methods, diet, other students, until Seojun's patience wears thin. Seojun decides she's too annoying and suddenly vanishes with a burst of speed, leaving her stunned. His movement traces across the city in sharp, lightning-like steps, showing overwhelming mobility. Seojun glances back mid-run, surprised she might still be keeping up. Haeun actually closes the distance, and Seojun realizes she followed his steps almost perfectly. He concludes her reputation as the greatest talent is real, then casually flicks her away when she reaches him. Haeun explodes in anger, demanding why he's so curious and why he keeps provoking her. Seojun taunts that she's just making excuses for losing to him by blaming the Sword Saint rumor. Haeun insists she was only curious, and Seojun is baffled by her sudden softness. She abruptly changes subject, asking where Seojun is and implying they were together. Seojun asks why she's looking for Seojun, and Haeun admits she has something to say to her. Seojun explains Seojun left first to handle personal matters, so he doesn't know where she went. He warns Haeun to stop following him, making his threat clear with a cold glare. Seojun walks off, wondering where Seojun rushed to after the tournament, while Haeun is left behind. He recalls Seon's earlier cheerful goodbye and grows curious about her sudden urgency. He decides he'll see her again during academy training and continues on. Elsewhere, a traditional building glows at night, hinting at a serious meeting. Inside a dojo-like hall, Seojun kneels before the Sword Saint while a suited attendant stands behind her. The Sword Saint asks why she has come so suddenly, his tone stern. Seojun declares she wants to wield the sword again, shocking the room. The attendant notes, she never asked to wield the sword of her own will before, questioning the change. Seojun answers simply that she wants to go together, implying she wants to follow someone. The Sword Saint asks if she means him, narrowing in on her true intent. He challenges her. Is she abandoning her dreams to follow that man and become a pro hunter? He rejects the idea outright, refusing to let her throw her path away. Seojun insists she isn't abandoning her dreams, pushing back against his assumption. Seojun, elsewhere, reflects that her dream isn't to become a pro hunter, surprised by the distinction. He recalls someone questioning why he trains and earns money if not to become a pro hunter, and he answers that it isn't his dream. When pressed to explain, he remembers advice from a high-ranking person he knows. He teases that the advisor is someone she knows too, leaving her confused. He repeats the lesson: a dream is something you do, while a job is just a label. The idea lands: your job can't become your dream, forcing a rethink of motivation. Seojun reaffirms that being a pro hunter is only a job to him, not his dream. Seojun resolves that she wants to walk her path differently, not by abandoning herself. The phrase dream is a verb echoes as she clenches her fist, committing to her decision. With fierce eyes, Seojun repeats that she wants to wield the sword again, now with conviction. The Sword Saint watches her intently, weighing whether her resolve is genuine. Meanwhile, Seojun admits he's completely broke, realizing the cost of his choices. He recalls buying the clear Dookie elixir for 2 billion won due to causality pricing. He discovers the price has tripled to 6 billion, calling the situation insane. Seojun wonders where he could possibly get that much money, feeling cornered. He senses someone approaching and turns, wary. Seojun asks if the newcomer always has to appear like that, recognizing a familiar presence. The Dark Saint materializes from shadow, announcing himself with chilling calm. He says it amazes him that Seojun notices him every time, unlike the Order of Truth who can't detect him. Seojun shrugs that he can just feel it, while the Dark Saint jokes his age may be catching up. Seojun asks about the Order of Truth's tracking, and the Dark Saint says he has something important to tell him. Before that, Seojun asks if the man who confronted him is okay, and learns he was discharged with no major injuries despite a bad matchup. The Dark Saint calls the man a foolish punk and says that's why he told him to focus on one weapon, noting Minil has his own style. He hands Seojun notes to give Minil so he won't get beaten so easily next time. The Dark Saint promises to pay Seojun the 3 billion he was owed soon, surprising him. Seojun mentions that the Magic Saint's disciple is also at Dream Academy, and the Dark Saint asks if that means Young Jimin is here. Seojun clarifies it's not just Jimin. The Magic Saint has taken a new disciple, shocking the Dark Saint. The Dark Saint reveals the Magic Saint paid him 10 billion to look after that disciple, leaving him stunned by the generosity. Seojun explains he told the Magic Saint everything, and the Magic Saint forced him to accept 10 billion, then asks what the Dark Saint wanted to say. He repeats the 10 billion detail again, while the Dark Saint stays silent, visibly processing. Seojun tries to reassure him it's nothing to worry about, but the Dark Saint remains wordless and tense. The Dark Saint finally asks what is going on, overwhelmed by the sudden twists. The Sword Saint arrives, confronting them both in the Academy space and freezing the atmosphere. He recognizes the Sword Saint and demands to know why he is here, anger rising. The Dark Saint identifies him plainly as the Sword Saint, bracing for conflict. The Sword Saint's aura flares as he steps forward, ready to escalate if necessary. He repeats his demand, insisting the Dark Saint explain what he's doing here. The Dark Saint snaps back that he didn't come only for business with Seojun, implying deeper motives. Seojun tries to cut in politely, sensing the confrontation is about to explode. The Sword Saint accuses the Dark Saint of betraying them under the excuse of the Order of Truth, while Seojun begs them to stop fighting and the Dark Saint insists it was a warning that went unheeded. As two powerful men square off inside the academy, Seojun steps in and demands they take their fight somewhere else. The tension spikes as accusations of betrayal and being tricked by the Order of Truth fly, and Seojun snaps at them to stop. Seojun steels himself, insisting there is no other way but to intervene. He releases a burst of power that forces both combatants to halt mid-clash. The Sword Saint, an older bearded man, is jolted into stunned silence by Seojun's sudden strength. The Dark Saint, scarred and grim, is likewise shaken and momentarily speechless. Seojun notes they finally stopped, while both men privately reassess his unexpectedly fierce fighting spirit. Seojun wonders how he grew so strong so quickly, then scolds them for nearly collapsing the building. He warns the Dark Saint that if the academy collapses, Minil will suffer again, implying exile back to the mountains. He also needles the Sword Saint that wrecking the academy would ruin his excuse to visit Ms. Seojun later. Admitting he doesn't know their history, Seojun repeats that if they must fight, they should do it elsewhere, earning mutual irritation. With a weary sigh, Seojun tries to get the conversation back on track. He prompts the Dark Saint to finally say what he came to tell him, and the Dark Saint agrees to be direct. The Dark Saint reveals the Order of Truth is plotting something connected to Berserk. Seojun reacts in alarm at the mention of the huge monster Berserk, and the Dark Saint adds that the apostles are already making moves. The Sword Saint cautions against jumping to conclusions, while the Dark Saint reminds him nothing is confirmed yet. The Dark Saint decides to investigate properly and asks Seojun for help, surprising him. He reiterates he can't handle this alone, pressing Seojun to cooperate. He explains the Order of Truth has been repeatedly running experiments targeting specific dungeons, implying covert operations. The Dark Saint tells Seojun to look into those dungeons, but Seojun points out his student access is limited. The Dark Saint suggests Seojun take the Pro Hunter exam soon, then investigate with expanded access afterward. He pushes for a commitment, while the Sword Saint questions why Seojun is being recruited at all. The Dark Saint bluntly claims Seojun is the only one capable, leaving the Sword Saint baffled. Refusing to explain further, the Dark Saint says the Sword Saint wouldn't believe him anyway, as in the past. The Sword Saint's expression hardens, his silence turning ominous as old resentment resurfaces. Sensing another fight brewing, Seojun panics and begs them to take it outside if they're going to start again. Watching these grown men bicker, Seojun mutters that they don't act like adults at all. The Sword Saint shifts focus and asks why he's even here at the academy. Seojun guesses he came looking for Ms. Seojun, but learns she already left, and no one knows where. A flashback shows Seojun declaring she wants to wield the sword again, while the Sword Saint listens in tense silence. Back in the present, the Sword Saint bristles and demands why everyone treats Seojun as special, unsettling Seojun. The atmosphere tightens as the Sword Saint's hostility becomes palpable and Seojun braces for trouble. The Dark Saint suddenly lunges at Seojun, forcing Seojun to draw a weapon and block as the Sword Saint's power flares nearby. Seojun pivots defensively, realizing the situation has turned into a real attack. A heavy step lands with intent, signaling the aggressor closing in. Seojun counters with a sharp kick that sends the attacker reeling with a pained cry. He pauses, confused by the unexpected interruption and the identity of who he struck. A girl in a cap is revealed on the floor, and Seojun recognizes her as Lee Haeun. Haeun introduces herself formally, confirming she's still at Transcension Academy. She claims she ended up near Dream Academy by chance while out walking. Drawn by a surge of energy, she admits she peeked inside the academy. In her memory, a stern authority figure confronted her with a harsh demand to identify herself. She recalls freezing in terror under the man's intimidating presence. Back in the hall, Seo-jun denies knowing her and casually suggests throwing her out, prompting her to protest. The Dark Saint impatiently asks Seo-jun whether he'll help with the investigation or not. Seo-jun agrees to help, accepting the request. He sets conditions, after the Pro Hunter exam, and he immediately starts negotiating payment. Seo-jun calculates that the price should rise, leaving Haeun stunned by his shameless bargaining. Haeun is horrified that Seo-jun is demanding money even from the Dark Saint, and the Dark Saint reminds him of the earlier 10 billion figure. Seo-jun accepts the 10 billion as a starting point and says he'll handle the task eventually. He cheekily adds separate child support to the bill, inflating the total and making his motives look suspiciously self-serving. The Dark Saint tries to offer sacred arts training instead of money, but Seo-jun refuses any apprenticeship. The Sword Saint mocks the Dark Saint for being so unhelpful that Seo-jun prefers cash, escalating their rivalry again. The Sword Saint recalls being cut off last time, implying the Dark Saint's explanations never satisfy anyone. Haeun watches the three and realizes she has stumbled into a terrifying circle of monsters. The Dark Saint ends the meeting, saying he'll return after the Pro Hunter exam. As he leaves, he orders Seo-jun to deliver the sacred arts properly, while Seo-jun reminds him to pay the deposit. The Sword Saint asks Seo-jun what his relationship is with the Dark Saint. Seo-jun calls it a loose business relationship, and the Sword Saint silently judges him. Seo-jun turns to Haeun and demands to know why she's here. He accuses her of following him despite being told not to, and she frantically denies it. Seo-jun presses again, forcing her to explain her real purpose. He warns her to speak clearly or the Sword Saint might do something to her, and she decides Seo-jun is even scarier. Haeun sits trembling, overwhelmed and unable to think straight. Seo-jun bluntly says she's still not thinking clearly, and she blurts out that she wants to enroll in Dream Academy. Seo-jun is shocked and demands why she'd apply now with the Pro Hunter exam so close. Haeun hesitates, sensing she's being scrutinized. Seo-jun suspects she might be a Hunter Mill spy, and Haeun begs him to save her from that accusation. She insists she's not a spy, and Seo-jun challenges her odd behavior. Haeun claims she's acting weird only because she genuinely wants to join, but Seo-jun remains suspicious. The Sword Saint prepares to leave, saying there's no reason to stay longer, while Seo-jun asks what to do with Haeun. The Sword Saint coldly tells Seo-jun to get rid of her however he wants, terrifying Haeun. Haeun begs the Sword Saint not to abandon her with Seo-jun and pleads to be taken along. Seo-jun corners her with her own claim, repeating that she wanted to join the academy. Seo-jun says whether she's sincere is for Ms. Seo-yun to decide, but Seo-yun isn't here right now. Haeun tries to use Seon's absence as an excuse to flee, but Seo-jun stops her. Seo-jun orders Haeun to hold onto a pouch and wait until Ms. Seo-yun returns. Haeun struggles under the pouch's crushing weight, shocked by how heavy it is. Realizing Seo-jun handled it effortlessly, Haeun is stunned, while Seo-jun tells her he's going to train and not to bother him. Elsewhere, the Sword Saint walks down a quiet corridor toward a training hall. He steps onto the wooden floor, settling into a focused, disciplined mindset. He enters a dojo-like room where Seo-yun kneels formally, watched by attendants. The Sword Saint asks Seo-yun if she still hasn't changed her mind about returning to the sword. Seo-yun answers with a firm nod, confirming her resolve. The Sword Saint studies her in silence, weighing her determination. He approaches the display of swords and trophies, preparing to begin instruction. With a sharp knock, he signals the start of training. He draws a sword in front of Seo-yun, demonstrating with controlled precision. He begins a formal lesson, channeling power through the blade as he moves. His aura surges, filling the room with pressure as his demonstration intensifies. He explains the fast sword as a style that pushes opponents with quick attacks and relentless speed. He transitions to the sharp sword, emphasizing stabbing as its core purpose. He warns that close-range opponents exploit its weakness, but notes stabbing pairs well with the fast sword's speed. He describes the changed sword as ever-shifting techniques that expose an opponent's openings, stressing the concept of an invariant attack. He teaches the dull sword as slow but viable, likening it to steadily encroaching and eroding an opponent's territory. He defines the strong sword as weighted, impactful blows, and the heavy sword as its intensified next stage. He calls the heavy sword the most destructive, a counterpoint to the fast sword's philosophy. He explains the magic sword as deceptive movement that creates false images and misleads the opponent's eyes. He introduces the running sword as gentle probing that seeks counterattacks while reducing the burden and dissipating incoming force. He concludes with the defeat sword, combining speed and weight to overwhelm an opponent in a sword fight. The room trembles under the Sword Saint's finishing pressure as the lesson's power peaks. He steadies the sword, ending the demonstration with calm control. He declares these techniques the basics of the Sword of the Breaking Gods. He sets a deadline. Seo-yun must master what he showed before this year's Pro Hunter exam ends. He threatens that if she fails, he will never allow her to hold a sword again, shocking an attendant. He tells Seo-yun to give up now if she thinks she can't do it. Seo-yun answers that she will do it, turning her resolve into a vow. An attendant tries to protest, but the Sword Saint ignores him and orders Seo-yun to take up the sword. He repeats the command to hold the sword, forcing the moment of commitment. Seo-yun locks in, her expression hardening as she prepares to comply. Back in the academy hall, Haeun notices a creepy energy swirling around Seo-jun and panics. She watches Seo-jun sit in meditation with ominous power building, unsure what she's witnessing. Seo-jun snaps at her to hold the pouch properly, irritated by her fumbling. Haeun desperately asks when the director will come, hoping for rescue. Seo-jun quietly continues training, barely acknowledging the outside world. He observes his mana capacity feels bottomless, as if his vessel can't be filled. He wonders how many medicine potions he'd need, while Haeun continues trembling under the pressure. Seo-jun is surprised she's still there, and she reminds him he told her to keep holding it. Haeun fumes internally that her hands are shaking and Seo-jun already forgot her presence. Seo-jun notes she still seems unaware and casually tells her to keep bowing as he walks off. He leaves with a dismissive wave, abandoning her to the humiliating task. Haeun stops him and awkwardly asks if he's trying to flirt, completely misreading his behavior. Seo-jun rejects the idea and demands to see the pouch again, cutting through her confusion. He takes the pouch from her while she collapses in exhaustion, still panting. Seo-jun inspects it and notes it seems to work normally, despite her struggle. He orders Haeun to hold it again to test what's happening. As she grips it, the engraving activates again, and Seo-jun is baffled by the trigger. Seo-jun recalls only he should be able to touch it, then notices something has changed. He remembers Ms. Seo-yun once removed the engraving when he was trapped in Kibisis, suggesting it can be altered. He compares it to when he lost consciousness using divine power against the giant, and others had to retrieve his weapons. He hypothesizes the engraving activates only when someone strongly desires to use or draw what's inside, and tells Haeun to put something into the pouch. Haeun reluctantly reaches in with a small item, bracing herself. The moment she tries, the pouch erupts with force and blasts her back, confirming Seo-jun's theory. Outside, Soo-yun and Minil arrive together and greet Seo-jun, surprising him. They explain they met at the front, and Seo-jun mentions Haeun wants to join the academy, alarming Minil. Seo-jun says acceptance is Ms. Seon's decision and tells Haeun to stop acting and get up. Minil finally recognizes the situation and looks confused about what he's walked into. Seo-jun hands Minil a book from his master and tells him to stop getting beaten up, while Haeun still struggles behind them. Minil thanks Seo-jun, and Haeun bitterly wonders why Seo-jun deserves gratitude while she suffers. Seo-jun explains to Soo-yun that sticking close to that brute is to learn how he gained such overwhelming strength, and urges her to watch his training. Soo-yun resolves to seize the opportunity and truly grasp the secret of that strength. She asks Seo-jun to go down when it's dark because complaints are coming in about the disturbance. Seo-jun reacts blandly, while Haeun watches the newcomers with wary confusion. Seo-jun demands the pouch back, saying he has to do the Hercules assignment. He sends Haeun to help Soo-yun with training, and Soo-yun calls out to her to come along. Haeun protests that she doesn't want to, shocked she's being drafted into this. Soo-yun challenges her refusal, and Haeun backpedals, insisting it's not like that. Seo-jun orders Soo-yun to ask Haeun for help instead of Minil, saying if Haeun wants in, she should at least do this much. Soo-yun agrees but worries Haeun is strict and wonders if she'll actually help with training. As training begins in earnest, Soo-yun's power flares like fire, signaling the start of a harsh new regimen. A fiery trainee confidently commits to a plan and tells her allies she'll be counting on them. A panicked staffer tries to stop the escalation, begging for a moment. As someone urgently demands when the director will arrive, a countdown begins, heightening the tension. The scene shifts to the Pro Hunter Association's Seoul branch, where a major decision is about to be announced. Inside a packed office, exhausted officials sit through a long, grinding meeting. One man yawns loudly, showing how drained everyone has become. Staff complain the meeting has dragged on nearly a full day, testing everyone's patience. They justify the marathon session as unavoidable because an unprecedented situation involving Kim Seo-jun has erupted. Public debate rages nationwide as Korea fixates on the Pro Hunter exam and the unreachable irregular Kim Seo-jun. Footsteps announce an important arrival, drawing the room's attention. A suited official finally appears and apologizes for keeping everyone waiting. Reporters immediately press him on whether the exam meeting is over, how the exam will run, and whether Kim Seo-yun is exempt. The official states their solution is to drastically raise the Pro Hunter exam's difficulty, prompting a reporter to identify himself and question it. Asked how far the difficulty will be raised, the official declares they aim to make perfect scores impossible. A reporter pointedly asks whether that harsh standard will apply to Kim Seo-yun as well. The official confirms it will, and the room buzzes at the implication. Reporters argue that making the exam impossibly hard undermines the shift to absolute evaluation and turns the exam into empty ceremony, suggesting a special qualification instead. They challenge what happens to the old rule where only a perfect top scorer becomes A rank under absolute evaluation. The official answers bluntly that if no one gets a perfect score, there will be no A rank pro hunters this year. He explains that unlike relative evaluation, first place in absolute evaluation doesn't guarantee perfection, and changing the A rank rule was intended to. But he admits that plan was blocked by heavy lobbying from opposing major guilds. Because only A rank and above can found guilds, those guilds are trying to stop Kim Seo-yun from becoming A rank so they can recruit him instead. Someone observes the guilds underestimate Kim Seo-yun, treating him like something controllable when he isn't. The official announces a new incentive, This year's A-rank qualifiers will receive priority dungeon raid rights for the next 5 years. He ominously suggests Kim Seon's entry into the pro hunter world will change Korea's future. He corrects himself, claiming the entire world will enter a new era, and adds that the pro hunter exam will be open to the public. Elsewhere, a bruised woman in a blazer arrives, looking serious and preoccupied. During training, a blunt instructor criticizes a fire user's attacks as too simple, and the trainee proposes lowering power and adding technique. The arriving woman is greeted as Ms. Seoyun, while Kim Seojun appears with the trainees, surprising them with the director's presence. Ms. Seoyun asks Kim Seojun if he has handled all urgent matters before speaking further. She pauses, weighing her words with a guarded expression. Ms. Seoyun says she won't be able to come to the academy often until the pro hunter exam ends, and Kim Seojun is startled and asks why. She downplays it as a scheduling issue and notes he has no competitions until the exam ends, but he realizes it means he won't see her anymore and hates the idea. Kim Seojun stops her and asks if he can still come train at the academy even after becoming a pro hunter. Ms. Seoyun explains she also lacks a suitable training place and her home is too small, hinting why the academy matters to her too. She admits the academy feels comfortable, revealing an unexpected attachment. Kim Seojun says he has something important to discuss with her, drawing her attention. He asks what she'd think about turning Dream Academy into a guild instead. The idea shocks him, but others frame it as a small raid team, and he starts connecting what it would mean for the academy. Ms. Seoyun reminds him his dream was to raid dungeons, teasing that she remembers, then sets a condition. With a confident smile, she prepares to state her demand. Ms. Seoyun asks Kim Seojun to become the guild leader, stunning him. She explains she can't found a guild as a B rank, so he must first obtain an A rank license through this exam, and she offers the academy building as the guild base. A teammate enthusiastically agrees, while Kim Seojun protests in disbelief at how fast this is moving. The eager teammate admits he wanted to propose the same thing but Ms. Seoyun beat him to it. He begs Kim Seojun not to abandon him and pledges total support for the new guild plan. They start arguing over titles like Vice Guild Master and Department Heads, already imagining their hierarchy. Kim Seojun snaps at them for getting carried away, trying to regain control. Ms. Seoyun insists he must do well on the exam, and Kim Seojun forces a nervous laugh, pretending it won't be a problem. He hears Ms. Seoyun quietly say she'll do her best too, and he asks if she said something. She smiles and reframes it as them doing their best together, softening the moment. Kim Seojun smiles back, encouraged by her support. As the group bickers over roles, narration notes one relationship ends while new connections and stories begin. A quiet, dark-haired woman watches the chaos in silence, uneasy and withdrawn. The story pivots as training continues and new bonds form, hinting the earlier tension will lead elsewhere. Kim Seojun and a companion move forward with plans, the narrative emphasizing fresh beginnings. Someone approaches them in the corridor, interrupting their discussion. The dark-haired woman reflects that endings aren't final, just transitions into new life. Kim Seojun steels himself for what comes next, accepting the new beginning. Kim Seojun reviews his accumulated lecture-based powers and progress, preparing for the exam with newfound abilities. On exam day, the crowd is enormous, and Kim Seojun reassures a nervous teammate to just do what they practiced. The teammate laments Ms. Seoyun couldn't come with them, missing her presence. Narration explains Ms. Seoyun stayed behind, apologizing vaguely and refusing to explain, so they decide to focus on the exam first. Kim Seojun's attention sharpens as something more important catches his eye. A stern voice confronts the dark-haired woman, demanding to know why she is here. The dark-haired woman coldly notes the would-be cadet never earned Ms. Seon's approval and that the academy won't accept more cadets. A teammate argues she's being unfair since Big Sister Haeun helped them a lot, and suggests they all just head to the exam center together. They tease that the improved relationship happened because the older teammate had been too cold, and Kim Seojun says he doesn't mind as long as Seon is fine with it. Nearby, onlookers recognize Kim Seojun and scramble to find him in the crowd. The crowd buzzes that Kim Seojun is taking the exam here, while his group stands out amid the commotion. Kim Seojun casually wishes them luck and abruptly vanishes, shocking everyone. His friends complain about his habit of disappearing without warning, surrounded by noisy spectators. One teammate admits she's improved but still can't catch up to Kim Seojun, underscoring his overwhelming gap. Inside the exam center VIP room, top guild leaders gather to watch and influence events. Lee Sung-min of the Mythical Guild remarks that this year has many useful talents worth noticing. Jong Yunmi of the Garam Guild needles him about Mythical's finances, hinting at rivalry and pressure. Du Minsik of the Hibiscus Guild complains about being dragged into their squabble despite staying out of trouble. Han Manchiol of the Sorabi Guild claims his guild is poorest but prides itself on recruiting honorable cadets. They criticize the association president's trick, saying he assumed Kim Seojun would surely score perfectly, which everyone already knew was likely. The top-ranked Dark Dragon leader Ryu Jinchul warns them to use every connection they have, setting a ruthless tone. Ryu Jinchul states plainly that they'll be in trouble if Kim Seojun gains A-rank status. Jong Yumi asks what they'll do if Kim Seojun refuses recruitment, and Ryu dismisses that as secondary to stopping his A-rank rise. Ryu insists Kim Seojun will become A-rank sooner or later, so they must use their usual method to eliminate competition. He admits he hates competitors and orders them to focus on preventing Kim Seojun from obtaining A rank, no matter what. The others back down, admitting they spoke out of turn and agreeing to follow Ryu's lead. Ryu confidently predicts Kim Seojun will still place first overall, but the key is denying him perfect scores where it matters. The first subject begins, and narration stresses the written test is brutally difficult. Exam papers are handed out, and it's emphasized the written test was never meant for mere cadet-level hunters to solve. Kim Seojun reacts with sharp focus, sensing the stakes and pressure. In the VIP room, Lee Sung-min smugly claims this difficulty ensures Kim Seojun can never get a perfect score. Results immediately contradict them as Kim Seojun takes first with a perfect 100 on the written exam. The VIP room reels, stunned that he actually did it. A recap frames the Pro Hunter exam structure, starting with the written exam. The next subject is introduced as basic endurance, shifting the challenge to physical limits. Mana proficiency is highlighted as another key subject, testing control and output. Dungeon raid performance is presented as a major practical evaluation. Combat proficiency against monsters is shown as a core survival metric. Combat proficiency in PvP is introduced, and it's explained the exam has 6 subjects over 3 days. The first day consists of the written exam and basic endurance, and examinees complain the written difficulty was absurd. A teammate melts down after seeing Kim Seojun's 100, realizing he scored only 50.5 and can't even beat him academically. Seon, who scored 87, asks what's wrong as the teammate panics beside Kim Seojun. Kim Seojun casually says he could solve it just by looking, deepening the other's disbelief. His friends stare in stunned silence, unable to process the gap. Seon calls the teammate lame, while Kim Seojun privately credits his insight skill for securing the perfect score. Haeun is asked what she scored, and her guarded silence makes the mood shift. Pressed for details, Haeun only repeats the word points, avoiding eye contact. She finally admits she scored somewhere between 3 and 32, shocking the others. The group falls into heavy silence as the gap between them becomes painfully clear. Narration notes that despite Haeun's immense potential, her talent in other areas hasn't bloomed yet. Back in the VIP room, someone challenges the earlier claim that Kim Seojun couldn't get a perfect score. It's reported that Kim Seojun achieved perfect scores in both the written exam and basic endurance, escalating the threat. The guild leaders demand an explanation, noting the endurance test was calibrated to their own standards. They panic that a perfect endurance score implies Kim Seojun matches them physically, but reassure themselves there are still 2 days left to stop him. Someone warns that Dream Academy will become a guild after the exam, likely led by Kim Seojun, with the Sword Saint's granddaughter joining too. The Sword Saint's granddaughter is shown with her blade, symbolizing powerful backing for Kim Seojun's future guild. Ryu Jinchul emphasizes the others should understand what this alliance means and why it's dangerous. He spells it out. A new guild backed by the Sword Saint and boosted by 5 years of raid priority threatens their dominance. Ryu rages that the birth of such a guild would put everything they've built in jeopardy. Jong Yumi argues they can prevent a repeat by changing question types and difficulties using Kim Seojun's past competition records. She insists that unless Kim Seojun improves overnight, it should be impossible for him to score perfectly again. Despite their confidence, results show Kim Seojun still takes first with 100 in mana proficiency, undermining their plan. He also takes first in the dungeon raid subject with 100, widening the gap as others trail behind. The VIP room sinks into grim silence as their strategy collapses. Ryu coldly asks if any of them are secretly on Kim Seojun's side, and the others frantically deny it as a misunderstanding. Han Manchul declares betrayal dishonorable and demands to know how they prepared for the remaining subjects. They admit preparation is done but only 2 subjects remain, and if they fail again tomorrow Kim Seojun will become A rank. Ryu orders them to completely revise their plans, rejecting half measures. As someone protests the sudden change, Ryu's eyes harden with dangerous resolve. Jong Yunmi flinches under Ryu's pressure, sensing he's about to do something extreme. Her expression tightens as she realizes the cost of defying him. Asked about the PvP examiner, Han says it's an active A rank from Sorabi, implying a controllable setup. Ryu cuts him off with a flat refusal, rejecting that choice. Ryu announces they will replace the examiner, signaling direct interference. That night, a suited man heads toward a building with purpose, suggesting covert action is underway. He continues through the night, tense and determined as if carrying out orders. At the academy, staff protest that they can't just leave things alone when the 5 major guild leaders will interfere. The headmaster counters that if Kim Seojun breaks under this pressure then that's all he was worth. Staff insist on protecting their young lady, but the headmaster argues true strength is proven by enduring to this point. The headmaster adds that the interference likely involves more than just the 5 guilds, implying a deeper conspiracy. He repeats his order to leave them be, trusting Kim Seojun to handle what comes. A subordinate worries aloud about the young lady, still uneasy with the headmaster's hands-off stance. Despite the headmaster's directive, the subordinate decides they can't sit back and do nothing and calls out for Kim Seojun. His face tightens as he senses something alarming and urgent. Kim Seojun sits amid surging blue energy, his aura flaring as if he has powered up dramatically. Kim Seojun turns to address an arriving elder seal, asking why he has come. The subordinate blurts out fear that something may have happened to Ms. Seoyun, pushing Kim Seojun to react. Elder Seo dismisses the worry but is shaken by how much stronger Kim Seojun's energy feels compared to before. Kim Seojun exhales in relief as Elder Seo marvels that he reached this level in only a few months. Elder Seo wonders if the headmaster knew Kim Seojun's potential from the very beginning. Kim Seojun asks if something is wrong as Elder Seo stands before him, the tension hinting at looming trouble for the next exam day. Kim Seojun hesitates, admitting he has something important to say. The final day of the Pro Hunter exam arrives, raising the stakes for everyone. Combat proficiency results are posted and Seojun celebrates, finally earning a perfect 100. In the examinee's waiting room, teammates praise Seojun's effortless perfection while he downplays it. The group notices something off and turns their attention to troubling news. A rumor spreads that the PvP examiner has been suddenly changed, alarming the candidates. While others try to shrug it off, Seojun senses the change will matter. One candidate insists it can't be harmless if the examiner was replaced at the last moment. Shock hits when they learn the examiners are the major guild leaders themselves. The realization lands hard that Seojun may face one of the top guild masters. Seojun steels himself, shifting from casual to focused resolve. Elsewhere, a female examinee is overwhelmed in her match and screams as she's struck down. Her defeat is scored at 64 points, showing even strong candidates are being crushed. The scoreboard confirms other examinees' low scores, underscoring the brutal grading. Observers remark that even Lee Haeun's 64 is considered high under this examiner. The examiner is revealed as Han Mancheol, master of the ultimate true sword, feared even among legends. Mancheol acknowledges the examinees are talented, but his tone suggests no mercy. As he reflects on pruning talent, Han Mancheol calls for examinee 2371, Kim Seojun, to step forward. Seojun walks into the arena gripping his weapon, accepting the challenge. He fixes his gaze, determined not to be intimidated by the guild master. News spreads outside that Han Mancheol is Seojun's examiner, drawing excited spectators. People doubt an examinee can beat an examiner, insisting it has never happened. Others admit anything could happen and eagerly watch the broadcast. Workers and bystanders crowd around a phone to follow the unfolding match. Even officials in suits monitor the situation with tense attention. Seojun's companions, bruised from earlier trials, watch anxiously from the sidelines. Seojun and Han Mancheol face each other in the empty hall, weapons ready. Mancheol studies Seojun with measured curiosity before speaking. He praises Seojun's exam performance, acknowledging his exceptional ability. Then he coldly declares Seojun has reached his limit here. Mancheol states Seojun will never receive a perfect score in this subject. Seojun admits he already understands the examiner's intent. Mancheol is surprised Seojun anticipated the rigged outcome. A flashback reveals Seojun learned the 5 major guilds would block him from becoming A rank, and Seoyun would quit if she failed to master the sword by the deadline. Seojun worries that even if he succeeds, Seon's failure would ruin everything, and his handler warns tomorrow's PvP score depends entirely on the examiner. The handler explains that no matter how well Seojun fights, an examiner can simply refuse to award 100. Seojun calls the scheme shameless, but the handler insists the guilds can suppress any backlash with influence. The handler laments that even the truth-seeking ideals of Sorabi's master are being twisted by power politics. He advises Seojun to ask the Sword Saint for help and force a concession through conditions. Seojun falls silent, weighing pride against necessity. He asks about Seon's progress and whether she can meet her deadline. The handler bluntly says it's impossible for her to master the sword in time. He warns Seojun not to interfere, insisting it's Seon's own fight and she would want him to pursue perfect scores. Seojun asks the handler to tell Seoyun about his situation, hoping to ease her guilt. The handler challenges him, asking if he's trying to justify her failure because both are trapped in impossible situations. Seojun rejects that logic, insisting the opposite is true. He decides that if he can make the impossible happen, Seoyun might believe she can too. The handler refuses to involve the Sword Saint, holding firm to non-interference. Back at Seon's training, staff worry she's pushing herself toward collapse. They report she's been swinging non-stop without eating or sleeping, and today is the final deadline. Despite the danger, the handler orders them to leave her alone, calling mastery in weeks impossible. He insists they cannot interfere with what she chose for herself. The handler's resolve hardens as he watches, suppressing his own concern. He addresses Seoyun directly, interrupting her relentless practice. The handler realizes the reason behind her obsession and Seojun's determination. He tells Seoyun she desperately wants to hold the sword again, naming her true desire. In the present, Seojun tells Han Mancheol he must earn a perfect score because someone is waiting for him. Mancheol warns that the pro hunter world is cruel and perfection is unattainable unless something changes. He proposes that if the examiner cannot evaluate, someone else must assign the score. Seojun presses the idea, asking what his score would be if circumstances forced a perfect evaluation. Mancheol admits there is only one case where an examiner cannot evaluate. He states it happens when the examiner loses to the examinee, though Seojun may be better than afterward. Mancheol bristles at the audacity of an examinee daring to aim for that outcome. He calls Seojun arrogant, while Seojun calmly repeats he needs a perfect score. Seojun offers Mancheol the first move, inviting the guild master to prove his dominance. Mancheol's killing intent flares as he accepts the provocation. Seojun admits he tried to keep things from escalating, but he's ready to go all in. Manhwa steps in, initiating the duel with decisive force. He vows to make Seojun regret his challenge as their weapons clash amid surging energy. A massive shockwave erupts, shaking the hall as their power collides. Manhwa strains against Seojun's resistance, shocked by the pushback. He realizes something is wrong as Seojun's strength disrupts his expectations. Seojun warns him not to die, signaling he's using dangerous power. Seojun admits he's using the Lance of Longinus and can't fully control its output. A flashback begins, revealing Han Manhwa's past and the weight behind his name. Young Manhwa learns his name was given in honor of the Sorabi leader's son after his father was saved. He asks about the cataclysm, eager to understand the legend he admires. He hears the shelter was surrounded by monsters and abandoned by authorities due to lack of manpower. When he asks about the people inside, he's told they could only wait for death. The story describes the hopeless moment when even the 5 heroes couldn't intervene. People believed everything was over as the monsters closed in. Then a blinding slash appeared, cutting through despair in an instant. Terrified survivors watched, stunned that salvation had arrived. A lone swordsman stepped forward, standing between civilians and the horde. They learned the savior was Hunter Han 1J, founder of the Ultimate Truth Sword and Manhwa's father. The tale frames the Ultimate Truth Seeker's path as a series of harsh questions. The first question demands whether one truly did their absolute best. The next asks whether one fought to the brink of death without flinching. And it asks whether one poured everything into defeating the opponent. 1J is said to have cut down a legion in one slash and saved 50,000 without casualties. But after saving everyone, he ultimately lost his life. Manhwa's father was among those saved, so he named his son after 1J's son in gratitude. Young Seojun reveals he wants to become a hunter, and is saving money for an academy. Manhwa encourages him to work hard but warns him not to get hurt, since their bodies are their livelihood. He reiterates self-preservation as top priority, then orders Seojun back to work. Seojun grumbles about the harsh boss as the memory fades back toward the present. A news report later praises Han Manhwa for safely handling a 10-star dungeon break. As the broadcast continues, Seojun is called away, returning to the present confrontation. Seojun recalls the teaching that the Ultimate Truth Sword's core is not mere external strength. He remembers the title Ultimate Truth Seeker and what it demands of the heart. Inspired, Seojun vows to become as cool as that ideal someday. Back in the exam, Seojun unleashes a towering arc of power that forces Manhwa back. Manhwa coughs blood, stunned that an examinee's attack could injure him so badly. Seojun remains composed, his aura crackling as he assesses the damage. Manhwa deflects another blow but is rocked again, his control slipping. He tries to grasp the situation, struggling to regain the initiative. Manhwa is thrown back through the air, realizing Seojun's power is overwhelming. Seojun's piercing strike tears through the space between them, carving a path of destruction. Manhwa crashes hard, bleeding and battered, as the hall shudders. The arena walls split and crack from the impact, showing the fight has escalated beyond an exam. Spectators gasp as they see the guild leader being pushed back by Seojun. They can hardly believe a major guild leader is coughing blood in an exam match. Manhwa admits he once thought the idea of losing to an examinee was ridiculous. Now he concedes that if Seojun had finished the last blow, he would have died. Manhwa declares this is undeniably his defeat, accepting the truth of the outcome. Yet he notes the exam must continue unless the examinee is incapacitated, implying a new tactic. Manhwa realizes Seojun has no intention of killing him and condemns surrender as unworthy of ultimate truth. He repeats the creed, demanding the truth seeker's questions be faced head-on. Seojun hears the questions echoed back at him, forcing him to confront his own resolve. The demand to put everything into victory hangs over the shattered hall as Manhwa rises again. Manhwa invokes ultimate truth, swearing he will never lose consciousness. He roars that the only time he will lose consciousness is when he dies, launching a suicidal counterattack. Seojun closes in, startled by Manhwa's refusal to stay down. Manhwa accuses Seojun of surrendering to the Dark Dragon, implying Seojun's power is tainted. Seojun snaps back, demanding Manhwa stop talking and focus on the fight. Manhwa claims Seojun's stunt is driven by selfishly clinging to something he can't let go of. Seojun fires back, asking if this obsession is the ultimate truth 1J spoke of. The memory of the creed returns. Ultimate truth is an indomitable spirit. Manhwa admits he once admired Han Manhwa the hero, but his tone turns bitter. Seojun clarifies he admired the indomitable spirit itself, and challenges Manhwa's hypocrisy. Enraged, Manhwa demands how Seojun dares mention his father's name. Seojun coldly reminds him that Manhwa asked to be killed, exposing the contradiction. Manhwa shudders as Seojun's calm refusal undercuts his death wish bravado. Seojun states plainly that he will not kill Manhwa. Instead, Seojun repeats Manhwa's earlier warning and orders him to stay in bed for 2 months. Manhwa's fury spikes as he gathers himself for another desperate attack. He screams that Seojun must not look down on the spirit of ultimate truth as he charges. Seojun counters that Manhwa is the one belittling it, drawing back a blazing fist. Seojun slams Manhwa into the ground with explosive force, shattering the floor. Seojun looms over the crater, anger and resolve burning as he presses the advantage. Manhwa reels in shock, blood spraying as he struggles to comprehend the beating. Manhwa panics at Seojun's raw power, realizing he's being battered by barehanded strikes. He fixates on the impossible fact that Seojun's fist is what's crushing him. Manhwa swings his weapon in a wide arc, trying to regain distance and control. He curses Seojun as the younger fighter slips past his attack. Seojun bursts forward in a golden rush and launches Manhwa through the air again. Seojun pivots smoothly, setting up the finishing sequence with relentless momentum. A blazing shockwave tears across the hall, leaving a long cracked trench in its wake. Seojun descends with another crushing punch, driving Manhwa deeper into defeat. The final impact lands with thunderous force, signaling Manhwa's complete domination in this match. A brutal blow lands, signaling that the clash has escalated beyond a normal fight. The older man is driven back as the attacker's power surges through the strike. A weapon-like force streaks through the air, showing the speed and reach of the assault. The impact detonates through the room, hurling debris and bodies as the attack overwhelms the space. Bloodied and shocked, the older man realizes this is no longer a contest but a one-sided beating. From the rubble, he admits he underestimated Kim Seojun's strength and coughs through the damage. He despairs that Seojun is untouchable and out of reach, as if protected by an overwhelming aura. The gap in strength becomes undeniable, crushing his confidence. Seojun seizes the man by the collar, asserting total control of the situation. Seojun's clenched fist gathers glowing power, hinting he is ready to finish it. The beaten man begs Seojun to stop as the punch draws back. He pleads for death instead, trying to bargain with his own life to end the torment. Seojun holds him up in silence, unmoved by the begging. Seojun unleashes a named technique, God's Strength, and the blow crashes down with divine force. The older man collapses hard while Seojun stands over him, still radiating power as the victim coughs. Even on the ground, the man weakly clutches at Seojun's clothes, refusing to let go. He begs to be spared, and Seojun judges the display as ugly and beneath a true seeker. Seojun calls the surrender not merely unsightly but repulsive, while the man offers points to buy mercy. Seojun condemns this cowardice as unworthy of an ultimate truth seeker and compares it to how he yielded to Ryu Jinchul. Seojun weighs whether ending it now is safe, noting the man's obsession with truth still has value and he is hard to knock out. Ryu Jinchul's cold calculation surfaces as he considers that killing for a perfect score could cost his hunter license. Seojun recognizes Jinchul planned even the worst-case scenario, and confronts him as a looming threat. Seojun reveals he was never eligible for an A-rank hunter license from the start, implying the system was rigged against him. Despite that, Seojun tightens his resolve and prepares to act anyway. He explains his goal is to reach transcendent figures who forged their own path when none existed. Invoking those who transcended impossibility, Seojun orders his opponent to stay down for 2 months. As his power flares like multiple cores, Seojun moves to finish the lesson while the man panics and protests. The beaten man's face contorts in terror as the next strike closes in. A blinding impact lands, sealing the outcome with overwhelming force. Seojun frames the path of ultimate truth as requiring an unyielding mind and commitment to the end. He challenges the defeated man with questions about whether he truly fought with everything he had. Seojun is unsettled that this man's words and presence remind him of his father, even as the lecture continues about shame. The message crystallizes that the true essence of ultimate truth is harsher and deeper than mere victory. The defeated man realizes the standard Seojun embodies is far beyond what he imagined. The moment is labeled transcendence, as the battlefield's destruction underscores the gulf between them. Seojun grits his teeth, anger and frustration boiling beneath his control. He shouts Ryu Jinchul's name, declaring open hostility and a coming reckoning. Elsewhere, Jinchul watches the aftermath on a screen in silence, absorbing Seojun's rise. Seojun points at the unseen enemy and vows that Jinchul will be next. Jinchul's expression hardens, taking the threat seriously. Observers erupt in excitement, celebrating that Kim Seojun pulled it off. At headquarters, an aide tells the association president reporters are waiting, and he decides to go face them. In a lighter scene, a grandmother lies about sharing a hospital with Seojun, and a younger man calls her out while wondering why Seojun would be hospitalized. Seojun returns to the academy grounds as classmates rush toward him, drawn by the commotion. Jinchul asks for a report on how things went, keeping his tone controlled. A briefing begins. The guilds mobilize their forces, but something unexpected happened. They explain the association president personally appeared, publicized the situation immediately after Seojun's exam, and brought reporters in advance. Jinchul asks about waking Han Manhwa, and is told the investigation confirmed what he expected about mana overload. They report Manhwa is not in danger but will need at least 2 months to recover, leaving Jinchul grimly silent. Jinchul concludes they lost completely, the room sinking under the admission. His subordinates acknowledge they lost in skill, public opinion, and justification all at once. Jinchul sees that they were beaten by a mere cadet just emerging into the world. He recalls Seojun's furious promise and remains wordless, letting the insult linger. Turning away, Jinchul mutters that Seojun is a cocky bastard. His clenched hands betray restrained rage and the intent to retaliate. Back among students, a girl gushes that Seojun is unbelievably strong and insane in the best way. A male classmate panics, admitting he no longer understands what's happening after witnessing Seojun's level. A stern girl concludes Seojun must have gone easy on her, bruising her pride. Seojun listens without reacting, keeping his emotions guarded. As the group chatters, one student apologizes to Seojun while another jokingly accuses him of being a doppelganger and demands the real Seojun back. They keep teasing as Seojun walks away, telling the supposed doppelganger to return their appa. Seojun pauses alone, silent and thoughtful amid the noise. The students note the academy no longer feels like an academy, and lament that even a name change cannot fix the damage. They talk about Seojun likely receiving an A-rank hunter certificate, even if it is not officially confirmed yet. Since the association president declared it, they assume it is effectively confirmed and wonder if that makes the rest of them B-ranks. A cheerful classmate announces they are back, trying to restore normalcy. Entering the lounge, they find it strangely empty and feel something is off. They realize Seojun is absent again, and worry because they expected her to be at the academy today. A student turns to ask Seojun if he has heard anything from Seojun. The group freezes, confused by Seojun's absence from the room at that moment. Outside, Seojun sprints away, realizing he cannot waste time if Seojun was just here. He races across the city with urgent focus, driven by fear of missing the deadline. He remembers the Sword Saint's deadline for Seojun lasts until the end of the Pro Hunter exam. He connects the dots that Seojun not coming to the academy likely means she went to face the Sword Saint alone. Seojun calls out for Seojun as he closes in on the destination. At the gate, a guard says the headmaster ordered no one be allowed in today. Seojun demands they do something, but the guard refuses outright. Seojun realizes the Sword Saint anticipated his visit and arranged this barrier in advance. He decides he cannot barge in recklessly, even though he refuses to simply leave. An order comes down to let him in, cutting through the obstruction. The guard addresses Councilman Seo, who authorizes Seojun's entry despite the headmaster's instructions. When the guard protests, Councilman Seo takes responsibility and insists the order stands. The gate opens, granting Seojun access at last. Councilman Seo tells Seojun to follow him into the compound. They walk the corridor in tense silence, the urgency building. Seojun follows closely, bracing for what he will find. Footsteps stop at a doorway, signaling they have arrived. Inside the dojo, Seojun kneels battered before the Sword Saint, who stands with his blade as if judging her. Seojun turns in shock, recognizing Seojun's arrival. The Sword Saint coldly reminds them he ordered no one be let in, displeased at being disobeyed. His killing intent floods the room as he demands to know if his words are being ignored. Councilman Seo buckles under the pressure, while Seojun stands firm beside him. Councilman Seo apologizes to the Sword Saint, trying to contain the fallout. He explains he came because he had something important to say, despite the rudeness of intruding. The Sword Saint notes, with irritation, that Seojun has grown again in a short time. He admits Seojun is no longer a childish brat but someone he must now treat seriously. The Sword Saint insists there is nothing left to discuss and claims the deadline has already passed. He argues his offer was only the minimum qualification, and without it Seojun will be swept away and suffer blaming herself. Seojun, crushed, thinks that outcome would be worse than not going together at all. Seojun counters that it is not over yet, refusing to accept the Sword Saint's conclusion. He points out the deadline was until the Pro Hunter test ends, and asserts the test is not over yet. The Sword Saint snaps that this is nonsense, and insists the Pro Hunter test is already over. Seojun challenges that if the test were over, the Sword Saint's presence here would prove it, and presses the contradiction. Seojun adds that his own score still has not been confirmed, forcing the Sword Saint to pause. He argues the exam cannot be over if all scores have not been announced. Seojun specifies the final subject, personal combat proficiency, has not been announced yet. Seojun realizes this means her fight is still part of the unresolved exam outcome. Seojun declares her match is not over either, reopening her chance. Seojun and the Sword Saint lock eyes, testing each other's resolve. The Sword Saint narrows his eyes, weighing whether to accept the logic. Seojun says very well, signaling he is ready to stake everything on this interpretation. He turns towards Seojun, shifting from argument to action. Seojun offers his hand to Seojun, inviting her to stand and choose again. He helps her up and places the sword into her grasp, restoring her agency. Seojun tells Seojun they will go together, making it a shared fight rather than her burden alone. Seojun admits she thought the situation was impossible and believed everything was over, but now it has flipped again. Seojun rejects the word impossible and orders her to look at him and believe. Seojun tightens her grip, accepting this as another chance she must seize. She rises into a ready stance, facing the Sword Saint with renewed determination. She asks the Sword Saint to do it one more time, demanding another exchange to prove herself. Seojun watches intently as the tension spikes, while Councilman Seo grimaces behind him. The Sword Saint intercepts the opening clash with calm precision, meeting her blade without flinching. Seojun darts in and adjusts her movement mid-strike, trying to match his tempo. She unleashes swift sword, prioritizing extreme speed to pressure him. The Sword Saint steps in with minimal motion, reading her rhythm. Seojun drives a thrust sword into a single point, trying to break through his guard. She transitions into variant sword, rapidly changing targets to prevent prediction. With creeping sword, she invades his space and tries to suppress his territory with relentless pressure. The Sword Saint catches and controls the line of her blade, denying her leverage. Seojun answers with mighty sword, stacking weight into one decisive blow. Seojun tenses as the exchange turns dangerous, sensing the margin for error shrinking. Seo-yoon escalates into heavy sword, amplifying destructive power by compounding the stacked weight. The sword saint absorbs the force with a hardened expression, showing he is still not overwhelmed. Seo-yoon swings again, surprised as he slips the attack center line and refuses to be pinned. She grits through the strain, refusing to stop despite pain and fatigue. The sword saint judges the moment as if it should be over, yet her persistence unsettles him. He notes her sword flow should connect smoothly, but something is breaking her continuity. Seo-yoon realizes she cannot fully wield her grandfather's sword style, and panic flashes at the gap. Seo-jun reacts sharply, sensing her confidence falter at the critical moment. From the side, Seo-jun and Councilman Seo watch as the blades blur, the duel continuing at high speed. Seo-jun's face hardens into focus, silently urging her to push past the limit. Seo-yun's eyes ignite with resolve as she forces herself to adapt rather than imitate. She commits to a new sequence, driving her sword down with repeated, controlled strikes. She uses flowing sword to counter by letting the sword saint's attack pass and responding in the same motion. The sword saint is startled, realizing she is beginning to read and answer him instead of merely chasing. Seo-yun admits her understanding lags behind her senses, but she is learning in the fight. She feels the sword in her hand is unfamiliar, acknowledging she must make it her own. She reflects that growing up around great people exposed her to heights most never see, shaping her burden. Among such greatness, she believes her own mediocrity became a curse that haunted her choices. She wonders if meeting ordinary people might have changed her life, admitting she has been running from that reality even as the duel continues. Seo-yun recalls first meeting Mr. Seo-jun and, driven by that moment, unleashes a dazzling phantom sword technique. In the clash, she vows to stop giving up and never accept mediocrity again. Her resolve centers on one goal: to stand beside him. Seo-jun appears in her mind as the person she wants to match, strengthening her determination. As she fights, a strange awakening-like sensation rises in her, making her wonder if this is how her grandfather once broke through. She senses she needs to push just a little further than before. Trusting that clear feeling, she charges forward to seize the moment. She realizes the breakthrough is happening instinctively rather than by deliberate control. Her desperation sharpens into focus, igniting her power. A surge of energy erupts as her swordsmanship peaks in a blinding burst. She follows with a fast, heavy tyrannical sword that overwhelms her opponent despite her exhaustion. Seo-yun recognizes she has finally completed the technique, stunning her stern examiner. The examiner is left wondering how she managed such a feat. Though she should be at her limit, the examiner senses he is witnessing something beyond her current level. Seo-yun excitedly asks if this means she can now go together with Seo-jun. The examiner coldly demands whether she expects his permission. She celebrates anyway, running off to tell Mr. Seo-jun she made it. Seo-yun declares her success as the examiner acknowledges he believed she could do it. The examiner reflects that some people's struggles toward a goal can be predicted. He contrasts that with rare people whose limits cannot be seen, hinting at Seo-jun. He adds that some can pull others past their limits and advance together, as Seo-yun and Seo-jun do. Privately, he admits he could not do that himself and addresses the legendary sword saint. Seo-jun encourages Seo-yun, saying those who think they are nothing can achieve what no one else can. The examiner recalls a past warning that the old era of heroes was ending, and he only now understands it. Watching Seo-jun's group, the examiner feels the passage of time and the cruelty of being left behind. Seo-jun is called, snapping his attention to something urgent. On the way back to Dream Academy, Seo-yun asks what he would have done if she had failed, and he says he would have gone to the association president. Seo-yun is baffled and asks why he would do that. Seo-jun explains he would have forced the postponement of the Pro Hunter exam's end announcement no matter what. A phone notification interrupts them mid-walk. A message from Seo-yun says the association president has come to the academy and is waiting for Seo-jun and Seo-yun, surprising Seo-yun that she was contacted. Seo-jun urgently tells Seo-yun to hurry with him. Seo-yun processes that many people are waiting for them right now. She smiles, ready to face what comes next. She calls after Seo-jun to wait for her as they rush onward. At the academy, friends shout for Seo-yun, relieved and excited to see her. They scold Seo-jun for disappearing and worrying everyone, while he apologizes and deflects with vague obligations. A suited official greets Seo-jun formally, confirming his arrival. The association president teasingly asks if he should now call him Hunter Kim Seo-jun. He congratulates Seo-jun on passing the Pro Hunter exam. Because Seo-jun earned perfect scores in every subject, the association will issue him an A-rank Hunter license while the others receive B rank. The president admits he would give an S rank if he could, but says it is not possible. Seo-jun accepts calmly, deciding to work upward from here, and the president expresses confidence in him. The president explains A-rank hunters are specially managed and Seo-jun receives a dungeon raid priority pass for his perfect score. He reveals his real purpose, to ask whether Seo-jun intends to establish a new guild. Seo-jun agrees without hesitation, catching the president off guard. The president offers to personally handle the guild establishment process, and Seo-jun is surprised by the direct help. He warns that forming a guild is complicated and normally takes time due to paperwork and permits. He claims that with his authority it will be quick, and tells Seo-jun to list the members who will join. As the application is reviewed, the president notes there is a problem. He explains a guild requires 5 pro hunters of B rank or higher, but Seo-jun's list is short by one person. He offers to push it through anyway, but warns the 5 major guilds will cause trouble if they notice. Seojun hesitates, realizing he cannot just recruit anyone into his guild. He looks toward a quiet woman in purple as a possible solution. Seojun recognizes the missing name and turns with sudden clarity. With her included, they finally have 5, while the others cheer and the reluctant recruit groans at being drafted. The president asks what the new guild's name will be, and Seojun says they decided long ago. Seojun announces the guild name as Dream Team. News spreads that Kim Seojun will soon establish a guild, drawing attention from powerful circles. Inside a rival meeting, someone asks if there is any way to stop him, and they admit they can only try to stall because of his priority pass. They note this is also what the association decided, heightening their frustration. The Sword Saint suddenly appears, greeting them as if catching up, shocking the conspirators. They panic at why the Sword Saint is here as he strides in with intimidating presence. He states he can already tell what they are planning just by their faces. The conspirators recoil in fear, realizing they have been exposed. The Sword Saint warns that he refrains from acting only because becoming like them would be equally disgusting. He declares he did not end the cataclysm just to let people like them rule over others. He mocks the idea that anyone would believe they ended the cataclysm, undermining their narrative. He addresses Ryu Jinchul directly, calling him out by name. The Sword Saint remarks that Jinchul has grown since they last met, implying a long-standing rivalry. Jinchul fires back that the Sword Saint has only grown older, escalating the tension. A hooded woman intervenes, telling them to stop before it goes further. She chastises the Sword Saint for brandishing a sword in someone else's place, asserting control of the room. The Sword Saint recognizes her arrival and notes she has finally shown herself. The hooded woman reveals herself as Kalia and asks if he already knew she was involved. The Sword Saint calls their attempt to use his Azure Dragon sword against Seojun ridiculous, and says they should have challenged him directly if they had courage. Kalia reasons that their boldness means they expected protection even if he intervened, and asks what brought him here. He answers that he is simply trying to act like a grandfather again after a long time. Jinchul snarls that Seojun forming a guild will cause them trouble, revealing their fear of his rise. The Sword Saint bluntly states they gather to plot a plan to prevent Seojun's guild from happening. He warns them that whatever they are planning, they had better not do it. Kalia asks what happens if they refuse his warning. He answers that they can do as they like as long as they can handle the consequences, and the room is crushed by his pressure. Kalia remains calm, weighing the threat without flinching. The Sword Saint's glare hardens, making clear he is serious. He turns away in silence, ending the confrontation on his terms. He walks past Kalia, leaving her behind as the tension lingers. Kalia asks if he is really just going to leave after showing up like this. He answers that he has no reason to overturn everything, refusing to play their game. He departs, leaving the conspirators shaken amid the damage his presence caused. Kalia orders everyone to cancel all plans, stunning Jinchul. Jinchul mocks her, taunting that the heir of the Apostle of Purity must be afraid of the decrepit Sword Saint. Kalia rebukes him, saying the Order of Truth is no longer what it was and that his pride is running wild. She demands he stop looking down on the Sword Saint, forcing Jinchul to listen. Kalia acknowledges Jinchul's strength as near a cataclysm hero, but frames it as still inferior. She warns him not to misunderstand her respect as submission. She tells him he is close to true greatness but will never reach it, enraging him. After the Sword Saint's visit, Kalia shifts focus, saying that even if they cannot target Seojun directly, there are other ways. Her subordinate asks what she means, seeking the new strategy. Kalia smirks and says fate will not change, implying Seojun will face what is coming regardless. Back with Dream Team, Seojun stands apart while his teammates gather, readying for their first raid. A sudden alert catches Seojun's attention, making him tense. At the Dream Team Guild building, Seojun checks if everyone is present for the mission. Vice Guild Master Park Seoyun rallies the team, declaring this their first raid and urging everyone to do their best. Lee Minhyul jokes that they are raiding immediately after getting licensed, and says he loves it. Suk Seon nervously admits it is her first real dungeon, and asks if she will be okay. Lee Hyun bluntly explains real dungeons are like sorcery-made ones but harder and lethal, setting the stakes. Seoyun points out that such danger makes them totally different, and Hyun agrees. Seojun, now Guild Master, excitedly reframes the difference as the chance to make money. He erupts into a money-obsessed chant, and the others worry his fixation has worsened since checking his phone. A flashback reveals he learned his free pass ended and a new pass costs an absurd sum, leaving him nearly broke after buying chi medicine. In the present, his teammates ask if he said something, but he hides his panic behind a creepy laugh. He forces enthusiasm and urges them to move quickly, but the team notes someone is still missing. They wonder who is late, then spot the missing person arriving. Seojun calls out excitedly to his uncle, confusing the others. Seoyun is stunned, realizing the late arrival is connected to Seoyun. Seoyun blurts out that the man is her dad, who says he only came because Seojun asked. Seoyun complains he did not tell her, he brushes it off, and the group prepares to depart while asking which dungeon they will raid. Seojun smirks, clearly planning something unexpected. He promises they are going to a very nice place, leaving everyone confused. The scene shifts to a suburb not far from Seoul, hinting at a new destination. In the Dark Dragon Guild's exclusive area, guards confront Seoyun's father for being there without permission. As they shout about trespassers entering their gate, he tells them to stop yelling because he can hear fine. The Dark Dragon side questions why Seojun's priority pass is being used here, sensing something off. Nervously, they ask Seojun's father which guild went inside the gate. He answers calmly that it is Dream Team, confirming the provocation. Inside the dungeon, Seojun surges forward with blue energy, initiating a decisive strike. His attack sweeps through with a massive arc, the sound of impact echoing as enemies are erased. Seojun notes the area is already cleared, implying the fight ended instantly. As Seoyun and the others rush in to handle cleanup, Seojun laments there is nothing left to even sell, showing how completely he annihilated the foes. A brutal fight erupts as Seojun is flung through the air while monstrous hounds lunge and roar at the team. A surge of icy blue power slices through the pack, making the beasts yelp as they're overwhelmed. Minyo calls out as Seojun takes control, coordinating the counterattack and assuring everyone he has it handled. The barrage continues, blasting the remaining hounds into submission as their resistance collapses. Outside, the defeated monster's body lies still, and onlookers shudder at the aftermath. The team reappears from a purple portal, casually greeting Minyo's uncle as if it was a quick errand. Minyo's uncle rolls up his sleeves to join in, and Minyo eagerly offers to help. Minyo jokes about the good old days and pushes a bold plan to build a transport company that serves their guild, alarming the others. Seojun, bloody but calm, pivots the conversation with a pointed aside. He asks why suspicious people have been staring at them, sensing trouble. They learn the Watchers claim to be from the Dark Dragon Guild and want business with Seojun, prompting the bystanders to panic and apologize. Seojun's teammate notes he deliberately chose to raid in Dark Dragon territory, confirming it was intentional. With the cleanup finished, the group realizes the raid was easier than expected and their nerves were for nothing. They estimate the haul, guessing even without knowing exact 8-star values they'll get at least 100 million won per person, shocking the team. While others celebrate the idea of partying after earning hundreds of millions in a day, Seojun looks confused by their excitement. He reminds them they're only getting started, while the others keep cheering. They immediately move on to the next target, smashing through another high-level monster without hesitation. Another dungeon run follows just as fast, with more monsters dispatched as they push onward. Seojun drives the pace relentlessly, insisting they keep going to the next one again and again. After repeated raids, the whole team becomes exhausted and sick of the non-stop grind. A teammate begs to stop raiding, but Seojun insists they should keep earning while they can. The captain collapses in protest, calling it exploitation, while Seojun argues they need the money, full corpse value, and A-rank experience. When someone suggests building experience gradually, Seojun snaps that they must become A-rank to raise the guild's standing. He lectures that higher guild level means better tax and commission benefits, turning advancement into pure profit. Seojun doubles down, saying their fame will create even more ways to make money, while a teammate points out the guild is already famous because of him. The captain refuses to continue and appeals to Seojun for help, calling Seojun a wicked master. When Seojun is asked to intervene, she's simply gone, leaving the plea hanging in the air. Seojun and another teammate confront the situation, realizing Seojun has vanished without warning. The others see that Seojun's disappearance as betrayal, while she admits she feared being hit if she stayed. The remaining members scatter in awkward silence, leaving Seojun behind. They beg Vice Guild Master Seojun to stop Seojun, but she responds with serene detachment, as if reaching enlightenment. Minyo rallies everyone to go make more money, and the group is dragged along despite their misery. Elsewhere, observers stare at the guild's skyrocketing performance metrics and call it insane. An association official notes the new guild is raiding 7 to 8-star dungeons and doing it inside areas monopolized by the Dark Dragon Guild. He concludes the raids are happening too fast to stop, and that Dream Team's dungeon priority pass leaves Dark Dragon powerless as their funds dry up. Despite that, he worries Dark Dragon is being too quiet and may be plotting something. A crisis hits when news arrives that a Dronzer dungeon has formed, shocking the association leadership. They ask if the Soul Saint has been contacted, but learn her response time is uncertain. The president laments that only the Soul Saint among Korea's 5 heroes can handle a Dronzer, so they must wait for her reply. Hearing the name Dronzer, Seojun's attention sharpens as he recognizes the threat. An aide hesitantly brings up Kim Seojun's name, unsure if he heard correctly. The president debates whether Seojun would help, assuming it would take enough money to persuade him. He asks whether Seojun is still in the middle of his raid, trying to gauge availability. That night, Seojun walks the street as people recognize him and whisper in awe. He fumes that his teammates ran away after he only asked them to raid a little longer, while they secretly teleport off to escape him. Checking his phone, Seojun complains they hate making money, even as his account shows over 2.1 billion won. A system prompt asks if he wants to purchase a free pass, and he immediately presses yes. 2 billion won vanishes from his balance, leaving him with 121 million as he curses the cost. He reflects that buying free passes every 3 months for Buddha's lecture barely increases progress, and he worries about spending on other lectures while still needing elixirs. He also remembers Dark Saint still owes him 13 billion won, and wonders how to rapidly boost Buddha's lecture while earning tens of billions at once. The association finally finds him, calling out that Hunter Kim Seojun has returned. Seojun is surprised to see the association president personally waiting for him. The president offers him coffee, and Seojun accepts politely. Seojun apologizes for the late visit, saying he came because he has something important to tell, and the president urges him to speak freely. The president asks what's going on, and Seojun pauses, guarded and unreadable. The president explains the Dronzer dungeon manifested in Korea, and Seojun recalls Dronzer as the mind-type monster from the previous tournament. With respect, the president asks if Seojun can handle the Dronzer dungeon, and Seojun is taken aback that they want him to do it. Seojun questions why they're asking him specifically, wary of the responsibility. He tells them to wait, realizing the request might connect to his own goals. Seojun remembers that defeating a Dronzer previously boosted Buddha's lecture progress, while the president assures him they're not asking for free. The promise of financial support instantly grabs Seojun's full attention. When Seojun asks how much, the president proposes 30 billion won, leaving Seojun trembling with excitement. Seojun's composure breaks as he internally celebrates the sheer scale of the offer. Learning only 9 Dronzer dungeons have ever appeared in Korea, Seojun sees it as a golden chance to massively raise Buddha's lecture progress. In his head, he realizes he'd be paid 30 billion just to enter a dungeon he'd gladly pay to access. He struggles to suppress a grin, forcing himself to stay serious. He reminds himself not to laugh because the president is discussing something deadly serious, while also thinking 30 billion is still too little. The president admits their budget is strained from preparing the Pro Hunter exam and that with the Soul Saint unreachable, Seojun is their only option. He warns Dronzer are intangible specters and that if they escape the dungeon, the consequences would be unimaginable. The president insists they must eliminate them inside the dungeon and adds that success will earn Seojun an S-rank hunter license. Seojun chokes on the implication, barely containing his reaction. The president explains that making Seojun S-rank would elevate Dream Team into an S-rank guild, meeting requirements for greater authority. He adds that Dream Team's taxes and fees would be significantly reduced, making future profits even larger. Seojun processes the cascade of benefits, stunned that everything aligns in his favor. He blurts out that he'll do it, and begs them to leave it to him, while the president anxiously asks if he truly can help. Seojun tries to stay calm and asks why they didn't just ask Madame Soul Saint, prompting the president to admit they can't reach her. Realizing the opportunity disappears if Soul Saint returns, Seojun listens closely, calculating his next move. He agrees to give it a try, and the president is shocked by how quickly he accepts. Pressed for timing, Seojun blurts tomorrow, then backpedals that he needs preparation time. Because it's urgent, the president begs him to go by tomorrow at the latest, deeply moved by Seojun's willingness. The president bows in gratitude, praising Seojun for protecting the nation and its people. Seojun awkwardly insists there's no need to thank him, making the president pause in surprise. The president reflects that it's life or death, amazed such a talented young man would step into danger. Through the president's rose-tinted admiration, Seojun is framed as a true hero willing to sacrifice himself. The president gushes that Seojun is a true hero, while Seojun laughs at the misunderstanding. Seojun declares he will raid the Dronzer dungeon alone. He explains no one else is immune to mental attacks and that going alone is best for maximizing Buddha's lecture progress. The team is stunned, realizing Seojun going solo means they finally get a break. They erupt in joy at the chance to rest, relieved beyond measure. They send him off with safe trip wishes and promises to handle things at home, leaving Seojun puzzled by their enthusiasm. Seojun asks Seojun if she isn't worried, and she responds as if worrying about a Dronzer is absurd. Seojun claims nothing in the world can make him worry, except maybe the end of the world. Another teammate bluntly says Seojun only worries about money, and everyone agrees as one member groans at the mere word. Seojun smiles sweetly while thinking of the association as bastards for tempting him so perfectly. Seojun offers to help him prepare, but Seojun refuses, saying he's leaving immediately. Seojun protests that a Dronzer dungeon requires preparation, but Seojun insists he must go before the association reaches Soul Saint. He waves goodbye confidently, promising he'll be back, leaving Seojun confused. As soon as he's gone, the others try to convince Seojun to rest and order fried chicken while they can. News spreads nationwide that a Dronzer dungeon appeared and that Seojun, not the Soul Saint, will handle it, fueling public hype and comparisons. Back at the association, the president prays Seojun succeeds and considers finding extra budget to support him. An aide bursts in urgently, calling for the president. When asked what happened, the aide stammers that it's about the Soul Saint. They report they finally received a call from Madame Soul Saint, stunning the president. The president demands when, and learns it was just now, immediately after the call came in. The president asks what she said but decides he must call her back right away, while the aide awkwardly acknowledges. The president is told it's unnecessary, leaving him confused. Cut to Seojun already at the dungeon entrance as the message is relayed that Soul Saint said she was nearby. Inside the ruined, book-stacked dungeon space, Seojun senses something and turns sharply. He realizes Soul Saint is here and would have taken care of the dungeon immediately if she arrived first. Seojun spots the glowing figure and questions if it's truly Madame Soul Saint. The white-haired woman turns, revealing herself with calm, piercing eyes. Identified as a hero of Cataclysm, she warns the childlike intruder to go back because this place is dangerous. Named Soul Saint, she cautions that no one can enter recklessly, holding her lantern steady. Seojun confirms it really is her and panics at what her presence means for his plan. He begs her to wait and admits he is trying to clear the Dronzer dungeon, which surprises her. Soul Saint flatly forbids it, and Seojun demands to know why. She insists he cannot clear this Dronzer dungeon, speaking as if it's an unchangeable fact. Seojun rushes in front of her, pleading for her to listen, but she only stares in confusion. Soul Saint orders him aside to prevent the Dronzer from escaping, but Seojun refuses, insisting only he can kill it. She snaps at him to move, losing patience with his obstruction. A sudden threat forces her to pull him behind her, ordering him to stay close for protection. A massive shadowy presence looms overhead, its oppressive aura swallowing the space. A hooded Dronzer with glowing eyes and a fixed smile reveals itself, confirming the enemy's arrival. Soul Saint tells Seojun to leave the fight to her and flee, trying to remove him from danger. Seojun stands his ground as Soul Saint realizes he's no ordinary child, while his Buddha's lecture progress ticks upward. Seeing the progress rate jump again, Seojun recognizes he's found the perfect way to farm Buddha's lecture. He demands the Dronzer feed him more sinister thoughts, treating the mental assault like fuel. The Dronzer's smile fills the frame as it prepares another wave of corruption. Seojun revels as each hit boosts his progress rate, reacting with delighted awe at the rapid gains. He urges the Dronzer to keep going and give him more, pushing it to intensify the attack. The Dronzer hesitates, confused and strained by Seojun's unnatural response. Dark energy swirls around Seojun as the Dronzer's influence spreads, but he stands open-armed to receive it. Seojun suddenly notices the Dronzer closing in too near, breaking his rhythm. The Dronzer launches a possession attempt, striking Seojun's mind directly and jolting him. Soul Saint screams that it's possession, recognizing the far more dangerous mental attack. She explains that while his mind barrier resists sinister thoughts, possession pierces it and delivers a direct mental blow. Soul Saint warns his mind will collapse instantly if it continues and prepares to intervene. Seojun decides he'll drag the Dronzer out immediately, cutting off the possession before it can finish. Even as Soul Saint marvels at how different this is from ordinary sorcery, Seojun's progress rate skyrockets in huge jumps. Soul Saint watches in baffled disbelief as Seojun's reaction defies all expectations. Seojun celebrates the thrill of it, calling it the best as his progress rate finally surges the way he wants. He becomes intoxicated with the gains, repeating how sweet the progress feels as he rides the momentum. Inside Seojun's mental world, the Dronzer appears as a small hooded specter, growling weakly. A serene Buddha manifests and calmly takes the Dronzer into his palm, effortlessly subduing it. Buddha judges the Dronzer as a pitiful being, dismissing its menace with quiet compassion. Back in reality, Seojun senses the shift and looks around, realizing the possession has been neutralized. He taps the now flattened Dronzer on the ground with his weapon, confirming it has been reduced to a helpless puddle. Seojun notes all of the Dronzer's death chi is gone, while the creature laments its shameful life. Seojun prods it again and asks if it's dead, as it weakly claims it's entering nirvana. Declaring he squeezed it dry, Seojun checks the numbers and realizes Buddha's lecture progress jumped from 33.8% to 38.1%, a massive 4.3% gain. Estimating there are at least 10 Dronzers left, the young hunter calculates this would push his Buddha lecture progress to around 80% and gets excited about farming more. He shivers with giddy anticipation, while the Soul Saint watches him with wary concern. Sensing her stare, he turns back as if to justify himself. He points out she is still here and implies she can stop pretending everything is fine. He insists he will handle the situation and urges Madame Soul Saint to go back, while she realizes destroying Dronzers requires immense soul power. She is stunned that he somehow forced a mind-type monster into nirvana, something she thought impossible. He bristles, declaring this is his dungeon and that the association president assigned him to manage it. Trying to read him yields nothing, leaving her unable to figure him out. She concludes his soul level must be equal to or higher than hers, so she decides not to interfere with the Dronzers despite doubting it's possible. He says he cannot leave the dungeon because he has something to check, prompting her to ask what. He admits he only has vague information from the Dark Saint, which makes her focus on that name. She presses whether the Dark Saint's words involve the Order of Truth or Berserk, catching him off guard. He dodges by calling their connection a business relationship, keeping details hidden. He reveals the Dark Saint suspects the Order of Truth may have created the Dronzer dungeon, raising the question of artificial dungeons. She dismisses artificial dungeon creation as impossible, and says even if it were, there's no way to confirm it. He argues they still needed to verify the suspicion since only the Soul Saint could enter this dungeon, and he privately grumbles about the Dark Saint taking his money. A sudden thought hits him, and he freezes mid-realization. He starts scheming that this might be a chance to recover the money the Dark Saint owes him, baffling the Soul Saint. He offers that he can help her with her work, leaving her confused by his sudden cooperation. The story shifts inside the supposedly peaceful dungeon, where the ruined cityscape lies eerily quiet. A pack of wild Dronzers appears, confirming the threat still roams within. The narration explains Dronzers are dangerous 10-star mind-type monsters that can cause mental collapse on contact. Undeterred, Kim Seojun treats them as a resource, calling them his supply for raising progress. The Soul Saint watches as the Dronzers swarm, uneasy about how casually he handles them. He boasts that if things go well she only needs to tell the Dark Saint he helped, while she wonders if she should have ever allowed this. Elsewhere, the scene cuts to the Dark Saint's forest hideout. A violent burst of dark power erupts, signaling an ambush or clash. A gray-haired man is shown injured and tense, bracing for what's coming. A hooded figure arrives and greets the Dark Saint, implying they have met before. The newcomer is identified as the Apostle of Temperance, approaching with ominous calm. The Apostle mocks that a member of the 7 apostles came to this place to catch an old man, admitting he can't finish him alone because the Dark Saint has been a nuisance. The Dark Saint is told his mistake was searching for the Soul Saint, which alarms him. The Apostle lays out the situation in Korea and notes the Dark Saint chose to investigate regardless of truth. Realizing the implication, the Dark Saint curses under his breath, understanding who they targeted. The Apostle closes in and taunts that from the beginning their true target was someone else, calling the Dark Saint careless. He suddenly attacks, slamming the Dark Saint with overwhelming force. Choked and furious, the Dark Saint demands why they are so desperate to eliminate the Cataclysm heroes. The Apostle coldly claims there is no special reason beyond obeying God's words. The Dark Saint mocks their God as insane, but the Apostle tightens the threat, asking if he enjoys living and warning that a moment's lapse will kill him. The Apostle declares that despite delaying the inevitable, the Dark Saint will not survive this endless war. He promises the Dark Saint cannot stop them no matter how hard he tries. The Apostle smirks as the Dark Saint struggles to understand his intent. The Dark Saint realizes the hunter in Korea must be invisible to the Apostle's perception, which explains their miscalculation. The Dark Saint launches a sudden counterattack, catching the Apostle off guard. He slashes through, forcing the Apostle to react defensively. The Apostle steadies himself while the Dark Saint regains distance, both reassessing. The Apostle dismisses the Dark Saint's tricks and gathers dark energy in his hand. A surge of purple-black power erupts as the Apostle escalates. The Apostle's attack dissipates into smoke, suggesting the Dark Saint slipped away again. The Apostle wonders if the Dark Saint ran, scanning the now empty clearing. He notes the Dark Saint's stealth has nearly reached the selflessness realm, and asks his subordinate whether to keep chasing. Deciding it's unnecessary, the Apostle orders them to let the Dark Saint go. As the Dark Saint flees, the Apostle confidently states he cannot change the Soul Saint's fate. Back in Korea, the hunter cheerfully calls out for hidden enemies while the Soul Saint follows, unimpressed. The Dark Saint, racing through the forest, calls out in alarm for the Soul Saint. Unaware of the looming danger, the Soul Saint calmly offers the enemy a painless surrender if they come out. Above the ruined city, black miasma gathers and shapes into something far more sinister than a drawer. A monstrous presence declares with certainty that the Soul Saint will die today. A hooded, airy figure appears, radiating a smug, ominous aura. A sudden strike lands, signaling the start of a new confrontation. The hunter notices something and checks his phone, puzzled by the change. His display shows Buddha's lecture progress stuck at 49.9%, and he wonders why it stopped increasing. He hits a drawer but the progress rate still does not move, confusing him. Even after another hit, the progress remains frozen, making him suspect something is wrong. He realizes the lecture progress is not rising at all and wonders if he already reached a cap. Comparing past gains, he notes other lectures changed in clear 10% jumps but this one does not, so he suspects a special condition is needed to reach 50%. Calling it a waste, he turns back as the Soul Saint asks if he is done with his antics. He admits he found nothing, and when he asks if she discovered anything, she answers no. He finds it out they have faced no problems despite his messing around, hinting the dungeon feels too calm. He suggests maybe the dungeon itself is fine, and she asks what he means. He proposes considering distortion, but she says she already checked and found no traces of it. He asks if she has considered other types of distortion. She recalls being trapped in an Order of Truth dungeon before and says that case involved a different distortion, more like mutation. Agreeing it's plausible, she decides she must verify it herself and tells him to wait. She raises her hand and begins a focus scan, releasing pale blue energy. The hunter senses an unfamiliar, opposite energy compared to the Dark Saint and Sword Saint, and grows alert. The energy spreads as if embracing everything it touches, filling the area with a strange, encompassing presence. A luminous hoof steps into view, heralding a new entity's arrival. The hunter reacts in surprise as the presence fully manifests. A divine spirit appears, described as the noblest and most sacred of spirits. The divine spirit approaches the hunter calmly, studying him at close range. To his shock, it nuzzles into him affectionately, as if choosing him. The Soul Saint panics at the unexpected behavior while the hunter admits he has no idea why it's doing this. She explains divine spirits ignore those without upright character, and notes it barely reacted to other Cataclysm heroes, making its fondness for him inexplicable. She replays his shameless behavior, and can't understand why the divine spirit is friendly to someone so unserious. Both suddenly sense a shift, their attention snapping to a new threat. Dark, creeping energy surrounds them, and the Soul Saint realizes the hunter is harboring sinister thoughts. She feels the incoming power is on a completely different level than Draugur's and wonders why it appeared only now. She suspects the entity is targeting the divine spirit rather than her. The Soul Saint is shaken by the sheer malice, saying she has never felt anything this enormous even during the Cataclysm, except perhaps Berserk. She warns the hunter to get behind her because it is stronger than the Draugur's, but he sees it as a chance for massive experience gains. He tells her to stay close to the divine spirit, while he handles the threat, leaving her stunned by his confidence. He lets out a small, excited laugh as he moves to engage. Shouting that he is coming for his progress rate, he dashes off and tells her he will be right back, while she calls after him in alarm. He sprints across the ruined road toward the source of the dark aura. As he runs, the Soul Saint reflects that this resembles the old incident with the Magic Saint, yet still feels wrong. He wonders why the enemy would target the Divine Spirit instead of the Soul Saint. He resolves to stop it before it reaches the Divine Spirit, and also to raise his lecture progress at the same time. He spots the enemy at last and announces he found it. The narration frames the threat as a mythical, God-defying being from the sixth heaven, the highest level of the world of desire. It is revealed as the ruler of the demonic heaven, towering over the hunter. The monster is named Devil, confirming the scale of danger. The hunter casually greets the devil, startling it into confusion. He complains that the devil's efforts are pathetic because his progress rate is not increasing, baffling the creature. He physically smacks the devil away and tells it to move its dirty face back. He grimaces and insults the devil's ugliness, as if annoyed rather than afraid. The devil reels in disbelief while the hunter checks if it is still alive. He warns it not to die yet, treating it like a stubborn training dummy. The devil roars and lashes out, trying to overwhelm him with brute force. The hunter scolds it for relying on physical attacks and demands it use mental attacks like a proper mind-type threat. The devil continues roaring, enraged by the mockery. He calls the devil out again for using physical force, admitting it will not work and preparing to punish it. The devil gathers a concentrated blast of power, determined to crush him. The massive creature looms closer, its presence blotting out the surroundings. It growls as darkness thickens, signaling an imminent, lethal strike. A violent explosion of demonic energy erupts, swallowing the hunter in black force. The hunter is engulfed, his face tightening as the attack presses in. The darkness closes further, nearly smothering him completely. From a distance, the Soul Saint screams for him as the demonic cloud expands. She realizes terrifying dark magic is consuming the entire area and fears she must pull him out quickly. Within the chaos, the devil cackles as a bright flash of opposing power ignites. A towering pillar of holy light erupts, cutting through the demonic shroud and blasting it apart. The Soul Saint stares in shock at the sudden holy intervention. The devil snarls as the holy light forces it back and disrupts its attack. The hunter emerges from the shattered darkness, stunned by what just happened. The devil shrieks and slams down again, trying to reassert control. The hunter activates Cloud Ascending Ladder Void Path to close distance instantly, taunting the devil about escaping. Multiple beams of light crash down in rapid succession, hammering the devil as it screams. A heavy impact lands, further staggering the devil under the relentless holy strikes. A colossal column of light descends like judgment, overwhelming the battlefield. The devil howls in pain as the holy power tears into it. With the devil downed, the hunter tells it to stop making a fuss, acting as if the fight is routine. The Soul Saint approaches cautiously, calling to him in disbelief at what she's seeing. He tells her to wait because he still has unfinished business with the devil and warns her to stay back, which makes her incredulous. He leans in and again asks the devil if it is not dead yet, pressing for a response. The devil's multiple eyes glare with hatred as he demands it say something. The devil's gaze intensifies into a suffocating, crimson mental pressure that locks onto him. A message-like voice intrudes, and the hunter recognizes it as Buddha's voice speaking directly into his mind. Buddha presents the ultimate question, asking whether life is worth living and declaring everything else mere detail. Buddha leans closer, insisting on an answer. The question sharpens into a direct probe. Why has he not ended his life yet? The hunter stands frozen under the mental interrogation, struggling to process the demand. He snaps back to himself, still shaken, hand on his head as the pressure lingers. He looks down at the devil and wonders if this is all it can do, as if disappointed. He checks his status and realizes his progress rate is still stuck at 49.9%, despite everything. The devil lashes out again, and the hunter grunts as he takes the hit. The intrusive question repeats in his mind, confirming the mental attack is tied to that same prompt. He suspects answering the question is required to reach 50% progress, tells the devil to wait, and decides to keep the sinister thought going while he thinks. Annoyed, he challenges the question itself, asking why he should die and what kind of question that is, while the devil cackles. He pauses in thought as the Soul Saint watches, startled, while the devil's presence looms close again. A terrifying evil presence looms over the ruined street as the young spear wielder and Madame Soul Saint face a devilish foe. The young man panics when Madame Soul Saint staggers, but she insists she can still stand. The devil mocks them, enraging the young man for attacking Madame Soul Saint while he was trying to think. The oppressive shadow suddenly withdraws, leaving the pair confused at the abrupt change. They realize the devil has fled, and the young man is shocked it would run at all. He steadies himself and reasons that since they are still inside the dungeon, tracking the devil down should only take time. He asks where Sir Divine Spirit went, and Madame Soul Saint explains she came alone to keep it from being consumed by sinister influence. Hearing her call him a child, he curses and bolts forward, determined to act. While sprinting, he wonders why the devil has targeted Sir Divine Spirit from the start. He connects the dots that the devil briefly invaded Madame Soul Saint's mind earlier and learns Sir Divine Spirit's location. A strange, star-speckled red deer-like entity appears, making him call out to Sir Divine Spirit in disbelief. A close look at the creature's ominous eye confirms something has fundamentally changed about it. Madame Soul Saint is stunned, unable to accept what she is seeing happen to her divine companion. Sir Divine Spirit now stands transformed into a cosmic red beast, radiating an alien, dangerous aura. Dark bindings coil around the transformed spirit, signaling it has been seized or corrupted. A violent surge of shadowy power lashes out, forcing Madame Soul Saint to shield herself as the young man cries for her. The environment shatters under the impact, debris exploding outward from the attack. He catches Madame Soul Saint as she collapses, urgently checking if she is okay while the corrupted spirit hovers behind them. The transformed Sir Divine Spirit's presence makes clear the devil's plan is reaching its core. As Madame Soul Saint chokes in pain, the young man realizes the devil was never truly after Sir Divine Spirit at all. He concludes the devil's real target has always been Madame Soul Saint herself, and the shadows tighten around her. He recalls that Sir Divine Spirit is spiritually linked to Madame Soul Saint, making it a direct conduit to her. He fears the devil intended to invade Madame Soul Saint's mind through that connection and take her over completely. With her life in immediate danger, he decides he must eliminate the devil fast but has no clear method. He wrestles with the impossible problem of striking only the devil while it is intertwined with Sir Divine Spirit. Time running out, he grips his weapon and commits to moving rather than hesitating. He charges straight at the corrupted spirit, choosing action over perfect strategy. A blazing counterforce erupts, and he braces as the battlefield ignites with clashing energies. A massive wave of power sweeps the street, forcing him to react as the attack threatens to overwhelm them. He realizes too late that the corrupted spirit's power is escalating beyond what he expected. Madame Soul Saint's eyes turn red as the corruption takes hold, and he panics at losing her. A violent burst of mixed energies detonates between them, knocking him back and worsening the chaos. He shouts for Madame Soul Saint to come to her senses, trying to reach the person beneath the corruption. Madame Soul Saint begins speaking with chilling clarity, signaling her mind is no longer stable. She lashes out at him as if he is no different from the world's oppressors, while he stands his ground amid the storm. He swings his spear through the raging light, attempting to break through without killing her. A crushing shockwave slams into him, driving him back with brute force. He stumbles, struggling to keep his footing as the pressure of her power bears down. A new surge blasts across the ground, and he braces behind his weapon to avoid being swept away. The impact explodes in icy blue force, scattering rubble and freezing the air with raw energy. Thrown off balance, he realizes he cannot even get close to the evil spirit's core. He understands the devil has forced a cruel dilemma. To defeat the evil spirit, he may have to defeat Madame Soul Saint first. He doubts he can win against a Cataclysm hero at all, and fears even victory might not save her or stop the remaining evil. Seeing no clean solution, he recognizes the situation as a checkmate demanding sacrifice. The corrupted Sir Divine Spirit seems to gloat, reinforcing that any choice will cost someone dearly. He grits his teeth, refusing to accept that the only path forward is tragedy. He appeals to her identity as the hero who saved the world, begging her not to be swayed by the devil's thoughts. Madame Soul Saint falls silent, the conflict inside her momentarily exposed. He repeats her title and tries to anchor her to the meaning of saving the world. He realizes the voice speaking now is not the devil's, and that Madame Soul Saint's own despair is driving this. She admits the Cataclysm era was horrific, and her words carry the weight of lived trauma. She confronts him with the brutal realities of starvation so severe people traded their children for food. She forces him to imagine children's corpses hanging on street corners, exposing the depth of the world's cruelty. She asks if he has ever survived by sacrificing others and felt relief that he was not the one to die. She describes a world beyond destruction where law collapsed and morality was torn apart. She confesses she fought alone to change that world, yet nothing truly changed and the hunger and pain persisted. She says she once felt happy simply to be alive, but now being alive itself has become suffering. She claims humans are merely talking beasts, differing from monsters only because they can speak. She calls the current world her own creation and admits she tried to change it again until her comrades stopped her. She recalls being told forcing change the same way others did would solve nothing, and even her comrades turned away despite seeing suffering. The memory of abandonment lingers, showing how isolated she became after the cataclysm. She remembers leaving everyone behind, withdrawing from the world entirely. She hid herself under the excuse of spiritual training, but the more she trained the more she heard the dead soul's resentment. She says the world's pain was overwhelming, too vast to ignore. Surrounded by silent screaming shadows, she recalls the dead asking why they could not be happy, and why she left them that way. She identifies the sufferers as those she failed to support, the ones she could not care for. Consumed by self-hatred, she admits she loathes herself for what she could not save. She declares she will no longer ignore their sorrow and vows to grant everyone equal rest through death. She tells the young man he cannot stop her, implying her resolve is deeper than the devil's influence. He realizes the evil spirit only planted doubt, while her anguish as a cataclysm hero is what truly corrupted her. A voice challenges him to explain why he has not ended his own life, forcing him to confront his own reasons to live. He tightens his grip and says he finally understands what that question was meant to reveal. Madame Soul Saint screams and attacks again, her rage spilling into violence. Amid the roaring flames, he recognizes this is why Buddha asked that question in the first place. Their powers collide in a blinding clash, shaking the battlefield with a decisive impact. Madame Soul Saint reaches out as if to seize him, still calling him by title while pressing her assault. He demands to know why she only looks at the suffering, challenging her narrowed focus. She repeats his name like a warning, still poised to strike. He repeats the question, insisting she confront what she is ignoring. His blue energy surges and slashes through the air toward her, forcing her to react. He agrees the world is not pretty, but says many die from the pain of being unable to speak up. He argues the world is not only made of the powerful or the weak, but of countless ordinary lives in between. He explains everyone carries daily burdens, and exhaustion can make people unable to share others' pain. He says judging people when cornered is arrogance, not wisdom, because many are simply too tired to suffer for others. Madame Soul Saint laughs bitterly, rejecting his reasoning as naive. She insists that as Cataclysm heroes, their comrades should not ignore the world's pain, doubling down on her accusation. He counters that even heroes are still human, and being human means limits and vulnerability. He acknowledges unjust deaths and suicides, but urges her to grieve without letting grief become a lifelong burden. He asks whether she truly believes she can carry all the world's sadness for the rest of her life, shaking her certainty. He presses further, asking if she can endure until all sorrow disappears, exposing the impossibility of her goal. He points out that she too is having a hard time, and that her suffering matters as much as anyone else's. Her expression softens slightly, as if his words finally reach her beneath the corruption. He reframes life as surviving today and repeating it tomorrow, living despite fear that everything could fall apart. He says even small, seemingly insignificant joys are real happiness that people cling to. He lists ordinary joys like friends, food, songs, sunsets, and the faint hope of enduring another day. He tells her those small happinesses exist because of what she did, because she ended the cataclysm. He reminds her people regained their daily lives thanks to her, and questions why she only sees the sick and suffering. He repeats that she fixates on suffering, challenging her to see the whole world she saved. She hesitates, the silence showing her resolve is cracking. The red deer-like evil spirit roars in fury, sensing its control slipping. Dark energy swirls as the spirit tries to reassert dominance over the battlefield. The young man's eyes sharpen with resolve, readying a decisive response. A golden aura blooms around him like a protective sphere as he centers himself against the corruption. Madame Soul Saint lunges in desperation, still half consumed by the darkness. A gentle admonition echoes in her mind not to turn away from happiness, startling her mid-attack. Buddha's teaching continues that denying life is how goodness is corrupted, not by evil but by goodness failing to protect itself. Another lesson compares life to walking backward on a flower path, realizing its beauty only after passing it, and she jolts at the memory. The teaching urges her to remember the path became filled with flowers because she walked it. As she falters, a system notice shows Buddha's lecture progress advancing, implying the lesson is taking effect. A brilliant burst erupts as the golden force clashes with the red spirit, signaling the turning point. The evil spirit recoils, its confidence shaken as its power begins to fail. It staggers on unsteady legs, weakened by the young man's unwavering will. He tells the spirit it already knows the truth, implying it cannot win against his resolved heart. He warns that once the mind collapses the body is helpless, and he refuses to let his will break. His glowing hand reaches into the corrupted mass, aiming directly at the devil's core. A blinding explosion follows as he strikes true, tearing the devil's presence apart. The red spirit dissolves into the light, its form fading as the corruption is purged. Madame Soul Saint falls back, blinking in shock as clarity returns to her eyes. The young man checks on her, asking if she has come to her senses as Sir Divine Spirit reappears in a calm blue form. He assures her she can rest because the devil is gone, and she repeats the news in disbelief. He points out Sir Divine Spirit is fine too, confirming the victory did not destroy their bond. He admits he feared Sir Divine Spirit would vanish with the devil, but Buddha's unwavering heart destroyed only the devil's soul. He reveals he can now manifest unwavering heart externally, and his overall power has significantly improved. Madame Soul Saint realizes the child's strength now rivals the Cataclysm heroes themselves. She predicts he will surpass them within a year, while he awkwardly endures Sir Divine Spirit's affectionate attention. She worries that if his strength ever corrupts, no one could stop him, and asks him to keep his will forever. He is confused by her sudden seriousness as she speaks about the world's unchangeable harshness. She says she does not fully understand his optimism but admits the world may be improving, even if kindness can be hypocritical. He admits he is unsure whether her cynicism is right, thinking through her argument. She questions whether today's ideals differ from past eras of inequality that drove people into crime, challenging his faith in progress. He answers that he does not believe the world is doomed to repeat that fate. She vows that even if it were true, she would still do everything to change it, her voice calmer now. A small smile forms on her lips, signaling relief and renewed resolve. She breaks into laughter, the tension finally releasing as she accepts being pulled back from the edge. She reflects that she should not fear a bent shadow when the tree itself is straight, choosing trust over paranoia. The young man admits he spent too long grieving and blaming himself, recalling Buddha's question about why he kept living. He decides the question is meant for everyone enduring life, not just him, and he smiles with quiet conviction. Madame Soul Saint says she still lacks a complete answer, but believes finishing Buddha's lecture will help, and thanks him for giving her strength to live again. As petals drift over the ruined road now sprouting flowers, she thanks him for helping her stand again and hopes they can answer that question properly someday. Far away, two cloaked figures watch the city in silence, hinting at a larger scheme beyond the dungeon. One reports that the devil was killed, delivering the news with uneasy certainty. A blonde subordinate is stunned, insisting the devil being killed should be impossible. The narration explains the devil cannot truly be killed even if its body disappears, and only one being can destroy it completely. The subordinate realizes with shock that the name tied to that possibility is Kim Seojun. A hooded superior berates the subordinate for failing to report everything related to him. The superior warns Kalia this is too serious to ignore because that person is directly involved. He confirms she knows Kim Seojun and has been using Korean guilds to keep him in check, and she nervously admits it. The superior orders her to make her move, forcing the plot into motion. Kalia asks what he means, sensing a dangerous escalation. The hooded superior declares he intends to put this twisted fate back onto its intended path. Someone asks Madame Soul Saint what she plans to do with her life from here on. She admits she is unsure but feels she no longer needs to live secluded from the world. The young guild captain offers her a temporary place at his guild until she decides where to live. When she questions the idea, he explains she will need time and a place to prepare for whatever comes next. He adds he needs a witness to testify to Sir Dark Saint about the incident, but she refuses to burden her lifesaver. He insists it would be an honor and not troublesome, leaving her quietly moved. To repay them, she offers to teach him her spiritual arts, catching him off guard. He declines the offer and instead starts explaining the basics of spiritual arts anyway, as if accepting her presence is enough. His casual response leaves her confused about what he just implied. He clarifies he only meant she should stay at their guild for now, easing the misunderstanding. His spirit companion laments the mischance to learn spiritual arts, noting even top hunters chase that class change. Soul Saint realizes he is helping her without asking anything in return and calls him out on it. He awkwardly suggests she can pay for lodging, and she immediately agrees, stunning him with the scale of money involved. She confirms money is fine, and he eagerly reassures her it is. She promises to take good care of the payment, while he and his spirit companion practically drool over the cash. He opens a portal to leave, telling her that staying with them will bring visits from old friends so she will not be lonely. The mention of friends makes her pause, surprised by the idea. They arrive at the Dream Guild headquarters. The captain introduces Soul Saint as a temporary guest, and she politely greets everyone. The guild members stare in bewilderment, but she thanks them and vows not to forget the favor. Some members look uneasy and overwhelmed by the sudden situation, while the captain brushes it off as no big deal. A teammate nervously asks if the captain is about to drag them into a dungeon raid right now. He assures them he is tired today too, prompting visible relief. He dismisses everyone back to their tasks, and the members disperse, grateful to avoid a raid. One female member trains intensely with her sword, burning with determination. Another member clashes with a sparring partner, their practice turning fierce. Meanwhile, the captain checks his phone, thinking hard about his next move. A long-haired guild member quietly grips a sword, watching the commotion with guarded focus. Soul Saint stands awkwardly amid the bustle, unsure how to fit in. She recognizes a technique being used as the Dark Saint's secret art, and the captain confirms it. She then recognizes another as the Magic Saint's technique, and he confirms that too. Overwhelmed, she wonders who these kids are, and the captain explains they are disciples of the Dark Saint and Magic Saint. She reels at the realization that descendants of multiple legendary saints are gathered in one guild. Noticing the sword-bearing girl, Soul Saint grows suspicious and tries to connect the dots. She anxiously wonders if that girl is also tied to a saintly lineage. Soul Saint denies the implication, trying to deflect. Training noises continue behind them as the captain keeps reading his phone, letting the tension hang. He totals his recent windfall from the association president and Sir Dark Saint and decides he can afford another expensive lecture. He browses recommended lectures, thrilled that he gathered enough causality for them so quickly. He considers taking both lectures and briefly thinks about asking Soul Saint for an absurd additional sum, then hesitates. A sudden thought snaps him to attention. He calls out to Soul Saint to wait, and she turns, puzzled. He leads her outside, and she asks where they are going. In the back alley behind the guild, she asks why he brought her there so suddenly. A new voice says he is glad Soul Saint is still alive, startling her. A shadowy figure emerges from stealth, shocking both the captain and Soul Saint. The intruder reveals himself as the Dark Saint, satisfied his stealth still works. He fumes that the captain keeps seeing through his technique, and Soul Saint realizes the boy sensed him on his own. Soul Saint demands to know where Dark Saint has been and why he is injured, but he tells her to calm down. The captain asks Dark Saint to explain what happened in the Dronzer dungeon, while Soul Saint admits the boy saved her life. Dark Saint begins recounting how he went to the Dronzer dungeon after a call from Taebum, but the captain interrupts. The captain asks permission to explain the situation himself, taking control of the narrative. He grins with unsettling confidence as he prepares to lay out his theory. He claims he went at the association president's request and happened to encounter Soul Saint there. Seeing her enter the same dungeon, he suspected it was connected to the case that earned him a promised payout from Dark Saint. He says he investigated with Soul Saint but found nothing, yet sensed the Order of Truth had tampered with the dungeon. He presses Soul Saint to confirm his suspicion, and she nervously agrees. He reminds Dark Saint that Soul Saint agreed to summon Sir Divine Spirit to address the distortion, and Dark Saint admits that is true. He explains that once Sir Divine Spirit was summoned, a devil appeared and targeted them, so he beat it down. He insists Soul Saint is the witness, and she confirms he is telling the truth. He boasts he would never lie, while Dark Saint notes the story differs from what he remembers. The captain clarifies the real point was uncovering that the Order of Truth was targeting Soul Saint, which earned his reward. Dark Saint pays the promised 10 billion, and the captain celebrates shamelessly. Soul Saint demands what it means that the Order of Truth targeted her, and Dark Saint says they are eliminating the heroes of the Cataclysm one by one. Soul Saint panics at the mention of the Cataclysm's heroes and asks why anyone would do that. Dark Saint admits he does not know the reason yet but reveals the Apostle of Temperance came after him too. The captain realizes the Order of Truth is moving apostles directly, escalating the threat. His insight triggers as he searches for the underlying motive. He suggests Berserk may be connected to why the Order of Truth wants heroes dead, and Dark Saint asks what he means. The captain warns it is only an assumption and asks them to hear him out. He recalls Dark Saint saying Berserk did not die but was made to disappear by the Great Voice and the 7 apostles, then asks how strong Berserk was. He argues Berserk was so terrible that even all heroes fighting together could not guarantee victory. He emphasizes that no one knew whether the world would end or Berserk would fall first in that battle. He proposes that the Order of Truth might know the deciding factor through future prediction, and Dark Saint dismisses it as nonsense. The captain presses that if the Order of Truth can see the future, everything changes. He concedes the foresight may be imperfect, but even imperfect future sight would still be decisive. Dark Saint connects this to the Order of Truth's observation ability, and shudders at the implication. The captain continues, saying the Order of Truth saw a future where Berserk is defeated but only after catastrophic losses, so they chose to delay its return. He suggests the Great Voice and 7 apostles may have intentionally made Berserk disappear to prevent that future. Soul Saint questions why the Order of Truth would do that and how killing heroes relates, and the captain answers that only heroes can stand against Berserk. He concludes the Order of Truth is buying time by eliminating the heroes who could fight Berserk before releasing it again. He warns that if Berserk returns when no one can oppose it, the world ends, leaving Soul Saint and Dark Saint shaken. Soul Saint argues they only need to stall, but the captain says time will naturally kill the heroes as their lifespans end. He adds the Order of Truth cannot contain Berserk forever and likely has little time left, noting the sudden distortion may be a sign. He suggests the distortion could be caused by Berserk's seal weakening, and its power leaking out. He says there are 3 possibilities he can think of right now. First, Berserk's weakening seal may be spreading its power into the world, or the Order of Truth has found a way to use that power. He admits it could be both at once, leaving the others uneasy. He stresses he is not sure, and that his ideas assume the Order of Truth aims to bring about the end of the world. He then doubts that assumption, noting that if they truly wanted apocalypse they could have simply watched during the cataclysm instead of sacrificing alongside heroes. Frustrated by contradictions and lack of information, he admits he cannot form more ideas. Dark Saint privately thinks the boy's claims are ridiculous, though he cannot fully dismiss them. Even so, the possibility that Berserk could be freed again raises the terrifying question of whether anyone could stop it. The 3 fall into tense silence as the weight of the theory settles. The captain wonders if this all traces back to him, the unpredictable punk who keeps disrupting plans. Dark Saint asks what the captain plans to do now, and he says he must investigate what the Order of Truth really is. He decides he may need to go abroad, surprising the others. Dark Saint explains he cannot operate in Korea, while the Apostle of Temperance knows he exists. The captain adds they must determine whether the Order of Truth is targeting heroes only in Korea or worldwide. Dark Saint asks Soul Saint what she will do next. She admits she does not know, still overwhelmed. She says she has lived too disconnected from the world and will try to re-enter it with the captain's help, while accepting the Order of Truth is hunting heroes. Dark Saint acknowledges why she withdrew from the world and warns she may dislike it, but insists the world should know she exists. Soul Saint agrees to be revealed, accepting the necessity. Dark Saint realizes this may be why the Sword Saint is not threatened by the Order of Truth. He warns the captain to be especially careful, implying he is now in danger too. Dark Saint says the Order of Truth watched the captain but ignored him as an invisible variable until now. Because of this incident, Dark Saint believes they may start viewing the captain as a threat. Dark Saint says he has said all he intended and prepares to leave. He vanishes, promising to return when he learns new information. The captain yells for him to wait, startling Dark Saint with a sudden shout. The captain demands the remaining 13 billion before Dark Saint leaves Korea, refusing to let the money go. Dark Saint wonders if the boy sensed him through the smell of money, as the captain begs shamelessly. Elsewhere, officials rage that giving an S-rank license to someone with no achievements is absurd. At a formal hearing, they accuse the association president of abusing authority by handing out 30 billion won of public funds. They call it nepotism, furious that Kim Seojun became S-rank instantly. The outrage escalates as they insist they can never accept a rookie being made S-rank. They demand fairness and insist no association president should give special treatment to one hunter. The president notes even self-interested politicians are attacking them both, and he understands why the assembly is angry. He coldly recognizes this as Ryu Jinchol's chosen line of attack and prepares to respond. He snaps that the hearing is not a joke and signals he will speak plainly. He challenges them for assuming he is joking out of boredom. He concedes it is special treatment, then asks what of it. The room falls into a tense hush as everyone waits for his justification. He asks if they would also try to stop him if he gave Sir Sword Saint an S-rank license, forcing them to confront their double standard. When they protest, he demands a direct answer to whether they would stop him then. He argues an S-rank license is obviously worthy of Sword Saint even without recent official raids, because everyone knows his sacrifices. He declares the same logic applies to Hunter Kim Seojun, equating his value to a hero. He insists hero-ranked hunters must be treated accordingly, even if critics call it special treatment. The assemblymen are stunned by his blunt stance. He challenges their claim that he wasted tax money, turning the accusation back on them. He asks how they would spend tax money without wasting it, and they weakly answer it should be used for the people. He says that is exactly why he spent it, shocking them into silence. He reminds them that if the Dronzer dungeon had broken open, damages would reach hundreds of billions and casualties would be unimaginable. He asks if they can handle responsibility for that outcome, leaving them speechless. He states he invested 30 billion to protect the public and asks what the real problem is. He mocks their talk of fairness, and says he has no idea what they mean by it. He points out their hypocrisy by comparing their complaints to their own inflated salaries and selective standards of importance. The assemblymen sputter that it is a different case, and still argue it is too early for Kim Seojun to be S-rank. The president stares them down, unimpressed by their excuses. He notes they know Kim Seojun's ability, and also know they are being unreasonable, yet still attack him. He concludes the real reason is Ryu Jinchol's political control and the kickbacks he distributed. He accuses the assemblymen themselves of wasting taxpayers' money. They bristle and demand to know if he is finished talking. Ignoring their outrage, he formally declares that from this moment on, Hunter Kim Seojun is an S-rank hunter. Afterward, he dismisses the opposition as pathetic as he walks away. In the corridor, he greets Sir Lee Tae-bum, implying a planned meeting. Tae-bum recognizes a blonde woman named Lady Kalia, surprised to see her. Lady Kalia introduces herself to Hunter Kim Seojun, initiating a new connection. A cheerful official named Park Yuman from the Pro-Hunter Association's Dungeon Management Department introduces himself and offers his card. Kim Seojun meets an association representative who asks why he came, and Seojun says he has something important to discuss. The representative notes the association president was supposed to come personally, and Seojun confirms his visit is related to that. The representative explains the president cannot come right now, triggering Seojun's intimidating aura and the man's alarm. Sweating under pressure, the representative realizes he may be facing the notorious Hunter Kim Seojun and starts to panic. Seojun aggressively assumes the president is reneging on the promised 30 billion won or cutting the budget, and the representative hurriedly denies it. The representative reassures him the 30 billion won has already been approved. He adds the money should arrive today or by tomorrow, while Seojun calms down. Seojun's killing intent dissipates, leaving only awkward silence. The representative laughs off the scare and reports that despite opposition, the president is pushing hard to grant Seojun an S-rank hunter license. Because the situation is unprecedented, the president is busy handling it, so the representative came as his messenger, and Seojun focuses again on the promised money. The representative repeats that the approval is done and the transfer is imminent, and Seojun accepts the answer. As Seojun leaves, the representative privately marvels that Seojun cared more about the 30 billion than the S-rank license, and seemed ready to kill over it. He reflects that anyone would normally choose an S-rank license over 30 billion won. He reminds himself that being S-rank means standing atop the pro-hunter world, a reputation beyond money. Still confused, he wonders why Seojun values cash so much. He can't sense greed from Seojun until Seojun asks if he can avoid taxes, revealing a different kind of obsession. The representative concludes Seojun fixates on money as a tool rather than as an end. He answers that Seojun will not be tax-exempt, confirming there will be obligations. Thinking Seojun resembles the Cataclysm heroes in spirit despite being different, the representative relays that the president will visit again soon, and Seojun acknowledges it. Seojun walks off humming, while the representative watches, unsettled but impressed. The representative stands speechless, still processing what kind of person Seojun is. Elsewhere, a stern official admits he does not understand the association president's approach. In the president's office, the official questions why the president personally handles everything involving Kim Seojun. He notes the president managed the Hunter exam and the Dream Guild's creation, but warns that an S-rank license will be far harder. The official concedes Seojun is exceptional and heroic, yet implies even the president's authority may not be enough, repeating concerns he has raised before. He argues that if pro-hunters only chase benefits, society may be forced to accept that decay. The president bluntly states Korea's pro-hunter world is sick, long dominated by the cartel of the 5 guilds. He frames the 5 guilds as corrupting not just hunters but Korean society itself. The president admits he tried to fix things but could only maintain the status quo. He confesses he had convinced himself one person cannot resist the tide of the times. Yet something has changed, and he begins to reconsider. He says he believes change might be possible with Hunter Kim Seojun. The president describes Seojun as someone who can plant hope in minds trapped by doubt and denial. The official finally understands the president's meaning and the ideal of a true S-rank hunter. Back outside, someone calls Seojun's name, and he turns to respond. A man bows and, on behalf of Korea, offers sincere gratitude to Seojun for what he has done. Seojun repeats to himself the phrase true S-rank hunter, unsure how to take it. The grateful man admits he is becoming hopeful too, while Seojun awkwardly recoils from the praise. The next day, news of Seojun conquering the Dronzer dungeon spreads nationwide, along with talk of his guild and S-rank license, and pundits predict a new hero. Seojun's story floods communities and media, while Dark Dragon Guild rumors and gossip stir messy public infighting. Seojun reacts sharply as the attention and implications sink in. Uninterested in the hype, Seojun celebrates only one thing: the 30 billion won deposit has arrived. At the Dream Guild building, Seojun starts calculating his next expenses. He totals the costs of 2 additional lectures and another elixir purchase, realizing he needs 95 billion won in all. Checking his account, he sees he currently has 43 billion won on hand. He concludes he still needs 52 billion won more and grins at the challenge. He spirals into despair that becoming S-rank, raising the guild, and even tax exemptions won't matter if all his money disappears. Furious, he rants that causality feels unfair and starts searching for answers. His search shows countless complaints about causality and mentions of a causality gacha and the Transcension Academy. Among the results, someone claims copying causality is easy, tempting Seojun for a moment. He immediately finds warnings that the copying causality pitch is a scam, and he mutters about karma. Seojun realizes everyone struggles with causality, and suspects this is why unwavering heart is a required subject. A voice checks if Seojun is there, pulling him out of his thoughts. Seojun invites the association president in, who apologizes for arriving early in the morning. Seojun asks about Madame Soul Saint, and the president says she is upstairs resting in a prepared room. Seojun points out the president should be here for Madame Soul Saint, but the president insists he came because he has something to tell Seojun. Seojun prompts him to explain, and the president reveals Lady Kalia visited him yesterday. Seojun says Kalia asked him for help, startling Seojun. The president hesitates, asking forgiveness before raising a sensitive topic. He asks whether Seojun knows what is happening in Europe. He shows footage of Italy in chaos, with monsters rampaging through streets and civilians fleeing. The disaster worsens as a giant serpent attacks amid panicked crowds. Italian forces and hunters fight back desperately, but the scene is still catastrophic. A crying child clutches a stuffed toy, highlighting the human cost. Seojun watches the horrifying video on his phone, shaken. The president explains this is the current situation in Italy, leaving Seojun stunned. Seojun demands to know how this could happen when even artificial awakenings exist and hunters shouldn't be scarce. The president says dungeon distortions have recently been increasing across Europe. He adds Italy tried to stabilize things by mobilizing professional hunters, but it was not enough, and asks if Andrea is present. Madame Soul Saint appears and asks if the situation has become too dire for Andrea to handle. Seojun confirms they mean Sir Andrea, the Italian hero of the Cataclysm. Madame Soul Saint reveals Andrea has recently died, shocking everyone. The president says it is being reported as a dungeon accident. He explains a distortion occurred while Andrea was handling a dungeon, and he died in the aftermath. Madame Soul Saint adds similar crises are appearing in other European countries as well. With the situation worsening, the European Union has asked the Order of Truth for help. Seojun asks why they are telling him this, and the president says Lady Kalia requested Korea's help for Italy. Seojun wonders if Europe is so serious even the Order of Truth cannot solve it, and the president says Italy's problem has another cause too. Madame Soul Saint says the deeper reason is Andrea's death. She reveals Andrea was not only a Cataclysm hero but also the godfather of the mafia. She explains the Sicilian mafia was unified by Andrea into a global criminal organization. She recalls Andrea's obsession with rehabilitating that criminal group, which sounded insane but became reality. She admits she thought it was nonsense, yet Andrea actually pulled it off. She pauses, weighed down by the implications of his absence. She says there was opposition within the mafia, but none could challenge the Cataclysm hero while he lived. Now that the leash is broken, she predicts the mafia will react violently, plunging Italy into anarchy. The president notes Italy secretly asked the Order of Truth for help, but they refused due to their own problems, and he questions asking Seojun to do what even Andrea could not. He says he refused the request, but Kalia asked him to at least deliver the message, so he is doing so. The president tells Seojun he does not need to make a move. He adds Seojun should not go to a dangerous foreign country, and Seojun hesitates. Seojun struggles to respond as the president and Madame Soul Saint watch him closely. In Europe, a hooded Order of Truth figure reduces Seojun's motives to one thing: money. The figure asks whether Kim Seojun knows their true goal, and is told he likely does not. Still, they wonder why Seojun is being drawn into this. They decide Seojun is simply crazy about money, and the other remains silent. They ask how much he demanded, here it is 100 billion won, and conclude he really is insane. They report Seojun promised to go with the dream team this time rather than alone. Their leader orders them to give Seojun what he asked for, despite the shock. They note the distorted monster that swallowed Andrea still remains in Italy, and argue there is no reason to stop Seojun if he will go himself. Another voice reminds Kalia the apostolic ceremony is near and claims becoming an apostle of chastity will make her understand everything. Kalia hesitates as she is asked if there is anything else to report. She reports Seojun demands the money be deposited in advance, and the room falls quiet. Back in Korea, Seojun announces the Dream Team will go to Italy. The president says he is not forcing them, but the Dream Team erupts in excitement about an overseas trip and Italian food despite warnings of danger. Seojun scolds them that this is not a vacation, while the president looks blankly overwhelmed by their enthusiasm. Madame Soul Saint spits out her drink in disbelief at the chaos around her. She notes the building is shaking even more today, disturbed by what she is sensing. The Dream Team's trip to Italy is officially confirmed as preparations begin. From the 100 billion won provided by the Order of Truth, Seojun takes 60 billion and gives 10 billion each to his teammates, making even observers wonder how much money he truly needs. With 2 weeks left before departure, Madame Soul Saint is greeted in the morning as the countdown begins. The Dream Team members greet her cheerfully, while she responds stiffly and watches them train. The source of the tremor is revealed to be Seojun's intense training, shaking the whole building. Madame Soul Saint admits she is worried, unable to understand what Seojun is doing to cause such tremors. She stands in silence, studying the situation with a guarded expression. She identifies one teammate as the Sword Saint's disciple, a formidable talent. She identifies another as the Dark Saint's disciple, also dangerous in his own way. She identifies another as the Magic Saint's disciple, wielding powerful spells. She observes that each member is exceptional, yet they have been gathered into harmony by one person's influence. She adds that only one of them seems out of place. Her gaze settles on the quiet swordswoman who looks detached from the group. Madame Soul Saint activates her spiritual energy to read the girl more deeply. She explains that souls show different colors by inclination, and the girl's dark soul color signals a troubling nature. Concluding the girl's personality is poor, she confronts her and demands to know why she is here. The girl blushes and fumbles for an excuse, caught off guard by the blunt interrogation. Madame Soul Saint notes that a completely black soul would be one kind of corruption, but this girl's case differs from Ryujinchul's. She says the girl's soul degeneration has stopped, perhaps because Seojun shattered the narrow world she once knew. She describes her as someone who doubts herself and wants to change, yet stays isolated because she does not know how. Madame Soul Saint muses that even gods cannot control human affairs, as if resigned to the difficulty of guiding her. She decides they must work on the girl's personality first, and orders her to follow. When the girl hesitates, Madame Soul Saint asks if she does not want to. The girl stays silent, conflicted and anxious. Madame Soul Saint sighs, losing patience with the evasiveness. She suddenly flicks the girl hard in the forehead, jolting her with pain. Madame Soul Saint accuses her of still being dishonest as the girl reels in confusion. She flicks her again before the girl can recover, escalating the harsh lesson. The girl collapses to her knees, stunned, as Madame Soul Saint reminds her the Italy departure is only 2 weeks away. A terrifying presence looms behind Madame Soul Saint as she declares they will root out the girl's rotten character first. Madame Soul Saint demands only yes answers from now on, forcing obedience through sheer intimidation. Terrified, the girl finally answers yes at full volume. Madame Soul Saint snaps that the response was too slow, and the girl repeats yes while Seojun looks over, puzzled. Seojun remarks that she is a mystery to him, while his training interface lists new techniques he can fully acquire. 2 weeks later, news of the Dream Team's departure for Italy spreads across Korea, sparking anxious debate online. Leaving behind public worries and expectations, the Dream Team boards their flight to Italy. After arrival, someone steps forward to meet them. The Dream Team arrives in Italy, excitedly taking in the new place as they gather their luggage. Some members immediately shout about getting pizza and pasta, and Seojun repeats that they are not here to play. Seojun smirks, bracing himself for the chaos ahead. In Italy, Seojun finds himself surrounded by ominous-looking men, hinting at mafia entanglements. Calling the situation a mess, Seojun is asked by a teammate what they should do next. They are approached by someone claiming to be from the Italian government, who asks if they are the Dream Team. Elena introduces herself as an Italian Pro-Hunter Association official responsible for managing Asian hunters. Kim Seojun, leader of the visiting Dream Team, greets Elena and presents his 4 teammates. Elena sizes them up and is disappointed they brought only 1 A rank and 4 B ranks when she expected an S rank from the Order of Truth. Keeping it polite, Elena offers to guide the exhausted team to their accommodations first. Nearby thugs jeer loudly, drawing attention with mocking laughter. Seojun asks what the men are saying, and Elena tries to brush it off and hurry them along. Seojun pauses as a strange glowing medium reacts near him, making him suspicious. His teammate explains it is a spiritual connection medium that can enable basic communication. Impressed, she learned it quickly from Madame Soul Saint. Seojun realizes the heckling is aimed at them and watches carefully. The gangsters sneer that weak foreigners would be terrified if they knew whose territory this is, laughing at the idea of them having any guts. Seojun recognizes they are provoking a fight, while the thugs mock that the visitors are running away. One thug suggests leaving them alone since they will die soon anyway, escalating the threat. As the men joke about the women being a waste to die, Seojun's mood turns cold and dangerous. He fixes them with a hard stare, deciding he will not let it slide. The gangsters continue their crude talk, unaware the dream team is listening and closing in. Seojun steps away from Elena, and she suddenly recognizes his name and panics. Elena realizes the situation is about to explode and thinks they are in serious trouble. The thugs boast they are mafia with many A-rank talents, criminals even the government avoids because it cannot handle them. Elena tries to stop Seojun, warning he is not their opponent, but he moves anyway. A dream team woman pulls Elena back, taking control and refusing to let Elena interfere. The teammate calmly reassures Elena that everything will be fine. Elena, confused by their composure, wonders why they are treating this like nothing. As they walk off, Elena cannot understand why no one is reacting to the mafia threat. Seojun confronts the two gangsters, and they mock him as if he came to beg for a bathroom. One thug insults Italy's state by calling the airport full of garbage, provoking Seojun further. In a flash, Seojun slams the thug into the ground with overwhelming force, cutting off his taunt. The second gangster freezes in shock, realizing the power gap too late. Seojun remains composed over the fallen man, signaling the fight is already decided. The mafia's armed men surge in with killing intent, ordering Seojun to be crushed. Elena and the team hear the violence erupt and are stunned by the sudden escalation. Seojun stands amid downed attackers, making observers question whether he is truly only A-rank. With a casual smile, Seojun tells his team it is time to move on. The scene shifts to Italy under bright skies, setting up the next destination. In a car, Seojun asks where they are headed, and Elena answers that they are going to Naples. Elena clarifies the men Seojun beat were not official mafia but a splinter gang. She explains that after Sir Andrea died suddenly, the mafia fractured into 3 factions. Elena names 2 factions, Agnes of the moderates and Francesco of manliness. She adds a third leader, Antonio, Andrea's official successor, noting only Antonio's faction is relatively legitimate. Because hunters are busy suppressing the rampaging mafia, Italy's response to frequent dungeon breaks has been delayed, so they beg the dream team to handle distorted dungeons. Seojun accepts the request and tells Elena to leave the dungeon problem to them. Elena bows deeply, sincerely thanking the dream team for agreeing to help. Suddenly the vehicle jolts violently, throwing everyone as an emergency hits. Inside, Seojun demands to know what is happening as the car lurches and people are shaken. Outside, civilians scream for everyone to run because monsters are coming. Elena looks up in horror, realizing a disaster is unfolding right in the city. A dungeon break opens and huge monsters spill out over the rooftops, dwarfing the streets below. Elena panics at the thought of the city being overrun as a hunter readies a weapon. Flying monsters dive as a beam of power streaks through the sky, signaling the Dream Team's counterattack. The Dream Team steps out into the chaos, Elena stunned by their immediate readiness. Seeing the break, the team decides Naples will have to wait, and they will handle this crisis first. A teammate taps another shoulder, coordinating their next move without hesitation. Seojun rallies the group and declares they will start by clearing this place first. The story cuts to a grand Italian government building, foreshadowing political stakes. At the Italian parliament, officials report that a mafia faction has taken over the city of Catanzaro. Marcello, president of the Italian Pro-Hunter Association, says negotiations failed because the mafia refuses any conditions. Asked which faction seized Catanzaro, Marcello answers it is Francesco of manliness. Prime Minister Samuel is told Francesco threatens to kill all 90,000 citizens unless given the presidency within a week, and he calls it nonsense. They ask about Sir Antonio, but learn he is fighting alongside pro-hunters to stop the mafia leaving Sicily, and it is going poorly. Samuel bitterly reflects that the mafia never dared rampage while Sir Andrea lived. Overwhelmed, the Prime Minister admits he never imagined losing a hero would be this disastrous as aides warn they are in trouble. A new report arrives that the dungeons in Latina have distorted, shocking the leadership. Samuel asks how many pro-hunters can be dispatched, and Marcello lists hundreds of C ranks, 150 B ranks, and only 20 A ranks. When asked about foreign hunters, Marcello hesitates, implying there is no reliable outside help. Samuel clenches his teeth, fearing innocent citizens will be sacrificed again. He orders mobilization of available pro-hunters, instructing them to save civilians without risking their own lives unnecessarily. An aide urgently whispers to Marcello, interrupting with unexpected news. Marcello demands to know if the report is true and what is happening. Stunned, Marcello repeats the name Latina, struggling to process the situation. Reports claim there were no casualties in Latina, illustrated by the Dream Team cutting down monsters instantly. The Dream Team's coordinated attacks shred the invading monsters, turning the battle in their favor. Seojun swings with confident precision, carving through a massive creature as if it were nothing. A teammate focuses and channels power, preparing a major fire technique. She unleashes Prominence Flame, flooding the area with burning force that obliterates monsters. Another teammate activates a secret technique called Demon Soul Killing Pursuit. The technique becomes Dual Swords Dance, a rapid purple onslaught that slices enemies apart. 2 hulking monsters loom over a swordswoman as she advances without fear. She invokes Heaven-Breaking Divine Sword, first movement, beginning a decisive strike. Her Thunder Sword Dance tears through the giants, cutting them down with a sweeping arc. A caster forms a wind element spiritual art, gathering energy in his palm. He fires an elemental energy blast that rips through multiple monsters in a single surge. Elena helps direct civilians to evacuate calmly, and grateful people thank her as they flee. Watching the carnage end so quickly, Elena wonders who these hunters really are. The distorted dungeon's black growths spread across the cityscape, showing how severe the break is. A massive golden beam cleaves through the corruption, blasting a path and suppressing the threat. Seojun dashes forward, tracking the remaining danger and pushing the assault. Elena is told these are the Korean hunters who came to help Italy, and she is stunned by their effectiveness. Elena realizes a site that should require dozens of hunters is being cleared instantly by only 5. Elena's phone rings, pulling her attention away from the battlefield. She sees the caller is Marcelo and panics at the timing. Elena answers and identifies herself as the Asian hunter manager, reporting in as team leader. Hearing it is the Prime Minister himself on the line, Elena is shocked and asks for confirmation. As the team regroups, a teammate asks Haeun how she can already use spiritual arts, and Haeun shrugs that she just tried and it worked. Seoyun downplays her own talent and notes others are gifted too, while the group teases each other for complimenting. Minyo praises another teammate for being strong despite training alone, and he laughs that he has long been used to it. Seoyun wonders why everyone around her is so talented, and Minyo reminds her she was the one who wiped out this area. Elena, flanked by Italian officials, says she has been training far longer than they think, leaving them confused. Elena watches Seojun casually dismantle monster bodies, and his team complains his money talk makes them sick. Seojun turns to Elena, saying she arrived at the perfect time for what he wants next. He asks Elena how to sell the monster corpses, assuming they own the spoils, and she says ownership is not the issue. Elena begins formally introducing the Italian leaders to Seojun to handle the discussion properly. Seojun realizes the Prime Minister and Association President are present and suspects they are here to make a big request. Awkwardly, Seojun asks if they need a separate customs declaration, and the Italians admit they have no idea what he means. Seojun decides to formally introduce himself, extending a handshake. Samuel introduces himself as Prime Minister and Marcelo as Pro Hunter Association President, trying to appear cordial. Seojun introduces himself as Kim Seojun, leader of the Dream Team, while shaking hands. Samuel probes whether Seojun is connected to the Order of Truth, and Seojun explains his team can communicate via spirits using a soul medium. Seojun compares it to a translator, while a teammate notes Madam Soul Saint would faint hearing it described so casually. Samuel asks why they suddenly requested this meeting, clearly nervous about what to ask next. Swallowing his pride, Samuel directly begs Seojun to help Italy. Seojun is baffled since they came to help already, but Samuel offers to accommodate whatever Seojun wants if he will take on more. Samuel tries bribery, promising Seojun as much money as he wants, which disgusts Seojun's team. Samuel realizes money will not work because a hunter of Seojun's level likely has more than enough already. Still, Samuel insists Italy's situation is chaotic and desperate. He concludes all he can offer is money and waives all fees for processing monster corpses, even covering dismemberment and handling costs. Samuel pleads again, promising the best treatment and begging the Dream Team to save them. Seojun agrees they will help, and the Italians react with stunned relief. Marcelo asks if the Dream Team can be entrusted with the situation in Lazio, explaining it is the region containing Rome. Seojun considers the scope and notes that asking them to handle an entire region is unreasonable despite the generous loot offer. He thinks it over carefully, weighing the benefits and the workload. A helicopter appears overhead, catching Seojun's attention as a possible solution. Samuel offers the helicopter for their use if they need it, sensing Seojun's plan forming. Seojun's eyes gleam with excitement, and his teammates grow uneasy at his sudden enthusiasm. With the helicopter, the Dream Team rapidly clears dungeon crises across multiple cities, starting with Campobasso. They continue the blitz through Basilicata, moving at relentless speed. They sweep Taranto next, treating each city's crisis as another quick stop. Seojun orders the pilot to hurry to the next city immediately, pushing the operation non-stop. News floods and that dungeon crises in San Marino, Ravenna, Pescara, Chieti, and more have ended completely. Samuel feels his heart tremble at the miracle unfolding, something he never experienced even after becoming Prime Minister. He remembers only one time he felt this way before, hinting at Andrea's era. Samuel recalls when Andrea, hero of the Cataclysm, declared he would rehabilitate the Mafia long ago. In the past, Mafia figures spoke Andrea's name with tense, forced smiles, showing fear beneath bravado. Samuel admits he thought Italy was doomed after Andrea's absence, but the Eastern hunters changed everything. Seizing the opening, Samuel orders Marcelo to let the Dream Team handle citizen safety while recruiting every available pro-hunter. Marcelo is startled, realizing Samuel is about to shift strategy aggressively. Samuel declares they will draw the Mafia out, using the restored stability as bait. Media headlines explode praising the Eastern hunters and the Dream Team as the Dragon of Asia sweeping Italy. Elsewhere, a subordinate named Albano reports to his superior after being summoned. Albano is ordered to arrange a meeting with Agnes, the leader of the moderates. Albano asks what to do with the hostages in Catanzaro, expecting a decision. Francesco of Manliness coldly orders that all the hostages be killed. Back with the Dream Team, Italy treats them to lavish food as thanks for their victories. They are brought into a glittering banquet hall, emphasizing the extravagant hospitality. Elena reveals they rented the entire hotel to avoid inconveniencing the Dream Team, leaving the team amazed. Seojun asks Elena how much they have been paid so far, eager to tally the rewards. Elena estimates about 42 million euros, roughly 57 billion won, and Seojun is stunned by the number. Seojun calculates it still means 11.4 billion won per person, and Elena worries something is wrong with him. A teammate explains Seojun always acts strange when money is mentioned, casually eating pizza as if it is normal. Seojun snaps himself back, insisting this is not the time to lose focus. Immediately he starts spending, purchasing expensive training upgrades and boasting about an 80 billion won flex. He panics that his 80 billion vanished instantly, then reassures himself it is fine because future earnings and promised money will cover it. During a tense exchange, the captain abruptly quizzes Elena about Italy's total annual budget, catching her off guard. Elena hesitantly estimates it at about 1,100 trillion won, and the sheer scale leaves the captain fixated on the word trillion. As the captain's mood turns oddly buoyant, onlookers note he seems unusually pleased while others think he's just his usual self. The narrative shifts to Atlas, the mythic titan famed for holding up the sky and surpassing even Hercules in raw strength. A lecture challenges the assumption that holding up the sky is about muscles or overwhelming power. The lecturer insists the true key is perseverance, framing Atlas as the bearer of the sky through endurance. The point is clarified: strength matters, but it is worthless without the perseverance to sustain it. To illustrate, the lecturer asks whether you could keep holding up the sky even after being struck in the stomach. The examples escalate to surviving catastrophic harm, like a venomous serpent tearing off a leg, without letting go. The lecturer piles on extremes, numbing cold and terrifying heat, daring anyone to stop calling failure an excuse. Back in his room, the captain argues that even severe hardships still count as excuses if you give up. He snaps in frustration, rejecting the idea that circumstances justify letting the burden fall. He doubles down that excuses are excuses, and that the sky must be held up under any situation. The lecture promises to teach 3 fundamentals of perseverance, and the captain leans in with intense focus. The first fundamental is an unbreakable body, endurance that can withstand any physical blow. The second is immunity to poisons, perseverance that refuses to yield even to lethal toxins. The third is resistance to heat and cold, culminating in the claim that perseverance is ultimate power. A system notification assigns the captain brutal daily tasks: a 500-ton horse stance, drinking Jormungandr's poison, and enduring extreme heat and cold. He fixates on the poison task and learns Jormungandr is a Norse world serpent whose venom can kill gods. Confused and irritated, he wonders how he's supposed to acquire something like Jormungandr's deadly poison. The system reveals a purchasable replica of the poison for 2 billion won, and he panics at the implication. Realizing it would cost 2 billion every day, he calls the requirement insane. He forces himself to calm down and think through the situation. He reassures himself he'll be fine because completing everything will earn him trillions, even as a note suggests that reward was never promised. Deciding to push forward anyway, he starts the next lecture by tapping to play Thialfi's speed lesson. The moment he begins, he senses something wrong and stiffens as if danger is approaching. He turns his head, alerted by a sudden disturbance nearby. Outside, chaos erupts as debris crashes down and people scatter, making him suspect a dungeon break or similar disaster. A group of armed thugs arrives, mocking that they've heard an ugly guy named Kim Seojun is here. One thug smugly orders others to back off, acting like he controls the situation. Elena steps forward and warns them this is not a place they're allowed to enter. The leader laughs and threatens her to leave before she gets hurt. Elena attacks first with her whip, shocking the intruders with her speed and precision. She coldly reminds them she warned them, tightening her control of the fight. The thugs are thrown into disarray as their leader screams for them to kill her. Elena presses the advantage, whipping through their formation to keep them off balance. Her strikes land in rapid succession, sending multiple attackers flying and groaning in pain. One thug tries to coordinate them, yelling not to rush in together, but panic is already spreading. Elena leaps and slams an attacker down with brutal force, cracking the floor beneath him. The leader barks orders to catch her, warning his men not to drop their guard as she darts through them. Elena tries to buy time and thinks about calling reinforcements while continuing to evade. A heavy hitter smashes into the ground, escalating the fight with sheer destructive power. Elena takes a direct hit to the head and blood sprays, signaling she's been seriously injured. A man named Francesco appears and grabs Elena by the throat, taunting her for running wild. Choking, Elena recognizes Albano and demands to know how he got to Rome when Sicily should be blocked. Albano refuses to explain and threatens her to answer if she wants to keep her life intact. He demands to know where Kim Seojun is, but Elena refuses to give him anything. Albano notices the commotion and asks what's going on as someone reports Elena suddenly ran out. Albano points out the Asian man and asks if he is Kim Seojun, but the team's members deny it and stall. They reveal the captain is right behind Albano, and the captain steps in, demanding to know who Albano is. In a blur, the captain strikes Albano away from Elena, shocking him with unexpected speed and force. Albano reels, stunned and trying to understand when the captain moved. The captain himself is surprised at how fast he was, realizing his speed has changed. Watching from the stairs, teammates comment that the captain somehow seems to have become faster. Elsewhere, Agnes, leader of the moderates, reacts to talk of a truce. Francesco proposes a temporary alliance to Agnes while dragging a bloodied body as proof of his ruthlessness. Agnes questions Francesco's motives as he boasts he eliminated a traitor who colluded with Antonio. Francesco explains Albano went to see Kim Seojun earlier, prompting Agnes to confirm it's the Korean hunter. Agnes dismisses Kim as an idiot and assumes Albano couldn't have survived an encounter with him. Francesco lays out his plan. If Kim dies suddenly, Antonio, Marcello, and the Italian government will spiral into panic and chaos. Agnes is horrified as Francesco asks what happens if news spreads that 90,000 citizens of Catanzaro were massacred too. She calls him insane and underhanded, but he calmly embraces being insane. Francesco declares that as long as he wins, morality doesn't matter and he'll do whatever it takes. He insists they are beasts beyond rules and urges Agnes to follow instinct, not conscience. Agnes drinks in silence as Francesco's ideology hangs heavy in the air. Francesco shrugs that they are cruel creatures, normalizing brutality as their nature. He preaches a new Italy where you fight if you want to fight and kill if you want to kill. Francesco's vision culminates in a call to war, embracing violence as the path forward. Back at the mansion, Albano again tries to process the captain's speed, still stuck on when it happened. The captain remains wary, realizing Albano's movement was also hard to track. Albano admits he let his guard down yet still couldn't see the captain's movements, while Elena thanks the captain shakily. The captain asks Elena who these attackers are, demanding clarity amid the chaos. Albano smugly notes their surprise and implies they underestimated what they were facing. Albano explains he came because an unknown Asian was interfering with their plans, and he wanted to see for himself. The captain coldly signals he's done with Albano's presence now that he's identified him. He orders Albano to take his subordinates and leave immediately. Albano responds with a sinister smile, treating the command as an opening rather than a warning. He launches into motion, initiating a sudden attack before anyone can react. Albano strikes the captain from behind, boasting about his speed and punishing the captain for turning his back. Albano follows through with a killing intent, trying to finish the captain mid-charge. The captain counters with a sweeping strike that halts Albano's momentum and forces him back. Albano snarls that criminals are all the same, complaining that even after giving chances they betray him. A subordinate screams for the team to kill them all, desperate as the tide turns. The team closes in, surrounding the mafia fighters and tightening control of the battlefield. A green energy strike smashes through defenses, shattering the environment and breaking the attackers' formation. One teammate grumbles they haven't even finished eating yet, annoyed the fight interrupted their meal. The team agrees to beat the intruders unconscious and go back to eating, rejecting calls to kill them outright. Albano panics at the team's overwhelming strength, realizing the intel about only minor ranks was wrong. His shock deepens as he struggles to reconcile what he's seeing with what he expected. The captain advances with his spear in a dark, oppressive aura, making Albano feel hunted. Albano's men scream to kill the captain first and protect them, fearing he might be A rank. Albano clutches his chest, wounded and desperate, as his confidence collapses. A sudden explosive impact erupts, blasting the area and forcing a chaotic retreat. Albano flees at high speed through the city, leaving a streaking trail as he escapes. The team mocks how good Albano is at running away while Elena cries out in frustration. Elena insists they can't let Albano escape and declares she'll go catch him herself. The captain kneels to retrieve his weapon as someone reacts in disbelief at Elena's plan. He casually triggers a shockwave with an apologetic whoops, knocking enemies aside and asserting control. Albano sprints away, admitting they underestimated the dream team and that the Mafia Alliance wasn't the real problem. As Albano tries to escape to report back, the captain appears beside him, cutting off his route. A violent impact follows as the captain intercepts and stops Albano's flight. Albano's bravado falters into nervous hesitation as he realizes he's trapped. Albano is restrained and hauled back, and the captain confronts him with a demand to come to his senses. Elena presses Albano for how he got out of Sicily when Marcello and Antonio supposedly sealed it off. Albano asks why she cares, while Elena warns him not to try anything and to answer. Albano laughs despite being bound, signaling he still thinks he has leverage. Elena asks if he really thinks it's over, unsettled by his confidence. Albano reveals the keyword Catanzaro, shifting the threat from the mansion to a city-wide target. Elena shudders as the implication lands, realizing the scale of what he's hinting at. Albano confirms it's too late, implying the plan is already in motion. Furious, Elena strikes him and curses him for what he's done. She demands how he can be human, screaming at the cruelty of using civilians as leverage. The captain asks what Albano is talking about, needing the full picture immediately. Elena explains the mafia threatened to take 90,000 citizens of Catanzaro hostage to force the president to resign. Albano admits they plan to wait until week's end, but Parliament's trick forced them to activate a magic bomb already. He cackles that soon the 90,000 citizens will be gone, punctuating it with the sound of an explosion. Elena rages that they offered negotiation and blames the mafia for becoming monsters, while Albano deflects responsibility onto them. Albano insists Elena shouldn't have involved outsiders and starts to say 90,000 will die because of them. The captain stands grimly beside Elena, absorbing the stakes as Albano lies battered at their feet. The captain clarifies he didn't kill Albano because they still need answers from him. He tells everyone to get ready, shifting the team from cleanup to emergency response. The captain orders the team to leave for Catanzaro immediately. A helicopter approaches near Catanzaro, signaling rapid deployment to the threatened city. In the helicopter, the captain asks Suyeon if she can disarm the bomb, and she says she must inspect it first. He assigns Minyo to accompany Suyeon to locate the bomb stealthily and report back as soon as it's found. Minyo reassures the captain not to worry, accepting the mission. The captain orders Ms. Seoyun to find and evacuate the captives, with Lee Ha-yoon assisting, and they confirm. At the open helicopter door, someone calls out Hunter Kim Seojun as he prepares to jump. Elena protests that his plan is reckless and warns time is short, and the mafia will react the moment they sense trouble. Elena tries to steady herself and tells him not to worry despite her fear. Kim vows he won't let the catastrophe happen, committing himself to stopping the bomb. As he launches, people shout his name, watching him drop into the city below. Kim activates God's speed, becoming a lightning streak as he rockets toward Catanzaro. He accelerates across the landscape in a blur, pushing his body to the limit. A system update shows Stylefy's lecture progress rising and assigns a daily task to use God's speed for 5 minutes as he continues running. Kim grimaces that God's speed feels like his body is being torn apart, but Atlas' unbreakable body lets him endure. He reminds himself there's no time to relax as he closes in on the danger zone. Kim reasons the bomb hasn't detonated yet either because the mafia hasn't left Catanzaro or the countdown isn't finished. He steels himself that if the mafia is still there, he must confront them while racing the clock. From the helicopter, Elena watches and thinks about holding out until the rest of the team arrives in Catanzaro. She focuses on the plan. Minyo must find the bomb and Seoyun must disarm it. She adds that Seoyun and Lee Ha-yoon must evacuate the captives to safety. Kim pushes harder, determined to buy them time and make it before detonation. A brilliant burst of speed flashes through the city as he surges forward again. A hand grips a detonator-like device, implying someone is ready to trigger the disaster. The holder is revealed as Cesare, an executive of Francesco's gang, calmly weighing the moment. A rapid movement streaks across the area, suggesting Kim's approach is closing fast. Cesare dismisses concern for Catanzaro's citizens, claiming he warned them to stay home so they won't know until the bomb explodes. Kim's speed trail continues to tear across the cityscape as the confrontation nears. In Francesco's camp, someone says they deliberately let a few people escape to spread word of what happened, and asks how many survivors to allow. The mafia leader calmly estimates that the group he gathered numbers around 10 and prepares to move them back to Sicily. As the transfer begins, the situation suddenly shifts with a violent disturbance. He orders everyone to return to Sicily and mocks the captives' fate, while his men echo his cruelty toward anyone left to die in Catanzaro. Their contempt is cut short by a sudden flash of power. The leader is about to depart when the interruption reaches him directly. A young hunter arrives just in time, startling the mafia and announcing that he has not come too late. Realizing the newcomer is Asian, the leader is confronted as the man responsible for taking over Catanzaro. When asked who he is, the hunter refuses introductions and instead demands that the mafia boss come with him. The boss dismisses him as a lunatic and confirms this stranger was not among the 10 people he had ordered released earlier. The hunter's confidence only amuses the mafia, who cannot believe one man would challenge an organization with over 1,000 members. The boss admits he has no idea who this hunter is, but decides that ignorance is no reason to spare him. His subordinates eagerly accept the order and move in, convinced the intruder is simply asking to die. The boss gives the command to kill him without hesitation. Multiple attackers rush the hunter at once, trying to overwhelm him with numbers. Instead of panicking, the hunter regrets only that he ignored one of Zhang Fei's lessons, implying he still intends to handle this. Confident his men can finish the job, the boss starts to leave and tells them to dispose of the hunter before following. Their confidence breaks into screams almost immediately, forcing the boss to realize something has gone wrong behind him. He turns to find his men already being thrown aside, and the easy execution has become a rout. More attackers charge in fury, trying to recover control through brute force. The hunter stays composed, breathing steadily as if the fight has barely begun. He unleashes a sweeping wave of blue energy that sends several mafia fighters flying at once. The attack continues through the crowd like a cutting beam, tearing apart their formation. The boss can only stare in disbelief as the screams pile up around him. The battlefield turns chaotic, with his men being struck down faster than they can understand. The hunter keeps carving through them, and the boss finally starts wondering where this monster came from. Realizing the fight is lost, the boss decides his priority is escape, detonation, and a return to Sicily, but knows he cannot trigger the device here. He secretly reaches for the trigger device hidden on him. The hunter pivots sharply, sensing the movement before the boss can act. His focus narrows completely onto the boss's hidden intent. The boss feels the hunter's killing intent lock onto him and freezes under the pressure. The hunter stands still for a heartbeat, measuring the exact moment to move. The boss hesitates, confused that his attempt has been noticed so quickly. The hunter suddenly vanishes into motion. The boss panics and tries to stop him, but he is already too late. The hunter closes the distance in an instant. The boss realizes too late that the hunter has crossed the gap before he can react. Blue slashes tear through the space around them, and the boss understands the hunter is now chasing him specifically. Even while the boss flees, more mafia members throw themselves at the hunter to slow him down. One of them manages to grab onto the hunter from behind, trying to pin him in place. Others seize his legs as well, piling on to stop his pursuit by sheer weight. The boss orders everyone to hold the hunter down with all their strength and runs, amazed by how powerful the young man is. Believing the hunter finally restrained, the boss puts distance between himself and the fight. The hunter answers by detonating another burst of blue force through the men clinging to him. A vertical strike crashes down with lightning-like force, blasting the attackers away. The shockwave hurls more mafia members aside and clears his path again. The boss keeps running, unable to understand why the hunter is pursuing him with such obsession. The hunter himself notes that his own behavior has changed recently, as if something in him is driving this relentless chase. The boss senses the hunter closing in again and feels true fear. The hunter catches him at spear point and orders him not to move. The boss reveals the trigger device and realizes the hunter already knows exactly what it is. He threatens to press it if the hunter takes even a single step closer. The hunter warns that pressing it will kill the boss as well. The boss accepts that outcome and claims dying together would still be worth it. At the same time, one of his men slips behind the hunter and puts a knife to his throat, trying to reverse the standoff. The boss regains some confidence, boasting that he is an S-rank hunter too and warning that any sudden move could make him trigger the device by accident. The hunter refuses to yield and tells him that if he wants to burn together with Dronzer's citizens, no one will stop him. The knife at the hunter's throat draws close, but he remains unnervingly calm. Instead of fear, a faint smile appears on the hunter's face. The boss tries to bargain from that position of leverage and demands the hunter hand over the spear. The hunter answers by moving first, so fast the boss barely registers it. A spinning shockwave throws the hostage-taker away before he can cut the hunter. The spear drops toward the boss's head, forcing him to realize the hunter is willing to strike even now. Terrified, the boss concludes the hunter truly intends for everyone to die together if necessary and slams the trigger. The hunter immediately pins him down and traps the device hand under the spear before the detonation can follow. Then everything stays eerily quiet, with no explosion at all. The boss stares at the silent device in confusion. Even the hunter briefly wonders whether the trigger was somehow pressed incorrectly. A voice from off-screen praises Sion, revealing the silence was no accident. The boss realizes someone else has been involved all along. Elsewhere, a bound mafia executive wakes in a dark storeroom, disoriented. He remembers being captured by the Dream Team and begins piecing together what happened. The door opens, and someone he recognizes enters. The newcomer is Cesare, and the captive is stunned to see him. The bound man had expected this outcome, believing Kim Seojun could never handle so many mafia members alone. He assumes Cesare has come to rescue him. Cesare crushes that hope by admitting he was captured too. The prisoner is left baffled by that answer. Kim Seojun enters with Elena and makes clear that both men are now alive only because Elena still has questions for them. He brings Elena in specifically to interrogate the captives further. One captive realizes in despair that even Cesare has been defeated, and Kim demands to know how they escaped Sicily. Cesare tries to stay defiant and refuses to answer. The other captive immediately blurts out that they used a secret passage to leave Sicily, enraging Cesare. Cesari's attempt to curse him is cut off by another beating. Kim casually knocks him back down and tells him to be quiet. Now interested, Kim focuses on the existence of the secret passage. The beaten boss begs for mercy, but Kim reminds him that he tried to wipe out 90,000 citizens. Kim coldly orders him to keep talking. Cesare can only groan under the pressure. Kim turns to the other captive and prompts him to continue. He asks whether the man has confessed everything yet. Instead of more route details, the captive offers a bribe of 70 million euros. He promises that amount in exchange for their lives. Kim is genuinely startled and asks whether they really have that much money. The captive proudly insists they are not mere criminals but mafia, as if that explains everything. He begins describing the mafia as a vast business empire. Their profits come from gambling, drugs, loan sharking, and other illegal trades, totaling an enormous 53 billion euros a year. Kim converts the figure in his head and is stunned to realize it amounts to roughly 78 trillion won, only a fraction of what they have done under Andrea's nose. The captive mistakes Kim's shock for greed and sneers that the hero was motivated by money all along, then raises the offer to 100 billion won. Kim suddenly stops him, not because he is tempted, but because the numbers do not add up. He points out that offering 100 billion won is insulting after admitting the mafia handles 78 trillion. The captive is confused by this line of reasoning. Kim rejects the small bribe and demands to know where the real boss is, the one called Francesco. When told Francesco should still be in Sicily, Kim shifts to another subject and asks whether they also traffic in people. Then he openly declares that he intends to sell these mafia men himself for money. The captive is horrified by how casually Kim says it. His protest earns him another brutal hit for speaking out of turn. The blow lands hard enough to shake the whole building. Kim brushes it off as the man's own fault, and the team reacts like this kind of absurdity is familiar by now. Elena anxiously asks whether Kim truly intends to go after Francesco next. She warns that Sicily is the mafia's main base, with as many as 150,000 members and Francesco himself being a near cataclysm S-class hunter. Kim admits it is reckless, but insists the crisis in Italy will never end unless the mafia is dealt with at its source. He says the Dronzer incident proved that Italy's real problem is no longer the distortion, but the mafia itself. When Elena objects, Kim reminds her they will not go in blindly and asks again about the secret passage. He bluntly explains his plan as going there to make a deal in human trafficking. Elena can only stare, unsure whether she heard him correctly. The story shifts to Messina, the city beside Sicily that links the island to mainland Italy and houses many professional hunters. In a separate meeting, an Italian official reports that Francesco and Agnes have been moving suspiciously. He concludes that the two mafia powers may have joined forces. Antonio, Andrea's official successor, interprets the signs as preparation for an all-out war. Another official adds that their embedded spies have all gone silent, suggesting their cover has been blown. The room agrees they can no longer just watch and must prepare a response. One leader reflects that the situation is worsening and that the Dream Team now carries responsibility for all of Italy, as if everyone is sitting on a bomb about to go off. They estimate that if Francesco and Agnes combine their forces, they will field 150,000 mafia against Italy's 200,000, turning any clash into war. The certainty of massive casualties hangs over the room. With 90,000 citizens already held hostage elsewhere, some argue they must prepare for war before every option disappears. Their grim discussion is interrupted by a knock at the door. A visitor apologizes for interrupting the meeting. It is Elena, who announces that Hunter Kim Seojun wants to meet the association president and Antonio immediately. The officials are alarmed that he suddenly wants to see Italy's current leaders and demand to know where he is. Kim answers by walking in himself, cheerfully noting how quickly they have met again. He greets Antonio, and when asked about the strange translation effect, he casually explains that it is a spirit translator. He confirms that he came because he heard they wanted to see him. Kim says he is here to discuss business, though he does not yet know Italian market prices well. Then he drops the real subject by presenting the mafia captives he brought with him. The officials are shocked to recognize Albano and Cesare, two of Francesco's executives, both already subdued. Kim explains that these men offered 70 million euros, or 100 billion won, as ransom for their release. A huge purple sphere appears in the room, stunning everyone further. Kim cheerfully says he wants advice on how much ransom he should charge for 150,000 people. The officials can only stare at him and the bomb, unable to follow his logic. As they ask about the Italian dungeons they requested and the giant object he brought, Elena steps in to explain. The room falls silent as everyone braces for what comes next. One official sincerely thanks Kim for what he has done, but Kim awkwardly tries to wave off the gratitude. The Prime Minister refuses to dismiss it, admitting that as Italy's representative he had effectively abandoned 90,000 innocent citizens, and would have faced news of their massacre without the Dream Team. Kim, embarrassed by the praise, immediately returns to the practical issue of pricing a ransom for 150,000 mafia members. The officials slowly realize he means ransoming the mafia themselves, not their victims. Kim then reveals the purple sphere is the magic bomb that had been installed in Catanzaro. He explains it did not explode only because a teammate discharged its magic, but it can be used again once recharged. Using the secret passage to Sicily, he intends to recycle that same bomb and repay the mafia for what they tried to do in Catanzaro. He proudly names the plan his Sicily clearing operation. Antonio warns that while the bomb could wipe out the mafia in one stroke, using it would also mean Kim must sacrifice himself because there would be no way to escape after detonation. The local men refuse to let Kim Seojun throw his life away for them after he has already come so far and after others have sacrificed enough. Kim brushes off their concern, insists he has his own plan, and urges them to focus on ending the crisis quickly. His resolve leaves the fedora-wearing leader silent for a moment, as he weighs Kim's determination. The leader finally asks why Kim is willing to involve himself so deeply in a fight that is not his. He points out that Kim has no obligation to Italy at all. He adds that no one would have blamed Kim for staying away or pretending not to see any of this. Unable to understand, he directly asks why Kim is risking his life to help them. Kim answers with simple conviction that helping others needs no special reason. That answer strikes the leader deeply and reminds him of someone important from his past. He recalls a lesson that true followers are moved not by raw power but by the beliefs a person embodies. The memory brings back the face of someone he thought he had lost forever. Moved by that resemblance, he accepts Kim's decision and orders everyone to prepare. He formally addresses Kim as Hunter Kim Seojun, acknowledging him with new respect. He bows and promises that they will repay this debt if Kim succeeds. One of the men follows his example and bows as well. Another joins in, turning the room's anxiety into solemn gratitude. Together they send Kim off with a plea to return alive. Kim is briefly at a loss for words in the face of such earnest faith. He awkwardly reassures them that he is not going there to die. Even so, he decides not to ruin the moment by undercutting their sincerity too much. Instead, he casually hoists one of the bound captives over his shoulder. He takes a second captive as well, treating the dangerous mission with absurd ease. As he walks out carrying both prisoners, he promises that he will come back. Watching him leave, the others compare his bearing to a legendary hunter and recognize the same kind of spirit. The scene shifts to Sicily, the heart of the mafia stronghold where the enemy leadership waits. Inside, a heavy weapon is idly spun as the conspirators discuss their next move. Francesco reports that he has already stationed 100,000 men in Messina, the gateway between Sicily and mainland Italy. His superior is pleased and concludes that they can launch their attack whenever they choose. A tense pause follows as someone senses movement nearby. Agnes, standing by the window with her hammer, looks outward in wary silence. Below, their gathered forces stare up at the building, unaware of the danger inside. Francesco asks whether there is any need to rush the operation. Agnes warns that they are already at a disadvantage in pure strength, especially after setting aside 50,000 elite troops. Francesco dismisses her caution as timid second-guessing. He mocks her for being too fearful to ever rise beyond Sicily. Confident in his scheme, he predicts that chaos will soon spread across all of Italy and that the Congress will panic exactly as he expects. He revels in the idea that their enemies' confusion will create the perfect opening. To him, war is inevitable anyway, so striking at the most favorable moment is simply rational. Their discussion is interrupted by an urgent report addressed to Agnes. The report reveals that most of Antonio's forces have withdrawn from Messina. Francesco smiles, convinced this proves his prediction was correct. He boasts that the Congress is reacting exactly as he foresaw. He orders the 100,000 men in Messina to advance, certain that the enemy will panic even more when faced with that force. He plans to send in 50,000 elite soldiers afterward to finish off Antonio's weakened army. As he grandly explains the final step, Agnes suddenly hurls her hammer. The weapon slams into the map of Italy, punctuating the brutality of the plan. Francesco declares that Italy will soon belong to them. Agnes coldly asks whether that means the first 100,000 men are merely expendable bait. Francesco answers without hesitation that using them as sacrificial fodder is the most efficient choice. He even asks the lioness of Sicily to agree with his ruthless logic. Agnes is disgusted by how far beyond reason he has gone, yet part of her is drawn to the sheer madness of his ambition. Francesco breaks into manic laughter, intoxicated by his own vision. He proclaims that Italy is entering a great revolution, while Kim, who has infiltrated the room unnoticed, dismisses the speech as nonsense. The sudden voice leaves both mafia leaders stunned. Kim casually reveals himself, and addresses Kim Seojun's name as if introducing himself to them. He apologizes for blurting it out, and asks if the man before him is Francesco. Francesco stares in disbelief, unable to understand how Kim got inside or why he is still alive. Kim, genuinely puzzled, asks what Francesco means by questioning how he is alive. Then he tosses a bound captive into the room like a gift. The terrified prisoners beg to be saved and warn that Kim is monstrously dangerous. Kim notes that Francesco's assassins were caught, including the one sent to kill him and the one sent to detonate the bomb in Catanzaro, then turns the conversation toward money. Francesco realizes Kim can speak directly with him, and wonders if he belongs to the Order of Truth. Kim is tired of hearing that same question and treats the mysterious ability as just another useful trick. Francesco insists that Kim's membership in the Order of Truth should be impossible. Kim presses him to explain what he means by that reaction. Instead, Kim senses that Francesco knows something important and decides to dig deeper. He admits he originally came to extort money, but now realizes there is a bigger issue at stake. To force the matter, Kim produces the purple bomb they had planted in Catanzaro. Francesco is horrified that Kim has the bomb and immediately recognizes what it is. Agnes confirms it is the magic bomb from Catanzaro and warns that if it explodes, everyone in the area will be reduced to ashes. Kim calmly asks whether he should set it off right there. Francesco laughs off the threat, claiming the bomb has been dismantled and contains no magical charge. Kim accepts that point with suspiciously easy agreement. He instantly floods the bomb with his own magic, charging it with enough power to devastate the area. The sudden surge of energy shocks both Francesco and Agnes. Kim finishes the charge with a light touch, making the bomb hum ominously. The two mafia leaders can only stare in disbelief at what he has done. Francesco realizes Kim has just filled the bomb with enough magic to destroy a city and is shaken by the scale of that power. Kim reminds them that if it detonates, he will die too, but makes clear he came prepared for that possibility. Francesco cannot tell whether Kim is bluffing, yet Kim's confidence forces him to take the threat seriously. Kim returns to his original demand and says he heard Francesco makes a lot of money. He cites the mafia's enormous annual earnings, making it clear he knows exactly how rich they are. Francesco decides Kim is just after cash and offers to pay whatever amount he wants. Kim starts calculating based on the ransom values and the number of elite soldiers present, while Francesco realizes Kim somehow knows their military plan too. Francesco quietly decides to humor Kim for the moment, and kill him the instant he lowers his guard. Kim cheerfully names an absurd price of 700 billion euros. The number finally shatters Francesco's composure and sends him into a rage. His fury echoes through the room as he curses Kim for being greedier than reason itself. Kim simply waits, still smiling, as if the outburst changes nothing. He reminds Francesco that he promised to pay any amount, while Francesco inwardly regrets making such a reckless offer. Forced into a corner, Francesco pretends to agree. Kim senses the trap the moment Francesco says there is a condition. Francesco suddenly lunges with murderous intent, trying to kill Kim before the negotiation can continue. Kim reads the attack in time and shifts his stance. Francesco unleashes a barrage of blood-red spikes and declares that Kim's price will be his life. Even while defending himself, Kim keeps the bomb in play and warns that Francesco is being reckless. Francesco answers that Kim should go ahead and try detonating it if he dares, convinced the threat is still a bluff. Kim realizes Francesco has seen through one part of his act and knows the bomb cannot be detonated instantly. Francesco presses the attack, taunting Kim with the price he demanded. He releases a storm of red projectiles and challenges Kim to earn that money if he can. Kim flips away with the spear and bomb, narrowly avoiding the descending barrage. He counters by sweeping his spear and firing blue arcs of force to intercept the attack. As he fights, Kim admits to himself that Francesco was right and that detonating the bomb will take time and precision. He calculates that in the worst case he might escape the blast with divine speed, but only if he is not pinned down first. That means Francesco and Agnes together are the real obstacle, even if Francesco underestimates the danger. Kim notices Agnes moving to exploit that weakness and remarks on how fast she is when it matters. He confronts her directly, suggesting her quick reaction comes from experience with bomb terrorism. Without hesitation, Kim tightens his grip on the spear. He slams down a massive pillar of blue power that tears through the room and blows apart the floor. The shockwave catches both mafia leaders off guard and forces them back. They realize Kim's magic output has risen to a level far beyond what they had previously measured. The bound captives scream for the others to run as the battle turns catastrophic. Kim decides to stop dragging things out and end the fight quickly. Francesco and Agnes retreat together, knowing Kim still wants answers from them and that escape is their only chance. Kim triggers the bomb's release mechanism and finally disperses its stored power. A violent explosion erupts through the building. Francesco is caught in the blast and coughs blood as the fire tears through him. Even as he is thrown away, he realizes the direct hit somehow missed him and that he barely avoided death. Kim uses the opening to drive the fight out into the night sky and away from the collapsing structure. He seizes control of the battlefield with another command, drawing power into his spear. A lattice of blue lightning fills the sky and suspends all three combatants in a deadly web. The electric prison tears through Francesco and Agnes, leaving them screaming in pain. Both force themselves to endure, their own powers flaring in response as they refuse to be overwhelmed. Francesco gathers his blood-red energy again and refuses to accept defeat. Agnes answers with a blazing golden surge, raising her hammer for a counterattack. The sky becomes a clash of blue, red, and gold as Kim's dominance meets their desperate resistance. The two mafia leaders roar back at him, staking everything on one last exchange. Their powers collide so violently that the building below is blasted apart. When the dust and fire settle, Kim is still standing while the other two are left reeling. Agnes can only stare, unable to accept what just happened. Francesco realizes in horror that Kim casually evaded attacks from fighters who had already reached Cataclysm-class power. Watching Kim now, he struggles to find words for what he is facing. He concludes that Kim's attacks do not feel like technique or strategy at all, but pure annihilating force. Both he and Agnes understand at the same time that this is not a battle they can win. Francesco lies stunned in the rubble, his confidence finally broken. Kim approaches and tells him that it is his turn now. He notes that Francesco regained consciousness sooner than expected, which suits his purpose. Francesco can only let out a weak, bitter laugh. Kim crouches beside him, looming over the defeated mastermind with the bomb and spear still nearby. Francesco admits that even Andrea, the Cataclysm hero who once crushed the Sicilian mafia, did not possess this kind of power. He finally names what defeated him, overwhelming strength beyond anything he and Agnes could oppose. Accepting reality, he asks if it is all over. He reflects that his plan had been flawless, beginning with using distortion dungeons to wear down Antonio's forces. The second step had been to plunge Italy into chaos by slaughtering the citizens of Catanzaro. The third had been to sacrifice 100,000 of his own men to weaken Antonio and Marcello before his elites conquered the country. Now he admits that his defeat came from a single unforeseen factor. It was not Antonio, the Hunter Association, or even the Congress that ruined him. It was one Asian hunter standing before him, and Kim coldly asks whether he is finished talking. With a smile that promises interrogation rather than mercy, Kim Seojun tells Francesco it is time for them to talk. In the ruined battlefield, the defeated mafia leader presses Kim Seojun to reveal what he intends to do next. Seojun makes it clear he has no intention of walking away and casually keeps the magic bomb under his control. He reminds the man that he still has 50,000 elite mafiosi to deal with and returns to his original demand for money. The leader mocks the offer and tests whether bribery could buy his life, while Seojun coldly answers that the price would decide that. Instead of panicking, the man breaks into laughter at Seojun's greed. His laughter grows so wild that it turns the negotiation into a taunt. He tells Seojun to take whatever wealth he wants later through Antonio, who is expected to inherit the mafia anyway. Then he needles Seojun with the real question of whether he can actually claim that prize. Seojun pauses, sensing there is a trap he has not yet understood. The man asks whether Seojun really thinks using the bomb only means wiping out the 50,000 mafiosi gathered here. He reveals that the bomb has a far more important true purpose. According to him, the device is powerful enough to reduce an entire city to ashes, which means the mafia could never have created it themselves. Seojun immediately realizes the implication and starts connecting the bomb to a larger hidden force. The leader recognizes Seojun's ability to communicate without an interpreter and suspects he is tied to the Order of Truth, while Seojun is tired of hearing that same accusation. Seojun stays outwardly composed, but the exchange confirms he has stepped into something much bigger than a mafia war. He directly asks whether the bomb came from the Order of Truth. The man's smirk confirms Seojun has guessed correctly. Seojun repeats the name, forcing the truth into the open. The leader says Seojun clearly knows not only the order's mask but also the hypocrisy of the people behind it. Then he drops a personal bombshell by claiming responsibility for Andrea's death. He clarifies that he did not kill Andrea himself but manipulated the Order of Truth into doing it. He boasts that the murder was carried out with enough cunning to hide the truth. Andrea's death was disguised as a dungeon accident, and the magic bomb had originally been prepared to eliminate the monster blamed for killing him. The real plan had been to murder Andrea first, and then plant the bomb in the dungeon, because that monster could only be killed by such overwhelming force. Seojun realizes the bomb was never meant for the mafia at all, and that he has disrupted a separate conspiracy. The leader admits he rejected that original plan because he considered it a waste. To him, using such a magnificent weapon on a mere monster was beneath its value, so he chose what he considered a better use for it. Seojun names Catanzaro as the target, and the man confirms it. With delighted cruelty, he confesses he had wanted to watch 90,000 citizens burned to ash. He accepts being called insane and treats mass murder as his natural state. Then he points out something even stranger about the situation. He asks why he has suddenly started obediently revealing all of this to Seojun. Before Seojun can answer, the man launches a hidden attack, declaring that secrecy no longer matters. Seojun barely reacts in time and swings to intercept the surprise strike. The attacker rises again, revealing that he was never as helpless as he pretended. He laughs off the failed ambush, still enjoying the chaos he created. Seojun notices a blade lodged in the magic bomb and realizes the man's real objective was the device itself. He understands too late that the enemy had prepared more than one hidden weapon. The truth becomes clear. From the beginning, the man intended to trigger the bomb, not kill Seojun directly. Even in defeat, he exults that no one will win because the explosion will kill everyone. Before he can finish proclaiming universal death, Seojun silences him with a brutal kick. The blow shatters the man's mouth and cuts off his triumph. Seojun curses, knowing the bomb is now moments from detonation. He immediately activates 3 Energy Center, deciding his only chance is to escape before the blast. He sharpens his focus and commits everything to one desperate movement. Using divine speed, he launches himself away at extreme velocity. Behind him, the magic bomb erupts into violent purple energy. The dungeon structure begins to collapse under the force of the explosion. As the ruins break apart, monsters hidden within the dungeon are stirred awake. Seojun races through the collapsing passage, trying to outrun both the blast and the cave-in. Elsewhere, in a solemn chamber, a hooded woman addresses Andrea's memorial and questions how such an ambitious man ended in ruin. She speaks to Andrea directly, treating his death as part of a larger design. A subordinate respectfully reports to her as the apostle of patience. She states that the official story says the magic bomb exploded on Sicily. When the subordinate notes the discrepancy with Catanzaro, she dismisses it, saying fate had already foretold the bomb's detonation. In another room, she remarks that the madman Francesco has made a mess of things. She decides to personally handle what remains. Before leaving, she is warned that Kim Seojun has already begun moving and must be treated as a serious threat. She quietly acknowledges Seojun as an unforeseen variable in their plans. A surge of ominous power answers her calm acceptance. Her subordinate is overwhelmed by the pressure and can barely breathe. The woman's monstrous aura manifests, making it obvious that Seojun has drawn the attention of something far beyond ordinary enemies. At the same time, the bomb's unstable energy tears open reality itself. A strange light appears over the forested outskirts under the night sky. The distortion bursts outward with catastrophic force. Seojun survives the escape but is thrown hard by the recoil of divine speed and the shockwave, leaving him battered and coughing blood. Even while injured, he refuses to stay down and reaches for a way to recover. He spends a fortune to purchase a replica elixir through his system. He drinks it immediately to restore himself. The medicine begins stabilizing his body as he kneels amid the debris. Thinking back to Francesco's confession, Seojun realizes the real crisis is only beginning because the bomb meant to kill that monster has already exploded. The scene shifts to Messina, where the city is still locked in violent street fighting. Antonio's side rallies its men by declaring the rival mafiosi a stain on the family's name that must be punished. Others answer with the same fury, calling their enemies vermin devouring the homeland. The battle remains savage and personal, with blood still being spilled in the streets. Antonio's supporters frame the struggle as the chance Kim Seojun bought for them with his sacrifice. They vow to restore order to Italy no matter the cost. Reports come in that Antonio's factions are sweeping through the eastern side of the city. At the same time, pro-hunters and the association president are hunting down the fleeing remnants. The news reaches the prime minister that the mafia is being destroyed, and he thinks of Seojun's role in it. He is told that a massive explosion in Sicily eliminated 50,000 mafia elites, and everyone assumes Seojun was caught in it as well. The prime minister accepts the story that Seojun chose to sacrifice himself for a country that was not even his own. Moved by that belief, he orders his people to honor Seojun's deed by making sure none of the surviving criminals escape. His staff rushes to carry out the command. Then one of the analysts notices something impossible on the monitors. The field teams report that Francesco and Agnes's remaining forces have been completely wiped out. Believing the nightmare is finally over, the victors begin celebrating in relief. Even Antonio's men can hardly believe they have actually reached the end of the war. They openly admit that they owe Kim Seojun a debt they can never repay. That moment of gratitude is shattered by a sudden violent disturbance. An urgent warning reaches the Prime Minister that a new disaster is unfolding. The analysts announce that a distortion is opening in the scene itself. The measured magical output is so abnormal that it exceeds anything recorded in decades. On the street, the fighters stare upward in disbelief as the air tears open above them. No one understands why a gate is appearing in the middle of the city just as the war ends. The distortion widens into a massive purple eye-like portal. The Prime Minister realizes this catastrophe will not be limited to a single district. He understands with horror that all of Italy may be in danger. Below the portal, the fighters can only stand frozen as the sky darkens with magic. Something enormous begins forcing its way out of the gate. The analyst screams that Messina will be destroyed if this continues. A towering monster finally emerges from the distortion. Antonio recognizes it at once as the same kind of creature that killed Andrea, a demogorgon. The monster announces itself with a roar that crushes morale. Its mere cry sends blood bursting from people's faces and leaves them writhing in agony. The survivors collapse in terror, unable to move and begging for help. One of Antonio's men tells everyone to run, but Antonio himself is too shaken to act. He knows he should do something, yet fear has rooted him in place. The demogorgon looms over the city like the embodiment of death itself. A calm female voice suddenly orders the monster to stop. An ice attack answers that command and freezes the creature's legs in place. The restraint is only partial, but it buys the city a heartbeat of hope. Kim Seojun arrives with blades drawn and immediately launches a secret technique to hunt the demon down. His lightning-fast slash cuts across the monster before it can fully react. The strike lands, but the creature remains far from finished. Seojun keeps moving around it at high speed, refusing to let it settle into the city. At the same time, more allies rush in to join him. A swordswoman unleashes the second movement of heaven-breaking divine sword. Her radiant blade carves through the monster from another angle. A second woman follows with a blazing chaotic fire blood slash, layering fire onto the assault. As the team forms up, a luminous spirit fox appears beside them. Its summoner invokes yin-yang spiritual art and calls forth the spirit fox in full. The fox releases a cleansing technique that begins stripping the demonic poison from the area. The nearby fighters realize the toxic corruption is being purified and finally understand help has arrived. The full dream team descends onto the battlefield, stunning everyone who thought Seojun had died. One member anchors herself with Earth Element's spiritual art and prepares a quake attack. She slams the ground with an elemental blast, driving an earthquake upward into the monster's body. Another teammate forms a concentrated projectile and orders it to pierce the target. A pillar of golden power spears upward through the creature. The combined attack detonates in a massive prominence explosion around the demogorgon. Watching the blast, the survivors are left speechless at the team's overwhelming strength. For a moment, the city believes it has been saved and hails the dream team as expected saviors. But one of Antonio's men, seeing more clearly than the others, panics and insists the fight is not over and everyone must flee. Before anyone can question him, the monster's roar returns from within the smoke. The demogorgon emerges still alive, and the team realizes that even the explosion only severed some of its limbs. Seojun and another swordswoman immediately rush back in, cutting at the creature before it can counterattack. She senses something wrong in the middle of the exchange. The severed flesh begins writhing instead of dying. The team realizes in disbelief that the monster is regenerating. As if to mock them, the demogorgon surges upward again with renewed force. The civilians and fighters below can only stare in horror as the battle escalates beyond anything they can handle. Antonio hears the screams for help around him and remains frozen between duty and terror. Seojun is struck and sent skidding, coughing from the impact. A younger teammate rushes in to protect Minil, refusing to let him fall. Minil takes a hit while shielding the others, proving the team is now paying for every second they buy. Another swordswoman plants herself between the civilians and the monster, holding the line alone for a moment. Antonio finally starts to speak, shaken by what he is witnessing. He begs the dream team to stop sacrificing themselves for Italy and to run while they still can. Believing Seojun already gave Italy an unpayable debt by dying with 50,000 mafia elites, Antonio pleads with the team not to risk their lives for his country any longer. As Italy faces annihilation, one man tearfully insists their benefactors must be protected even if countless Italians are sacrificed, and he begs Heiun to flee. Heiun refuses to abandon the fight and answers the plea by drawing her sword and standing her ground. A battered Italian leader realizes the defenders are not retreating because they still believe Kim Seojun will come. The thought leaves him shaken and nearly speechless. An enemy tries to crush that hope by declaring Seojun is already dead and will never arrive. Even hearing it, the defenders cannot accept that their captain could die so easily. Their faith hardens into certainty that only something on the scale of world destruction could truly kill Seojun. Heiun adds one more thing with a grin, making it clear their confidence in him is absolute. The mood turns almost playful as she enjoys how absurdly invincible they believe him to be. The Italian leader is left stunned by how casually they treat Seojun's supposed death. Before he can process it, a black tendril lashes past and the battle surges on. Elena rushes in to save the association president and urges him to endure because Seojun will come. Hearing even her say it deepens his disbelief. While the team cuts through the monster's attacks, he cannot understand how their faith survives despite the explosion that should have killed Seojun. Yet the defenders insist that even if Seojun arrives late, The real question is why everyone still believes in him so completely. The Italian leader turns inward, unable to dismiss what he is witnessing. He finally confronts the truth that some part of him wants to believe them too. A hand lands on his shoulder, pulling him back from despair. One of his own men stands beside him in solidarity. That man reminds him that if their benefactor cannot save them, no one else can. The leader's fear gives way to a fragile, tearful resolve. At the same time, the monster keeps rampaging through the battlefield. The Italians and their allies decide they will fight alongside the benefactors instead of waiting helplessly. Their leader rallies everyone to stop the monster here and survive until Kim Seojun arrives. His order spreads through the battlefield as he forbids retreat, and warns that Italy falls if they do. The defenders answer with a vow to protect Italy with their own hands and throw themselves back into combat. The monster's sweeping limbs immediately punish that courage, smashing fighters aside. More defenders are hurled away as the creature's attacks tear through their lines. Amid the chaos, one ally cradles an unconscious Suyeon, while another desperately tries to wake her. The Italian leader can only watch, tense and helpless, as the situation worsens again. The monster unleashes a devastating surge that makes the battlefield feel like what remains when no hero comes. Its power crashes down over the city and scatters the defenders like debris. Haeun coughs blood, showing even the strongest among them are reaching their limits. Even injured, she forces herself upright with a grim smile. Facing the towering demon alone for a moment, she admits she thought she could hold out a little longer. Even then, her last concern is that her grandfather might scold Seojun too harshly for being late. A sudden blue light appears overhead like a sign cutting through the night. A blazing blue strike tears across the monster before it can finish them. The demon reels in shock at the unexpected blow. Haeun looks up in stunned silence. Relief replaces her exhaustion as she asks why he took so long. Kim Seojun finally arrives, descending in blue power and immediately using Disperse to break the monster's assault. Haeun steadies herself, no longer alone. Seojun launches straight at the demon without hesitation. Haeun can only breathe out in relief now that he is really here. The battlefield erupts with cries announcing Seojun's arrival. Those who had clung to hope are overwhelmed to see that he truly survived. Seojun squares off against the towering demon at close range. After one exchange, he immediately realizes this enemy is far beyond ordinary, and decides he must fight at full power from the start. He combines grasp with his spear technique to pin and pierce the monster. Blue lightning and force rip through the demon as Seojun drives the attack through. He follows with another disperse strike, pouring more power into the assault. Watching from below, the others are stunned that even this monster can be knocked down. But Seojun sees at once that the opening is not enough. The demon begins regenerating again before the damage can matter, and Seojun refuses to let up. He rises above the creature to continue the attack from the air. Moving at blinding speed, he creates afterimages as he chains more strikes together. Each hit detonates against the monster, but none finish it. Seojun realizes with alarm that the demon's regeneration accelerates every time he uses Disperse Grasp Pierce. He concludes that his current attack speed cannot outpace the Demogorgon's healing. The demon answers with another crushing counterattack that blasts through the area. Seojun coughs up blackened blood from the strain and damage. Even the monster seems impressed that something could withstand Heaven's equal great sage's Disperse Grasp Pierce. Then voices call out to Seojun, telling him he does not have to bear this alone. His team gathers around him and asks for orders, ready to follow his lead. Seojun falls silent as he weighs the impossible situation. The others wait behind him, trusting his judgment. He admits to himself that the demon is nearly immortal and that even his strongest technique is failing. He recognizes that at his current level, defeating it should be impossible. Even so, he asks the others for one thing only: buy him time. Remembering the path of transcendence, he resolves that true transcendents are those who create a way when none exists. He asks his comrades to hold on until he can find that way. They are startled that he wants them to stall such a monster for him. Haeun answers first, confidently taking that burden onto herself. The team moves at once to carry out his plan. Each member unleashes their own power and rises together to confront the demon in Seojun's place. The battlefield fills with coordinated attacks as every ally commits to protecting him while he prepares. They fight not just for Seojun but for Italy itself, refusing to let the monster take the country. Their battle cry becomes a command to protect Seojun so he can finish the fight. Surrounding the demon from all sides, they throw everything they have into delaying it. Elsewhere, officials monitoring the battle begin to break under the pressure and noise of the catastrophe. The Italian Prime Minister concludes the fight is meaningless and that the nation is finished. He orders everyone to evacuate. Then he coldly commands them to tell the public that Italy is done. He follows that with instructions to beg neighboring countries for support and mercy for fleeing civilians. His desperation becomes humiliatingly absolute as he says they should kneel or smash their heads on the ground if that is what it takes. Even while the monster is still being fought in the distance, he focuses only on saving whatever citizens can escape. When asked what he himself will do, he decides he will remain behind with those still fighting. He cannot abandon the hundreds of thousands of Italian pro-hunters and mafia members still risking their lives for the country. So he entrusts the evacuation to his staff and stays. Back at the front, Seojun's allies form a layered defense around him while he gathers power. The demon batters against their formation with overwhelming force. Its massive limbs crash down repeatedly, threatening to break through at any moment. Inside the barrier, Seojun shuts everything else out and concentrates. His focus sharpens until his eyes change, signaling a breakthrough in understanding. He unleashes another disperse, now refined into a far more concentrated form. He drives the spear with brutal precision, forcing his body to obey despite the damage. Then he adds grasp again, binding the demon so it cannot evade the next step. Columns of blue light pin the monster in place from multiple angles. Seojun decides to stack Thialfi's divine speed on top of Heaven's equal great sage's piercing art. He pushes the technique beyond its natural speed limit, turning it into a pure velocity-based kill strike. Knowing it may destroy his body, he resolves to break through that limit anyway. If the Demogorgon's gift is super regeneration, then he will surpass that regeneration with even greater speed. The demon roars as Seojun invokes the power of a true transcendent. Seojun crosses the threshold and enters a state beyond his previous limit. His technique evolves into a transcendent strike that tears through the battlefield like a golden blue pillar. Halen watches in astonishment as the impossible finally happens. The others can only stare at the overwhelming light of Seojun's breakthrough. From above, the team sees the battlefield swallowed by the aftermath of his attack. Even the Prime Minister's staff senses the sudden magical shift and calls out in shock. The Prime Minister realizes the monster's magic signature has changed. All the fighters look up, waiting for the result. Then the truth spreads across the city. The monster is gone. Seojun remains standing after the strike, barely held together. The Prime Minister can only breathe out in stunned disbelief. Seojun falls from the sky, his body finally giving out after victory. His allies rush to catch him before he hits the ground. In a distant church, a report arrives that the Demogorgon's magical presence has vanished. A cloak superior demands confirmation of what happened. The answer comes back plainly: the Demogorgon was eliminated. The narration underscores what that means, describing the Demogorgon as an ancient taboo demon and a predator feared even by Lucifer. A hooded woman rejects the idea that such a monster could simply be erased. To her, the report is too absurd to accept. Another cloak subordinate urges her to return to headquarters immediately. Instead, she vanishes at once, unwilling to wait. Her subordinate is left reeling as she departs. Recognizing her as the apostle of patience, he realizes she is heading straight for Kim Seojun. Meanwhile, Seojun drifts in unconscious darkness, feeling detached from his own body. A familiar smell reaches him through the void and starts pulling him back. Half-conscious, he absurdly wonders if the scent is just euro bills and then recognizes Soyun's voice. In the haze, he hears the others scrambling to find Korean money because they believe that will wake him. That ridiculous idea jolts his awareness. He wakes in a hospital bed to find his team gathered around him in patient clothes. Still groggy, he asks what they are all doing. The team excitedly celebrates because Soyun's bizarre theory about waking him with money actually worked. Soyun calmly explains that they panicked because he had been unconscious the whole time. They reveal she insisted that even if he were dead, the smell of money would bring him back. Seojun discovers they even stuffed a bill into his nostril to test that theory. Embarrassed by the absurdity, he tries to pretend nothing is wrong. Soyun laughs openly at him, and he accepts the humiliation. He pulls the bill from his nose in defeat. Looking at the relieved mood around him, he realizes everything must have ended well after all. Privately, he reflects that without Thialfi's lesson he never would have survived Sicily's explosion, and he admits he had relied too much on dispersed grasp pierce alone. Wanting guidance after that realization, he picks up his phone. He sends a message to his mentor asking for advice. The reply says the mentor is busy with something else first, leaving Seojun to postpone that conversation. He then asks how long he was unconscious. The answer shocks him. He has been out for 3 full days, far longer than he expected. His teammates explain that after using that transcendent power, nearly every bone in his body was broken and they truly thought he had died. As they recall how even their spiritual power failed to wake him and only money worked, the room settles into relieved, embarrassed laughter around the captain who somehow survived again. Kim Seojun wakes after 3 days and decides the elixir's lingering power must have dragged him back from death, though he still resents how unfair it all feels. A knock at the door interrupts his thoughts and pulls him back to the present. Elena arrives to check on him with formal urgency. His teammates are relieved to see him conscious, and Seojun recognizes Elena at once. Elena explains that Italy's Prime Minister, the Hunter Association President, and Antonio have all come to visit him. She adds that they want both to confirm his condition and to discuss compensation, which instantly gets his full attention. The visitors enter in disbelief that the man who nearly died is already sitting up. They anxiously ask after his health, and Seojun casually claims he only feels a little stiff. That answer stuns the hunters, who know he unleashed overwhelming power against the Demogorgon and should not be recovering this normally. The non-hunter visitor is simply grateful he survived, while Seojun realizes the others understand something is off. Seojun cuts through the concern and pushes them to get to the real reason they came. Elena agrees and decides to speak plainly. She hands over the first payment, explaining it comes from processing the monsters he killed. Because the corpses are too numerous to finish handling yet, they estimate the total revenue at about 90 million euros, leaving Seojun stunned. Antonio then reveals that the Mafia has prepared a separate reward for him as well. He explains that Francesco and Agnes amassed vast illegal wealth, and since Seojun made reclaiming it possible, the Mafia has decided to give it all to him. When Antonio names the amount as roughly 7.5 billion euros, Seojun nearly loses his mind doing the conversion. Antonio mentions there may be even more hidden assets in Sicily, but Seojun is already too overwhelmed by the money to listen. The Prime Minister admits he first wondered whether money was even an appropriate reward for saving Italy. He says the Dream Team insisted that, for Seojun, money was definitely the right answer, earning his teammates' silent gratitude. The Prime Minister presents Italy's own contribution as a sincere expression of thanks. For saving the nation from catastrophe, Italy offers Seojun another 30 billion euros. Seojun tries to total everything up and realizes the rewards have climbed to an absurd level. The final sum hits him like a revelation, and he mentally crowns it as a fortune beyond reason. His mind spirals into ridiculous comparisons just to grasp how impossibly large 50 trillion won really is. While he is still reeling, one teammate explains that they already discussed the compensation among themselves. They announce they will each take only 1 trillion won, which shocks Seojun all over again. The team insists the mafia matter and even the Demogorgon were essentially Seojun's burden, so he deserves the lion's share. Seojun quickly recalculates and realizes he will still keep more than 52 trillion won, enough to satisfy even his hidden goals. Compared to that mountain of money, the next item he wants from the Transcendent shop suddenly seems cheap. He starts fantasizing that with this wealth he can buy elixirs freely, stock up on Transcendent gear, and indulge every future purchase. The sheer prospect of limitless spending leaves him openly ecstatic, so when the visitors modestly call the reward inadequate, Seojun vehemently assures them it is far more than enough. The Prime Minister explains that although the crisis ended, Italy was devastated, and this budget already represents the limit of what the country could spare. Even flushed with greed and gratitude, Seojun immediately agrees to hear one more request from him. The Prime Minister carefully asks for a personal favor. He asks Seojun to walk through Rome just once. Soon after, Seojun is flown over Rome to fulfill that request. Word spreads through the city, and crowds gather in anticipation. On the way, the Prime Minister reminds Seojun how deeply the country has suffered from the disaster. He asks him to give the people hope again. Seojun steps into the streets with his team as citizens watch in tense silence. A little girl named Sarah recognizes him first, and calls out to him. He turns and finds a child holding something for him. She proudly offers him a drawing of him fighting monsters as her hero. Seojun accepts it warmly and thanks her, softening the mood at once. After patting her head, he waves goodbye as she leaves beaming with her mother. He then walks into a formal gathering where the association, mafia, dream team, and citizens have all assembled around him. One side begins a solemn salute by striking a fist to the chest. The other side mirrors the gesture, turning the moment into a public oath. Seojun finds himself standing at the center as both groups align behind him. The Hunter Association swears to follow the spirit they saw in Seojun. The Mafia declares the same, claiming his example has changed them as well. The association vows to respect and protect the weak. The Mafia vows to defend honor and glory with bravery and justice. The association rejects unfairness, corruption, and deceit. The Mafia promises sincerity and the courage to face any challenge. One teammate declares that the people's pain will now be theirs too. Another adds that the people's happiness will also become their happiness. They promise to answer Seojun's call anywhere and to treat his enemies as their own. The association pledges to remember the Dream Team, especially Seojun, as heroes. The Mafia goes even further and vows to treat him as the father of their entire family. They publicly name him Capo di Tutti Capi, the boss of all bosses. As Elena explains that the title also casts him as Italy's heroic symbol, Seojun is left speechless while everyone waits for him to respond. He hesitates, searching for words under the weight of the crowd's expectations. Around him, even hardened onlookers wait with shining eyes for something worthy of the moment. The leaders themselves look satisfied, convinced he will say something profound. Facing the silent mass of survivors, Seojun finally understands the scale of what they are asking from him. He begins by admitting he once believed results were everything, but his experiences have taught him that effort and the path itself matter more than people usually admit. He decides that perhaps the true reward is this moment, and he simply hopes everyone watching can be happy. He immediately corrects himself inwardly, knowing happiness is far from what many of them have actually lived through. He acknowledges that some survived only to keep suffering, while others now face a future filled with uncertainty. He reflects that empty encouragement can feel cruel, yet he still wants to wish them happiness despite everything. Even in hopeless situations and under unavoidable fate, he believes meaning can still be found. So he shouts that people can always rise again. Then he cries out with all his strength for everyone to be happy. For a beat, his own teammates are too stunned by how blunt and earnest his answer is to react. Elena breaks the silence first with a suppressed laugh. Others start coughing and choking back laughter as the solemn atmosphere collapses. The crowd finally bursts into open laughter, not mockery but release. His teammates tease him for sounding so serious only to say something so simple, and the tension dissolves completely. When Seojun asks if they really can be happy, the answer comes back without hesitation. The people promise that no matter what happens, they will keep trying to live happily. The Prime Minister watches with quiet relief as the city's mood finally lifts. Even the association president and Elena end up laughing through tears. Antonio grins as if the absurd sincerity of it all suits Seojun perfectly. Seojun smiles back, seeing that his clumsy words reached them after all. A butterfly rises into the sky, echoing the sense that something wounded has begun to transform. News of Italy's new heroes spreads worldwide, and the name Dream Team rapidly becomes known across nations. In Korea, Italy formally seeks cooperation for reconstruction, and the Dream Team's reputation boosts Korea's standing abroad. That goodwill quickly turns into economic opportunity, as Korean industries tied to rebuilding and daily life surge with new demand. Later, one teammate asks Seojun if he really is not joining them for sightseeing. The others excitedly head off to enjoy pizza and pasta under Elena's guidance, while Seojun stays behind, still preoccupied. Left alone, he anxiously wonders why his elusive mentor still has not appeared. At last, someone grabs his sleeve and stops him. Seojun erupts in relief when his tiny mentor finally shows up. Once they are alone, the mentor gets straight to the point. He tells Seojun that what he is feeling now is the beginning of his limits, and asks to inspect his lecture progress. The status shows Seojun has advanced far in several transcendent lectures and already completed multiple high-level techniques. After reviewing it, the mentor says there is indeed a problem. Seojun nervously wonders if the problem is literally visible in his eyes. The mentor studies the progress again in silence, making Seojun even more uneasy. Then the mentor dismisses the device as faulty, and claims this same error keeps happening. He becomes so offended by the impossible numbers that he tries to smash the phone and replace it entirely. Seojun barely restrains him, while the mentor rants that such causality-distorting junk should not exist. The mentor keeps screaming to be released so he can destroy the evidence of this absurdity. Outside, startled birds scatter from the noise. After his outburst, the mentor can only laugh in disbelief. He sinks into muttering that the results make no sense, while Seojun cautiously asks for a real explanation. The mentor explodes again, accusing Seojun of calling this monstrous progress a limit as if he had merely missed one question on a test. When Seojun insists that is not what he meant, the mentor demands to know what he actually did with Buddha's lecture. He forces himself to calm down enough to listen. Seojun finally explains that the limit he means is practical. He wants the next great sage technique, but it is locked behind a prerequisite lecture that is progressing too slowly. The system confirms that he cannot take Heavenly Meteor Staff without first mastering Disperse, Grasp, Pierce. Seojun says that is exactly the problem, because his great sage lecture progress is crawling compared to everything else. The mentor reminds him that even this so-called slow growth is absurdly fast by any normal standard. Still, Seojun says he has plenty of causality now and asks for the best way to break past his current ceiling. The mentor, now intrigued, admits Seojun has indeed accumulated enough resources for serious options. He says there are two methods he can recommend if causality is not the issue. The first is simply to increase Seojun's total magic power, because Seojun can draw from all three energy centers. Expanding his overall reserves would let him break beyond his present limits. The mentor compares it to spending all his stored causality on elixirs to raise his raw capacity. When Seojun asks for the second method, the mentor says it is to learn Heavenly Meteor Staff directly from the great sage himself. Seojun points out that the lecture system blocks that path, but the mentor says that restriction only applies inside the academy's normal curriculum. If he learns directly from the instructor instead of through the standard lecture chain, the prerequisite can be bypassed. The mentor explains this would be like one-on-one tutoring with the transcendent instructor in person. He clarifies that it is really closer to a brutal single-course lecture and likens it to Spartan training. Such direct courses are temporary special offerings, and the Great Sage's updated version should now be available. The mentor describes the course as a relentless trial that traps students in total stagnation until they break through. It attacks the mind with endless self-doubt about whether one is doing anything right. It also forces students through crushing loneliness and isolation. The training is presented as the answer to the misery every freshman faces on the road to transcendence. The Academy even markets it as a special Spartan single-course program designed to solve all those struggles. Its selling point is that professional transcendent instructors personally visit and teach students one-on-one. The absurd advertisement boils the promise down to curing every problem and making students transcend. It is pitched with shameless enthusiasm as a limited-time miracle offer. Seojun stares at the blatant commercial tone in disbelief, while the mentor treats it as perfectly normal. The mentor reassures him that the ridiculous presentation is only an advertisement. He searches through the listings for the Great Sage's special course. He finds the option, which is bluntly framed as a one-on-one fight with the Great Sage. The mentor confirms that applying would let Seojun learn directly from the Great Sage and likely accelerate his prerequisite progress as well. But because the instructor must be invited directly into this dimension, the causality cost is enormous and drains continuously by the hour. When the mentor calculates the price, it comes out to 1,000,000,000,000 per hour. Seojun's greed and ambition immediately start battling each other. After agonizing over it, he decides to risk exactly 1 hour of the special lecture. He convinces himself that direct teaching from the Great Sage is worth the price and that he can always stop after the first hour if it disappoints him. The mentor contacts the instructor at once, and the Great Sage agrees to come immediately. A massive presence appears behind Seojun, and a voice asks if he is the freshman who wants to fight him. Seojun is shaken because the Great Sage arrived so completely that he never sensed him at all. The cadet learns that the being who sensed him out is none other than Heaven's equal Great Sage, the victorious fighting Buddha himself. That revelation hits him hard enough to freeze on the spot. As the shock sinks in, he starts to realize this is far beyond the tutoring session he expected. He angrily turns on his mentor, accusing him of baiting him with promises of direct instruction and broad training. Seeing the course description again, he finally understands that the promised one-on-one lesson may have meant an actual fight. His mentor shamelessly pretends this obvious trap was never explained. While the great sage keeps demanding an answer, the cadet can only think that the whole arrangement is absurd. The story pauses to identify the instructor as Sun Wukong and explain that Heaven's equal great sage was a title he claimed for himself. It recounts how Wukong forced Heaven to acknowledge that title after causing chaos and stealing the Ruijingu staff. Even after being entrusted with the heavenly peaches, he simply ate them instead of guarding them. When the Jade Emperor sent Heaven's greatest generals to suppress him, Wukong defeated them all. In the end, none of Heaven's forces could stop him. Only Buddha sealed him away for 500 years, and after aiding Tripitaka's journey he was recognized as the victorious fighting Buddha. The cadet is left facing not a noble teacher but a legendary troublemaker who became a monster among monsters. Knowing that, he concludes that fighting someone like this will get him killed, even as Wukong keeps pressing him for an answer. Desperate, he tries to redirect the situation by insisting the instructor should just fight his mentor instead. His mentor immediately tries to shut him up before he can make things worse. Wukong watches the exchange with amused curiosity rather than anger. The cadet clamps his mentor's mouth shut, and Wukong finally understands who the real applicant is. Pleased, Wukong decides to stop holding back and treat this as a real bout. He casually plucks out a hair to begin. With the divination art, he shifts them into a separate fantastical battlefield. The cadet is stunned as the room vanishes and a vast open arena appears around them. He can barely process the sudden change in surroundings. Wukong cheerfully announces that this new space will be their fighting stage. He explains that he created it with Taoist art because the original room was too cramped for combat. The cadet realizes too late that the instructor prepared this seriously from the start. Wukong attacks first with his massive staff, forcing the cadet to defend immediately. The impact alone shocks the cadet, who expected a harmless spiritual projection. He realizes the blow is physically affecting him despite what he had been told. Only then does his mentor explain that the instructor can affect him because the cadet himself paid the causality cost for this encounter. As he gets blasted away, the cadet can only rage that this crucial warning came far too late. Wukong is baffled that the cadet is this weak after making such a bold challenge. He quickly loses interest, dismissing the cadet as boring. Refusing to stay down, the cadet counters with his spear and catches Wukong off guard for a moment. He follows by releasing a dispersing burst of power to create distance. Even while attacking, he feels his body falter under the strain. Wukong casually catches the spear barehanded and recognizes the cadet as one of the students from his lecture. That recognition hardens the cadet's resolve instead of calming him. He lunges back in, determined to prove himself. Drawing on all three energy centers at once, he forces out a much stronger surge of power. Wukong starts to praise the effort, then abruptly realizes who this cadet must be. He identifies him as the cadet whose causality could not be measured. The cadet answers by unleashing a grasping strike with explosive force. Wukong recognizes that the cadet has just tapped the combined power of the three energy centers. He is impressed by how efficient the technique is despite using only a small amount of magic power. Instead of being threatened, Wukong gets excited and demands to see more. The cadet answers with a barrage of luminous spear strikes. Wukong judges the attack dangerous enough to be worth taking seriously. The cadet commits fully, deciding he does not care if his body breaks as long as he can wipe that smug look off Wukong's face once. He condenses everything into a piercing finishing thrust. The attack descends like a killing beam aimed straight at Wukong. For the first time, Wukong stops smiling and focuses. He calmly studies the incoming strike instead of dodging in panic. Then he answers with the first technique of the Heavenly Meteor Staff. The cadet is blinded by the sheer force of what comes next. Wukong's counterattack, Azure Sky Soaring Flow, erupts with overwhelming speed and power. The cadet is blown away before he can even understand what happened. When he regains awareness, all he can do is stare in disbelief. He admits he never even saw the attack, much less reacted to it, and cannot judge Wukong's current realm at all. His mentor explains that this is the strength of a transcendent, while Wukong complains he still failed to control his strength because most of it is sealed by causality restrictions. The cadet is horrified to hear that what just crushed him came from someone whose power is mostly sealed. Wukong mocks the cadet's ignorance about transcendence, while the mentor admits his own earlier explanation was only superficial. Wukong orders the cadet to listen carefully if he wants to understand. The cadet braces himself for an answer about transcendence. Wukong states the core truth plainly: transcendents are literally those who have transcended. Then he laughs at the cadet's stunned expression and enjoys how badly that answer frustrates him. The cadet fumes that he paid an absurd amount for tutoring only to be mocked, and suddenly realizes the session may have lasted longer than he thought. Panicked about extra charges, he asks how much time has passed, but his mentor assures him no additional cost will be incurred without approval. The mentor further explains that because this is a fantastical space, the damage is mental rather than physical and recovery is quick. Trying to salvage the lesson, the cadet asks Wukong to stop laughing and actually teach him now, but Wukong complains that teaching without fun would be dull. When reminded that he himself offered a lecture course, Wukong dismisses ordinary teaching as too boring, despite the cadet's insistence that he paid dearly to learn. Wukong pretends not to care, though he is still itching to toy with him. Just then, the cadet notices his lecture progress rate jump sharply. That increase makes him realize the brutal fight itself is somehow counting as meaningful instruction. He questions his mentor, who had called this Spartan training, but now the cadet finally sees the method in the madness. A new idea forms as he decides to exploit the system rather than complain about it. He proposes a different arrangement and asks Wukong to hear him out. Instead of a normal fight, he suggests a wager. If he can land even one hit, Wukong must obediently teach him. He accepts the risk because even failure would still raise his lecture progress. Wukong agrees at once, intrigued by the challenge. But he adds a harsher condition to make the game more entertaining. He raises a single finger, as if to show how little of himself the cadet needs to reach. Wukong declares that touching even one strand of his hair by any means that do not violate causality restrictions will earn the cadet any instruction he asks for. The cadet immediately confirms that this promise includes not only the heavenly meteor staff but also Taoist arts. He presses Wukong to swear he is serious. Wukong assures him that however much he loves pranks, he does not lie. With that settled, the cadet grips his spear and commits himself fully. He vows that he will touch Wukong at least once. Wukong instantly corrects him on the terms of the challenge. A hit is not required. Touching a single hair is enough, and Wukong demonstrates how close yet unreachable that goal is. The cadet realizes the challenge is subtler than brute force. He launches himself into motion anyway. For a moment he honestly believes he might be able to do it. Wukong crushes that hope with a devastating strike and delights in the destruction he causes. The cadet survives only because the battle is happening inside the fantastical space. Otherwise he knows he would already be dead. Even while reeling, he curses his situation and refuses to give up. He combines Zhang Sanfeng's footwork with divine speed, turning his desperation and his money worries into raw acceleration. At that speed, he finally sees a possible opening. Wukong admits the movement is impressive but still judges it too slow. Then Wukong notices something unexpected in the cadet's approach. A blazing spear attack tears down from above with enough force to split the battlefield. The strike crashes toward Wukong like a falling pillar of light. For once, Wukong is genuinely surprised by the timing. The cadet reveals the move as Gungnir's dead shot, a direct killing thrust that cannot simply be sidestepped. He bets everything on the idea that Wukong will be forced to meet it head-on. Seeing the attack close in, the cadet believes he has finally cornered him. The spear reaches Wukong's face and seems about to succeed. At the last instant, the weapon veers away from its mark. Wukong himself appears confused for a heartbeat by the sudden change. The redirected strike instead slams into the ground and detonates harmlessly away from him. The battlefield is left with a smoking crater where the attack was diverted. Wukong then reveals the trick. The cadet forced him to use not his real body, but a second clone. He explains that his clones are also made from his hair, so the cadet had been chasing decoys all along. The cadet is stunned to learn he has been fighting a mere hair clone rather than Wukong himself. Wukong follows that revelation with a mind art that freezes the cadet in place. The cadet suddenly finds his body refusing to respond. While he is immobilized, Wukong casually plucks one of his own hairs and shows how effortless the challenge really is for him. Then he transforms that hair into a ring of armed copies using the multiple shadow clone technique. Wukong gleefully sends his children, as he calls them, to swarm the cadet. The clones beat him from every direction until he can do nothing but cough and scream. Even in the middle of the beating, the system reports another lecture progress increase, proving that this torment is still teaching him. Wukong enjoys the cadet's suffering far too much to stop. The clones continue hammering him in a chaotic barrage while Wukong treats it like a game. The cadet tries to protest, but the blows drown him out as Wukong taunts him to feel the lesson. Driven to murderous frustration, the cadet swears inwardly that he will kill this damned monkey no matter what method it takes. The story opens in the middle of an exhausting training session under a bright sky. A monkey-like instructor looms over Kim Seojun and mocks how drained he already is after only 3 hours. The instructor orders him back up, but Seojun admits he has been beaten senseless for hours and can barely move. Unable to continue, Seojun gives up for the moment and asks to stop the lesson. As the training pauses, his tiny companion checks on him while he lies sprawled on the ground. Seojun weakly insists he is technically fine, even if his body says otherwise. While recovering, he notices the lecture progress for Heaven's Equal Great Sage has jumped sharply and realizes the brutal session was not wasted. The tiny companion explains that even with strict causal limits, a transcendent being like Heaven's Equal Great Sage remains overwhelmingly powerful. Seojun cuts off the teasing and demands a clearer explanation. He sits up to listen, still battered but now focused on understanding what makes that power so special. The little guide composes himself and begins a proper lesson. He asks Seojun to imagine the strongest ant in the world. Even if that ant could slaughter thousands of its own kind, it would still remain insignificant compared with a higher creature. Seojun follows the analogy and asks whether such an ant could ever defeat a dragon. The guide immediately rejects the idea and pushes the comparison further. He explains that race itself imposes hard limits, and no matter how exceptional an ant is, it cannot overcome a dragon through ordinary means. Transcendence, he says, is the act of breaking past those built-in limits. More precisely, it means overcoming the limitations of one's class. so higher races begin closer to transcendence than lower ones. Still, once the wall of transcendence is crossed, that original gap stops mattering in the same way. That is why Heaven's equal great sage can display terrifying force even while most of his power remains sealed. The guide adds that Seojun himself may be an exception to the usual rules. If Seojun becomes transcendent, he could become the first case to do so while spanning a class difference. The reason is that he alone can use the magic power of all 3 energy centers. The little guide cheers him on and urges him to keep pushing toward that impossible goal. Then he casually reveals the cruel catch: to become transcendent, Seojun first has to endure a beating. Seojun can only stare at him in disbelief as the absurdity sinks in. His mind flashes to the instructor's monstrous strength, making the prospect even worse. The guide folds his arms and lets the dread build. He warns that the causality required for such a breakthrough will be insane. It will not just be a large amount of suffering, but suffering on an entirely different scale. Seojun checks his device, trying to find some loophole or advantage. He rapidly scrolls through his options, searching for anything he can exploit. He finds a replica item containing Jormungandr's deadly poison, and notices that causal accumulation does not apply to it. The tiny guide notices him selecting something and leans in curiously. A bottle of poison materializes, and then more begin appearing around them. Even the guide is caught off guard as bottle after bottle fills the room. Seojun starts summoning them in bulk, alarming his companion. His expression turns disturbingly determined, making it clear he has formed a reckless plan. Right then, the instructor returns, ready to resume the lesson. Seojun is still lying on the ground when the instructor arrives, but his mind is already racing. The instructor denies having beaten him up and dismisses his condition as weakness. That contempt only hardens Seojun's resolve. The instructor notices the strange atmosphere and the summoned items, but before he can react, Seojun moves. When asked what he is doing, Seojun calmly keeps chewing a banana. He claims bananas help recovery, turning the moment into a bizarre standoff. The instructor lunges in annoyance, but Seojun offers him a banana too, as if they are sharing a snack instead of fighting. The instructor, tempted by nostalgia, admits he has not eaten one since living on Hwagwa Mountain. He becomes absurdly pleased that this battlefield now offers both combat and fruit. He takes a bite, expecting simple sweetness. Seojun watches with a vicious grin as the trap begins to spring. The instructor's face twists, as the taste turns horribly wrong and the poison hits. The ground erupts as his reaction explodes outward. A violent blast follows, confirming the banana was laced with concentrated poison. The instructor barely stabilizes himself and glares at Seojun in fury. Seojun reveals the truth with delight, asking how the banana tasted. He explains that it carried the concentrated essence of hundreds of bottles of Jormungandr's deadly poison, leaving the instructor clutching his stomach. Seizing the opening, Seojun charges with his spear, declaring that if poison can be treated as food, then it should not count as a valid attack. The instructor instantly detoxifies himself and transforms, refusing to be outplayed by semantics. He answers with a barrage of shadow clones, surrounding Seojun from every direction. Seojun braces himself as the pressure spikes again. The clones begin hurling the summoned poison bottles back at him. Seojun sweeps out a huge arc with his spear, shattering the incoming bottles before they can hit. He realizes too late that breaking them only spreads the poison into the air around him. The instructor mocks him for walking into such an obvious counter. Seojun ends up trapped inside a cloud of his own poison while the clones close in. Even so, he keeps smiling through the danger, refusing to back down. The instructor sees that madness and decides to turn the poison cloud against him completely. Explosions and impacts erupt around Seojun as the toxic battlefield collapses inward. The instructor smugly notes that all he has to do is recall his clones to escape the poison himself. He treats the whole exchange like a joke, insisting the poison is still part of his own abilities. Yet Seojun's poison-smeared hand reaches him through the chaos. The instructor is stunned that Seojun is still trying to fight while screaming about his ruined food, and Seojun screams back that the man should just teach him instead of tormenting him. The instructor finally responds with a named move, beginning the Heavenly Meteor Staff's first technique. Seojun answers with Azure Sky Soaring Flow, meeting the attack head-on with his own spear art. As he moves, he realizes that using divine speed any more recklessly would have been fatal. The instructor, now genuinely angry, prepares to crush him for good. Poison splashes across Seojun's spear as the fight grinds into close quarters. He keeps pressing forward despite the weapon being fouled and his body already near its limit. Seojun commits to a final exchange, determined to end the clash with one decisive strike. Their powers collide in a blinding burst of force. Seojun is hurled through the air by the impact while the instructor remains standing. Still, Seojun twists his body and forces one more attack through the recoil. The instructor catches the incoming spear shafts with his bare hands, showing the gulf and mastery. He retaliates with star-breaking Thousand Thunders, dropping a storm of devastating force onto the battlefield. Seojun can only defend as the attack crashes down in repeated waves. The instructor's focus sharpens completely as he commits to overwhelming power. Seojun's spear skids across the ground under the pressure, barely holding the line. The instructor dives through the smoke and nearly catches Seojun completely exposed. He realizes Seojun deliberately threw away his spear during the rush, turning the charge into a feint. Seojun, half delirious and covered in poison, confirms the trick with a manic grin. The instructor can only conclude that Seojun is genuinely insane. He decides to finish things by spreading deadly poison through Seojun's body with a direct strike. But even as he moves, he senses something is off. His confidence falters for the first time. He admits that he has no choice but to acknowledge Seojun's tenacity. Seojun, still grinning through the poison, refuses to let that acknowledgement end the fight. The instructor's staff slams into him anyway, driving him back with brutal force. Poison splatters across Seojun's shoulder as the damage accumulates. The instructor lowers his face into shadow, preparing a final judgment. A poisoned strand of his hair is cut away, proving Seojun really did reach him. The instructor laughs and admits this is the first time he has ever met someone even crazier than himself. The battlefield is left shattered by the scale of their exchange. Far away, at the Order of Truth headquarters, a solemn ceremony is underway. A hooded leader receives the congregation's reverence as they greet the great voice. One golden eye opens beneath the hood, signaling a hidden authority. A subordinate reports that the apostolic ceremony is in progress. The leader states that the next destination is Korea and orders everyone to prepare thoroughly. With that command given, the figure turns and departs. The hall falls silent after the ominous announcement. The leader walks toward the altar, leaving the followers kneeling behind. Back in the training ground, the instructor keeps marveling that Seojun might truly be crazier than he is, while Seojun realizes the same thing about himself. The instructor suddenly appears beside him and confirms that Seojun at least managed to touch a strand of his hair. Because he promised a reward if Seojun could do that, he decides to honor the deal. Seojun is thrilled, while the instructor is baffled that the boy somehow understands his feelings better than expected. When Seojun asks what exactly he will be taught, the instructor finally gets serious. He says he can teach Seojun many things, but he will start with the heavenly meteor staff itself. He describes it as a complete art that combines clones, earth gods, and many other techniques into one system. He adds that it also includes cloud riding, earth warping, elemental manipulation, and various transformations. Seojun is overwhelmed by how absurdly broad the art really is. The instructor explains that the heavenly meteor staff is the distilled essence of all those techniques. Put simply, it is an art of 9 techniques arranged into 3 forms, with every 3 techniques making up one form. Rather than keep explaining, he decides to demonstrate the 3rd technique of the first form directly. He launches into the move with a flourish, beginning the next lesson through action. A pillar of force erupts as the demonstration shakes the entire room. He names it the heavenly meteor staff's 3rd technique. The attack descends as grand net prosperous heaven, a crushing rain of power. Seojun can only scream and scramble as the demonstration nearly kills him on the spot. The instructor drives the technique down like a falling celestial pillar. He completes it as the first form's falling meteor, showing how the techniques connect into a larger whole. The strike detonates into the ground with overwhelming force. Seojun barely escapes the blast radius, stunned by what he just witnessed. The floor cracks apart under the aftermath of the demonstration. When the dust clears, Seojun can only stare at the destruction and wonder what just happened. The tiny companion smirks at his confusion. The instructor remarks that if Heaven's equal great sage were completely free of causal restrictions, his techniques would look something like that. Seojun protests that none of what he just saw looked like staff work at all, and the instructor explains that he only showed the finished movement, not the hidden mysteries inside each technique. He warns that mastering even the first technique, Azure Sky Soaring Flow, will probably be difficult for Seojun. Seojun checks his bank balance, and realizes he only has 41 hours of lecture time left to learn everything. He panics over whether that time could possibly be enough, but the instructor simply asks whether he is going to learn or not. Seojun immediately agrees despite the impossible odds. His system reports a huge jump in lecture progress, and the first tiny gain in Heavenly Meteor Staff achievement, confirming the lesson is working. The instructor points out that power exertion itself has no mystery, so Seojun should at least learn that much from him first. The tiny companion jokes that the instructor might as well personally tailor spear techniques for Seojun too, since he is already teaching him everything else. Seojun imagines the price he paid turning into a chaotic but worthwhile success, even if the process feels like torture. The little guide finally decides to leave them to it. As Seojun prepares to continue, a woman from his group appears and offers help if he needs anything. The others gather around, cheerful after their visit to the Vatican Cathedral, and Seojun admits the trip was unexpectedly fun. He pauses, catching his breath after everything that just happened. Then he answers with renewed determination, ready to keep learning no matter how brutal the training becomes. The scene closes with his companions already talking about celebrating together later, while Seojun stands at the start of an even harsher path forward. Seojun suddenly realizes what Minil is about to ask of her. Minil swallows his pride and begs for help. He asks the dream team to lend him money, only to be met with refusal. Seojun goes cold as the others sense how badly he has misjudged the situation. She remembers how he once treated the team like disposable tools after getting rich. Minil tries to soften the mood with a shameless grin. The team stares at him in disbelief as he acts like they are still on friendly terms. He keeps pretending he can talk his way through this. Seojun answers with a smile that clearly means trouble. She asks what happened to the enormous fortune he received, and he admits he already burned through all 46 trillion. When pressed on whether he bought the item they wanted, His evasiveness only makes him look worse. Minhwa realizes too late how humiliating his answer sounds. Seon's patience snaps, and the others recoil from the murderous mood around her. Her rage erupts so violently that the whole room shakes. One teammate physically restrains her and begs her to calm down before she kills him. Minhwa can only wonder how this guild ever produced someone this terrifying. Before the chaos can settle, a visitor arrives with stacks of famous pizza as a peace offering for Seoyun. The delivery only makes the scene look even more absurd, with Seoyun still armed and everyone else in panic. The messenger cheerfully presents the gift, oblivious to the danger. He is immediately shut out as the door is slammed in his face. The story shifts to Korea as Minhwa returns home. His arrival causes a stir, and people recognize him as Hunter Kim Seojun. Reporters and onlookers swarm him, demanding confirmation that he defeated a monster even a cataclysm hero could not handle. Seojun finally acknowledges the commotion. A polished executive steps forward with bodyguards, clearly here for official business. The man greets him with practiced warmth and authority. A luxury car soon carries Seojun away. He is shown the new A-rank hunter licenses for the entire Dream Team, proving their status has risen together. The executive explains that the team's dungeon clear records were formally included in the achievement. He then singles Seojun out for special attention. Back with the team, everyone crowds around Seojun and marvels at how impressive he looks now. The executive quietly studies the group and their easy bond. Seoyun immediately tries to claim Seojun's license for herself, and he refuses to let anyone treat it like merchandise. The executive finds their bickering amusing rather than disrespectful. Seoyun jokes that she should prepare to buy the license online in case Seojun lists it for sale tomorrow, and the others protest her nonsense. The Dream Guild's new standing begins to feel real. Seojun examines a priceless replica peach of immortality worth 35 billion won. Instead of being impressed, he immediately starts calculating how much the Transcension Academy must be profiting from him. Even so, the temptation of the treasure leaves him visibly shaken. While the others spar in the background, Haeun notes that the peach still looks delicious to him despite his complaints. A stern elder arrives, bringing the mood down at once. He asks why the Dream Guild members are gathered here, and the team braces for bad news. The room falls silent under the weight of what he is about to say. The elder's expression confirms the situation is grave. Seoyun demands answers directly. He reveals that the magic saint is in critical condition. Outside, Agni stands alone, struggling with the news. Seoyun notices her distress and turns toward her. The others gather behind Seoyun as if preparing for something serious. Agnes faces them and confirms that everyone she needed is here. Seoyun steels herself, sensing what this means. A door opens, leading them into the sick room. Inside, Seoyun breaks down at the sight of her dying master, while the medical saint and Seojun stand nearby. The old man jokes bitterly that they have come only to watch him die. Another elder rebukes him for talking like that, but the dying man keeps laughing through the pain. The medical saint lowers his gaze, already understanding the truth of the situation. Seojun listens in silence, taking in every word. The master suddenly convulses, terrifying everyone at his bedside. Even in agony, he reaches out to comfort Seoyun by patting her head. He tries to reassure her with his final strength. The room grows still as he gathers himself for one last message. He says that after decades of carrying darkness in his heart, he finally understood those fears no longer mattered. He tells them that even if he dies, these children are here to inherit their will. His words leave Seojun quietly affected. The old man's breathing weakens as he forces out the rest of his thoughts. Then his body goes limp, and the room erupts in alarm as they fear he has passed. Agnes steps forward to explain what led to this moment. She points to Seojun as someone who also needs to hear the truth. She closes the room off to speak plainly. The others wait behind her as she begins her account. The medical saint asks whether anyone has already examined the master, searching for any remaining hope. Agnes says she already contacted the proper person. She explains that a few weeks earlier the medical saint had discovered a possible cure for the master's illness. That cure required a spiritual elixir, so he left to gather the ingredients himself. Since then, they have been unable to contact him, and the implication hits everyone at once. Agnes pleads for help, saying there is no time left and the master must be saved. Seoyun's grief hardens into resolve. Tears still streaming, she can barely keep herself together. Seojun steps forward, already deciding to act. His determination becomes visible as he prepares to move immediately. At that moment, a blonde knight named Kalia appears in his thoughts as the successor to the Apostle of Chastity. The memory of her arrival sharpens his focus. He recalls confronting her directly and demanding to know what she wanted. Her escorts advanced on him, treating him like an obstacle. She had come as a representative of the Dark Dragon Guild, expecting to negotiate from a position of superiority. Seojun dismissed them and warned that they would regret wasting his time. When they asked if he was looking for the medical saint, he immediately paid attention. The mention of that name plunged him into a colder, more dangerous mood. He realized they knew something important. The scene shifts to the Dark Dragon Guild, the power center of Korea's hunter world. Inside its headquarters, one of its leaders waits in a vast office. He smirks, confident that everything is under control. That confidence is shattered when Seojun blasts his way into the building. He drags the guild's people down and turns the office into rubble. One of the executives tries to strike him from behind. The attacker realizes too late that Seojun has already read the move. Seojun drops him effortlessly and keeps advancing. He calls out for the medical saint, making it clear this is not a random attack. The guild leader finally shows himself and meets Seojun's fury head-on. Rather than panic, the man smiles as if he has been waiting for this. He turns his back and tells Seojun to come see him personally. Seojun follows, demanding answers. The guild leader claims he had been trying to tell him where the medical saint was all along. He spreads his hands as if this misunderstanding is Seojun's fault. Seojun remains unconvinced and keeps pressing him. The man's expression hardens when he realizes intimidation will not work. He lets his true malice show and mocks Seojun for thinking he can win. Seojun answers with silence and sharper focus. He steadies his breathing and prepares to end the bluff. He demands the exact dungeon where the medical saint went. To force the truth out, he summons the image of monstrous insects behind him as a threat. He raises his staff, making it clear he is done negotiating. The guild leader falters for the first time. Seojun remembers the rule that a captured commander will say anything to survive, so he refuses to trust a word blindly. He openly calls the man a bastard and warns himself not to be deceived. The guild leader erupts in rage at being treated like this by a supposed rookie. He unleashes the full authority of the Dark Dragon Guild, the force that has ruled Korea for decades. He proves that his power is not just political by detonating the building with overwhelming destructive force. Outside, people flee as the headquarters begins to collapse and burn. The guild leader attacks with his signature Dark Dragon Fist, turning his body into a blazing weapon. Seojun answers with a sweeping counterstrike from his staff, meeting force with force. In the middle of the clash, he identifies the woman backing the guild as Kalia. His blue strike tears through the office and sends the battle surging across the room. The guild leader tries to recover from the shock of being pushed back. He boasts that a ruler like him cannot possibly lose to someone like Seojun. He lunges again with another murderous blow. The entire upper floors erupt as the fight spills outward. Onlookers can only watch in horror as the Dark Dragon Guild headquarters is carved apart. Still attacking, the guild leader insists that he has dominated Korean society for decades and will not fall now. Then he finally notices something that truly frightens him. Seojun's movements split into afterimages, making the veteran realize he is being overwhelmed. The guild leader's confidence cracks as he understands he may actually lose. He throws another Dark Dragon Fist in desperation. Seojun slips past the blood-red wave and cuts through it with a clean blue arc. His counterattack tears through the dragon-shaped force itself. The guild leader stares in disbelief as his attack is broken. A grim reaper-like image looms behind Seojun as he brings his weapon down again. The guild leader can only choke out a stunned gasp. Seojun's power detonates through the building in a final crushing burst. After the blast, he pauses, sensing another presence in the ruined room. The guild leader tries to rise, shaken and no longer certain of victory. Seojun turns and finds Kalia standing behind her shield amid the wreckage. He addresses her directly, no longer interested in the man he just defeated. Kalia calmly confirms that everything Ryujinchul said is true. Her admission changes the situation from a fight into a lead. Seojun's anger gives way to sharp suspicion as he reassesses her role. Kalia points out that if he keeps fighting here, he will only waste time. She urges him to go after the medical saint immediately instead of staying for another battle. Seojun falls silent, weighing whether to trust her. He faces Kalia across the ruined hall, ready to decide whether she is an enemy to crush or the key to finding the medical saint. In the wrecked lobby, the young man walks away from the aftermath while injured people and broken debris remain behind. He parts from someone with calm confidence, promising they will meet again. As he leaves, the damaged scene settles into a tense silence around the wounded survivors. One battered man struggles to rise, still shaken by what just happened. He braces himself against the rubble, trying to recover enough to move. Others start gathering the injured and call for medical help at once. Kalia remains nearby, surrounded by fallen enemies as the emergency response begins. One of the surviving attackers can only stare, too overwhelmed to react properly. Kalia clicks her tongue, irritated that the situation is not over yet. She notices a thin line near her feet and realizes something has been set up around her. As she moves, she understands she has been deliberately kept in place for a reason. The realization hits harder when she hears that, fortunately for someone else, she was still here. The young man stops in front of her, making it clear he came back for her specifically. Kalia forces a smile and asks whether he intends to go save the medical saint now. Before he can answer, the sword saint arrives and declares that he will go as well. Kalia is startled by the sudden appearance of the sword saint and the pressure he brings with him. His presence reminds her of an earlier promise she once made to him. In that memory, she had sworn she would fulfill his request and even bind herself by the order of truth if necessary. Remembering that vow leaves her visibly shaken, because she now knows it can be used against her. The young man smiles as if nothing is wrong, repeating his easy promise that they will meet again. The sword saint suddenly grabs Kalia by the collar and drags her back under his authority. He demands that she honor the vow of truth she once made him. Standing beside the young man, the sword saint presses her without any sympathy. Kalia freezes, realizing she is trapped between her oath and whatever secret she is hiding. The scene shifts to Gangnam, where a huge dark portal churns open on the beach. The young man and the sword saint arrive with Kalia and face the portal together. The sword saint bluntly asks whether she intends to break her vow of truth. Unable to answer cleanly, Kalia hesitates and groans under the pressure of the oath. She edges toward the portal, clearly thinking about escape rather than confession. The two men watch the portal warily while keeping Kalia under guard. The Sword Saint admits they cannot keep pushing Kalia much harder without consequences. He weighs the situation, trying to force the truth without breaking her completely. The young man stays near the portal, thinking through the problem while the Sword Saint watches Kalia. A sly smile crosses the young man's face as he seems to come up with another approach. Inside the portal's inner world, the three of them confront Kalia in a swamp-like demigod domain. The young man tells her to look around, drawing her attention to the environment itself. When she asks what else he wants, a burst of energy erupts nearby and startles her. He reminds her that they still need to find the medical saint first, even while the danger closes in. Then he turns the question back on her, asking why she is suddenly talking about the medical saint now. Kalia falters, unable to answer without exposing too much. The Sword Saint studies the terrain and concludes they are inside the demigod's inner core. He explains that the enemy likely isolated the medical saint and then lured this outsider in after him. The young man follows the logic and sees how carefully the trap was arranged. The Sword Saint confirms that the rare inner core only appeared because of that scheme. He realizes the enemy used this hidden space to separate the medical saint from help. That leaves them with the immediate problem of how to locate him inside the core. The young man closes his eyes and begins searching with heightened senses instead of panicking. The Sword Saint steps away to give him room while Kalia watches nervously. He asks for a moment, implying he may actually have a way to find the missing man. He concentrates in silence, listening and feeling through the inner world for any trace. His perception expands dramatically, turning the whole area into a map of energy and life signs. From that scan, he reports that there is no sign of the medical saint nearby. The Sword Saint immediately decides they must widen the search rather than waste time. The search spreads deeper through the core until a separate, distinct energy source appears. The young man senses a bright figure with a green core and realizes he has found something important. He instantly grabs his weapon, ready to act on the new information. With a powerful swing, he hurls his spear toward the detected target. The weapon tears away at high speed, leaving the others stunned by the sudden attack. He watches its path in confusion for a beat, as if checking whether his aim was right. The spear begins circling back through the air instead of simply vanishing into the distance. The young man realizes the weapon has found something and is reacting on its own. It flares with blazing power and changes course into a direct strike. He warns that he has to stop Gungnir before it pierces the medical saint, revealing that the target is finally located. A massive blast erupts where the spear descends, shaking the inner world. The Sword Saint understands that the weapon has locked onto the medical saint's position. Kalia shudders, realizing the search has reached the truth she was trying to avoid. The Sword Saint decides this is the moment to confront what they still have not been able to do. Outside the blast zone, the hidden enemy group realizes something has gone wrong with their plan. Their leader notes that the situation has changed in a dangerous way. As the shockwave spreads, one subordinate rushes in to report the disturbance. Before they can react properly, something crashes into them at overwhelming speed. One of the cloaked enemies is smashed into the floor, unable to resist at all. The remaining two stare down at their fallen comrade in disbelief. They can barely process what just hit them before panic sets in. The attacker keeps moving through them so fast they cannot even defend themselves. A swarm of giant centipede-like monsters surges through the forest around a fleeing man. That fleeing man is the medical saint, desperately running while clutching a glowing light in his hand. He shouts for help, clearly at the end of his strength. A burning spear streaks in and intercepts the monsters right beside him. The spear unleashes a divine medical technique that rains destructive light across the swarm. The medical saint realizes he has run out of needles and has no way to keep fighting alone. He turns just in time to see the spear's attack carving open a path for him. The monsters are blasted apart in a towering column of light. The medical saint can only gape at the impossible rescue happening in front of him. He recognizes the weapon as a spear and is even more confused by who could be wielding it. The spear continues shredding the monsters until the immediate threat is broken. When the light clears, the spear returns toward its master. The young man catches it cleanly in front of the stunned medical saint. The medical saint watches him in disbelief, unable to understand how this stranger appeared here. The young man casually asks if this is the medical saint, as though the answer were obvious. The medical saint demands to know who he is and how he managed to enter this place. Even with monsters still looming nearby, the young man stays calm and tells him they can talk after surviving first. He positions himself between the medical saint and the remaining monsters, taking control of the battlefield. The medical saint is astonished that someone could wipe out so many monsters so quickly. Still wary, he asks again who this stranger really is. The young man answers that the magic saint sent him here. That explanation immediately changes the medical saint's reaction from suspicion to excitement. The young man asks whether he found what he was looking for inside the demigod's core. The medical saint realizes the young man understands far too much and asks how he even got in. The young man pauses, because that question touches the secret he cannot openly reveal. The medical saint starts explaining that the inner core is ultimately a kind of crystal and that the magic saint is in critical condition. He turns away while talking, still focused on the crisis rather than the stranger's identity. As he speaks, the young man quietly pulls out a surgical knife. He listens while the medical saint explains the nature of the core, already preparing another move. The medical saint continues, confident in his own understanding of the core and the situation. The young man suddenly appears behind him, making the medical saint realize too late that he moved again. He calmly explains that the magic saint sent him, but his real concern is the truth hidden in the medical saint's words. In his mind, he compares the medical saint's crude methods and medicines to the superior products he already knows. The spear hums as he shifts from listening to acting. The medical saint insists the core is not what the young man seems to think it is. He remains oddly confident, as if he knows more than he is saying. The young man reacts with exaggerated surprise, mocking that confidence rather than trusting it. A sudden explosion of force erupts nearby, interrupting the exchange again. The young man and the medical saint both recoil, startled by the blast. The medical saint blurts out that he did it, as if trying to claim responsibility for what just happened. The young man immediately demands another explanation, unconvinced by the claim. The medical saint kneels over a monster corpse and begins examining it instead of answering directly. The young man combines sharp senses, insight, and experience to dissect the battlefield and the enemy's behavior. Using that analysis, he precisely cuts through the monsters' bodies to expose their weak points. He slices another wave apart in one smooth motion while the medical saint watches in awe. The medical saint is overwhelmed by how absurdly capable this supposed rescuer is. The young man cheerfully offers to share some of the core material for treating the magic saint if needed. The offer only deepens the medical saint's confusion, because this stranger keeps acting like he already belongs in the crisis. The sword saint arrives with Kalia and tells the young man they have found the medical saint at last. The medical saint stares blankly, trying to catch up with the fact that even more powerful people have entered the core. The sword saint brusquely dismisses the young man's concern for him and says he is fine. The young man tells him to speak up if he is not, but the sword saint refuses to indulge the fuss. The medical saint is left staring at the two men, unable to understand their relationship, or why they are acting so casually. The sword saint cuts through the confusion and demands the full story. The medical saint and the young man both tense as Kalia struggles back to her knees nearby. The young man turns to Kalia and asks the question that matters most to him now: why her body is covered in scars. The sword saint adds that if she had truly wanted help, she should have led them to the medical saint sooner. The young man studies her closely, waiting for the answer she has avoided this whole time. Kalia forces a faint smile, but the spear at her throat leaves her no room to evade. He tells her there is no need to pretend anymore, because the truth is already in front of them. He presses her with a simple question, making it clear he intends to strip away every excuse. The question lands hard enough to make him flinch with anger as he says it. Kalia braces herself, knowing the answer could destroy her. He asks what she just said before, forcing her to repeat the implication she tried to hide. His expression hardens as he realizes the answer may confirm his worst suspicion. Kalia stays silent, trapped between fear and the oath that governs her. The young man coldly reminds her that even the great heroes of the cataclysm would not dare interfere with the people behind this. That statement shocks him as much as anyone else once he hears himself say it aloud. Kalia concludes there is no other way left and prepares to speak despite the danger. The young man's expression turns sinister as he tells her to ask the apostle directly when they next appear. Kalia realizes with horror that if she speaks the truth, the oath will kill her. He pushes anyway, asking whether she thought she could stay safe forever as long as she was never caught. The question leaves him grimly focused, because he already knows the answer. Kalia stares at the spear point in front of her face, cornered into a confession. At last she looks up in shock, as if she has finally understood what he truly knows and what he is about to force into the open. The old man corners the captured woman and forces a choice between silence and death, or cooperation and survival. The young man presses for answers instead of letting the threat remain empty. Under pressure, the prisoner finally starts to talk. She gives in completely and prepares to reveal what they want. She explains that the real objective is to draw out Berserk's sealed power. That revelation makes the interrogation shift from a local crisis to a much larger secret. The old man immediately demands clarification about what Berserk actually is. The prisoner reveals that Berserk is sealed in Greenland, where the Order of Truth is based. She adds that a holy relic can extract that sealed power, but admits only the apostles know the relic's full details. The woman realizes she has already exposed far more than she should have. Fear catches up with her as she understands the danger of what she has confessed. The old man coldly states that the seal exists to preserve the world's stability. That claim shocks the prisoner, who knows the Order's crimes too well to accept it at face value. The young man openly mocks the idea that the Order of Truth protects the world, forcing the old man to qualify his claim. The explanation turns abstract, as he insists the stability in question is a cosmic order based on causality. The young man catches the implication and senses how twisted that logic is. His anger erupts into a destructive burst of power that tears through the ground around them. Before the confrontation can spiral further, the old man cuts it off and regains control of the scene. A new voice calls for Kalia, and everyone realizes reinforcements have arrived. The newcomers are identified as apostles, confirming the prisoner's side has found them. The old man recognizes one of them as the Apostle of Patience, and the stakes rise again. Patience identifies the young man by name as Kim Seojun, showing they came prepared for him. Kalia is stunned that the apostles know exactly who he is. Seojun answers with open hostility, making it clear he has no intention of backing down. Patience responds by treating the situation as a demand, not a negotiation, and his power begins suffocating the area. Seojun braces himself inside the spreading pressure and refuses to be intimidated. He takes a fighting stance, ready to meet the apostles head-on. Patience remains outwardly calm, but he starts reassessing Seojun more seriously. The old man challenges Seojun's reckless intent and asks what he thinks he is doing. Seojun admits this is his first time facing opponents like these, but he still chooses to fight. Even while speaking boldly, he feels the strain of the enemy's overwhelming presence. The old man laughs at his audacity instead of trying to stop him. Patience identifies the old man as a sword saint and warns him not to indulge Seojun's recklessness. The sword saint refuses to abandon the young man and steps in beside him against the apostles. He draws his blade and commits himself to the battle. Master and disciple stand together as the hostile energy closes in around them. The sword saint hardens his resolve and prepares to meet the attack directly. Seojun mirrors that resolve, ready to follow through. Patience notes that fate has already drifted beyond what was expected. He raises his hand and begins unleashing a more direct assault. Dark power surges upward, turning the battlefield into a trap. The attack expands into massive pillars of force that crash down across the area. The bystander can only drag Kalia away and realize he is useless in a clash of this scale. He tries to help anyway by using acupoint seals to halt Kalia's condition before it worsens. Seojun tells him not to worry about them and to focus on protecting Kalia. Patience keeps pressing the attack, confident that his side still controls the field. Seojun counters with a blazing strike, but Patience blocks it with one hand. The collision detonates into another violent burst of power. Patience is startled by how quickly Seojun closed the distance. Seojun answers with a furious charge, pouring everything into the exchange. Patience marks in with a targeting technique, trying to pin him down and finish him. At the same time, the Apostle of Patience taunts him for making such a foolish choice. Even so, Patience begins to feel that Seojun's power is becoming genuinely troublesome. A huge explosion follows as their attacks collide again. The Sword Saint warns the enemy not to underestimate them while the battlefield breaks apart. He realizes the fight is turning into a race against time as much as a contest of strength. Patience gathers more energy, preparing to overwhelm them before they can adapt. He fires another devastating blast to crush Seojun outright. Seojun answers with a sweeping counter that tears through the ground. Patience is forced to evade as the strike rips across the battlefield. The attack still clips him, proving Seojun can wound him after all. Seojun looks up and realizes the enemy is still standing despite the damage. Dark energy floods the area again, threatening to swallow everything. The Sword Saint rushes in to support Seojun before the pressure closes completely. Together they launch a combined assault, their blue power cutting through the darkness. Patience blocks, but the force of their joint attack starts breaking through his defense. The Apostle of Temperance is struck as the barrage tears into the enemy side. Seojun keeps pressing the offensive, refusing to let the apostles recover. The bystander watches in disbelief as the battle reaches a level beyond anything he can influence. He realizes he can do nothing but witness the clash and protect Kalia if possible. Another massive detonation shakes the battlefield and obscures everyone in light. When the dust clears, Seojun is still standing amid the destruction. Temperance also remains upright, battered but not defeated. The old man is stunned by how much stronger Seojun has become than expected. Temperance proposes ending the fight by taking Kalia and withdrawing, warning that continuing means one side dies. Seojun weighs the offer but does not lower his guard. The Sword Saint quietly channels healing or stabilizing energy into himself to keep fighting. Temperance admits that, for the moment, the apostles still hold the advantage. He raises his voice and prepares to force that advantage into a final result. Far away, the memory of a dying ally reminds Seojun that they only have a day to save him. That memory hardens Seojun's determination to finish this quickly. He recalls the desperate question of whether they can return in time to save the magic saint. The answer in his heart is that they must overcome every obstacle, starting with Temperance. Meanwhile, Patience decides Seojun is too dangerous to leave alive, even if Temperance falls. Another memory surfaces of the transcendent who taught Seojun, dismissing the problem as simple if done correctly. Seojun curses the absurdity of that lesson while trying to force his battered body to obey. Temperance notices a change in Seojun and senses something ominous awakening. That unease grows as Seojun's presence shifts into something far more dangerous. The old man realizes too late that Seojun is about to use a technique beyond his current limits. Power floods the sky as Seojun commits to the move despite the cost. Temperance prepares to answer with his own full force. He focuses everything into a final, concentrated attack. Dark pillars descend again, turning the battlefield into a killing zone. Seojun remembers that he never meant to use this technique so soon. Even so, he raises his spear and chooses to stake everything on it. The old man realizes what Seojun is attempting and is horrified by the risk. The technique ignites, and Seojun's body is engulfed in transcendent blue light. Temperance is blasted back by the sudden surge and coughs blood. The teacher's voice returns in memory, warning that Seojun still lacks the mastery to use these spear arts safely in the real world. Seojun forces the spear upright anyway, drawing down a pillar of heavenly power. The old man understands that Seojun is pushing past his limits and may destroy himself. Temperance, bloodied and shaken, tries to steady himself as the attack forms. Multiple spear images bloom around Seojun as the technique takes shape. He commits fully, ignoring the recoil tearing through his body. The memory of his teacher mocking the difficulty only fuels his frustration and resolve. That same teacher had insisted the method was simple, which only makes Seojun's suffering feel more absurd. The memory continues, explaining that the spear art contains 9 techniques and 3 forms. Seojun recalls that the foundations resemble other spear traditions, but his version is a refined synthesis meant for a spear rather than a staff. The teacher had boasted that he built the style from the techniques of multiple transcendent beings. Lying battered in the present, Seojun bitterly reframes that teaching as nothing more than being beaten into submission. The lesson also warned that Seojun had only truly learned 3 techniques and the first form, and even that only imperfectly. The teacher had said the first form was mostly theoretical to him, and using it in reality would bring brutal recoil. Even so, the teacher admitted that if Seojun executed it correctly, it could threaten even him. Now Seojun rises through the falling power and aims that dangerous first form straight at Temperance. Temperance rejects the possibility, refusing to believe Seojun can truly unleash it. But the image of Seojun descending with the spear is reflected clearly in his eye. Seojun activates the transcendent art and begins the heavenly meteor spear's first technique. The spear becomes a starbright lance as he dives with overwhelming force. That heavenly strike tears down through the battlefield like a falling pillar of judgment. The technique is revealed as Annihilating Thunder God's first technique. Its power continues crashing downward in relentless waves. Temperance screams as the strike engulfs him and the battlefield collapses around him. The old man and the bystander can only watch in shock as Seojun's attack overwhelms the enemy. Patience is left staring at the impossible scale of the power Seojun has produced. The attack finally begins to fade, leaving only drifting light and silence. Patience is still alive, but he is shaken by a power he cannot understand. He realizes that if Seojun can call on that force again, even briefly, he becomes a serious threat. Seojun remains wrapped in fading blue energy, barely holding himself together. Patience decides he cannot allow Seojun another chance to use that power. The battlefield settles enough for everyone to see the distance between them again. Patience turns, still tense, trying to judge whether Seojun can continue. Seojun surges forward once more instead of collapsing. His renewed movement sends another shock through the shattered ground. Patience is rattled that Seojun still has strength left after such recall. The Apostle of Patience retreats to a safer position while reassessing the danger. The Apostle of Temperance remains in the foreground, badly battered and struggling to recover. Patience begins to speak again, trying to seize control of the situation through words. The Sword Saint cuts in, saying he already knows what Patience is thinking. Patience addresses Seojun directly with a mix of alarm and grudging respect. He is still shaken by what he just witnessed. The Sword Saint stands ready to intervene if the apostles make another move. He keeps his blade leveled, making it clear the apostles will not take Kalia without another fight. The bystander rushes to Seojun's side and asks if he can still stand. Patience grits his teeth, frustrated that the young man has not fallen for good. From the ruined field, the Sword Saint proposes a negotiation instead of letting the battle continue blindly. He states plainly that they are leaving and that Kalia will be taken with them. Seojun backs that demand and challenges the apostles to refuse if they dare. Still glowing with unstable power, he makes it clear he is ready to keep fighting. Patience calculates that another exchange with Seojun's awakened power could be disastrous, even if brief. The standoff ends with both sides measuring whether to press on, but Seojun's terrifying display has finally forced the apostles to hesitate. Still battered from the fight, the young man faces his enemies without backing down. The armed group offers to let him leave if he agrees to their demand. When he asks what they want, the answer turns out to be money. He confirms that cash is really all they are after. The gunwoman lowers her first demand to 500 billion won, trying to force a deal. When he does not immediately accept, she assumes he is refusing to negotiate. The standoff widens as his allies and the kidnappers face each other across the ruined ground. Instead of panicking, he calmly signals that the price can go higher. The gunwoman raises the offer to 1 trillion won, sweating as she tries to keep control. He still does not answer, making her uncertainty worse. Her confidence slips as she realizes even that amount is not settling the matter. He keeps her hanging a moment longer, deliberately tightening the pressure. She braces herself and prepares to escalate with force if needed. Watching her push the number higher, he privately decides she is completely unhinged. Frustrated, she points her gun at him and repeats the trillion-won offer as if it should end everything. He abruptly abandons the bargaining and surges forward with his spear, deciding to end the standoff by force. The gunwoman is stunned that he has recovered enough strength to attack so soon. He forces power out of his failing body and floods himself with blue energy for one last charge. Even as he powers up, he knows he is pushing himself past the limit. He admits to himself that wringing out the last power of his 3 energy centers feels like it could kill him. Even so, the thought of 100 trillion won is enough to make him endure the pain. The white-haired observer is caught off guard by how far his greed is driving him. As he rushes the gunwoman, he keeps thinking that 100 trillion would change everything. The gunwoman can only mutter in disbelief as his attack closes in. At the last possible instant, he realizes he nearly overdid it, and would have collapsed if she had delayed any longer. He drops the act and admits he cannot possibly pay that kind of money on the spot. The gunwoman is left blankly processing the fact that he was bluffing the entire time. His hat-wearing ally is equally speechless at how shamelessly he turned the situation around. Before the kidnappers can recover, the gunwoman decides to retreat. By the time his side looks again, the kidnappers have already vanished from the battlefield. His ally recognizes that the escaping woman was Temperance, one of the apostles. With the danger gone, the exhausted young man finally gives out and collapses. Even unconscious, he wears a faintly satisfied smile after surviving and driving them off. Elsewhere, inside a dark cathedral, hooded followers kneel before their superior. One trembling subordinate struggles to report the failed mission. The fear in the room deepens as the messenger forces himself to continue. Their master coldly orders him to speak plainly. The subordinate reports that Temperance has been defeated. He adds that the enemy had to pay roughly 100 trillion won to do it. Because of that enormous cost, the cult has been forced to postpone the apostolic ceremony. Their master listens in silence, showing no outward surprise. He declares that the course of events has already been decided and cannot truly be changed. In his view, the rebels only imagine they had escaped their destined path. He predicts that when the stars align, they will collapse before ever reaching true transcendence, because that fate is fixed. He says they are doomed to become wandering echoes of darkness in the endless void. To hasten that fate, he orders Berserk to be released. Later, the young man wakes in a hospital-like room after being treated, though the healer is surprised he stayed unconscious so long. His companions crowd around as he comes to, and he is immediately confused by the fuss. Someone even waves a 50,000 won bill under his nose as if money might revive him. The room erupts in relief and chaos when they realize he is truly awake. His hat-wearing ally tearfully insists that the money trick obviously could not have been the real reason he woke up. The young man agrees and credits Suiyan for always stepping in at exactly the right moment. Once the commotion settles, he asks how the healer managed to restore him so completely. The hat-wearing man explains that there should be no lasting problem now because the treatment was successful. The young man confirms that his body really does feel fully healed. His companions gather around his bed, ready to explain what happened while he was out. He listens carefully, sensing there is still more he needs to understand. He clarifies that he did not wake because of the smell of money, no matter what anyone says. The hat-wearing ally awkwardly tries to preserve his dignity anyway. A woman smacks another teammate for saying something stupid at the worst possible time. The young man protests the sudden violence as the room slips into bickering. The hat-wearing man, still flustered, asks what the girl meant when she called him master. The young man and the girl stare at each other, equally thrown by the question. He introduces the hat-wearing man as the magic saint, making the title sound perfectly natural. The hat-wearing man is stunned by the grand title being pinned on him so casually. Left alone with him, the young man presses for the truth behind that claim. The man suddenly tries to look impressive, as if he has been waiting for this moment. When asked directly, he admits he does not actually want the responsibility that comes with the title. He bitterly complains that all his old friends took disciples while he alone was left out. His resentment boils over as he demands to know why he is the only one without a disciple. He breaks down completely over being excluded, turning the confession into a melodramatic tantrum. The young man realizes the so-called magic saint is really just desperate to finally have a student. The others drag the sobbing man out while laughing at how pathetic the scene has become. Once the room is quiet again, the young man turns his attention back to the system and his next move. He suddenly remembers the unfinished course that could free him from his dependence on causality. He pulls up the course information and starts searching for a way to finish it faster. The system reveals an advanced alchemy course whose completion would grant him alchemy at the highest rank. He immediately focuses on the reward, sensing a way to turn knowledge into profit and freedom. The system begins explaining that humanity has always pursued immortality, the divine realm beyond ordinary life. It identifies alchemy and pill concoction as the two disciplines born from that pursuit. A new instructor appears, Huaduo, who asks whether the young man wants to learn pill concoction. The old master makes it clear that he will personally teach the course. The young man kneels before the instructor, ready to hear what this path demands. When he asks what pill concoction actually is, the lecture immediately turns dense and overwhelming. Huaduo cheerfully promises to explain it very quickly, which only makes the flood of information worse. The young man is blasted by a torrent of technical theory until he can barely process any of it. Huaduo finally stops for the day, and the system records a huge jump in lecture progress. The young man is left sprawled on the floor, exhausted but thrilled by how much progress he gained. He realizes that if he finishes this course, he may finally escape the endless drain of causality costs. The system immediately assigns brutal daily tasks that require enduring extreme heat and extreme cold with his whole body. Huaduo proudly calls this suffering the perfect training environment for alchemy. The old master explains that alchemy requires vast amounts of teaching materials, around 100 of them for this course alone. Measured by the young man's usual standards, those materials would still cost about 5 billion won each. The young man is delighted because, compared to the absurd sums he has been dealing with, that sounds almost cheap. Huaduo warns him not to get excited too soon. He explains that the heavenly spear the young man uses is too powerful for ordinary shop equipment to withstand. Because of that, the young man will need genuine transcendent-grade tools if he wants to keep using the spear in alchemy. The young man asks how much a real version of the spear would cost. Huaduo hesitates, already knowing the answer will ruin his mood. He explains that shop items are made by successful transcendent crafters, not by true transcendent beings themselves. Those products are still extraordinary, but they are only the work of candidates who were close to transcendence. Huotuo stresses that there is an enormous gap between such items and equipment made by someone truly transcended. The young man begins to understand that his current spear is far more special than he first thought. Huotuo confirms that the heavenly spear's abnormal power is precisely why ordinary tools keep breaking around it. He says the young man must replace his current setup if he wants to continue practicing properly. The young man asks for the price of the genuine article anyway, bracing himself. Huotuo finally admits that a true spear of Longinus would cost 103 trillion won. That number instantly crushes the young man's excitement and leaves him reeling. He can only think about how few people in the world could ever afford something like that. Before he can sink too far into despair, he decides to test whether his new knowledge can produce anything valuable right now. He asks Xiaoyun to examine a small piece of herbal medicine he has made. The moment she touches it, a golden light bursts out from her body. Everyone in the room freezes as the reaction proves the medicine is no ordinary trinket. The hat-wearing man is shocked that an external pill of such quality could exist at all. The young man calmly reveals that he made it himself. His companions immediately crowd around him, demanding a share of whatever he just created. He enjoys the sudden admiration, clearly pleased that his new skill is already paying off. Huotuo, however, is more interested in whether the young man has used the heavenly spear during the process. The young man proudly shows that he did, treating the spear like the key to his success. Huotuo warns that if the spear was involved, then the result may be far beyond what they expected. The young man asks again what a genuine transcendent-made product would cost, now comparing it to what he just created. Huotuo reminds him that true transcendent equipment is not something money alone can easily buy. Even so, the young man keeps pressing, sensing that his handmade medicine may have crossed into that realm. The hat-wearing man and the others wait tensely for the answer. Huotuo reluctantly concedes that if the young man says he made it with that spear, then it may indeed qualify as the real thing. That realization leaves everyone stunned, because it means he may already be producing treasures on a transcendent level. The young man instantly shifts from despair to triumph as the value of his own work becomes clear. He turns to his companions with a grin, ready to capitalize on the breakthrough. The room erupts as everyone begs him to hand over some of the medicine. He basks in the attention, enjoying the fact that he now holds something everyone wants. Huotuo quietly notes that the young man may have stumbled onto a path far more profitable than simply buying equipment. The young man starts connecting the dots and realizes he may not need to purchase everything after all. Xiaoyun examines the medicine more carefully, still trying to understand what kind of treasure he has just made. The hat-wearing man remains overwhelmed by the idea that a transcendent-grade external pill was created right in front of him. The young man finally accepts the obvious and begins to see himself not just as a buyer, but as a maker. That shift in perspective changes the entire direction of his next move. Huotuo awkwardly backs off his earlier panic and admits the result may solve more problems than it creates. The young man immediately points out that if he can make treasures himself, then the impossible price tags matter a lot less. His confidence returns as he realizes he may be able to build his own path to wealth and power. The others can only stare as he goes from patient to producer in a single leap. Xiaoyun and the rest remain speechless, still processing the golden reaction from the medicine. The hat-wearing man finally asks the question everyone is thinking, still unable to believe what he has witnessed. The young man answers with complete certainty that he really did make it himself. That confirmation sends another wave of shock through the room. Xiaoyun studies the medicine with new respect, realizing it may be worth far more than anyone expected. The golden glow around her fades, but the significance of the reaction remains. The young man sits at the center of everyone's attention, now holding both the medicine and the initiative. His allies clamor for a share, no longer treating him like a patient but like a source of miracles. He lets their excitement build, savoring the moment. By the end of it, he stands smiling with a box of his own medicine while everyone around him begs for some, marking the start of a new kind of advantage. Sijin reveals a box of rare external pills and offers them to the others as a powerful new resource. The team is caught off guard by the sudden offer and struggles to process what he is handing over. One veteran quickly realizes the pills are extraordinary and worth far more than they first assumed. Even without being able to define them clearly, the group understands these pills would be especially valuable to hunters. Xiaoyun immediately decides they must buy the pills before anyone else can take them. Xiaojin casually names a price of 1 trillion, treating the enormous sum as if it were modest. He seals the deal with Xiaoyun, inwardly acting as though the fortune means little to him now. The rest of the team erupts in protest, all wanting a share of the pills and the chance to benefit from them. Back in private, Xiaojin turns his attention to a newly empowered transcendent weapon and tests its feel in his hands. His guide is stunned that Xiaojin has instantly drawn out the weapon's causality, something that should have taken ages, while Sijin only wants the bragging to stop. Sijin studies the weapon more seriously, realizing he still does not fully understand how to control it. He tries a careless swing, and his guide immediately warns that such a weapon cannot be handled like an ordinary tool. The warning comes too late, and the unleashed force detonates through the room. The crash draws the others, who rush in demanding to know what just happened. The team is thrilled because the external pill's effect can now be tested in real combat, while Xiaojin panics over the damage bill. Surveying the wrecked room, Seojin admits he had no idea the difference in power would be this extreme. He tightens his grip and starts thinking less about raw strength and more about control. His guide explains that this is why beginners are taught power exertion before they are trusted with serious weapons. Seojin receives confirmation that his power exertion proficiency has begun to rise, though it is still only at the very start. The guide leaves him with an open offer to ask for help whenever he needs it. Before disappearing, the guide notices Seojin still has another question on his mind. Seojin brings up the word causality, revealing he has heard it before in a far more troubling context. The guide apologizes for not being able to explain everything directly and instead chooses to answer indirectly. Seojin realizes he will need to approach the mystery from another angle. The guide reminds him of the director of the Transcension Academy, the woman previously described as the second transcended. He clarifies that she was the second being to reach transcendence, but also the Academy's first freshman. That distinction makes Seojin realize there must have been someone before her. The guide confirms that another person existed first and was the earliest being in the universe to enter transcendence. He adds that this first transcended was also the founder of the Transcension Academy itself. Seojin is left reeling as the implication sinks in. The guide explains that no one knows what became of that first transcended because no causality remains tied to them. Even the director can only speculate, but the most likely conclusion is that the first transcended no longer exists. Worse still, even the memory of that person's existence has vanished, making their disappearance feel absolute. Before Seojin can press further, the guide abruptly notices time has run out. He vanishes after promising to return another time, leaving Seojin with more questions than answers. Seoyun arrives just in time to find Seojin alone in the ruined room and asks what happened. He can only admit that he does not really know how to explain it. Instead, he passes along the guide's cryptic message that one word should be enough for her to understand: berserk. The scene shifts to the Hunter Association, where that single word immediately triggers alarm. The leadership gathers an emergency session because berserk may be about to surface again. The younger hunters are dragged into the discussion as the gravity of the situation becomes clear. Someone voices the obvious fear that berserk should have died long ago. The older chairman prepares to answer, treating the question as far more complicated than it sounds. He begins to explain the truth behind berserk's survival and why the threat has returned. According to him, the group behind berserk has been using its power to stir chaos worldwide while hiding behind a respectable image. He makes clear that the organization the world trusts is not nearly as righteous as it appears. To support his claim, he hands Seojin a confidential letter that had been sent to Korea. Seojin is surprised to find the message written in English and learns it came secretly from the Queen. The chairman explains that the letter's secrecy is itself suspicious and suggests a crisis inside Britain's leadership. He adds that the very fact it was sent this way raises doubts about who can still be trusted there. A witch among the group immediately senses a hidden implication in the letter and the chairman's tone. Her suspicion sharpens as she starts connecting the message to forces moving behind the scenes. Seojin suddenly remembers Ryu Jinchul and realizes this may connect to earlier warnings. The witch accuses him of plotting something again, but he is already piecing together the larger picture. He keeps his thoughts to himself, knowing the answer is still incomplete. As the chairman continues, Seojin quietly summons a relic, preparing for what may come next. The witch notices the relic and reacts with immediate interest. The chairman reveals that the Queen's message was addressed specifically to Seojin rather than to the association as a whole. Without hesitation, Seojin decides he will go to Britain himself. The others are baffled by how quickly he commits to crossing the world for a crisis that is barely explained. Their confusion is undercut by the blunt realization that Seojin is also thinking about the money involved. The team falls silent, already recognizing his priorities. Seoyun covers her mouth as the implications keep piling up. One teammate openly admits he wants Seojin to earn more so they can keep buying his elixirs. At the mention of Britain's Queen, another teammate suddenly sees a different kind of opportunity. The older masters are horrified to realize the witch has somehow filled the younger hunters with greed instead of caution. Seojin embraces the idea with reckless enthusiasm, turning the mission into a chance to profit. The witch and the old healer arrive together to thank Seojin sincerely for what he has done for them. Seojin tries to wave it off, but they insist their gratitude is genuine and far-reaching. He laughs awkwardly, unsure how to handle such earnest thanks. The witch suddenly clasps his hand, startling him with her intensity. She tells him she owes him more than he realizes and speaks with open excitement. Her gratitude turns into shining admiration, making the moment even more uncomfortable for him. The healer then asks Seojin for a small favor in return for all this goodwill. Before the favor can be explained, the story jumps to Britain, where a dungeon break has already devastated a grand estate. Seojin arrives with the witch and the healer, and is briefed on the emergency as they take in the destruction. He quickly understands the broad situation even if the details are still chaotic. A massive serpent-like monster bursts through the estate, proving the dungeon break is far beyond ordinary control. Seojin heads for England with confidence, while his companions can only stare at how casually he treats the trip. In London, panic spreads as civilians flee and authorities scream for the dungeon to be broken before the city is lost. Ordinary people lash out in terror and desperation as the streets collapse into chaos. One woman stumbles amid the destruction, unable to escape fast enough. A beam of force slams into the monster, interrupting its advance and buying the civilians a moment. A royal knight uses that opening to direct survivors through a gap in the wreckage and keep the evacuation moving. Another woman takes over crowd control, forcing people to stay calm and follow the escape route. The knight continues holding the line, striking the monster's head to keep it from reaching the civilians. Even as he fights, he realizes the pressure is becoming too much for him alone. He senses a new presence and understands help has finally arrived. A blazing strike crashes down and tears through the battlefield with overwhelming force. The exhausted knight is left stunned among the rubble as the tide of battle abruptly shifts. The monster recognizes the newcomer and reacts with fear, calling him Drake. The creature begs for help, revealing it is not acting as a mindless beast at all. The knight realizes the monster is speaking and that something far stranger is happening inside the debris. Another blast lands nearby, and the civilians can only watch in shock. The woman directing the evacuation realizes the battle has moved beyond anything she expected. The knight shouts in alarm as the situation spirals into something he cannot control. A golden attack cleaves through the air and hammers the monster back again. The woman turns and sees that the attack came from an unfamiliar young man. The royal knight charges in support, recognizing that the newcomer has seized control of the fight. Seojin raises his weapon and calmly prepares to take over the battlefield. He tells the others to step back, making it clear he intends to handle the rest himself. The knight is baffled that someone so young is speaking with such authority in the middle of a national crisis. Seojin orders his team to wipe out the remaining threats, and they move instantly. His companions launch themselves into battle, combining fire and other powers in a coordinated assault. The monsters are overwhelmed as the team's attacks crash through them one after another. Purple force sweeps across the area, cutting down more enemies and clearing the field. When the dust settles, the royal knight sees that the entire situation has been reversed in moments. He admits in disbelief that every monster had been attacking at once, and yet this group stopped them almost immediately. Seojin approaches the British side directly, no longer just a rescuer but someone demanding answers. A young blonde woman formally introduces herself as Kimaria, the current ruler of the British Empire. She presents herself as queen, though the title immediately sounds strange to Seojin and his companions. Seojin cannot hide his confusion at how young and ordinary she seems for someone carrying a collapsing nation. Arya notices his reaction and answers it with a strained smile rather than offense. Back at the palace, officials complain that the royal knight order arrived too late, exposing deep distrust inside the regime. The criticism continues even after the immediate danger has passed, showing that the palace is divided against itself. Sir Lebanon, the royal knight commander, silently endures the accusations while clearly wounded. Arya moves toward him with concern, but the atmosphere remains tense and brittle. Inside, Arya sits with Seojin and his team and begins answering the questions behind her secret plea for help. She asks why the king of Han sent a secret letter to one person instead of making an official request, showing she understands how suspicious it looked. After hesitating, she admits the answer is humiliating and politically dangerous. Arya confesses that she is only a puppet ruler with almost no real power. Her ignorance about even basic state matters, like the proper name of the United Kingdom, proves how little authority or preparation she was given. She explains that the country is a union of 4 nations, underscoring how absurd it is that its supposed queen barely understands it. She recounts how, after her grandmother Queen Beatrice died, overlapping crises and public resentment shattered the fragile system that had held the country together. Seojin listens as she describes being pushed onto the throne while still just a young girl, clearly unfit for the burden. She reveals that the true disaster began with a terrible monster tied to the Great Upheaval. That monster was one of the most dangerous beings in the world, and its appearance changed Britain's fate. Beatrice left to stop it and never returned, and afterward even the prime ministers who tried to manage the crisis died one after another. With the nation collapsing, 2 heroes of the Great Upheaval demanded the throne in exchange for help, and their names were Lebanon of Scotland and Alice of Northern Ireland. Arya explains that pro-hunters and heroes from every region gathered around them, ignored other distortions, and refused to help unless she surrendered power, while she herself had no experience or allies to resist. She insists she never wanted the throne and would rather have seen the country ruled by someone truly strong. She believed a hero of the Great Upheaval would be better for Britain than an incapable figurehead like herself. But while saying this, she notices something outside the room that makes her freeze mid-confession. Watching from hiding, she realizes the 2 supposed saviors were actually the masterminds behind the entire catastrophe. She turns back to Seojin and addresses him directly, finally ready to say what she truly wants. Seojin meets her gaze and understands that her request is no longer political but personal and desperate. Arya struggles to say it aloud, ashamed of what she is about to ask. She steels herself, knowing there is no other path left. At last she begs Seojin to stop Lebanon and Alice, the very heroes who were supposed to save Britain. The plea leaves her on the verge of tears, exposing how completely abandoned she has been. Seojin is startled by the scale of what she is asking but does not dismiss her. The room falls silent as everyone realizes this is no longer a rescue mission but a challenge to Britain's power structure. Seoyun voices the obvious question, realizing Arya is asking them to intervene against the kingdom's own supposed protectors. Before anyone can answer, a messenger bursts in to report that Lebanon and Sir Bedanov are already locked in a standoff outside the palace. Outside, blood hits the ground, signaling that the conflict has already turned lethal. Lebanon stands over a fallen knight, openly casting aside any pretense of loyalty. He orders his influence to spread through the ranks, showing he is moving to seize control by force. His ambition is now explicit, and he no longer bothers to hide it. Lebanon declares that the palace will soon belong to him, while Bedanov confronts him for abandoning all restraint. As the confrontation hardens into open rebellion, Lebanon admits he had been willing to spare them once, but that chance is gone. A black-clad swordsman is caught off guard as a strange purple force erupts from his weapon. The surge leaves him momentarily shaken, as if something beyond the battlefield has just intruded on his mind. Kim Seojun steps in and knocks the attack aside with his spear before it can reach the others. The older fighter realizes too late that the young hunter has interrupted him. Their clash tears up the courtyard and drives the enemy back with explosive force. Seojun immediately checks whether the people behind him are safe. One of them senses that the enemy's words are not ordinary speech but a direct mental transmission. The swordsman recovers and advances again, still armed and dangerous despite the blow. As he approaches, the mental voice suggests there may be a misunderstanding between them. That same voice reveals the real divide. The heroes of the Cataclysm reject the order of truth at its core. The swordsman claims he never intended to interfere with Seojun's plans. Instead, he fixates on Seojun's identity and asks whether he is Kim Seojun. Hearing the name confirmed hits him with sudden recognition. Seojun openly admits who he is, removing any doubt. The revelation jolts the man backward as if the name alone changes the stakes of the fight. Seojun presses the advantage with a lightning-fast strike. The swordsman answers by unleashing a violent red aura and meeting force with force. Their collision sends shockwaves across the courtyard and stuns the surrounding guards. The injured defenders can only panic, realizing they are far too weak to intervene. The swordsman doubles down, pouring more power into his blade rather than yielding. He slams his weapon down and refuses to accept what Seojun represents. His body begins to distort under the red power, turning him into something more monstrous. While pinning him down, Seojun calls out the hypocrisy of condemning foreign interference while secretly working with the order of truth. To Seojun, the man's outrage sounds less like patriotism and more like a hunted criminal lashing out. The accusation lands, but the swordsman only trembles with deeper resentment. He retaliates by sweeping destructive red energy across the battlefield. Seojun dodges through the barrage in a blur of blue lightning. The transformed fighter charges after him, furious that Seojun keeps slipping past his power. Seojun vaults in from above and brings his spear down again. Blue and red energies crash together in another devastating exchange. The swordsman boasts that his power has made even dragons submit, and mocks Seojun for challenging it. He blames Seojun's defiance on arrogance and pride. Seojun answers by driving his spear straight through the enemy's weapon guard and breaking his momentum. The blow lands cleanly enough to make the swordsman realize he has been overpowered. Seojun throws the insult back at him, making it clear he is not impressed by the man's grand claims. The enemy's blade finally cracks under the pressure of Seojun's assault. With the weapon shattered, the swordsman is hurled away and left sprawled among the rubble. Seojun casually remarks on how disappointing the fight turned out to be. The defeated man can only admit that Seojun's power feels even more terrifying than a dragon's. Even so, he secretly reaches for something hidden at his side. From the palace, Arya and the others arrive just in time to see Robert in danger. Seojun tries to wave them back and keep them out of the fight. Robert, however, still has enough strength to speak and draw attention to what matters next. Arya kneels beside him, worried by how badly he has been hurt. The enemy turns away from Seojun and asks whether Robert still intends to fight. Seojun readies his spear again, prepared to continue if necessary. The swordsman roars back to life, refusing to stay down. Seojun meets the renewed threat head-on with a wall of blue power. He even treats the exchange lightly, as if the man's comeback is more nuisance than danger. A thin blue line flashes past the enemy's back, hinting that Seojun has already cut through more than the man realizes. Elsewhere in the ruined courtyard, guards continue searching through the wreckage for survivors and answers. Seojun complains that he really did try to hold back, especially with the repair bill looming over him. From the rubble, Robert notices a glowing red crystal emerging from the fallen enemy. Seojun immediately recognizes it as something important. He realizes the crystal is a dragon heart, the same kind of treasure he once obtained by defeating Lebanon. Robert drags himself upright, still trying to stay useful despite his injuries. Then a massive black presence rises over him, making him think death has finally come. He regrets that he meant to speak to Seojun after the battle but may not get the chance. Seojun suddenly intercepts the looming darkness with a huge upward strike. Robert is left bewildered as the attack passes over him instead of crushing him. One of the wounded guards can only stare upward in confusion at the impossible scene. The answer appears inside the palace, where grotesque black masses are being carefully handled like materials for some larger plan. A subordinate reports to a cloaked woman while carrying out her orders. Others continue moving the remains and equipment under strict instructions. The report makes clear that these actions were commanded directly by Her Majesty. That revelation shocks the listeners outside, because it means the Queen herself is involved. One exhausted teammate collapses, admitting she has nothing left to give. The rest of Seojun's group are just as drained, reduced to complaining from the sidelines. Seojun studies the dragon heart, and wonders how the enemy obtained something so valuable. He grumbles that everyone keeps leaning on him while he is the one doing all the work. Even so, the battered team still trails after him through the city. They joke that Seojun seems to grow stronger the more money he spends, which only irritates him further. He peeks around a corner and decides their exhausted little group somehow still counts as a dream team. To his surprise, people in the street begin cheering as if he is a hero returning from battle. The public celebration catches on, and more voices join in around him. Seojun awkwardly tells everyone to just wave back, pretending he understands how to handle the attention. The story then shifts to the palace at dusk, where a darker truth is waiting. A woman in black watches events unfold with detached amusement. Her followers report that Seojun is clearing distorted dungeons across England and that contact with Glasgow has been lost. The growing support for the Queen only annoys her, because it strengthens the order she wants to overturn. She overhears her own men speaking too freely and takes offense at their foolishness. With a casual act of necromancy, she strips one of them to a skeleton and turns him into an undead servant. She coldly reassures the terrified survivors that she always intended to leave one witness alive. The spared man collapses in terror, barely able to process what he has seen. When he tries to flee, she stops him without effort. Darkness spreads through the hall as her power fills the palace. She conjures more undead from the dead around her, expanding her army in an instant. A newly raised skeleton stands at attention, awaiting orders. She demands that the undead repeat her words exactly. The woman smiles, pleased by the obedience of her creation. She notes that someone has been watching Seojun closely, which means his importance is already understood. Then she decides it is time for her faction to act independently from now on. The palace darkens further as her resolve hardens. She rises from the throne, no longer content to remain in the shadows. She remembers how the people once welcomed another girl as queen while scorning her. That resentment twisted into a vision of remaking the kingdom through an army of undead. Now she openly sets her sights on London itself. Back in the present, Seojun finishes processing the dragon heart and receives confirmation that the refinement is complete. He asks whether the final product differs much from the original heart. The answer is that preserving its appearance helps maximize its effectiveness, which immediately appeals to Seojun's sense of value. He is urged to consume it quickly so they can observe how he absorbs a decoction made from a dragon's heart. Seojun admits he nearly ran out of money during the process, and would have been in serious trouble if it had taken any longer. As he prepares to use it, the heart suddenly reacts on its own. Its power surges into him in a brilliant burst, beginning the absorption process. Outside, Robert and Arya sense the eruption of energy from within the palace grounds. The shockwave leaves everyone wondering what kind of power is being unleashed inside. Arya asks Robert just how strong Kim Seojun really is. The question leaves her staring ahead, shaken by what she has witnessed. Robert can only watch her reaction, unsure how to answer. Arya falls silent, lost in thought. Robert mistakes that silence for envy rather than concern. Arya instead thinks bitterly that if she had been stronger, fewer people might have died for this struggle. A memory surfaces of someone telling her as a child that people can become whatever they choose to be. That memory steals her resolve rather than comforting her. Robert tries to speak to her gently, sensing the shift in her mood. Arya suddenly hardens her expression as if she has made a decision. She starts moving with purpose, leaving Robert to follow. Robert can only offer a hesitant, supportive smile as he falls in behind her. Inside the palace, the woman in black continues her preparations while Seojun's energy rages nearby. Before she can finish, a subordinate rushes out to report that something has gone wrong. Robert immediately reacts to the alarm and turns back toward the palace. A dark storm of power gathers overhead, signaling that the situation is escalating fast. Red explosions begin erupting through the palace and surrounding streets. The undead army surges forward in response to the disturbance. Robert charges in and cuts down the first wave before it can reach Arya. Even wounded, he plants himself between her and the undead horde. He then comes face to face with the woman commanding the skeletons and demands to know why she is doing this. She answers by revealing herself as Elise, no longer hiding her monstrous ambition. One of her skeletons seizes Robert, forcing him to listen while she toys with him. Arya snaps back at Elise with open anger instead of fear. A skeleton tries to disarm Robert, but he refuses to let go of his weapon. Elise notices Arya and mockingly recognizes her as the little puppet she once manipulated. Arya stands her ground and meets that taunt head-on. Elise looms over the street on a throne of darkness and undead, confronting them outside the palace itself. When Robert asks what she is doing, Elise acts as though her intentions should already be obvious. Arya studies her in silence, finally seeing the truth of who Elise has become. Robert tries to pull Arya back to her senses before she does something reckless. Instead, Arya clenches her fist and commits herself. Elise notices the change in Arya and grows curious. Robert braces himself, sensing that the confrontation is about to turn personal. He shouts Elise's name and demands to know whether she really believes this path will earn her the people's recognition. Elise laughs off the question and declares that she no longer needs anyone's permission to take the crown. She proclaims herself Elise, hero of the Great Cataclysm, and claims she alone deserves to rule humanity. Arya answers by rejecting that claim and insisting the throne belongs elsewhere. Elise dismisses the protest with contempt. Robert abruptly changes his stance, choosing to support Arya's decision without hesitation. Arya points forward and gives her command. At her order, the undead are forced to kneel and acknowledge who the true queen is before the gathered citizens. Robert is stunned as the necromantic authority shifts away from Elise. Arya walks forward with Robert at her side, and he finally addresses her not as a girl to protect but as Her Majesty. The Queen reels as a wounded ally insists that what is happening should be impossible in his own world. His disbelief only deepens the sense that the crisis has crossed every boundary they understood. As the Queen lowers herself in shock, the battlefield threatens to swallow her authority. Her remaining protectors struggle desperately against the undead, trying to keep the line from collapsing. Meanwhile, Elise watches with cruel satisfaction, convinced events are turning in her favor. The Queen begins to sink into despair, as if she has been losing from the very start. Before that despair can settle, someone seizes her and forces her back upright. Kim Seojun arrives at her side and physically stops her from bowing to defeat. The Queen recognizes him in stunned disbelief. He confirms his identity without hesitation and takes command of the moment. Seojun tells her that a ruler cannot lower her head now. He reminds her that if she truly wants to become a queen for her people, she must stand firm. His words strike through her fear and shame. He drives the lesson home by warning that a queen who bows before terror will bring her nation down with her. The battered soldiers hear him and begin to rally around the Queen again. Their shaken resolve starts to return as his defiance spreads through the group. One of the wounded men addresses the Queen with renewed respect, treating her authority as restored. She steadies herself, no longer looking broken. Elise explodes in anger when she realizes Seojun has undone her attempt to crush the Queen's spirit. The Queen closes her eyes and gathers herself instead of panicking. When she opens them again, her resolve has hardened. Elise senses the shift and falters for the first time. The Queen turns to face her and the giant undead under her command without retreating. She openly brands Elise a traitor. The surviving defenders hear the accusation and understand that the Queen has chosen judgment over fear. She declares that no cause can justify harming the people she is meant to protect. Elise snarls back, unable to accept that moral condemnation. The Queen points at her and formally condemns her for treason. With that accusation, she reclaims the right to judge the disaster unfolding around them. The loyal wounded knight immediately answers her as his queen and accepts her command. Others echo the charge of traitor, turning public fury against Elise. The remaining fighters raise their weapons again, ready to act under the Queen's authority. Elise's confidence cracks as she realizes the crowd is no longer hers to manipulate. Seojun notices the shift as well and prepares for what comes next. Facing Elise's monstrous army, he coolly asks what she intends to do now that the Queen has stood back up. He mocks Elise's claim to legitimacy by saying the true Queen is the woman standing beside him. Elise answers with eerie laughter, refusing to concede. A vast gate tears open overhead, flooding the sky with violent energy. Elise unleashes flying monsters and boasts that the Queen will not be able to hold her head high after this. The soldiers look up in horror as they realize the storm above them is actually a massive gate. The scale of the portal reveals that an even greater catastrophe is descending on the city. At the same time, a giant skeleton lunges toward the Queen, trying to exploit the chaos. Elise laughs again, certain that overwhelming terror will finally break everyone. The Queen is shaken by the sudden escalation, but she does not collapse. Elise reveals the true horror of her betrayal by implying that the missing people of Northern Ireland were turned into the undead army surrounding them. The Queen rises in outrage, no longer merely defending herself but standing for the dead as well. She looks toward the devastation with grief and fury instead of helplessness. Seojun steps forward between her and the giant undead, ready to bear the next blow. Elise decides the time for games is over and orders her forces into a berserk state fueled by her magic and the dragon's power. For a moment, the battlefield hangs in suspense as everyone waits for the promised transformation. When nothing happens immediately, Elise is confused and starts questioning the dragon heart she relied on. Seojun reveals with a grin that he already processed and drank the dragon heart himself, stealing the source of her plan. Elise is left speechless by the revelation. Seojun answers by unleashing a celestial spear technique that tears through the undead ranks with overwhelming force. The attack obliterates skeletons in a storm of blue lightning and impact. Even so, the undead horde is so vast that countless enemies keep advancing through the ruined streets. Seojun realizes the scale of the army is still far beyond what he expected. He admits he destroyed only half and senses that something is suppressing the full extent of his power. That interference makes him suspect the presence of a higher being tied to transcendental force. Elsewhere, the surviving defenders suddenly convulse as a strange pressure crashes down on them. The oppressive force spreads, making even hardened fighters feel as if their bodies and minds are being crushed. Seojun curses and pushes his cultivation further, trying to resist the suppression. His will manifests outwardly as a radiant lotus-like force that shields and steadies the battlefield. The defenders recognize the pressure as a death thought, a killing intent so overwhelming it can paralyze ordinary people. A red core forms in the sky, gathering into something far more terrifying than the undead. Those red particles condense into a new shape, signaling the arrival of a greater master behind Elise. The loyal knight can only stare upward and wonder how the situation became this dreadful. The answer appears as the supreme dragon above dragons, the ruler at the top of all dragonkind. The soldiers below can only watch as that presence dominates the sky. The dragon emperor enters the battle in a berserk state, turning the crisis into something apocalyptic. Seojun sees the scale of the threat, and knows the fight has changed completely. The dragon emperor roars, and the city itself begins to break apart under the force of its presence. Chunks of stone and debris rain down as if the world is being torn open. Seojun counters by sweeping out a blue barrier of force to protect the people below. He moves at full speed, trying to hold the collapsing battlefield together. But the undead still cling to him, and the Dragon Emperor taunts that he will not escape so easily. Seojun answers by launching a piercing explosive strike through the enemies around him. The blast tears skeletons apart, and clears space in a ring of fire and shock. Elise is stunned that he can still fight at this level even after everything she has thrown at him. At that critical moment, Seojun's allies arrive and declare that Elise will be their opponent, not his. He glances back with relief and trust, accepting their intervention immediately. They rush Elise and her mount, buying Seojun the freedom to face the greater threat. Elise screams in frustration as her control over the battlefield starts slipping away. The newcomers repeat that they will handle her, forcing her into a separate fight. The wounded knight orders every remaining fighter to charge and bring down the traitor. Explosions erupt across the street as the defenders and undead crash into each other. Elise lashes out at the Scottish fighters as if they have ruined everything. One of the loyal men bitterly admits they never knew her plan involved turning Northern Ireland's people into undead, and now even a dragon has appeared. The realization leaves him horrified by how deeply he was deceived. As more debris falls, he can only ask how their struggle became this monstrous. He throws himself over the queen to shield her from the collapsing rubble. The queen survives the impact and is left wondering why he would risk himself so completely for her. She looks at him with a new understanding of the loyalty still surrounding her. He humbly says he may not be worthy, but his actions say otherwise. Even as he speaks, the battle continues to rage around them. The queen answers with compassion, insisting that they are all one people despite everything that has divided them. A skeleton attacks at once, but the loyal knight cuts it down before it can reach her. The queen turns back toward the sky, now focused on the greater enemy. The knight vows to lend his strength to their young queen and stand with her to the end. Around them, the defenders and undead collide in open melee as the queen's side fights to survive. Elise rages as she sees her plans unraveling on multiple fronts. A dark vortex opens again, signaling that the Dragon Emperor is still manipulating the battlefield from above. Seojun charges through the air toward that presence, refusing to let it dictate the fight. The Dragon Emperor addresses him as a mortal bound by fate and dismisses him as a foolish being. Seojun rejects that contempt and prepares to answer with force. The dragon's body shifts through the vortex, looming closer as if to swallow him whole. The Dragon Emperor is intrigued that someone in this predetermined world can wield transcendental power without having fully reached transcendence. Seojun demands a clear explanation instead of riddles.